Shen Qing, who had been slain by a holy angel, unbelievably found himself reborn overnight. It was all due to the mystical artifact, the Tian and Aiju, which dramatically altered his fate at the brink of death. Opening his eyes to a familiar yet strange ceiling, Shen Qing was stunned. A glance at his phone revealed the date, June 9, 2026, the release day of Mythology Online. In his previous life, Shen Qing had bought the game helmet early on, but the grind of daily work left him unable to log in until nearly a month after the game's launch, by which time other players had far surpassed him. Years later, during a fierce battle over divine artifacts, the Tian and Aiju, capable of rewriting destiny, accidentally fell into his hands. Yet, fate played a cruel joke, and Shen Qing lost his life before he could fully explore its power. Now, given a second chance at life, how could he afford to waste time? Every moment leading up to the game's launch was spent meticulously planning. This time, he vowed to ride the wave of the era and stand at its peak. Those enemies from his past life would pay, one by one. Those heaven-defying treasures would all be his. As the game launched, Shen Qing dived in without hesitation. On the peak of a towering mountain, the ethereal silhouette of the Nine Heavens goddess appeared, asking him to name his character. Lord Xiaoyao. Shen Qing blurted out, a name he had long prepared. There was no need to tweak his character's appearance. His face was already strikingly handsome. Next, the destiny wheel began to turn, ready to awaken his innate talent. Research from his past life showed that the quality of one's talent was closely linked to their innate destiny. Shen Qing had only awakened the most ordinary yellow-tier talent in his previous life, and dared not hope for much more this time. Just as the wheel was about to stop, a burst of golden light flashed at its center, advancing it by one more notch. In an instant, the entire wheel radiated with a nine-colored brilliance. Congratulations, player Lord Xiaoyao, on awakening the celestial tier talent path of slaughter. For each target unit you kill, you gain 0.1 permanent attribute points. The target's level must not be lower than the player's level. The ethereal voice of the Nine Heavens goddess echoed in his ears. Celestial level talent? Path of slaughter? Shen Qing stood there in shock, his eyes wide open and his mind blank. How could this be possible? The legendary celestial level talent had awakened within him. The heaven-reversing pearl, which once granted him a rebirth, had not only given him a second chance, but also completely rewritten his innate destiny. Celestial level talent was the supreme gift, surpassing all others. In his previous life, only a few had awakened to this power, and those who did swiftly became unparalleled champions. Now, Shen Qing had just entered the game and already possessed such an extraordinary advantage. Coupled with his memories from his past life, the path to greatness seemed clear. Since the heavens favored him, he would make the most of this gift. Clenching his fist, Shen Qing felt a surge of excitement. His original strategy needed immediate adjustment to fully utilize the power of the path of slaughter. As he sat cross-legged, planning his next moves, the previously indifferent Nine Heavens goddess in the sky showed a rare glimmer of interest. She stared intently at Shen Qing, as if trying to unravel his mysteries. As the game officially launched, Shen Qing's form began to fade, preparing to enter the game world. Just then, a crisp bell rang out. Ding, congratulations, you have gained the favor of the Nine Heavens goddess. She wishes to form a good relationship and has given you a parting gift. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a special item, the Nine-Turn Celestial Stone. What was happening? Were deities now favoring individuals based on their talents? Shen Qing was bewildered. In his past life, he had tried hard to win the Nine Heavens goddess's favor, but never received a glance. Now, just by awakening his celestial level talent, he received a gift without even asking. As his form was about to completely fade, Shen Qing hurriedly looked up. The Nine Heavens goddess, high above, nodded slightly at him and gave him a breathtaking smile. For a moment, the entire world seemed to dim in comparison. The next second, Shen Qing found himself in Newbie Village, 2233. The image of the Nine Heavens goddess's smile lingered in his mind. 3,000 years old, yet a goddess, he thought, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. He opened his inventory to inspect the mysterious gift. A simple, smooth spirit stone lay quietly in the corner, emitting a faint glow. The Nine-Turn Celestial Stone, a primordial divine stone filled with limitless potential, would shatter in 3 days. During this time, it could be nourished with gold coins. The more coins, the greater the final reward. Shen Qing chuckled softly, set the stone aside for now, and quickly headed towards the village. Mythology Online had just launched, but Newbie Village was already bustling with activity. Some players wielded wooden swords, charging towards the outskirts, while others searched for NPCs to trigger quests. Shen Qing, however, moved directly towards his target, wasting no time. In a corner house, a woman lay unconscious with a fever. The village doctor told her anxious husband, "Your wife has been cursed and needs a candle from the lantern monster to be cured." But the monster only appears in the haunted graveyard of Shalipo, a place so perilous that no one dares to go. Leave it to me. A confident voice rang out as Shen Qing strode in purposefully. I'm an expert at dealing with lantern monsters, and will definitely get the candles. Really? Brave young hero, are you truly willing to take on this dangerous task? The physician was overjoyed. As a wanderer of the martial world, it's my duty. Shen Qing thumped his chest and accepted the mission without hesitation. As the physician expressed his gratitude, a prominent notification appeared before Shen Qing's eyes. Ding, you have accepted the physician's request. Please proceed to the haunted graveyard of Shalipo, slay 100 lantern monsters, and collect 10 ghost fire candles to bring back to the physician. A generous reward awaits you. With the mission now in hand, Shen Qing turned and left. As the name suggests, Shalipo is 10 miles away from the novice village, seemingly unreachable. More importantly, the monsters there are only level 1, making it an unsuitable place for beginners to train. However, Shen Qing chose this task precisely because of the graveyard's unique location. Players can set their respawn point there after dying. This saves them from long journeys and allows them to continuously farm the level 1 monsters, making it an ideal spot for quickly accumulating attributes through combat. Moreover, Shen Qing had an even more crucial goal, earning a title known as the Sword God of Shalipo. In the game Mythical OL, there's a unique title system. By achieving certain in-game accomplishments, players can earn corresponding title rewards that enhance their attributes and strength. Shen Qing vividly remembers that in his previous life, a legendary player in the novice village's 10-mile slope managed to slay a total of 10,000 lantern monsters, earning the exclusive title of Sword God of 10-mile slope. More importantly, he triggered a hidden storyline and acquired an incredibly powerful hidden class, eventually becoming a top-tier expert renowned worldwide. Sorry, buddy, but your opportunity is now mine. Shen Qing thought to himself, feeling elated as he hurried towards 10-mile slope. As the name suggests, 10-mile slope is located 10 miles away from the novice village. The journey is fraught with danger, teeming with high-level monsters. Shen Qing cautiously avoided aggroing any monsters and finally reached his destination after running for half an hour. There, amidst the lush greenery, a few dilapidated graves could be seen. As night fell, eerie green lanterns flickered in the darkness, creating a spooky atmosphere. Lantern monsters, here I come! Shen Qing exclaimed excitedly, grabbing his wooden sword and slashing at the nearest lantern monster. Within 7 or 8 rounds, the monster disintegrated, accompanied by a crisp system notification. Ding, congratulations on killing a level 1 ordinary monster, lantern monster, gaining 1 experience point. Ding, talent, killing path activated, gaining 0.1 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Shen Qing allocated all the attribute points to strength. The higher his strength, the stronger his attacks, and the more efficient his monster grinding would be. Thus, Shen Qing embarked on a solo grinding adventure in the secluded 10-mile slope. Far from any towns, there were no other players to compete for monsters. Dying and respawning was swift, allowing him to return to the battlefield in no time. These factors combined to enable Shen Qing to maintain an impressive kill rate of 3 monsters per minute. After half an hour, Shen Qing's strength had increased significantly, allowing him to defeat a lantern monster with a single strike. However, his level remained stuck between 1 and 2, unable to break through. It turned out that once his level surpassed the monsters, he could no longer gain attribute points from killing them, necessitating a level reset and regrind. While Shen Qing was engrossed in his grinding, a deafening broadcast suddenly echoed across the sky. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Feng Xing Tianxia for successfully killing the Black Iron Tier boss Porcupine Leader, earning the server's first kill. Rewards, Level 1, Luck 1, Reputation 100, Gold 10. The message repeated 3 times, causing a huge stir among players. Who would have thought that mere hours after the server launch, someone would achieve such a high-tier boss first kill? Players gazed at the sky in awe. Shen Qing, however, was not surprised. He was very familiar with the ID Feng Xing Tianxia. This player was not only the leader of the top guild Feng Hua Shuiyu, but also had 3 stunningly beautiful sisters, especially the twin sisters Murong Shui and Murong Yu, who were the dream girls of many male players, known for their beauty and prowess. Because of this, Murong Feng earned the nickname Big Brother-in-Law, and his popularity soared. Now, having defeated the Black Iron Tier boss and received a level reward, he had gained a significant early game advantage. Actually, if Shen Qing had followed the usual path and leveled up quickly from the beginning, given his familiarity with beginner quests, he might have had a chance at the first kill. However, ever since he awakened the divine path of slaughter, his strategy changed completely. Well, there are many opportunities, and it's impossible for everyone to seize them all. Shen Qing's eyes sharpened, he gritted his teeth, and quickened his actions. Now that the boss is gone, he has to make the most of his time and fight fiercely in this level gap. It was midnight. The 10-mile slope was exceptionally quiet, with only the figure of a handsome young man in novice clothes darting through the wilderness, wielding a wooden sword and relentlessly hunting lantern monsters. After nearly 4 hours of continuous battle, Shen Qing had already slain over 2,000 monsters. Now, his killing speed was almost entirely dependent on the time it took to move from one monster to the next. Although his agility points slightly boosted his speed, he could only kill about 8 to 900 monsters per hour. At this rate, it would take at least another 7 to 8 hours to achieve the goal of 10,000 kills. It was hard to imagine how the sword god of 10-mile slope from his past life had managed to persevere. But the more challenging the task, the richer the rewards. Shen Qing firmly believed that every drop of sweat was worth it. As time passed, more players began to explore the area. Look, someone's farming lantern monsters over there. Why bother with these level 1 mobs? Wouldn't it be better to kill chickens in the newbie village? I can't figure out how he's still level 1 after 4 hours. Amidst the chatter, Shen Qing was unexpectedly killed by a series of attacks from a lantern monster, turning into a white light and respawning nearby. He quickly gathered himself and charged back into the fray. I think I know why he's still level 1. He's a noob with a big ego. If he keeps playing like this, the game will shut down before he levels up. Forget it, let's not waste time here. We need to level up too. Wait, this guy is interesting. I'm going to record a video and post it on the forum. Shen Qing didn't want to reveal his true strength to avoid unnecessary trouble. So whenever someone passed by, he would deliberately hold back and act like a novice. Fortunately, the area was remote, and few people came by. Most were too focused on leveling up and completing quests to pay him any attention. Thus, Shen Qing remained an obscure level 1 character, stubbornly fighting day and night. Some curious players specifically came to find out what his obsession was. There are so many monsters in this game. Why are you fixated on the lantern monsters at 10-mile slope? Shen Qing wanted to retort, do you know why I wrote the Dao De Jing back then? But seeing the other player recording, he simply replied, because lantern monsters are round and cute. I just enjoy killing them. The video posted on the forum immediately sparked a heated discussion. Well said. If you enjoy killing them, keep at it. That's the real joy of gaming. Hey, lantern monster, are you being polite? I'm really pissed off. What a coincidence, we have someone in our village who loves killing lantern monsters too, but he's not as reckless. He knows to heal up before fighting and is already level 3. Of course, these comments didn't bother Shen Qing. Though there were occasional intruders, the latter part of the night was relatively peaceful, allowing him to fully immerse himself in farming monsters. Finally, after an intense 11-hour marathon of relentless grinding, a pleasant notification sound rang in Shen Qing's ears. Congratulations! You have slain 10,000 lantern monsters and earned the legendary title, Sword God of Shirley Pu. You are the first player in the entire server to achieve this honor. Would you like to reveal your in-game ID? Success! Shen Qing clenched his fist in excitement and decisively replied, no need to hide. Announcing his achievement to the entire server was a perfect opportunity to make a name for himself, so why be coy about it? The next moment, a loud broadcast echoed across the server, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Lord Xiaoyao for slaying 10,000 lantern monsters and earning the legendary title, Sword God of Shirley Pu. As the first player to achieve this, you are awarded 10,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 luck points, and the silver weapon, Zhanxia sword. The message repeated 3 times, leaving all players in shock. It was only the first day of the server, and someone had already earned a legendary title, not to mention those incredible rewards. Gold and reputation aside, they even awarded a silver weapon, likely the first in the entire server. That's just outrageous. Compared to this, the rewards for the first boss kill by Fengxing Tianxia seemed pathetic. Of course, a legendary title is worlds apart from a mere boss kill. Wait a minute. Why does the name Lord Xiaoyao sound so familiar? Isn't that the guy from the forum who specializes in killing lantern monsters? Oh my god. So that's what happened? Killing lantern monsters can actually get you on the server-wide broadcast? If I'd known, I would have done it too. Save it. Did you see how many monsters he killed? The game's only been open for 11 hours, and he's already taken down 10,000. Could you do that? Damn. I thought he was a noob, but he's actually a legend. Turns out the real fool here is me. While countless players were stunned by this unknown rising star, in Newbie Village 4399, a young man slowly sheathed his sword and looked up, revealing a delicate face. His clear eyes showed a hint of awe. Slaying 10,000 lantern monsters in just 10 hours, this Lord Xiaoyao is incredibly strong. Is this the power of a top-tier expert? In Newbie Village number 2233, the system announcement had just ended on Shirley Slope. Shen Qing hadn't had a chance to check his rewards when he suddenly heard a thud behind him, as if something had fallen to the ground. His heart skipped a beat, and he thought, it's here. Turning around, he saw a disheveled Taoist in tattered robes, reeking of alcohol, staggering on the ground. The Taoist, in a drunken stupor, sized up Shen Qing, burped, and lazily asked, "Hey, young man, what's your name?" Shen Qing suppressed his excitement and replied loudly, "Ren Xiaoyao." "Ren Xiaoyao." "Ren Xiaoyao, good, huh?" The Taoist suddenly burst into laughter, jumped up, patted Shen Qing on the shoulder, and slurred, "I have a few sword techniques I'd like to teach you. Are you willing to learn?" "Absolutely. Please, master, guide me." Shen Qing quickly bowed and responded. The drunken Taoist laughed heartily, lifted his wine gourd to his mouth, but not a drop came out. He frowned and said to Shen Qing, "A sword without wine? How can I pass on my teachings? Young man, if you truly wish to be my disciple, go fetch me a gourd of good wine." Ding system notification. You have triggered the hidden quest, Sword Immortal's teachings. Do you accept? Accept. I must accept. Shen Qing unhesitatingly confirmed. He respectfully took the wine gourd and said to the drunken Taoist, "Please wait a moment, master. They'll be right back." With that, he opened the map, reset the respawn point to the newbie village, and walked up to a lantern monster with a smile, saying, "Hey, buddy, do me a favor." Without a word, the lantern monster rammed into Shen Qing with all its might. After a few hits, Shen Qing turned into a beam of white light and resurrected back in the village. Back in the village, Shen Qing headed straight to the inn on the east side, handed the gourd to the innkeeper, and asked him to fill it with the finest osmanthus wine. While the innkeeper was pouring the wine, Shen Qing finally had a moment to check his system rewards. First up was the legendary title, Sword God of Shirley Slope, which had extraordinary effects, double the proficiency gain speed for all sword skills and a 10 increase in damage. For a swordsman, this was an incredible surprise. The proficiency doubling effect alone was priceless. In Mythical OL, skills weren't hard to obtain, but increasing proficiency was the real challenge. Each proficiency level significantly boosted a skill's effectiveness. Experts often carefully matched their skills, focusing on improving a limited number of them. Now, Shen Qing could train his skills twice as fast as others. This advantage was enviable and even hateful to others. No wonder players in the previous life unanimously agreed that the Sword God of Shirley Slope was the strongest legendary title, surpassing even some epic titles. Next, Shen Qing checked the system's silver weapon reward, the Evil Slaying Sword. Its attributes were off the charts, an attack power of 142, and an additional 10 damage to evil spirits and ghosts. It was the best weapon in the entire server. The only downside was the level requirement of 10 to equip it. But for Shen Qing, this was no problem. After a night of battles, with the help of his Path of Slaughter talent, he had accumulated a whopping 1,000 free attribute points. He had allocated 400 points to strength, 200 to agility, and 200 to spirit, leaving 200 unassigned to avoid having too high a constitution, which would make the lantern monster's attacks ineffective. Now that he had the title, Shen Qing decided to allocate the remaining points to his physique. Instantly, his attribute panel became astonishing. As a level 1 player, without any equipment, he had a total attribute score of 1,000 points. If other players saw this, their jaws would drop. It's no exaggeration to say that Shen Qing was now the undisputed top player in the entire newbie village 2233. This is the terrifying power of the celestial grade talent, which allows one to stand invincible. With such overpowered attributes, leveling up would be a breeze. Shen Qing then took out the 9-turn celestial stone and tossed a gold coin onto it. The coin turned into a streak of golden light and was instantly absorbed by the stone. At the same time, a system notification popped up. You have fed 1 gold coin to the 9-turn celestial stone. The stone's quality has improved. Current reward level, enhanced. A single gold coin can upgrade its quality? Shen Qing was overjoyed and immediately fed 10 coins, then 100, and finally 1,000 coins to the celestial stone. You have fed 1,000 gold coins to the 9-turn celestial stone. The stone's quality has improved. Current reward level, epic. In just a few seconds, Shen Qing had upgraded the celestial stone to epic quality. You used 1,000 gold coins to enhance the quality of the 9-turns immortal stone, and now it's reached the epic level. Just like that, the 1,000 coins rewarded by the system vanished in an instant. However, in return, you got an epic quality 9-turns immortal stone. Although the game hasn't opened the recharge channel yet, and the value of gold coins can't be linked to cash at the moment, according to the Mythical OL exchange rate, 1 gold coin is worth 100,000 copper coins. Shen Qing had spent the entire night farming copper coins, and barely managed to gather enough for 2 gold coins. Spending 1,000 gold coins was indeed a significant investment, but to get an epic item at the start of the game, it was totally worth it. Besides, if this trend continues, to get a mythical level reward, you'd need at least 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins, huh? I'll figure it out somehow, Shen Qing thought to himself. After filling a gourd with fine wine, Shen Qing paid and left the shop. He then bought dozens of packets of instant recovery powder at the general store, which could restore 200 points of health each, and set off back to 10-Mile Slope. Little did he know, just as he stepped out of the village gate, he was surrounded by a dozen people. Leading them was the notorious rich kid in the game, known by the ID Junlin Tianxia. He looked at Shen Qing with a smile and said bluntly, "Sword God of 10-Mile Slope, I've heard a lot about you. Let me get straight to the point. I'll buy that silver sword for 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins for my treasure?" Shen Qing sneered inwardly. Although he hadn't dealt with this guy in his previous life, he knew Junlin Tianxia was a wealthy bully who threw his weight around in the game. Now, blocking his way was clearly an attempt to get his hands on the system-rewarded divine weapon. "What if I don't sell?" Shen Qing asked coldly. "Damn it, I'm giving you a good deal, and you dare play dumb with me?" Junlin Tianxia's expression darkened. A level 1 nobody with a divine item? Hand it over willingly, or else. Junlin's lackeys glared menacingly, ready to pounce on Shen Qing at any moment. A crowd of onlookers started to gather. Who's the unlucky one this time? Messing with Junlin's gang? Oh, it's the sword god of 10-Mile Slope, the one who was just on TV. Yeah, they must be after that silver sword. Poor guy, he's only level 1. He's in trouble now. Hearing these blatant threats, Shen Qing's eyes grew even colder. He scoffed disdainfully. "You think you can trap me with this bunch of lowlifes? Dream on." "Damn it, a level 1 trash talking back to me?" Junlin Tianxia shouted furiously, pointing at Shen Qing. "Get him, guys. Kill him and drop the sword for me." With that, Junlin's lackeys charged at Shen Qing like wolves. In an instant, 7 or 8 weapons slashed at Shen Qing simultaneously. A series of red damage numbers appeared. What the heck? The crowd was in an uproar. A whole group attacking, and that's all the damage he takes? His defense is insane. And he's only level 1, still wearing ragged clothes. How can his stats be this high? Everyone was baffled, but deeply impressed. Even Junlin's lackeys were stunned. Despite having higher levels and better equipment, they couldn't break through Shen Qing's defense. They exchanged bewildered glances, falling into deep self-doubt. Their biggest mistake was initiating the attack. According to the rules of Myth Online, Shen Qing now had the upper hand. He sneered, swinging his wooden sword in a wide arc, sending a red glow across the sky. Alarming damage numbers popped up, and with his incredible 410 strength points, he wiped out a whole group in an instant. Time seemed to freeze as silence fell over the area. Those who narrowly escaped were pale with fear, scrambling to get away. The onlookers went wild, exclaiming, "Whoa! 1,000 damage with one strike. Is this guy even human?" Junlin and his crew really messed with the wrong person this time. They deserved it. A level 1 character with stats like that? Must be cheating. He's like a walking boss. What are you all standing around for? Start recording. I'll remember this for next time. Shen Qing, with a novice wooden sword in hand, stared coldly at Junlin Tianxia. The surrounding lackeys were already terrified, not daring to take a step forward. A hint of disdain flashed in Shen Qing's eyes as he gave Junlin Tianxia a cold snort before walking away with his sword. The reason he didn't annihilate the entire Junlin family wasn't out of mercy or a desire to leave room for future encounters. It was simply because being marked as a red name would prevent him from returning to the novice village until he cleared his status, severely hindering his progress. As Shen Qing departed, the crowd remained in an uproar. The terrifying attributes he had just displayed left everyone present in shock and awe. Some even uploaded battle videos to the forums, causing an even greater commotion. But Shen Qing paid no mind to this. He carried his wine and quickly headed back to the 10-Mile Slope. The drunken Taoist snatched the wine gourd, took a hearty swig, and smacked his lips in satisfaction. His gaze sharpened as he said to Shen Qing, "Next, I'll teach you a few sword techniques. I'll only demonstrate once, so watch closely." With that, the drunken Taoist drew his long sword and stepped into the clearing. The moment the sword left its sheath, his entire demeanor transformed. Gone was the previous air of drunken carelessness, replaced by a sharp, commanding presence that seemed to dominate all around him. The sword light flickered and shadows danced as he moved gracefully across the clearing. Shen Qing stood transfixed, his eyes reflecting the drunken Taoist's agile movements. Unknowingly, he entered a state of profound understanding. A series of system notifications popped up. You have observed the drunken Taoist's sword dance and comprehended the Shen level skill, sword control technique. You have observed the drunken Taoist's sword dance and comprehended the Shen level skill, Qi sword technique. You have received the drunken Taoist's spiritual transmission, learning the heaven level technique, Shen sword immortal technique. When Shen Qing snapped back to reality, the drunken Taoist had already sheathed his sword and was standing there, once again looking disheveled and tipsy. He took another sip of wine and said slowly, "The sword techniques I just taught you, if mastered, are enough to defeat any second-rate expert in the world." "Thank you, Master, for your teachings." Shen Qing clasped his hands in gratitude and asked, "Since you've shown me such favor, may I ask your esteemed name?" "Master?" "Ha ha ha, The drunken Taoist laughed heartily, transforming into a streak of sword light that shot into the sky, disappearing into the night. Only a few lines of verse floated back on the wind. Riding the wind with my sword, vanquishing demons across the land. With wine, I am carefree. Without it, I am mad. One drink to empty rivers, another to swallow the sun and moon. 1,000 cups won't make me drunk, for I am the Wine Sword Immortal. Wine Sword Immortal, you are eternal. Shen Qing's heart surged with emotion as he watched the Wine Sword Immortal vanish into the distance. After a long while, he finally turned his gaze back and eagerly opened his skill panel to check the new skills he had acquired. Sword Control Technique and Qi Sword Technique, two major Shen level skills. And the Shen Sword Immortal Technique, an esoteric art of the Shushan sect, combining true martial arts with immense power. Especially with its 49 attribute stars, it far surpassed the skills of ordinary players. The only downside was that his level was insufficient. Skills and techniques couldn't be activated below level 10, let alone executed. Therefore, his immediate priority was to quickly level up to 10. And for Shen Qing at this moment, what could be easier? The fastest way to level up was to hunt down bosses. He calculated silently and decided to challenge the ultimate boss of the novice village, the level 10 bronze monster Tiger King. In the early morning, mist enveloped the mountain stream. A pair of dirt-covered beginner's boots stepped onto the dewy grass. Shen Qing, wielding a wooden sword, entered the valley and spotted his target from after a massive, 5 to 6 meter long, striped tiger. This was the ultimate boss of the beginner village, the Bronze Tiger King. The stats of this level 10 boss were intimidating, with health reaching 10,000, and both attack and defense over 200. It also possessed terrifying skills such as Tiger Roar and Deadly Pounce. Although Shen Qing had defeated 10,000 lantern monsters, raising his stats considerably, he was still only level 1. Despite the disparity in levels, he did not waver. Firstly, numerous players were racing to defeat the boss, and any hesitation would mean losing the opportunity. Secondly, the greater the challenge, the richer the rewards. This was why Shen Qing was determined to claim the first kill, even at level 1. The Tiger King noticed the intruder and let out a thunderous roar, its claws slicing through the air as it pounced fiercely at Shen Qing. Shen Qing's expression remained unchanged. Relying on his battle-honed instincts, he easily dodged the ferocious attack. Seizing the moment when the Tiger King exposed a weakness, Shen Qing slashed at its flank with his sword. As expected, the level difference greatly reduced the damage, barely reaching triple digits. However, Shen Qing was not discouraged. His eyes narrowed as he spotted an opening during the Tiger King's turn. He swiftly slid beneath its belly and thrust his sword upwards, hitting a vital spot. The critical hit resulted in significant damage. Targeting weak points would greatly increase his efficiency. Shen Qing nodded to himself and continued to engage the Tiger King. Meanwhile, in other beginner villages, numerous player teams had also located the Tiger King and were employing swarm tactics. However, the fledgling players, lacking skills and attributes, struggled to dent the boss's health bar, becoming easy prey themselves, falling one after another. Only a few players with height-ear talents could withstand the Tiger King's fearsome attacks. For instance, in Beginner Village 10086, the 4 siblings of the Morong family, already at level 9 and equipped with fine gear, were holding their own. The eldest brother, Feng Xing Tianxia, donned heavy armor and bore the brunt of the Tiger King's fierce assaults, while his 3 sisters flitted around the boss like butterflies, constantly harassing it. As the Tiger King's health dwindled, the impending first kill reward excited the siblings. Feng Xing Tianxia turned to his second sister, Morong Hua, and said, "Second sister, I got the first kill for the black iron item last time, so this bronze item should be yours." "Big brother, there's no need for courtesy." Morong Hua shook her head. "For us to make a name for ourselves in Mythic Online, we need to establish an absolute focal point of attention. You should take this first kill. Concentrating our resources to develop you is the best strategy." Second sister is right. Both Qian Shan Mushui and Tianya Mingyu chimed in agreement. "Big brother, why be so formal with family? All right, in that case, I'll accept your offer." Feng Xing Tianxia nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow to the boss, a loud system broadcast echoed through the skies. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Lord Xiaoyao for defeating the bronze level boss, Tiger King, achieving the first kill on the server. Rewards, level 1, luck 1, reputation 100, gold 100. This message shook the 4 members of Feng Hua Shuiyu, causing them to fumble and nearly face a complete wipe. They barely managed to defeat the Tiger King. Standing over the loot, Feng Xing Tianxia frowned deeply. Ren Xiaoyao, isn't he the guy who earned the legendary title just an hour ago? He was only level 1 then, and now he soloed a bronze boss. Could it be that he has some kind of extraordinary game talent? Should we investigate his background and see if we can recruit him into Feng Hua Shuiyu? Morong Hua pondered. Big sister, if you personally step in, hell be ours for sure. What man could resist your charm? Qian Shan Mu Shui and Tianya Mingyu teased. Mo Hua glanced at her two younger sisters with a smile and said, good idea. They'll tell him that if he joins us, they'll send you two to help him level up every day. How about that? Big sister, you wouldn't really do that, would you? We're still students, they exclaimed. Wow, it's Ren Xiaoyao again. Who on earth is this big shot? In just over an hour, they've managed to make it to the server-wide announcements twice. I remember several major guilds were eyeing the first kill of the bronze-level boss, but who would have thought an unknown player would snatch it away? This is truly an explosive move. The saying heroes emerge in turbulent times perfectly describes this moment. The legendary sword god of Shalipo lives up to his name. This sudden system announcement instantly ignited a frenzy of discussion among the players. Meanwhile, Shen Qing, the man at the center of the storm, was sitting beside the corpse of the Tiger King, counting his spoils. Taking down a level 9 boss as a level 1 player yielded an incredible amount of experience. Shen Qing's level skyrocketed from 1 to 7 in an instant. With the system's additional reward of 1 level, he was now at level 8. Moreover, the Tiger King, being the only bronze-level boss, was astonishingly generous. The first kill reward included 4 pieces of equipment and a skill book. The Earth-Splitting Blade, Tiger Hide Skirt Armor, Tiger Bone Shield, and Tiger Hide Battle Boots were all of bronze quality, offering significant attribute boosts. Except for the Tiger Bone Shield, which required level 10 to equip, the other 3 items could be worn immediately. The only minor downside was that the Earth-Splitting Blade, despite its sharpness, was a blade and could not benefit from the sword damage bonus granted by the Sword God of Shalipo title. However, this was just temporary gear, so it wasn't a big deal. Shen Qing smiled contentedly. He stored the Tiger Bone Shield in his inventory and equipped the other 3 items. Then, he picked up the precious skill book Iron Cavalry Charge, a Shen level group attack skill. To listen to the wind and rain at night, and dream of iron cavalry charging across frozen rivers. It gathered righteous energy within and manifested phantom cavalry to deal massive damage to enemies in a designated area. The requirement to learn it was a Confucian cultivation, a group attack skill from the Confucian system. Shen Qing's eyes sparkled. It's well known that among the 3 major cultivation systems in the national server, Confucian cultivation is the least popular. Only 2 of the 8 mainstream sects, Junzi Hall and Shanglong Academy, follow this path. While late-game Confucian cultivators can command laws with their words, their early game is notoriously weak. Junzi Hall, which focuses on melee combat, fares slightly better. Students of Shanglong Academy mostly support teammates, providing shields and buffs, and rarely get a chance to shine. But with this skill book, a Confucian player could transform, gaining significant offensive power early in the game. Although Shen Qing couldn't use it himself, he knew it would sell for a high price. Just as Shen Qing was about to head back to the newbie village, another loud broadcast echoed in the sky. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Qingmei Zhujiu for becoming the first to complete the first job transfer to an outer sect disciple of the Taishan sect. Reward: 1 level, 1 luck, 100 reputation points, and 100 gold coins. The server-wide level and equipment leaderboards are now open. Unsurprisingly, the first player to complete the job transfer was the renowned hero of the previous life. Shen Qing smiled slightly and opened the newly released leaderboards. At the top of the level leaderboard, Qingmei Zhujiu stood alone at level 11, towering over the competition. Familiar names like Qin Xiaoyao, Fengxing Tianxia, and Liang Xiaoyu followed closely behind, all at level 10. Shen Qing scanned through the names one by one, feeling a wave of emotions. These were all legendary figures who once dominated the world in their previous lives. After the game merged with reality, though a few met untimely ends, most retained their extraordinary talents and became the backbone of Long Country's future. In this life, Shen Qing's ambitions went beyond personal rise. He aimed to gather a loyal and capable team. After all, with chaos on the horizon, no matter how strong an individual is, it's impossible to handle everything alone. At the very least, while he was out conquering lands, he needed a powerful and reliable group to ensure the safety of his parents and family. Many of the top players on the list, like Qingmei Zhujiu, Qian Xiaoyao, and Fengxing Tianxia, had already pledged their allegiance to others. However, Shen Qing knew that some top-tier players were still independent, and it was their awakening of godlike talents that gave them the confidence to surge ahead and rank high on the level leaderboard. These individuals were Shen Qing's primary targets for recruitment, but that was a matter for later. For now, the priority was to seize every opportunity left in the novice village, level up to 10 as soon as possible, and head to the secondary main city to start a new journey. According to the evaluations by players from the previous life, the starter village in Mythology OL holds 4 top-tier opportunities, enough to transform an ordinary person into an unparalleled powerhouse. Among them, the title of Sword God of 10 Mile Slope has already been claimed. Of the remaining 3, 2 require a series of complex preliminary tasks, which might be too time-consuming. Shen Qing decided to set them aside for now. Based on his memories from the previous life, the clues for those two opportunities were very obscure and weren't discovered until more than a month after the game launched. There's still plenty of time. Once he recruits capable subordinates in the future, he can send them to retrieve those opportunities. The last opportunity, however, involves a fragment of a celestial book, and Shen Qing is determined to obtain it. The celestial book is a divine artifact in Mythology Online, said to contain profound and mysterious immortal secrets. It was later shattered for some reason, with fragments scattered across the world. Anyone who acquires one of the fragments has the chance to comprehend extraordinary immortal skills. Those who were fortunate enough to obtain this opportunity in the previous life all became dominant figures. The key to triggering this hidden quest lies in the corpse of the Tiger King. Shen Qing hoisted the massive tiger corpse and walked towards the starter village. His presence drew countless curious glances, yet no one dared to approach him. He headed straight to the most impressive mansion in the village. The butler of the mansion, upon seeing the tiger corpse, immediately brightened up and eagerly led Shen Qing into the courtyard. Before long, the owner of the mansion, Master Huang, personally came out. "Young man, how much are you selling this tiger for? Just name your price." Master Huang asked, smiling as he stroked the tiger's striped fur. 100,000 gold coins. Shen Qing replied bluntly. What? 100,000? Are you joking? Master Huang was stunned. "Didn't you say to name my price?" Shen Qing sneered at him. "If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be a big shot. Fine, just give me a few dozen gold coins." Master Huang's face turned red, but he couldn't refute it. He reluctantly ordered the butler to bring 20 gold coins and bought the tiger corpse. "All right, young man, the deal is done. You can leave now," Master Huang said impatiently, waving him off. Shen Qing, however, chuckled, pocketed the gold coins, and stared at Master Huang. "The transaction is over, but there's still one more thing. I need to borrow something from you." "Oh? What is it?" Master Huang asked, puzzled. "Your head." Shen Qing suddenly swung his blade. "You vile creature. I knew you weren't human from the start, yet you dared to pretend." Master Huang's figure flickered eerily, narrowly dodging the fierce strike. His pupils emitted a terrifying green light as he sneered, "Since you seek your own death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Before he finished speaking, his body rapidly transformed into a gigantic yellow-furred raccoon. His name turned crimson, and his attribute panel appeared. Yellow-furred raccoon bronze level. Level 13. Health 20,000. Attack 422. Defense 317. Skills: Rapid Claw Strike, Shadow Split, Bewilder. Description: an ancient raccoon spirit that has cultivated for many years. Those who easily provoke it meet a tragic end. Watching the yellow weasel reveal its true form, Shen Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of excitement evident. Most players wouldn't expect that within the safe zone of the novice village, a super boss of a higher level than the Tiger King would be lurking. In a previous life, only one lucky player stumbled upon this secret. Tests had shown that unless the Tiger King was first defeated and its carcass carried past, it was impossible to encounter this highly vigilant yellow weasel, even if one forced their way into the courtyard. More importantly, only the first player across the server to slay it would obtain the crucial clue to the Heavenly Book fragment. Though this level 13 bronze boss surpassed the Tiger King, Shen Qing was now level 8, clad in 3 pieces of bronze equipment, with significantly boosted attributes. Moreover, the level gap between him and the boss had narrowed to 5 levels, far less daunting than when he faced the Tiger King. Especially since the yellow weasel's attack patterns were well documented by players in the previous life. A left jab, a right whip kick, followed by a rapid claw strike. When its health dropped to 30, it would summon a clone with 60 of its strength. Near death, it had a stunning skill to incapacitate opponents and make its escape. Shen Qing knew this all too well. He kept his eyes fixed on the yellow weasel's health bar. When it finally dropped to 10 and the creature's eyes flared with an eerie green light, Shen Qing's eyes gleamed. He raised his long blade before his eyes like a mirror, reflecting the enchantment back at the creature. The yellow weasel was immediately dazed by its own skill, frozen in place. Seizing the moment, Shen Qing struck its vital point with a series of swift blows, sending blood splattering everywhere. "Congratulations! You have slain the level 13 bronze boss yellow weasel, earning 13,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 11. Having defeated a boss 5 levels above him, Shen Qing jumped 3 levels in an instant. Without wasting any time, he rushed to the yellow weasel's corpse and retrieved 4 items. A shining diamond pendant, a crimson cloth robe, a dagger gleaming with a mysterious light, and a yellowed parchment map. Aside from the dagger, which was of no use to him, the other 3 items were high-quality bronze equipment. He immediately donned the ruby necklace and the crimson silk robe. As for the parchment map, it was the primary goal of Shen Qing's quest. A mysterious map, It revealed the location of a secret realm's entrance upon use. The map for the celestial skill quest was now in his possession. Shen Qing's eyes flashed with fervor as he quickly chose to use it. In an instant, a golden dot appeared on his world map, indicating the location of the secret realm. After collecting his spoils, Shen Qing turned to the butler, who was cowering in the corner, pale with fear. "What are you standing around for? Go get someone to clean up this mess," he said calmly. The butler, trembling, approached and pointed at the mangled corpse on the ground, asking in a shaky voice, "What happened here? How did our master turn into a yellow weasel?" "Because your real master was devoured by this monster long ago. For the past few months, it has been impersonating him," Shen Qing replied. "What?" The butler was utterly shocked, tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he thanked Shen Qing profusely. "Thank you, young master, for vanquishing the demon. Otherwise, our entire household would have been doomed." He then broke into heart-wrenching wails. "Oh, master, you died so tragically. Don't worry, I will take good care of the madam, the young lady, and your 3 concubines." Shen Qing's lips twitched slightly as his long fingers tapped the gleaming blade, the sharp sound sending chills down the butler's spine. "Butler, I've done your family a great favor. Surely, a mere thank you isn't all I get, right?" Shen Qing asked meaningfully. "Of course not. I'll fetch 10 taels of gold as a token of appreciation," the butler responded with a forced smile. Suddenly, Shen Qing raised an eyebrow. "Butler, why do I sense a hint of demonic aura from you too? Could it be that you're also a demon in disguise?" "How could that be? Please, young master, don't joke like that. Maybe I was mistaken. By the way, how much did you say you were going to reward me?" The butler swallowed hard and forced a smile. "You must have misheard. I clearly said 100 taels." Clearly, the butler understood the importance of knowing when to adapt. He quickly produced 100 gold coins and respectfully handed them to Shen Qing. Satisfied, Shen Qing smiled and left the mansion, heading straight to the residence where he had accepted the task upon entering the game. The woman lying in bed was on the brink of death, having waited too long for the ghostly candles. Fortunately, Shen Qing arrived just in time and took 10 candles from his bag, bringing tears of joy to her husband and the doctor present. "How can we ever thank you, brave young man? Please accept these humble rewards as a token of our gratitude. Congratulations on completing the task entrusted by the doctor. You have earned 200 experience points and 20 silver coins." Though these rewards were insignificant to Shen Qing now, every little bit helped. After completing the task, he headed straight to the teleportation array that connected the novice village to the secondary main cities. The game had 2 primary cities, Chaoga City and Shenluo City, and 9 secondary main cities: Tianqing City, Huangsha City, Feihua City, Wanjian City, Fubing City, Luoyue City, Shenhua City, Qingfeng City, and Jinyue City. Players above level 10 could teleport from the novice village to any secondary main city, but only after reaching level 50 and undergoing 3 transformations could they enter the primary cities. Shen Qing checked the golden markers on the map and chose Wanjian City among the 9. After paying a teleportation fee of 10 silver coins, he transformed into a beam of golden light and disappeared from the village. In the next instant, he found himself in a grand city. He was very familiar with Wanjian City from his past life, knowing its architecture and layout inside out. Without lingering, he headed straight to the auction house. At the auction house NPC's window, Shen Qing skillfully brought up the interface and listed the items he no longer needed: the Tiger Bone Shield, Iron Horse Glacier, Ghostly Dagger, and Earth Splitter Sword. After setting the starting prices and auction durations, he clicked Confirm. The benefit of the auction mode was that truly valuable items could fetch higher prices. Of course, according to Mythical OL's rules, 10 of the final sale price would be taken as a fee, which was quite steep. As soon as the items were listed, a series of system notifications rang out in the sky. Server-wide announcement: the Ghostly Dagger, ranked 4th on the equipment leaderboard, is now officially up for auction. All players are welcome to bid. Server-wide announcement: the Tiger Bone Shield, ranked 13th on the equipment leaderboard, is now officially up for auction. All players are welcome to bid. Server-wide announcement: the Earth Splitter Sword, ranked 28th on the equipment leaderboard, is now officially up for auction. All players are welcome to bid. Server-wide announcement: the rare skill book Iron Horse Glacier of the Xian tier is now officially up for auction. All players are welcome to bid. These consecutive broadcasts sent the entire server into a frenzy. Bronze tier equipment was one thing, but auctioning off a Xian tier skill book was unheard of and invaluable at this stage. Even more intriguing was the possibility that all 4 auction items came from the same seller. Could it be a major guild liquidating assets?
Impossible.
Major guilds never have enough equipment to sell. It must be some solo player's big clearance sale. This is insane. I don't even have a single piece of black iron, and someone's selling off bronze tier items like they're nothing. Listening to the system broadcasts, Shen Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. As long as the items were valuable enough, listing them in the auction house would automatically trigger a server-wide announcement, drawing in potential bidders. With free advertising, it's sure to fetch a good price. Glancing at the system time, it was already 9 a.m. Shen Qing had been battling in the game for nearly 14 hours since logging in at 7:30 p.m. the previous night. Coupled with the afternoon spent organizing his thoughts and planning strategies, he was utterly exhausted and ready to log off. The city was a safe zone, so Shen Qing casually found an alley to log off. Just then, he received a friend request notification. He had already set restrictions on the friend request function, allowing only the top 30 players on the leaderboard to send requests. Curious about who it could be, he opened it and was surprised to see a familiar ID. Menging Fei Hua. Morong Hua? Shen Qing was astonished and had a vague idea of her intention. He accepted the request promptly and received a melodious voice message. Hello. Are the items you just listed in the auction house yours? It seemed Miss Morong was quite astute to have guessed so quickly. Shen Qing replied with a smile, not denying it. The Morong siblings were well known even before the launch of Mythology OL, so addressing her by surname was not out of place. You flatter me. There are very few solo players at the top of the leaderboard, and at this stage, the only one who could put up so many bronze items is likely the renowned sword god of 10 Mile Slope. Meng Fei Hua complimented subtly. Shen Qing was overjoyed. The three Morong sisters were genuine goddesses in his past life, excelling in both looks and skills, always standing above the masses. Although he had seen them a few times, he could only admire them from afar, without even the chance to strike up a conversation. But now, not only had Meng Fei Hua sent him a friend request, her words were laced with obvious flattery. If it weren't for Shen Qing's strong self-control, he might have floated on air. Suppressing his excitement, he asked with a smile, Miss Morong, you must have a favor to ask, right? That's right, I do have something to discuss with you this time, Morong Hua nodded. Our guild, Fenghua Shuiyu, is very interested in the equipment you listed. However, gold is scarce in the early stages of the game. Would you consider an offline transaction? You provide a bank account number, and once we agree on a price, we'll transfer the money directly to you. Early cash out benefits you as well. Morong Hua had a point. In the early stages of the game, offline transactions for equipment are indeed more cost-effective. They not only allow for quicker monetization, but also save the 10 transaction fee. However, the 9-turn Immortal Stone in Shen Qing's inventory was a gold sink. To unlock a mythic level reward, he needed to accumulate 100,000 gold coins within 2 days. For at least the next 3 days, offline transactions were not an option for him. Sorry, but I also need in-game currency urgently, so I can't do an offline transaction, Shen Qing replied bluntly. Alright then, Morong Hua sighed regretfully. But could you cancel the auction for the Iron Horse and Ice River skill book and sell it to me now? The auction would take at least an hour, and I'd like to get the skill book as soon as possible. I'll offer you 2,000 gold coins. How about it? Deal. Shen Qing agreed readily. The offer exceeded his expectations, and Fenghua Shuiyu was known for their loyalty and integrity in his previous life. Shen Qing was happy to establish good relations with them. After all, if he wanted to build his own power in the future, he would inevitably have to interact and possibly ally with major guilds. Fenghua Shuiyu was one of the targets he aimed to secure. After agreeing, Shen Qing returned to the auction house and retrieved the Iron Horse and Ice River skill book. According to the rules, withdrawing an auction item midway incurs a penalty of 20 of the starting price. Fortunately, Shen Qing hadn't set a high starting price, but it still cost him 20 gold coins to redeem the skill book, which made his heart ache. Holding the skill book, Shen Qing headed to the Eastgate Square, where he had arranged to meet Morong Hua. Soon, a graceful figure in a light blue dress emerged from the teleportation array. She was stunningly beautiful, with an elegant and pure aura, like a lotus untouched by mud. Her slender jade-like hands held a jade ruler, her figure was graceful, and every movement exuded charm. The square was empty except for Shen Qing and Morong Hua. Morong Hua's gaze swept across the square and landed on a handsome young man standing there. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and wore a red robe, exuding an aura of heroism. The hilt of a sword peeked out from behind him, emitting a faint blue light, giving him an ethereal appearance. Even the well-informed Morong Hua couldn't help but be slightly mesmerized. What a handsome young man, she thought to herself, snapping out of her daze after a moment and running over to Shen Qing. Sorry, I'm late. Hope you didn't wait long. I just got here. Let's proceed with the transaction, Shen Qing said with a smile, opening the trade interface and placing the Iron Horse and Ice River skill book on it. Morong Hua added 2,040 gold coins, covering the penalty fee for him. Truly a considerate heiress. The transaction completed, both were very satisfied. Morong Hua's eyes lingered on Shen Qing before she suddenly asked, would you be interested in joining our guild, Fenghua Shuiyu? With your talent and our resources, you could achieve great things in this world. Shen Qing wasn't surprised by the offer. He smiled and shook his head, politely declining. I don't have any plans to join a guild at the moment, but if I do, Fenghua Shui you would definitely be my first choice. Then I'll be looking forward to it, Mo Ronghua said. Mo Ronghua never expected to recruit him in just one meeting. After a few more pleasantries, she suggested that if Shen Qing acquired any rare equipment in the future, he could sell it to Fenghua Shuyue first, and if he ever needed help, he could count on her. They then parted ways. Shen Qing logged off immediately, went to the kitchen, and made himself a bowl of instant noodles with a sausage and 8 eggs. Sitting at the table, he ate while scrolling through short videos on his phone. Several videos were related to Mythol, and he even stumbled upon a clip of himself defeating the Junlin clan in the newbie village. This video was extremely popular, with millions of views and a comment section buzzing with discussion. Many complained that the talent system affected the game's fairness, with higher-tier talents being overwhelmingly advantageous and unfriendly to ordinary players. Shen Qing just smiled at these comments. These players didn't realize that Mythol was never an ordinary game. Moreover, having average talents didn't mean one couldn't achieve greatness. On the contrary, the world was full of opportunities. According to past players, most people had encountered life-changing chances, but few managed to seize them. However, Shen Qing, who had been reborn, held countless clues to these opportunities in his hands. Leaving the newbie village was just the beginning. The real journey was only now starting. At 1 p.m., Shen Qing was jolted awake by his alarm clock. Despite having slept for less than 4 hours, he felt fully refreshed. After a quick wash, he grabbed a bite at a nearby eatery and hurried back to his apartment complex to get online. In the elevator, he noticed a young woman in a professional skirt suit. Her graceful figure and long legs and black stockings caught his eye. Recognizing her, Shen Qing smiled in surprise. Yun Jie, what a coincidence. It was none other than his landlady, Su Yun. She seemed equally surprised. Aren't you working today? I quit my job. Now I'm a full-time gamer, playing Mythology OL, Shen Qing replied with a grin. I play that game too. There's indeed a lot of potential there. Keep it up, young man. Su Yun encouraged him, picking a box of strawberries from her fruit basket and handing it to him. Here, take these. Good luck in the game. Thanks, Yun Jie, Shen Qing said, beaming. Living next door to each other, they had become quite familiar. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 6th floor, and they parted ways. Watching Su Yun's elegant figure disappear behind her door, Shen Qing felt a pang of regret. What a wonderful woman, he thought, but fate has been so unfair to her. Knowing the ultimate outcomes from his past experiences, he was determined to change everyone's destinies before it was too late. To do that, he needed to become much stronger. Back home, Shen Qing quickly ate a few strawberries and eagerly logged into the game. As soon as he was online, 3 notifications popped up in quick succession. Notification: your Tiger Bone Shield has been sold at auction for 600 gold coins. After deducting a 60 gold coin fee, 540 gold coins have been credited to your account. Notification: your Earth Shatter Blade has been sold at auction for 560 gold coins. After deducting a 56 gold coin fee, 504 gold coins have been credited to your account. Notification: your Ghostlight Dagger has been sold at auction for 730 gold coins. After deducting a 73 gold coin fee, 657 gold coins have been credited to your account. All 3 items sold for ideal prices. Satisfied, Shen Qing reviewed the auction details and found that the Tiger Bone Shield was purchased by a skilled player named Qian Xiaoyao, while the other 2 items were bought by an old acquaintance Junlin Tianxia. That rich kid really is a sucker, Shen Qing muttered with a cold smile, closing the window and opening the leaderboard. In just a few hours, the rankings had dramatically shifted. Many new faces had entered the top 10, likely players who had been grinding non-stop since the server opened. However, Shen Qing knew that some of the temporarily lagging top players might make a comeback after some rest. Currently, Shen Qing had 2 major goals. First, to reach the treasure location indicated on the mysterious map and obtain the celestial tome fragments to unlock divine skills. Second, to quickly gather 100,000 gold coins to upgrade the 9-turn immortal stone to mythic quality. Achieving these goals would be no easy feat. The secret realm containing the celestial tome fragments was extremely perilous, and even players with full golden gear at level 30 might struggle. Thus, Shen Qing planned to level up, gather better equipment, and enhance his attributes through battle achievements during this gaming session. In the wilderness maps of Mythology Online, countless hidden dungeons are scattered around. Completing them first or setting new records can earn players substantial rewards, far surpassing the benefits of merely grinding monsters or doing quests. Leveraging his memories from a previous life, Shen Qing knew the locations of many dungeon entrances like the back of his hand. He first went to the city's pharmacy to purchase a batch of supply medicines, then quickly stepped out of the city gates and headed straight to the leveling area. After trekking for over 10 minutes, he finally found a massive stone covered in mysterious inscriptions at the base of a steep cliff. This was the entrance to the shadowy cavern dungeon. The dungeon was filled with numerous minor monsters and bosses, making it an ideal place for practicing skills and proving one's mettle. This was why Shen Qing chose to tackle it first. However, to his surprise, the inscriptions that should have been glowing blue had turned red. This meant that someone was already inside the dungeon fighting. Someone had beaten him to it? It seemed that even with his memories from a previous life, he couldn't afford to be complacent. Shen Qing murmured to himself, realizing that among the billions of players in the national server, the prowess and luck of the top experts were indeed formidable. Yet, he felt no discouragement. Instead, he was even more eager to compete. All right then, let's see who can clear the dungeon faster and claim the first clear rewards, he thought. With that, he placed his palm on the rune stone. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped him, and Shen Qing found himself in a dimly lit cavern. In the darkness ahead, two red glows suddenly appeared. Two level 15 giant bats were hanging upside down from the cave's ceiling, their blood-red eyes glaring as they swooped down madly towards him. For the faint of heart, such a sudden assault would be enough to scare them out of their wits. But Shen Qing was a seasoned veteran, remaining utterly unshaken. He pointed forward with his right hand and immediately cast a skill, Sword Control, Clang. As Shen Qing activated his sword control technique, the Zhanxia sword behind him emitted a clear, dragon-like roar. The blade shone with a dazzling blue light, resembling a soaring dragon as it carved a sharp path through the dim cave, striking a large bat with a resounding impact. An impressive damage number popped up. Despite the level 15 bat's formidable attack power, its defense was weak. Faced with Shen Qing's extraordinary attack and the only silver weapon in the game, it was as fragile as paper. Moreover, he had the title of Sword God of 10 Mile Slope and the Xinjian Feishan Gong skill, both of which significantly boosted all sword-based skills. Even when fighting enemies 4 levels higher, one strike could deal nearly 1,500 points of terrifying damage, taking away half of the bat's health in one go. However, Shen Qing's proficiency with the sword control technique was still low. While he could manipulate the blade within 10 meters, it was far from perfect. Each attack had a noticeable start and end, making it difficult to chain attacks smoothly and maintain an ideal frequency. As he used the technique to slash one bat, another one closed in, its sharp claws raking his arm. The level 15 dungeon monster's attack was indeed formidable, easily breaking through Shen Qing's defense. But a mere 200 points of damage was negligible for Shen Qing, who had nearly 4,000 health points. He stood firm, taking the hit Hedon, then swiftly controlled the Zhanxia sword to sweep across, finishing off the weakened bat and immediately targeting the one preparing to strike a Genchi sword technique. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a faint silver sword aura coalesced in midair and shot out, piercing through the second bat. A critical hit triggered, accompanied by a piercing scream, and the massive body crashed to the ground. Shen Qing's eyes gleamed with satisfaction at the power of these two supreme sword techniques. Known as the deadliest in the world, they truly lived up to their reputation. Throughout the battle, he endured 2 attacks, losing over 400 health points, but still remained within a healthy range, so he didn't use any potions. His right hand continued to form seals to maintain the sword control technique, keeping the Zhanxia sword suspended in the air to light the way as he ventured deeper into the cave. In the background story of Mythology OL, the national server has 8 main sects: Taixian sect, Piaomiao Immortal sect, Jinwu sect, Jinglian sect, Tianlong Temple, Junzi Hall, Shanglong Academy, and Huanyin Valley. Generally, players can only choose one of these during their first class change, learning the most basic yellow level skills and techniques. As for the Shushan sect, it is like a hidden class, available only to a select few who trigger specific opportunities. Although Shen Qing had no connection with it in his previous life, he was well versed in Shushan's signature skill system. He knew that the sword control technique and chi sword technique, though only Shen level skills, were the foundation for mastering many divine abilities in the future. The higher the proficiency, the more efficient the learning of other skills. Therefore, he seized every practice opportunity, continuously running the sword control technique and occasionally using the chi sword technique for enjoyment. When his energy and mana were depleted, he quickly replenished with potions. After nearly half an hour of this cycle, a pleasant notification sound chimed. Ding, congratulations. Your sword control technique proficiency has increased to skilled. Shen Qing was overjoyed and immediately tried out his newly upgraded skill. The attack range leaped from 5 meters to 10 meters, and the moves became much smoother, with a noticeably faster frequency. This allowed for more operational flexibility. Before long, the chi sword technique also leveled up, extending its range from 10 meters to 15 meters and increasing its damage bonus from 110 to 130. With these two skills enhanced, the small monsters in the dark cavern became nearly helpless targets for Shen Qing, most of them being taken out from a distance before they could even get close. Even the first 2 black iron bosses were no match. Only the final level 18 bronze boss, the Flaming Fox King, posed a bit of a challenge, but thanks to Shen Qing's familiarity with the dungeon and precise control, it too met its demise. Ding, congratulations on successfully clearing the Dark Cavern dungeon in 1 hour and 41 minutes, achieving an overall SS rating. Rewards, 10,000 EXP, 200 gold coins, and a bronze vampire ring. At the same time, a resounding announcement echoed across the entire server. Congratulations to player Lord Xiaoyao for successfully clearing the Dark Cavern dungeon in 1 hour and 41 minutes, setting a new speed record. Rewards, 20,000 EXP, 200 reputation points, 200 gold coins, and a bronze dark set. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Lord Xiaoyao for successfully clearing the Dark Cavern instance in 1 hour and 41 minutes, setting a new record. Rewards include 20,000 experience points, 200 reputation points, 200 gold coins, and the dark set bronze gear. This brief announcement once again shook the entire server. Instance? Where is it? Where's the entrance? How come I don't know about it? Why are you asking me? I was gonna ask you, but I'd advise you to save your breath. With your ragged gear, even if you found the entrance, it would be a death sentence. Ouch, that hurts, buddy. The dark set, could it be a complete set of bronze gear? Damn, if I had that set, I'd dominate the leveling zone. After the rewards were settled, Shen Qing was quickly teleported out of the instance. He eagerly opened his backpack to inspect the drool-worthy dark set. It turned out to be a 5-piece leather armor set, including a headband, chest armor, bracers, leggings, and boots. Each piece had impressive attribute bonuses, and more importantly, it could be used by a warrior like Shen Qing. However, the downside was that the gear required level 18 to equip. Despite clearing the entire instance solo and getting an SS rating, Shen Qing was only level 14, far from meeting the gear's requirements. This is one of the major drawbacks of killing high-level monsters. You get high-tier gear but can't immediately use it, leaving you frustrated as it sits in your bag. Fortunately, Shen Qing didn't rely solely on equipment to boost his power. He had just slain over 1,000 demons in the instance, earning over 100 free attribute points, all of which he added to strength. This was equivalent to the bonuses from 2 high-quality bronze pieces. Moreover, as a Shushan sword cultivator, Shen Qing prioritized offensive gear that increased attack power, followed by armor that enhanced mental attributes and spell damage. In contrast, the dark set's agility bonuses didn't align with his needs. Therefore, even if he met the gear requirements, Shen Qing planned to sell it for a good price. Additionally, the boss Fire Fox King dropped 3 bronze items for Shen Qing, but their level requirements were also high, and their attributes were not particularly useful to him. So, Shen Qing decided to throw them into the auction house along with the dark set. However, the reward ring with a 5 lifesteal attribute caught Shen Qing's eye, and he couldn't put it down. He planned to wear it as soon as he reached level 16 and never take it off. After tallying his spoils, Shen Qing was about to leave when the instance entrance's rune stone flashed, and another person was teleported out. To his surprise, it was a tall, handsome young man with sharp features, wearing a sleek armor and holding a pitch-black spear. Despite the youthful look on his face, he exuded an air of authority. The ID above his head was 3 characters long, Gui Jianqiu. Shen Qing's heart skipped a beat. That name was known throughout the national server. Since the launch of the server, he has consistently been in the top 10 rankings, and now he's broken into the top 3. Even in the era when the game from his previous life merged with reality, he was a legendary figure among the many top-tier players in the Dragon Kingdom. His remarkable achievements are largely due to his extraordinary heavenly tier talent, which regenerates 10 of his lost health per second and grants an attack boost as his health decreases. The lower his health, the faster he regenerates and the higher his damage output. In the late game, as his total health accumulates, he becomes an indomitable fortress of war. Despite his talent, he remains rebellious and has turned down numerous lucrative offers from various guilds, earning a reputation as the top solo player in the entire national server. Shen Qing was also considering recruiting him. If successful, this would mean having a pillar of unparalleled strength for his future faction. Unexpectedly, their first meeting came much sooner than anticipated and in such an unplanned setting. Shen Qing smiled and waved, greeting him proactively. Nice to meet you, I'm Lord Xiaoyao. However, Gui Jianqiu's face was dark. It was understandable after all. Who wouldn't be upset after painstakingly fighting through a dungeon only to have the first clear reward snatched away at the last moment? He gave Shen Qing a cold look and said, "The legendary sword god of Shirleypur indeed lives up to the name. Clearing the dungeon in less than 2 hours is something I have to acknowledge. But you owe me an explanation, don't you think?" "What kind of explanation are you looking for?" Shen Qing asked. "It's simple. Let's have a duel and settle this." Gui Jianqiu's eyes burned with battle intent. Shen Qing had no reason to refuse and immediately nodded in agreement, sending a duel challenge to Gui Jianqiu. Instantly, a red battle flag fluttered between them. This duel, protected by game rules, meant the loser would face no penalties. Unexpectedly, Gui Jianqiu declined the invite, brandishing his spear defiantly. "A practice duel is too boring. If we're going to fight, let's make it a life-and-death battle." The loser drops a level, and we each accept our fate. No hard feelings. This showed Gu Jianzhou's immense confidence in his abilities. In his past life, he was known for his bravery and skill in deadly combat. Faced with such aggressive provocation, how could Shen Qing back down? He knew that to deal with a proud and wild person like Gu Jianzhou, he had to utterly defeat him multiple times, much like how Zhuge Liang captured Meng Huo 7 times, until his pride was shattered and his spirit broken. With a slight smile, Shen Qing accepted the challenge. He drew his dazzling Zhanxie sword, its blade glinting under the sunlight. Don't blame me for bullying you, Shen Qing said with a light laugh. If you can force me to use a skill, consider it your win. How about that? All right, as long as you can force me to use my skills, I'll concede. Shen Qing's words fell lightly, yet they struck Go Sichu like a hammer blow, igniting his fury. A man who had always looked down upon the world, he had never been treated with such disdain. His thick eyebrows furrowed in anger as he twirled his spear, the dark tip aiming straight for Shen Qing's heart with the ferocity of a dragon. Yet, Shen Qing's expression remained calm. With a slight lift of his sword, he deflected the lightning-fast strike with a clear clang. At the same time, his feet barely touched the ground as he seemed to float to Go Sichu's side like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, as they passed each other, Shen Qing's wrist flicked, and a sharp sword light flashed, striking Go Sichu's right flank. Clang! Metal clashed, sparks flew, and a glaring damage number appeared above Go Sichu's head over 600 points. Even so, his health bar, which exceeded 10,000, barely dropped by a tenth. Shen Qing's casual strike had inflicted damage comparable to a dungeon boss. To think Go Sichu's armor had such incredible defense that even the boss's regular attacks were no more powerful. Who exactly was this Shen Qing? How could a mere level 14 player deliver attacks on par with an 18-level bronze boss? Despite his shock, Go Sichu was no ordinary foe to be easily defeated. With a cold snort, he suddenly reversed his spear and thrust it towards Shen Qing's side with a vicious and unexpected angle. The proximity left Shen Qing no room to dodge. An ordinary person would have been hit already. But Go Sichu was up against Shen Qing. Though his talent had been mediocre in his previous life, years of combat in chaotic times had turned him into a seasoned warrior. He had seen all kinds of treacherous battlefields and faced countless cunning moves. As the spear was about to strike, Shen Qing's body bent backward in a flawless bridge, narrowly avoiding the sneak attack. His right foot then kicked out, hitting Go Sichu's knee, forcing him to stagger. Before Go Sichu could regain his footing, Shen Qing flipped back up and landed 2 consecutive sword strikes on his back. In terms of skill, Go Sichu was undoubtedly top tier, not the best of the best, but certainly outstanding among average players. However, compared to Shen Qing, his efforts were laughable. Go Sichu had maximized his constitution to leverage his talent to the fullest, while Shen Qing had a full 200 points in agility, making his movements swift and his attacks frequent far beyond Go Sichu's reach. The following few minutes of battle were sheer torture for Go Sichu. He exerted all his strength, yet couldn't even touch the hem of Shen Qing's clothes. Each attack was either effortlessly dodged or firmly blocked. In contrast, Shen Qing's strikes were relentless and precise, hitting vital spots and causing Go Sichu's health to plummet rapidly. Go Sichu was a fierce fighter. Knowing he was outmatched, he still refused to surrender or use underhanded tactics. He wanted to rely on his terrifying natural healing ability to hold off Shen Qing a bit longer, at least leaving the kid with a memorable mark before his inevitable defeat. But just as his health was about to bottom out, Shen Qing suddenly exploded into action. A diagonal slash, followed by an iron shoulder strike, and then an elbow blow executed a smooth combo in a flash, striking 3 times in a single second. Even with his ability to regenerate 1,000 points of health per second, Gu Jianzhou was instantly sent to the afterlife. As his body dissolved into white light, Gu Jianzhou's pupils contracted, filled with an unforgettable shock. He felt his entire worldview shattering. In the next moment, Gu Jianzhou was reborn at the resurrection point in Wanjian City. This defeat came at a great cost. He dropped an entire level, plummeting from the top 3 of the leaderboard to outside the top 100. He even lost 2 pieces of his gear, a loss too heavy to estimate. Yet at this moment, Gu Jianzhou was oblivious to all that. His eyes were filled with deep confusion and shock. The encounter with Shen Qing had completely overturned his understanding. What kind of monster is this guy? Gu Jianzhou mumbled to himself, feeling like a wandering soul. This godlike technique, it has to be beyond human limits. But soon, his eyes hardened, and a fierce fighting spirit erupted from within. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Lord Xiaoyao, you truly are a terrifying opponent. But I swear, one day, I will personally defeat you." On the other side, Shen Qing was joyfully collecting his spoils. 2 rare bronze pieces of equipment and an exhilarating duel. Gu Jianzhou really was a generous fool. Shen Qing thought it would be great to spar with him more often in the future, just to keep his skills sharp. But for now, Making money was the priority. The lucrative first clear of a dungeon could only be done once every 24 hours, preventing Shen Qing from exploiting it repeatedly. Moreover, most dungeons were still unexplored, and rushing through too many at once would arouse suspicion. Fortunately, Shen Qing had other shortcuts. A few minutes later, he arrived at a steep cliff. Looking down, he saw a swirling mist, obscuring the bottom like a ghostly abyss. After carefully checking the map coordinates, he took a deep breath and resolutely leaped off. In the vast map of mythical OL, opportunities and adventures are everywhere. One of the most classic experiences is the cliff diving exploration. According to incomplete statistics from previous players, at least hundreds of lucky adventurers have gained extraordinary encounters just from accidentally falling off cliffs. This phenomenon even sparked a craze in the game where players would team up to jump off cliffs in search of treasure. After all, losing a level and starting over isn't a big deal if you can find a priceless treasure at the bottom of a cliff. It could be a life-changing opportunity. As wave after wave of explorers braved the unknown, numerous hidden cliff points were discovered. Some cliffs concealed secret realms abundant with rare resources. Others imprisoned ancient, fearsome beasts, posing extreme danger. A select few even hid opportunities so rare they could elevate an ordinary person to greatness. At this moment, Shen Qing leaped off such a cliff, hoping to obtain a certificate that could unlock a hidden factiona priceless item in the early stages of the game. If he succeeded, it would fetch an astronomical price. Shen Qing fell for several seconds before landing on a narrow ledge jutting out from the cliffside. He glanced around and, as expected, saw a dark, mysterious cave entrance overgrown with weeds, exuding an aura of secrecy. There really is a cave. It seems that Post wasn't lying. This trip was worth it. Overjoyed but cautious, Shen Qing didn't rush in. According to the Post, while the cave held limitless opportunities, it also hid a terrifyingly powerful beast. He carefully formed a sword seal with his fingers, pointed at the cave entrance, and a sharp energy sword shot forth, piercing the darkness with a whistling sound. A moment later, two blood-red eyes the size of fists gleamed in the darkness, followed by an angry hiss. A giant serpent covered in blue scales lunged out of the cave. Even with just a small part of its body exposed, it was already 3 to 4 meters long. Its massive, barrel-thick body coiled and writhed, with blue scales shimmering in the sunlight. A chilling aura surrounded it, freezing the nearby soil into frost. The Frostscale Serpent was a silver-level boss, with 20,000 health, 200,000 attack, 1,072 magic power, 921 defense, and 1,001 magic resistance. Its skills included Frost Breath, Poison Fang Ice Spike, and Frost Armor. Originally an ordinary snake, it consumed a rare fruit by chance, awakening its frost bloodline and gradually absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to grow into a powerful serpent. Facing this formidable silver boss, Shen Qing's expression grew serious. With a terrifying 1,072 attack and 1,001 armor, it was nearly invincible. Most players would be crushed before even breaking its defense. Although Shen Qing had over 1,000 more attributes than the average player thanks to his combat prowess, he still seemed weak against this colossal creature. A more prudent approach would be to find a monster-dense area to level up and boost his attributes before challenging it again. Unfortunately, the situation didn't allow for much choice. From what he knew, the top players on the leaderboard were likely already planning the first silver kill. The first kill rewards for each tier of boss are incredibly generous. How could Shen Qing possibly let that slip by? Nothing ventured, nothing gained, he thought. With a determined gleam in his eyes, Shen Qing decisively activated his sword control technique. The slaying evil sword hummed through the air, slicing towards the hard scales of the Frostscale Serpent. A loud clang echoed as sparks flew, but it only dealt a meager 200 points of damage. The serpent had a massive 200,000 health points, meaning Shen Qing would have to strike it over 1,000 times to bring it down, assuming it just stood there and took the hits. However, his attack had enraged the Frostscale Serpent. It opened its massive jaws and lunged at Shen Qing. He quickly pulled out a black iron shield from his bag and braced himself. With a thud, the impact nearly knocked him off his feet. Even though he successfully blocked, a damage number of 213 still appeared above his head. Shen Qing was startled. Without the shield, he would have taken over 500 points of damage. Fortunately, the attack patterns of beast-type bosses were usually straightforward, often preceded by obvious wind-up movements. By familiarizing himself with its patterns, Shen Qing could avoid its attacks through careful positioning. After several exchanges, he discerned the Frostscale Serpent's attack frequency one strike every 1.5 seconds. His bag was stocked with potions that could instantly restore 500 health points, with a cooldown of only 5 seconds. This meant that as long as he dodged 3 out of every 10 attacks, blocked 6, and used potions effectively, he was confident he could wear the boss down. Of course, this required immense skill. But Shen Qing's previous battle with the formidable Gijianchu had already proven his exceptional technique and swift reactions. Countless life-and-death struggles in his past life had molded him into a true combat expert. He had even defeated more complex and cunning spirit weapon bosses with his superior skills. Dodging and evading were second nature to him. Thus, the battle evolved into a prolonged and grueling war of attrition. Shen Qing maneuvered deftly, evading the serpent's lethal strikes. Even when occasionally hit by the boss's deadly attacks, he managed to sustain himself with potions during cooldowns. He unleashed sword control technique and chi sword technique simultaneously, steadily chipping away at the boss's health. After over an hour of relentless combat, Shen Qing's perseverance paid off. The frost scale serpent, exhausted, let out a piercing shriek and collapsed. At that moment, a server-wide announcement rang out across the entire game, congratulating the player Lord Xiaoyao for successfully killing the Silver boss frost scale serpent and achieving the first kill. The rewards included Level 1, Luck 2, Reputation 500, Gold Coins 1000, and a ground tier skill book. Holy moly! Incredible! The first kill of the Silver boss has been claimed by Lord Xiaoyao again. Is he planning to take down the first kill of every tier boss? The top players from those big guilds must be fuming with anger. What's even more astonishing is that Lord Xiaoyao, after receiving the first kill reward, has only just reached level 17, barely making it into the top 100 on the level rankings. This means he was at most level 15 when he defeated the boss. That's just unbelievable. I dare say, Lord Xiaoyao is definitely not the lone wolf player as rumored. He must have a massive guild backing him, possibly even a professional elite team assisting him. Otherwise, how could he be so unstoppable? Players are buzzing with discussions in the world chat. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the cliff, Shen Qing was engrossed in counting his loot. Next to the corpse of the frost scale serpent, 3 rare pieces of equipment had dropped. Frost Breath Ring Silver Deer, Physique 23, Spirit 25, Special Effect, 5 chance to trigger Frost Breath on normal attacks, causing the target to be frozen and slowed down. Required level, 20. Description: a beautifully crafted ring imbued with frosty aura. Frost Scale Belt Silver Deer, Defense 121, Magic Resist 118, Physique 27, Strength 18, Agility 21. Required level, 20. Description: made from the skin of the frost scale serpent, provides strong defense. Swift Bracers Silver Deer, Defense 107, Magic Resist 113, Physique 25, Strength 32, Special Effect, increases attack speed by 3. Required level, 20. Description: a pair of lightweight and nimble bracers, ensuring smoother execution of martial skills. Each piece had impressive attributes, and Shen Qing quickly stashed them into his backpack for personal use. However, what excited him most was the system-rewarded Earth Tier skill book. In one corner of his inventory lay a silver glowing manual, with the words 10,000 Swords Art elegantly written on the cover. Shen Qing eagerly opened his skill interface to check the detailed information. 10,000 Swords Art Earth Tier skill. Gathers true energy and mana to condense multiple sword auras, attacking multiple enemies in a specific area. Learning requirements: mastery in sword control technique and chi sword art. Oh my god. Isn't this one of the signature skills of the Shushan sect? Shen Qing was so excited he almost jumped up. What he lacked most right now was a powerful AoE area of effect skill. With the 10,000 Swords Art, combined with his overpowered attributes, he could easily farm monsters and quickly accumulate attribute points. Without further ado, Shen Qing immediately clicked to learn the skill. A dazzling silver light flashed, and the skill book transformed into starlight, merging into his mind. Soon after, a new icon appeared in his skill bar. 10,000 Swords Art Active Skill, Level, Earth Tier, Proficiency, Novice 0-100. Description: releases true energy and mana to condense 10 sword auras, attacking multiple targets within 20 meters, each sword aura dealing 70 of attack damage. Cost: 500 true energy, 200 mana. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Even at the most basic novice level, it could unleash 10 sword auras simultaneously, attacking 10 enemies. How sharp! As his cultivation deepens, the number and power of the sword auras will surely continue to rise. If one masters this technique to perfection, the myriad sword technique can unleash countless sword beams in a single move. Even a heaven-tier skill would struggle to rival it. In his past life, Shen Qing had witnessed the supreme style of a Shushan master performing this ultimate technique. The sky filled with sword light, overwhelming and unstoppable, leaving an unforgettable impression on him. Just thinking about it now still stirs his emotions. Eagerly, he pointed at a small tree on the cliff wall and shouted, "Myriad sword technique." Instantly, golden light burst forth, and 10 fierce sword energies shot out like a sudden storm, reducing the poor tree to countless fragments that fell into the abyss below in the blink of an eye. Excellent! Shen Qing nodded in satisfaction. impressed by the destructive power of the myriad sword technique. He then walked into the cave, using the faint light from the Zhanzhan sword to guide him. Deep inside the cave, he discovered a decayed skeleton. Around the skeleton lay 3 items: a broken long sword, a dark blue jade token, and a tightly sealed bronze box. On the ground were a few lines hastily written by Fushi before his death, requesting that the token and the box be delivered to Luotian Palace for a generous reward. As soon as Shen Qing picked up the jade token and the bronze box, a system notification rang out. Ding, hidden quest triggered. The last wish of the mysterious master. Quest details. Deliver the mysterious master's identity token and box to Luotian Palace to receive a substantial reward and a chance to become a direct disciple of Luotian Palace. The quest is transferable. Shen Qing immediately chose to accept. He opened his friends list and made an image of this incredible opportunity, sending it without hesitation to his only friend Meng Fei Hua. The next second, Meng Fei Hua sent a voice call request. Her excited voice came through the airwaves. Where did you get this hidden faction quest? Can you let me have it? Shen Qing smiled. If I didn't intend to share it, why would I tell you? Of course, it depends on your sincerity. Let's discuss the price in person, shall we? Sure, she replied. Shen Qing named a meeting place and crushed a return scroll, disappearing instantly. Although the scroll only cost 5 gold coins, in the current gold scarce period, it was equivalent to several hundred yuan, a luxury beyond the reach of ordinary players. But for Shen Qing, time was the most precious commodity. At the agreed meeting place, people soon arrived. Leading the group was Meng Fei Hua in a green robe, followed by a pair of stunning twin beauties and a handsome young man with thick eyebrows and a heroic aura. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Morong Hua walked over gracefully with a faint smile on her lips and introduced the siblings behind her to Shen Qing one by one. The twin sisters, Morong Shui and Morong Yu, who were both exceptionally beautiful, curiously eyed Shen Qing and whispered to each other. Is this Lord Xiaoyao? He's as handsome as the rumors say. Definitely. Way more than our big brother. No wonder our second sister can't stop thinking about him. Although they whispered, they didn't make an effort to conceal their conversation, and everyone around could hear them. Morong Feng's face darkened immediately, and even Morong Hua's smile became slightly stiff. She shot an annoyed glance at her 2 unruly sisters and quickly changed the subject. What conditions do you need to give up this task, sir? Shen Qing got straight to the point. A fixed price 100,000 gold coins. What? 100,000? The 4 Morong siblings were visibly shocked. Morong Feng furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice, Brother, do you know the current exchange rate of gold coins to cash? 1 coin is worth more than 120 yuan. 100,000 gold coins is an astronomical price. No matter how rare this task is, isn't this a bit too much? I hope you are sincere and not joking. Shen Qing's lips curved slightly. 100,000 is my bottom line. I won't go any lower. But I'm not asking you to pay it all up front. How about this? I'll give you the task now, and you can pay me in 2 days. At the current rate of depreciation, a coin might only be worth around 20 yuan by then. That price shouldn't be too unreasonable, right? Hearing this, Morong Feng and the others exchanged knowing looks. After a brief silent exchange, Morong Hua made the decision. All right, we'll go with your terms. It's a deal. But aren't you afraid we'll cheat you after you give us the task? Shen Qing laughed heartily. Why would I be afraid? Just the name, Feng Hua Shuiyu, is worth a fortune. Besides, the game has just started. There will be plenty of opportunities for collaboration in the future. I trust your wisdom. You wouldn't ruin your own reputation for a small gain. Morong Feng was delighted by this and appreciatively patted Shen Qing's shoulder. You truly are a man of character. If you ever need help in the future, just ask. Feng Hua Shui, you will remember this favor. Shen Qing nodded with a smile and looked around at the 4 siblings. So, who should I transfer the task to? Me. Morong Shui cheered, waving her fair hands in front of Shen Qing. Shen Qing handed her the identity token and the treasure chest, thus transferring the task. Morong Shui happily accepted them, blinking her bright eyes and grinning. Brother Xiaoyao, won't you consider joining our guild? I'll let you in on a secret. My second sister is still single. You know what they say, proximity gives an advantage. Morong Shui. Morong Hua blushed fiercely and pinched her sister's arm. What nonsense are you spouting? Shen Qing maintained a composed expression, pretending not to hear. Indeed, Morong Hua was exceptionally beautiful, with perfect figure, grace, demeanor, and poise. If he could win her favor, wouldn't that mean gaining 2 stunning twin sisters-in-law as well? She would be the ultimate dream partner for any man. But how could Shen Qing naively believe that such a top-tier beauty could be easily obtained? Morong Shui might appear carefree and mischievous, but in reality, she was very shrewd. Earlier, she had clearly been teasing him on purpose, waiting for him to act impulsively and join the romantic escapades. However, Shen Qing had a plan of his own. When the time was right, why not bring the entire Feng Hua Shuiyu guild under his control? Wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity? Wow, what are you thinking about? You're smiling so slyly. Murong Yu eyed Shen Qing suspiciously. What? No way, you must be mistaken. Shen Qing quickly composed himself and said seriously, I was just considering what other gear I could sell to you guys. With that, he began pulling out various and used items from his backpack and laid them out in front of the four siblings. Fenghua Shuiyu was the top guild, with hundreds of core members, and they were in desperate need of equipment. Shen Qing was happy to use this opportunity to build some goodwill. He sold them all his spare gear, including the level 18 bronze set and the dark set, totaling 20,000 gold coins, with the agreement to deliver in 2 days. According to his calculations, it would only take 100,000 gold coins to upgrade the 9-turn immortal stone to mythic quality. But Shen Qing wasn't stingy. He even wanted to see if investing 1,000,000 could yield the legendary super god reward. After all, he had plenty of money and wouldn't skimp in such matters. With the transaction complete, the Fenghua Shuiyu siblings took their leave to complete Murong Shui's class advancement quest. The game had been live for less than 24 hours, and it was a critical time for early progress. Whoever advanced first would have the upper hand. Shen Qing wandered around the main city, repaired his equipment, restocked his potions, and then set out once more. He headed west towards a map known as the Moonlight Bamboo Forest. While grinding monsters to level up and improve his stats was important, the real reason for his journey was to meet a crucial NPC in the game. In Mythology Online, NPCs are not just lines of code. Eventually, they will manifest in the real world. Consequently, the game features a highly developed affinity system. To trigger certain special quests or hidden storylines, players often need to reach a certain level of rapport with NPCs. Hence, building good relationships with NPCs is crucial for thriving in this world. Especially with high-level NPCs of significant status and power, the benefits of a good relationship can be immense. Unfortunately, at this stage, these important figures are mostly found in high-level maps, making it difficult for ordinary players to interact with them. In his previous life, Shen Qing was part of the Taishan sect, and the NPC he was closest to was the sect's senior sister, Yu Fengqing. She was not only a direct disciple of Taishan, but also a direct descendant of the Yu family, one of the 3 ancient families, making her highly esteemed and exceptionally talented. After the game and reality merged, she frequently encountered fortuitous events, rising to prominence against all odds. She became a leading figure among the new generation of cultivators in the national server and one of the most promising NPCs. Crucially, in his past life, Shen Qing had collected a wealth of information about Yu Fengqing to build a good relationship with her, knowing her inside out. According to his knowledge, Yu Fengqing would first appear in the player's view tonight. She would be chased by a dark gold-level boss and flee injured into the Moonlight Bamboo Forest. Last time, several players training in the forest encountered Yu Fengqing, helped her out of the crisis, and even slew the boss. They received generous quest rewards, and one Taishan disciple even got to know Yu Fengqing, greatly benefiting within the sect. To this, Shen Qing had only one thing to say: your opportunity was indeed fortunate, but now, this chance belongs to me. I will protect senior sister. The Moonlight Bamboo Forest was quite a distance from Wanjian City, and it took Shen Qing half an hour to arrive. The Bamboo Sea was home to level 20 beasts like bloodthirsty bamboo rats and moonlight mantises, just right for his current cultivation level. These common monsters were no longer a challenge for Shen Qing. Unlike ordinary players who would pull and kill monsters one by one, he used his master-level swordsmanship to attack from an impressive distance of 20 meters, unleashing sword light with devastating effect. Once all the monsters in sight were drawn to him, he unleashed a powerful 10,000 swords technique, instantly slashing through a swath of them, then finished off the stragglers. With a group attack skill at his disposal, the more, the merrier. After about an hour, Shen Qing had cleared the entire bamboo forest. Hundreds of monsters fell to his sword, contributing dozens of free attribute points. The proficiency of his 10,000 swords technique had also increased significantly, finally reaching the proficient level. The number of sword energies leapt from 10 to 30, and each one's damage rose from 70 to 80. Although the skill's consumption doubled, it was negligible for someone with abundant mana. Low on true chi? Running out of spiritual power? Just add 2 more points. With the proficient 10,000 swords technique, Shen Qing's output capacity soared, and his efficiency skyrocketed. Pulling in over 10 monsters at once, each fell instantly under his fierce sword aura, leaving no chance for follow-up strikes. He had practically transformed into a ruthless, unstoppable machine, wielding his sword with a whistling speed, unstoppable in the bamboo forest. The respawn rate in the Moonlight Bamboo Grove could barely keep up with his pace. At that moment, several figures stepped into the area. From a distance, they saw a bright flash of a sword in the dark bamboo forest, leaving them astonished. Huh? Someone's already ahead of us. No way, is that guy crazy? Pulling so many monsters at once? These are all level 20 elites. Isn't he just asking for death? But in the next moment, They were left speechless, utterly stunned. The figure surrounded by monsters suddenly raised his right hand, and silver light erupted in the sky, condensing into dozens of sharp sword auras that descended like a storm. A string of damage numbers in the thousands floated up, and the once ferocious elite monsters were reduced to corpses in an instant. Holy crap! What was that move? That was insane. Forget how cool it looked, the damage was off the charts. A group attack that one-shots level 20 elites. How high is his attack power? Damn, look at his ID. Isn't that Lord Xiaoyao? The top-ranked player, truly terrifying. Seeing people arrive, Shen Qing stepped forward with his sword and greeted them politely. Sorry, but the resources at this leveling spot are limited. I can barely keep up on my own. Perhaps you guys could find another place? Here, take these gold coins as compensation. With that, he took out a handful of gold coins and handed 10 to each person. Overjoyed, they accepted the money and were grateful to Shen Qing. They knew that competing for resources with such a powerful player on the same map was a fool's errand. They were already planning to leave, but Shen Qing's generosity was beyond their expectations, giving each of them 1,000 gold coins, like a windfall from heaven. As they left, they continued to praise him. Lord Xiaoyao is really a generous guy. Absolutely. Who would have thought the top player could be so approachable? With the interlopers gone, Shen Qing resumed hunting monsters in the bamboo forest. After more than half an hour, a crimson streak suddenly fell from the sky, landing deep within the bamboo sea. Finally, it's here. Shen Qing's eyes flashed with excitement as he grabbed his sword and swiftly dashed towards where the red light had fallen. The moonlight was like water, casting a serene glow on the quiet bamboo forest. Shen Qing strolled leisurely and arrived at a spot where a crimson light flickered. Gazing ahead, he saw a graceful figure in a fiery red dress lying on the ground. Her tall and slender form was perfectly accentuated by the red dress, highlighting her curves. At this moment, her face was pale as she sat weakly on the ground, supporting herself with her arms, trying but failing to stand up. Her beautiful face was etched with pain. Seeing this, Shen Qing's heart tightened, and he hurriedly jogged over. Senior sister, are you all right? Yu Fengqing, startled by the call, raised her head and cautiously looked at Shen Qing, hesitantly asking, are you a disciple of Taishan sect? I don't recognize you. Realizing his mistake, Shen Qing quickly explained, though I am not from Taishan sect, I am a disciple of Mount Shu. Hearing that Shen Qing was from Mount Shu, Yu Fengqing's wariness eased slightly. Still somewhat puzzled, she asked, if you are not from Taishan sect, why did you call me senior sister? When did senior sister belongs to the whole martial world become a saying? As she was still pondering, a deafening tiger's roar echoed, filled with a terrifying presence. Yu Fengqing's face changed, and she cursed through gritted teeth, that beast. Senior sister, what happened? Can I help? Shen Qing asked, his gaze unintentionally falling on Yu Fengqing's left shoulder, where a ghastly wound oozed black, poisonous blood, showing signs of venom. I was sent by my sect to eliminate the scorpion-tailed winged tiger king that has been harming lives. However, it consumed a rare fruit, greatly increasing its strength. I was poisoned by it and need to immediately use our sect's secret technique to detoxify. During this time, I must not be disturbed. Although the Tiger King is severely injured and temporarily unable to move, its minions have been released to hunt me down. In my current state, I cannot fend them off. Can you protect me? Don't worry, leave it to me. Shen Qing promised solemnly, no beast will harm senior sister even a bit. Yu Fengqing, deeply moved, said with a touch of emotion, we are strangers. Why are you so willing to help me? Shen Qing smiled and replied, perhaps it's fate from a previous life. Regardless, I feel an inexplicable sense of closeness and cannot bear to see you hurt. Upon hearing Yu Fengqing's request, Shen Qing felt a flutter in his heart, and a faint blush crept onto his face. He responded softly, all right, leave it to me. After all, we're both from the martial world. There's no need for formalities. Yu Fengqing smiled gently, signaling Shen Qing to proceed with the detoxification. Just as Shen Qing was about to stand up, Yu Fengqing suddenly called out, wait? Shen Qing stopped in his tracks, puzzled, and looked back at her. Yu Fengqing's eyes were deep and soulful as she bit her lower lip and spoke with difficulty. Before we can start the formal treatment, the poison needs to be sucked out. Shen Qing was stunned and looked at the wound on her shoulder, awkwardly asking, do you mean with my mouth? Yu Fengqing nodded shyly. Reluctantly, Shen Qing agreed and knelt down in front of her. He deftly undid her clothing, revealing her fair skin, with her ample bosom faintly visible under the thin fabric. As a member of the Taishan sect, Yu Fengqing held a prestigious position and was highly respected by her peers due to her advanced skills. She was known as the senior sister not just because of her high status and profound cultivation, but also because of her graceful figure. Even the simple act of raising her delicate arm couldn't conceal her captivating presence. Shen Qing stole a glance, his heart fluttering uncontrollably. He swallowed hard and said seriously, "Senior sister, I'm about to begin. It might hurt a bit, so please bear with it." Yu Fengqing nodded bashfully. Shen Qing began to suck the poisoned blood from the wound. As he increased the suction, Yu Fengqing's body trembled slightly, her face a mix of pain and relief, emitting soft moans. After a few minutes of effort, fresh red blood finally flowed from the wound, marking the end of the process. Shen Qing gently helped Yu Fengqing dress and comforted her. "Now you can use your internal energy to expel the remaining poison. I'll stay by your side to protect you." With that, he drew his sword and vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Yu Fengqing sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to use the sect's secret techniques to purge the remaining toxins from her body. Meanwhile, Shen Qing received a task prompt. "You have accepted the task, guarding during detoxification. You must protect Yu Fengqing from monster attacks while she detoxifies." With the task accepted, Shen Qing stood ready, resolutely guarding Yu Fengqing. Shen Qing felt a wave of surprise wash over her as she realized the task would take 2 hours to complete, which seemed incredibly long. Suddenly, she noticed the shadows of the bamboo swaying ahead, and 2 sleek, greenish demon wolves leaped out from the forest. Their eyes gleamed with a menacing light, as if they were ready to tear Shen Qing to pieces. Despite the fear gripping her, she did not back down. She took a deep breath, preparing to face the challenge. This was her opportunity to grow, to demonstrate her courage and wisdom, and to overcome the obstacles before her. In the depths of the jungle, Shen Qing faced off against a formidable creature, a level 20 jungle wind wolf, boasting 20 health points, 18,000 defense, 513 magic resistance, and a plethora of skills. These fierce hunters were swift and deadly, with high agility and powerful attacks. Shen Qing couldn't help but feel that this task was more challenging than it seemed on the surface. However, he remained unafraid in the face of the 2 jungle wind wolves before him. From their attribute panel, it was clear that these creatures had an attack power of 650 points, but only a little over 500 defense points. Thanks to the attributes boost from his Path of Destruction skill, Shen Qing's attack power had surpassed 1,000 points. According to the damage mechanics in Mythical OL, damage isn't just a simple subtraction of defense from attack, but can result in excessive damage when defense is significantly broken. When using sword-based weapons, Shen Qing also received a 40 damage bonus from his 10-mile sword god and mystic sword flying immortal skills, making his output terrifying. He effortlessly executed the Qi sword technique, sending a silver sword energy slicing through the air, hitting one jungle wind wolf and instantly triggering a critical hit that dealt a staggering 22,316 points of damage, killing it instantly. The other jungle wind wolf met a similar fate, falling to Shen Qing's swift sword strikes. Shen Qing did not bother to pick up the copper coins dropped by the monsters. Instead, he recalled his flying sword to his side, standing guard beside Yu Fengqing. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping filled the sky as 2 pitch-black giant jungle eagles swooped down from the night, aiming to attack Yu Fengqing. Shen Qing's swordsmanship had reached a master level, allowing him to attack from up to 20 meters away. He quickly responded, first clearing the way with the Qi sword technique, followed by rapid normal attacks, easily neutralizing the threat. Wave after wave of monsters continued to assault them, at a frequency of once per minute. After half an hour of combat, the attacking monsters had leveled up from 20 to 22, with the number of monsters per wave increasing to 5. Despite their increased strength, Shen Qing felt no pressure. He didn't even need to use his 10,000 swords technique. His swordsmanship and Qi sword technique were enough to handle the attacks effortlessly. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the bamboo forest. A massive, imposing tiger, the level 20 black iron grade boss, Jungle Tiger King, appeared before them. Shen Qing had previously defeated a level 20 silver grade boss Frost Scale Demon Python when he was only level 14. Now, at level 17 with significantly improved attributes, he faced this new challenge with unwavering confidence. Facing a black iron tier boss of the same level, the protagonist was brimming with confidence. She took a blood potion and, leveraging her formidable stats and recovery abilities, boldly engaged the Jungle Tiger King in an intense battle. Unleashing her full power, she managed to slay the boss in under 3 minutes. The generous experience reward propelled her to level 18. However, after the first boss fell, the subsequent waves of monsters became increasingly fierce. Though the attack frequency remained at 1 wave per minute, the monsters' levels gradually rose to 25. This attribute increase was no small matter. For other 5-member teams, it would likely be overwhelming, possibly leading to their premature defeat. Yet, Shen Qing remained unflustered. Confronting the beastly onslaught, she decisively unleashed her 1,000 swords technique. Even if it couldn't kill in one hit, the remaining enemies quickly fell under her Qi sword technique and sword mastery. No enemy could approach Yu Fengqing, as Shen Qing continuously shielded her. An hour later, the second boss appeared. a level 22 Black Iron Tier Iron Armored Boar King. Although troublesome, it posed no substantial threat. With Shen Qing's current stats, she could easily crush a Black Iron Tier boss of the same level. After an hour and a half, the third boss emerged, a level 25 Bronze Tier Silverback Wolf King. What made this encounter particularly challenging was not just the boss's formidable attributes, but also 10 level 25 elite Silverback Wolves. Shen Qing had to deal with the boss while ensuring Yu Fengqing remained untouched by the Silverback Wolves' attacks, a daunting task indeed. Fortunately, Shen Qing acted decisively. As soon as the monsters appeared, she unleashed her Thousand Swords technique, instantly killing 5 Silverback Wolves. As the remaining monsters charged, she used her Chi Sword technique and Sword Mastery to take down 2 more from a distance, leaving only 4 enemies, including the boss. Shen Qing maintained her relentless assault, firmly holding the boss's aggro while using her superior strength to kick the Silverback Wolves away, preventing them from nearing Yu Fengqing. Ultimately, she eliminated the 3 remaining minions and focused her efforts on the boss. Despite a tumultuous and chaotic process, she successfully overcame the crisis. Subsequent waves of monsters continued their assault. Although the difficulty increased, it still posed no significant challenge for Shen Qing. Finally, with only 10 minutes left in the mission, she faced the final boss, a towering 5-meter turtle, robust, one-eyed giant bear, exuding an imposing presence. With a suffocating sense of fear, she slowly emerged from the dense bamboo forest. Before her stood a formidable level 25 silver boss, the rampaging demon bear. An indescribable terror surged within her, but she knew that only by facing it bravely could she overcome this powerful adversary. With each step she took, her heart trembled, but she resolved to defeat this ferocious beast. It seems the final challenge is to withstand the relentless attacks of this level 25 silver-tier boss for more than 10 minutes. Shen Qing gazed at the rampaging demon bear, its savage aura enveloping him, and murmured softly. For most people, who are typically around level 16 or 17 and lack much bronze-tier equipment, this formidable opponent presents an almost insurmountable challenge. The difficulty is enough to make one despair. Generally, lasting more than 2 hours is nearly impossible. But for Shen Qing, it wasn't too daunting. Even though he was only level 14 in the afternoon, he was able to take on a level 20 silver-tier boss, the Frost-Scaled Serpent, alone. Although this current boss is 5 levels higher than the Frost-Scaled Serpent and has significantly enhanced attributes, Shen Qing has now reached level 19. After a night of intense battles, his attributes have increased by over 200 points. He has also learned a powerful Earth-tier skill 10,000 Swords technique. This skill can deal area damage or concentrate all sword energy on a single target, creating a super powerful combo attack. Even a high-level silver-tier boss would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Hence, Shen Qing faced the level 25 boss without fear and launched his attack without hesitation. The fierce battle lasted a minute, and Shen Qing's health dropped by half. He stepped back a few paces, formed a sword seal with his fingers, and pointed forward, releasing the 10,000 Swords technique. Instantly, dazzling light burst forth, coalescing into sharp silver sword energy that surged like a storm towards the rampaging demon bear's chest, tearing through its thick fur and splattering blood and flesh. This attack not only inflicted massive damage, but also quickly restored a significant amount of health thanks to the 5-life steal effect of his blood-sucking ring. After drinking a large health potion, his health was instantly restored to full. Shen Qing continued this strategy to deplete the rampaging demon bear's health, persisting for several minutes until the task was about to end, with only 1 minute remaining. Shen Qing's health was still ample, while the rampaging demon bear's nearly 300,000 health points had dropped to less than half. However, at this moment, Shen Qing suddenly changed tactics, no longer relying on health potions to recover. Under the increasingly ferocious attacks of the rampaging demon bear, his health plummeted. 1 minute later, when Yu Fengqing finally used a secret technique from the Xinmen sect to cleanse the last trace of demon poison from his body, ending his spell and opening his eyes, the scene before him left him stunned. Surrounding him were the scattered corpses of demonic beasts and the brutal marks of battle. Less than 3 meters away, a blood-soaked, severely wounded figure caught his eye. Standing tall with a long sword in hand, his robes were drenched in blood. He had been sent flying by the heavy blows of the rampaging demon bear, flipping several times before crashing to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Despite his extreme weakness and pale complexion, the determined light in his eyes shone like a blazing torch. Gritting his teeth and using his bloodied hands to support his sword, he struggled to stand up. Despite his severe injuries, he resolutely stood in front of the ferocious beast, facing it hidden to protect those behind him. Witnessing this scene, Yu Fengqing felt a jolt in her heart, and her eyes welled up as she gazed at Shen Qing's frail yet unwavering figure. An unprecedented wave of emotion surged through her, as if an invisible hand had gripped her heart, leaving her unable to look away. This young hero from Mount Shu, whom she had never met before, was willing to risk everything to protect her. Previously, Yu Fengqing had doubted Shen Qing's promises, thinking he was unreliable and hasty with his vows. But at this moment, all her doubts were replaced by deep admiration, deeply etched in her soft heart. As the vile demon bear raised its massive paw to strike Shen Qing again, fury surged within Yu Fengqing, her eyes blazing with intense killing intent. She shouted angrily, "You vile beast! How dare you!" With a wave of her hand, roaring flames burst forth, instantly reducing the demon bear to ashes. Shen Qing looked sorrowfully at the items consumed by the flames, his heart aching. Fortunately, he still received the experience points, though he only gained a small portion and didn't level up, just as he had meticulously planned. Turning to Yu Fengqing, he smiled with relief and joyfully said, "Your poison is cured." Before Shen Qing could finish, he collapsed from exhaustion. Suddenly, a fragrant scent wafted through the air as Yu Fengqing caught him, handing him a fragrant red pill with concern in her voice. "Take this pill first. Your injuries are too severe." Lying in Yu Fengqing's arms, inhaling her delicate fragrance and feeling her soft embrace, Shen Qing's heart fluttered slightly. He gently refused. "This pill is too precious. Senior sister, you should keep it. I have other medicine." Frowning, Yu Fengqing firmly placed the pill into Shen Qing's mouth without allowing any argument. The miraculous pill took effect immediately, and Shen Qing was healed within moments. Shen Qing felt much better. Gently, Yu Fengqing asked, "How are you feeling now? Any better?" Shen Qing gave a faint smile, reluctantly stepping away from Yu Fengqing's warm embrace. "Thank you," he said gratefully. Yu Fengqing, however, responded humbly, "You shouldn't say that. You got injured so badly because you were protecting me. If anyone should be grateful, it's me thanking you." Looking at Shen Qing with gratitude, Yu Fengqing sincerely added, "I truly don't know how to repay you for your help today." Shen Qing waved his hand, smiling cheerfully, "You're too kind, senior sister. If you really don't know how to repay me, why not just marry me?" When Shen Qing heard Shen Qing's casual remark, Yu Fengqing was taken aback. Her face flushed, and she began to wonder if she had misheard. Did he really say he wanted to marry her? Shen Qing laughed heartily, making Yu Fengqing realize she had been teased. She glared at Shen Qing with a hint of annoyance and chided him, saying, "Marriage is a serious matter. How can you joke about it?" However, Shen Qing looked at her with enthusiasm, raised 3 fingers, and swore to the sky that he would treat her well. Seeing his earnest expression, Yu Fengqing's eyes flickered with a trace of distraction. She then playfully retorted, "Offering yourself isn't that simple. My ideal man is a hero of unparalleled greatness, who will come to marry me on a rainbow cloud. You need to become much stronger first." Suddenly, Shen Qing clenched his fist and declared, "I swear I'll become invincible first, and then I'll marry you." Yu Fengqing raised an eyebrow and asked skeptically, "Is that a promise? You plan to become invincible and then come on a rainbow cloud to marry me?" Shen Qing smiled and replied, "Exactly." Yu Fengqing snorted lightly, poked Shen Qing's chest with her delicate finger, and said, "Then defeat me first." Shen Qing chuckled and said, "Before that, I need your help." Yu Fengqing mentioned that she had heard about the remnants of the Tianyuan sword formation manual in the Taishan sect and asked Shen Qing if he needed her help to copy it. The Tianyuan sword formation is a mysterious manual that supposedly contains 9 powerful sword formations. In his previous life, Shen Qing had spent months crafting the Dian Spirit Sword and forming the Dian Sword Formation, which had made a significant impact in a crucial battle. After much research, it was believed that the Tianyuan Sword Formation could perfectly complement other top-tier skills. Shen Qing had already mastered the 10,000 swords technique, and acquiring the Tianyuan Sword Formation would greatly enhance his abilities. Hearing Shen Qing's request, a glimmer appeared in Yu Fengqing's eyes. She said that the Tianyuan Sword Formation was on the 7th floor of the Wanfa Pavilion and wouldn't be easy to obtain. Shen Qing coughed weakly and said, "Without this manual, becoming invincible might be delayed by a few months." Yu Fengqing looked at Shen Qing helplessly. Shen Qing gazed at the scars on his body, feeling a flood of emotions. To protect himself, he had sacrificed everything. His battle armor was soaked in blood. He sighed helplessly and then softly said, "All right, I promise you." 3 days later, at the Tongfu Inn in Feihua City, "I will bring you the remnants of the Tianyuan sword formation." Yu Fengqing was filled with gratitude and praised, "Senior sister, you are truly the most beautiful." Shen Qing smiled gently, responding with flattery. Yu Fengqing shyly turned away, saying, "Save those sweet words for the young girls. They don't work on me." The moonlight was like water, and the bamboo forest was peaceful. Shen Qing didn't leave immediately, but instead strolled through the bamboo grove with Yu Fengqing, chatting leisurely. Due to his memories from a past life, Shen Qing was well-versed in the background stories of the game's world, which greatly surprised Yu Fengqing. He shared stories and amusing anecdotes that captivated her, making time fly by unnoticed. Before they knew it, over an hour had passed. Are the things you said true? Are there really rainbow-colored flying fish in the sky? Yu Fengqing asked. Of course they are. When the opportunity arises, I'll take you to see them, Shen Qing replied with a smile. Then you'll also have to treat me to the secret Xianmen beggar's chicken from Taishan sect. Deal, it's a promise. They exchanged smiles, sealing their agreement. Yu Fengqing glanced at the moonlit sky, reluctantly bidding farewell to Shen Qing. She then leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of crimson light, disappearing into the night sky. After seeing Yu Fengqing off, Shen Qing checked the system time. It was nearly 10 p.m. He had completed his goals for the day and hadn't even eaten dinner while waiting for Yu Fengqing. Now, his stomach growled with hunger. He logged off and went to the kitchen to cook himself a bowl of noodles. After eating his fill, he browsed the game forums, keeping an eye on the activities of major cities and guilds, especially those legendary figures from his past life. At 11 p.m., Shen Qing went to bed, adjusting his schedule accordingly. The next morning at 7 a.m., Shen Qing woke up on time and went to a breakfast shop to have youtiao and soy milk. Then he returned home and logged back into the game to level up. He hadn't set too many tasks for himself today. He just found a monster-dense area suitable for leveling and started grinding. From morning until afternoon, he spent several hours killing over 10,000 monsters. Not only did he level up to 21, but he also gained over 1,000 free attribute points. He allocated 500 of those points to strength to increase his attack power, distributing the remaining points among constitution, agility, and spirit to enhance his overall abilities. Additionally, he upgraded his gear, equipping 3 silver items dropped by the Frost Scale Serpent and several bronze items with lifesteal effects, achieving a total of 15 lifesteal. With everything ready, Shen Qing felt a surge of excitement and couldn't wait any longer. At 5 p.m., she logged off early to enjoy her dinner. Then she hurried back into the game world, following the map's directions to the mysterious location where the fragments of the Celestial Book were hidden. Tonight, she was determined to acquire the immortal level skill that had been on her mind for so long. Filled with anticipation, she moved forward briskly and resolutely. The hidden sanctuary containing the remnants of the heavenly book lies far from Wanjian City. Shen Qing set out at around 5 o'clock. After traversing rugged mountains and crossing turbulent rivers, nearly 2 hours of arduous travel led her to the destination just before nightfall. Standing before a steep cliff, a massive waterfall came into view, with water cascading down like a silver ribbon. This place marked the final challenge in Shen Qing's heart. The sanctuary was concealed behind the curtain of water, and the mystery of its location was finally unveiled. Gazing at the towering waterfall, reminiscent of galloping horses, Shen Qing felt a surge of excitement. Without the guidance of a map, who would have thought that behind this majestic waterfall lay a land of opportunity? However, even knowing the location of the sanctuary, entering it was no easy task. Shen Qing approached the deep pool at the waterfall's base, drew her twin swords, and prepared to move forward. Harnessing her extraordinary strength, she braved the powerful waves above, embedding her swords into the cliff face for support, and alternated her ascent. Eventually, she discovered a spacious cave. Gripping the rocks at the entrance, she flipped herself inside. With a soft landing, she took in her surroundings. The cave was deep and winding. The walls sparkled with countless minerals, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the space. Not far ahead, 2 ethereal figures floated, their bodies emitting a mysterious light, with runes shining within them. These were the Heavenly Book Rune Spirits, level 28 elite monsters with formidable attributes. Without hesitation, Shen Qing unleashed her Thousand Swords technique, and her sword energy pierced through the 2 spirits, vanquishing them. Only a core rune remained, shooting deeper into the cave. This proved that no matter how powerful the monsters were, they couldn't withstand Shen Qing's sharp assault. Continuing along the passage, she dispatched over 100 rune spirits and finally arrived at a spacious cavern. Hundreds of rune spirits hovered and roamed within, and directly ahead, the stone wall was as pure and radiant as jade, emitting a brilliant light. In a mysterious cave, Shen Qing discovered an enigmatic celestial book. Most of the text was faded, with only a few characters glowing. To unlock the true meaning of the book, Shen Qing decided to eliminate all the mystical symbols within it. He examined the densely packed symbols in the cave, contemplating his approach. Despite his high attack power, the magical strength of these symbols was formidable, and due to their level suppression, it was best to engage no more than 10 at a time to ensure safety. Determined to showcase his prowess, Shen Qing wielded his sword and attacked the nearest symbol. As the aggro mechanism triggered, 7 symbols rushed toward him, unleashing consecutive rune attacks. Although his health dropped rapidly, Shen Qing remained calm and quickly used the 10,000 sword technique, absorbing the life force of 4 symbols. He then engaged in fierce combat with the remaining 3. In less than a minute, the remaining symbols were also defeated by Shen Qing. As he cleared the cave of symbols, 2 secret characters lit up. After over an hour of intense battle, the symbols in the cave were nearly eradicated. Suddenly, a system chime echoed from the sky, announcing that player Shen Qing had successfully defeated the Golden Tier boss Poison Fire Corpse King, earning the server's first kill reward. Shen Qing's face showed surprise upon hearing the announcement. He hadn't expected Shen Qing to achieve victory so swiftly. Perhaps Shen Qing's consecutive first kills had put pressure on other top players, prompting them to act earlier. Shen Qing reflected that Shen Qing and other top-ranked players were truly exceptional and deserving of respect. Despite Shen Qing's celestial grade talent, they were not to be underestimated. Backed by powerful resources, Shen Qing is not alone but relies on the strength of a team. This advantage is not to be underestimated. From last night until now, Shen Qing has devoted almost all his time to exploring maps, fighting monsters, and stacking attributes, rather than focusing on leveling up and defeating bosses. However, in a moment of oversight, Shen Qing was outpaced by Shen Qing, who managed to defeat the Golden Tier boss first and claim the glory of the first kill. This incident clearly demonstrates the immense strength of the national server, where millions of hidden experts reside among billions of players. Even with memories from a previous life and celestial grade talents, Shen Qing cannot easily dominate. To truly establish a foothold, he has a long and challenging road ahead, which is by no means an easy task. When Shen Qing finally defeated the last Heavenly Book spirit in the hall, all the symbols on the Jade Wall began to glow, except for one mysterious symbol that remained dim. Suddenly, the entire Jade Wall emitted a faint light, and a massive, solid spirit slowly emerged from it, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Shen Qing faced the mystic spirit of the Heavenly Book, his heart filled with the thrill of the challenge. This boss had incredibly high magical attack power, causing him to nervously swallow. He decided to allocate his attribute points to Constitution to enhance his magic resistance. In the game Mythology Online, attribute enhancements are directly tied to survival and output effectiveness. Shen Qing knew that against such a formidable boss, he had to give it his all. Although the mystic spirit skills were sharp, Shen Qing was no pushover. His attack power had reached staggering levels, and with various buffs, his actual output was terrifying. His primary offensive move, the Light of the Secret Rune, was unleashed every 5 seconds. While the boss's attacks were formidable, Shen Qing's sword was even sharper. After continuous battles, Shen Qing had become adept at handling the boss's attacks, even turning defense into offense. Shen Qing stood his ground, unflinchingly facing the boss's fierce onslaught. His lifesteal effect allowed him to maintain a robust health pool during the fight. Despite the boss's massive health, it was quickly whittled down by Shen Qing's powerful attacks. Just as the boss was on the verge of collapse, it suddenly unleashed its ultimate skill, the Rune Starfall. Shen Qing calmly and decisively activated his shield skill from his equipment, blocking the lethal blow. In this life-and-death struggle, Shen Qing demonstrated extraordinary courage and wisdom. Suddenly, Shen Qing swiftly performed a sword gesture, unleashing the 10,000 swords technique he had been holding back. The sword energy roared out like meteors streaking across the sky, surging with immense power. Shimmering runes descended from above, instantly shattering the shield formed by Shen Qing's equipment skills. A series of attacks landed on Shen Qing, each inflicting a staggering 2,000 points of damage. Simultaneously, the sword energy from the 10,000 swords technique pierced through the ethereal body of the Heavenly Book spirit. This energy not only dealt significant damage but also rapidly absorbed life force, causing Shen Qing's health to fluctuate wildly within a second, as if electrified. When the dust finally settled, Shen Qing stood in place, his remaining health hovering around 2,000 points. Despite his impressive stats, this level of adventure was still perilous, nearly leading to a last-minute defeat. Fortunately, the burst speed of the 10,000 swords technique was much faster than the Heavenly Book spirit's ultimate rune attack, depleting the boss's life force just in time to save Shen Qing. As the Heavenly Book spirit fell, its body shattered into a hazy celestial light, disappearing into the Jade Wall. The mystical inscriptions on the Jade Wall were now fully revealed to Shen Qing, emanating an enigmatic aura. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes as he set aside the examination of the boss's loot and focused intently on the Jade Wall. He suddenly felt a jolt, as if deeply drawn to the inscriptions, with mysterious images unfolding before his eyes. Shen Qing became completely absorbed, losing track of time. Suddenly, a crisp system notification broke the silence. Congratulations, you have comprehended the celestial skill, Heaven-Splitting Sword, and grasped the profound truths within the Heavenly Book's fragments. The most remarkable aspect of the Heavenly Book's fragments is that the skills comprehended vary greatly from person to person, with results entirely dependent on the individual. Perhaps because Shen Qing practiced the Shushan swordsmanship, he comprehended a celestial sword technique, precisely the type of skill he had long desired. Eagerly checking his skill panel, Shen Qing was astonished to find that the Heaven-Splitting Sword, despite being a basic skill, could deal a tremendous 300 attack damage. A single 300 attack is vastly different from three 100 attacks. Against high defense targets, three consecutive 100 attacks might only cause superficial damage without inflicting substantial harm. However, a single 300 attack is a game changer. The skill, Heaven Destruction Slash, is like a razor-sharp blade slicing through the sky, incredibly fierce and immensely powerful. Each time it is unleashed, it sends shivers down the spines of enemies, as if facing an imminent catastrophe. Shen Qing feels secretly fortunate to possess such a formidable skill, allowing him to navigate battles with ease and dominate his opponents. Mastering this skill, Shen Qing not only terrifies his foes but also delivers astonishingly high damage on the battlefield. This immense offensive capability makes him seem invincible in combat. Coupled with his titles and techniques that enhance sword-based skills, the damage output of this skill is exponentially increased, leaving Shen Qing in awe of its power. Confronted with such a powerful skill, Shen Qing can't help but wonder about the incredible damage it would inflict on other players. Throughout the entire game world, there probably isn't a single player who could withstand the might of Shen Qing's strike. Shen Qing clenched his fists in excitement, his satisfaction with the sky-splitting sword technique evident on his face. After mastering the skill, he walked to the immaculate jade wall, only to find that all the ancient characters had vanished, the wall's luster fading into an ordinary stone surface. Future players would see nothing but an empty, ordinary cave, missing out on Shen Qing's extraordinary fortune. As he assessed the loot from the fallen mystic spirit of the heavenly tome, Shen Qing was thrilled to discover the boss' generosity. Alongside several hundred gold coins, there were 4 pieces of golden gear and a skill book. Among them, a magnificent long sword with gleaming inscriptions caught his eye. This inscribed golden sword not only boasted immense power and agility, but also had impressive special effects and attack capabilities. The silver sword he had been using, Demon Slayer, was no longer sufficient for his needs, and reaching level 25 made him perfectly suited to wield this new, ornate weapon. In addition to the sword, Shen Qing acquired a necklace that increased mana regeneration, a pair of bracers with control skills, and a belt with a shield skill, although the high-level requirements meant he couldn't equip them just yet. The skill book, Runic Meteor, was particularly valuable, being the ultimate skill of the mystic spirit, offering excellent area effect damage. Although Shen Qing could learn it, he understood the importance of not overloading himself with too many skills at once and decided to hold off on learning this advanced technique. With the quest completed and the celestial skill obtained, Shen Qing prepared to return to the city to sell the skill book at a high price. Taking one last look at the mystical cave, he crushed a teleportation scroll, his figure dissolving into a flash of white light, instantly transporting him back to the bustling Sword Inquiry City. It was now the peak gaming hour of 10 p.m., with the highest number of players online. The East Gate Plaza was bustling with people. Shen Qing had created a detailed guide for the skill, Rune Starfall, and sent it to Moronghua. Over the past couple of days, the two had developed a strong rapport. As soon as Moronghua saw the guide, he knew Shen Qing had something new to sell. Without hesitation, he offered a price. Dreaming Flower, 20,000 gold coins. We'll take this skill book, Moronghua said. Carefree Wanderer, 20,000 is too little. It should be at least 30,000, Shen Qing replied. Dreaming Flower, we've collaborated so many times and have such a close relationship. Can't you give a little discount? Moronghua pleaded, attaching a picture of a cat pouting. Carefree Wanderer, no tricks, Shen Qing responded with a stern emoji. Friendship is friendship, business is business. You wouldn't want this skill book to be snatched up by other players, would you? Dreaming Flower. In the end, Shen Qing softened under Moronghua's pitiful bargaining and offered a slight discount, settling the deal for 29,998 gold coins. A few minutes later, the 3 Morong sisters arrived at the Eastgate Plaza. After a few days of refinement, their equipment was nearly perfect. Moronghua wore a scholar's robe with a green hairpin, holding an antique scroll, exuding an air of refined elegance like a lotus untouched by the mud. Morong Shui donned a beautifully curved female armor, her ample curves subtly outlined under the protective gear, accentuating her slender, white waist. Her long, enchanting legs beneath a silver battle skirt radiated youthful vitality. Morong Yu was dressed in a flowing light purple fairy dress, highlighting her graceful figure. A glowing mirror artifact floated beside her, emitting an ethereal aura. The 3 sisters, each with their own charm and goddess-like beauty, walked side by side, capturing the attention of many players in the plaza. Wow, look at those 3 beauties. Are they members of a girl group joining the game? Someone exclaimed. Pfft, what girl group? Those are the Fenghua Shuiyue sisters, the representatives of the biggest guild in Wanjian City. Another player corrected. I've decided. I must join Fenghua Shuiyue. Amidst the murmurs around him, Shen Qing couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, beauty is a woman's most powerful weapon. With the 3 sisters, Fenghua Shuiyue had an unparalleled advantage in this regard. Many high-level players joined the guild drawn by the sisters' popularity. Without them, relying on his own strength might not be enough to compete with other top characters in the game. If he could recruit these three sisters, he wouldn't need to worry about attracting members when establishing his guild. Brother Carefree, we meet again. The lively Morong Shui greeted Shen Qing first as the sisters approached. She noticed the golden sword hilt slung across his shoulder, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. He hurried over, staring intently at the gleaming golden blade, his heart racing with excitement. Could this be the legendary golden artifact, the inscribed magic sword, ranked #1 on the equipment list? He asked eagerly. As he spoke, he couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke the blade. Shen Qing watched as Morong Shui took the long sword, happily caressing the inscriptions on the blade as if she couldn't bear to part with it. With a smile, he asked, "Do you really like this sword? How about joining us? I'll give it to you as a welcoming gift." Morong Shui's eyes lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Really? Thank you." Morong Hua, standing nearby, shook his head in exasperation, feeling speechless at Shen Qing's actions. He frowned and advised Morong Shui not to be swayed by Shen Qing's sweet talk. However, Morong Shui seemed deeply captivated by Shen Qing's words, which made Morong Hua a bit worried. Morong Hua shifted the topic to the matter of trading the skill book. Morong Feng and Morong Yu were close combat warriors, while Morong Hua played a supportive and commanding role within the team. Since Morong Yu was a cultivation player, the skill book was specifically prepared for her. Shen Qing handed the skill book to Morong Yu and arranged for a unified settlement of accounts the next day at noon. In the game, acquiring a large amount of gold coins required cash transactions, and as a solo player, Shen Qing couldn't complete such transactions alone and had to seek cooperation with a powerful team like Feng Hua Shuiyu. After the transaction, Morong Shui and Morong Yu wanted to chat with Shen Qing a bit longer but were forcibly pulled away by Morong Hua, who used the excuse that their elder brother was waiting for support. They reluctantly bid farewell to Shen Qing, agreeing to level up together in the future. After seeing them off, Shen Qing replenished some supplies and prepared to head to a monster dense area to level up, improving his skill proficiency and attributes. Upon reaching a secluded high-level training zone, a figure suddenly flashed out from the bushes, attacking Shen Qing with a cold gleam. Shen Qing was startled but quickly dodged and blocked the attack with his bracer. He then created some distance, preparing to counterattack. Seeing the figure charging out of the bushes, Shen Qing was momentarily startled and then grinned. "Oh, it's you? Didn't get enough of a beating last time, huh? Still dare to come back for more?" The player launching this sneak attack on Shen Qing was none other than Gue Jianqiu, a relentless level grinder. Indeed, last time, Shen Qing had knocked him down a level, causing him to drop from the leaderboard. But in just over a day, he had climbed back to level 25, regaining his spot on the leaderboard. His experience with Shen Qing and dueling high-level bosses was impressive, earning him newfound respect. Gue Jianqiu, wielding a long spear, missed his initial strike but didn't follow up. He stared coldly at Shen Qing and said in a low voice, "I admit, your skills are impressive. I might not be a match for you right now, but I refuse to believe I can't beat you. I've figured out a way to counter your moves. This time, he'll definitely land a hit." Shen Qing was at a loss for words, looking at Gue Jianqiu with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Do you see me as a practice target? And even if you do, so what?" Gue Jianqiu raised his spear provocatively. "Afraid, are you? If you aren't scared of getting beaten, why should I be?" Shen Qing laughed nonchalantly. "I'm just worried that if I hit too hard, you'll be too scared to come back." "Arrogant, are we? Bring it on." Gue Jianqiu shouted coldly, lunging forward with his spear like a dragon, aiming directly at Shen Qing. Since being thoroughly outplayed by Shen Qing's near-perfect maneuvers yesterday, Gue Jianqiu had been restless, unable to find peace. He replayed every detail of their fight in his mind, even in his dreams. After much contemplation, he devised a few strategies to counter Shen Qing's techniques. He spent the entire day refining these moves and even paid an in-game informant to track Shen Qing's whereabouts. Upon learning that Shen Qing had gone out to level up, he eagerly pursued him, determined to prove himself once more. However, after just a few exchanges, before he could execute his meticulously planned strategies, Shen Qing suddenly vanished. Gue Jianqiu quickly turned to search but couldn't find him. Just as confusion set in, he felt a sharp pain in his back, struck by Shen Qing's sword, accompanied by a taunting voice, "Looking for me? I'm right here." Gue Jianqiu snorted and swung his spear backward, but only hit empty air. Then he noticed the shadow on the ground and realized that Shen Qing hadn't disappeared but had used a unique footwork technique to stay in his blind spot, creating the illusion of vanishing. Even though he saw through the technique, he couldn't find a way to counter it. Multiple attempts failed, and his health dwindled under Shen Qing's relentless attacks until he was left with just a sliver of life. Shen Qing finally stood before Gue Jianqiu, the blade of his sword pressed against Gue Jianqiu's neck. With a hint of a smile, he asked, "How does it feel?" Are you impressed? Gue Jianzhou gazed at Shen Qing, his eyes unfocused, overwhelmed by the experience. After a moment, he managed to suppress his excitement and asked with difficulty, "How did you execute that move just now?" The intricate footwork just now made Shen Qing raise an eyebrow. She sheathed her blade and answered Gue Jianzhou's question, explaining that the move was called Shadow Step. Gue Jianzhou repeated the name Shadow Step under his breath, marveling at the technique's ability to attack from blind spots. Shen Qing then asked amiably if he wanted to learn it. Gue Jianzhou, visibly shaken, looked at her in disbelief and asked, "Really?" Shen Qing smiled and said that she would teach him only if he was willing to do something for her. Gue Jianzhou, wary, insisted he wouldn't agree to serve anyone so easily. Shen Qing patiently explained that it was a simple trade, beneficial to both parties, and that the agreement could be terminated at any time without coercion. Understanding Gue Jianzhou's proud and unruly nature, she knew it wouldn't be easy to win him over and decided to take it slow. After hearing Shen Qing's terms, hesitation flickered in Gue Jianzhou's eyes. Shen Qing noticed his lingering pride and reluctance to yield. Suddenly, she raised her sword and launched an attack on Gue Jianzhou. Without hesitation, he met her challenge heat-in. They engaged in a fierce battle, relying solely on their physical skills without using any special techniques. As the fight progressed, Shen Qing's superior technique began to tilt the balance in her favor, pushing Gue Jianzhou to the brink of defeat. However, instead of giving up, he became even more excited and fought back with increased ferocity. After numerous intense clashes, Shen Qing eventually drove her sword into the ground and subdued Gue Jianzhou, using only her fists and feet. Standing over her fallen opponent, she once again presented her terms and asked if he would agree. Without a moment's hesitation, Gue Jianzhou accepted, having been thoroughly impressed by Shen Qing's skill and determination. The exceptional skills Shen Qing displayed in battle left him utterly amazed, as if a new world had opened up before him. He deeply understood the saying, "There's always someone better, and beyond the heavens, there are more heavens." His past self had been confined to what was in front of him, like a frog at the bottom of a well. Only by learning these combat techniques from Shen Qing could he achieve greater success in the game and realize his inner dreams. Hearing that Gue Jianzhou finally agreed to help him, Shen Qing felt relieved. After much effort, he had finally made this stubborn guy admit defeat. He extended a hand to help Gue Jianzhou up and said with a smile, "From now on, we're brothers. Let me hear you call me boss." Gue Jianzhou awkwardly called him boss, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but Shen Qing felt genuine satisfaction. Reflecting on how all the big shots from his previous life had failed without exception, and now the immortal demon god of the national server, Gue Jianzhou, was willing to call him brother and respectfully address him as boss, Shen Qing felt a unique sense of accomplishment. However, this sense of accomplishment was quickly shattered. Gue Jianzhou, with a determined look, clenched his fist and declared confidently, "Just because you're the boss today doesn't mean you'll always be the boss. Once I master all the techniques, I'll surpass you someday." Shen Qing showed an expression of disbelief and said to Gue Jianzhou, "You must not be very popular in real life, right?" Gue Jianzhou looked at Shen Qing in surprise and asked, "How did you know?" Shen Qing gently tapped his head and said, "Next time, you can think about such things in your mind. There's no need to say them out loud." Gue Jianzhou was silent for a moment, then changed the topic, asking, "So, should we start learning the techniques now?" Shen Qing calmly replied, "Learning techniques isn't something that can be rushed. Why be so eager?" Seeing Gue Jianzhou's eager face, he ruthlessly said, "It's already late. We should log off and rest." Gue Jianzhou exclaimed in surprise, "It's not even 11 p.m. yet." Shen Qing patiently explained, "Even though your nightlife is just beginning, I need to rest. Let's meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in Qingfeng Forest, and I'll teach you the techniques." Gue Jianzhou was shocked and said, 8 a.m.? Who can wake up that early? Shen Qing encouragingly patted Gue Jianzhou's shoulder and smiled, "Young man, as long as you have determination, you'll always find a way to overcome difficulties." Then he logged off to celebrate the initial recruitment of a powerful assistant, feeling elated. He ordered some late-night snacks to celebrate. When the delivery arrived, Shen Qing took the food back home. As he was opening the door, he heard an argument coming from the neighboring room. Shortly after, a young man with dyed red hair stormed out, and Su Yun stood at the door, clearly exhausted and looking quite upset. When Shen Qing saw him, she forced a slight smile and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, it's so late. I hope I didn't disturb your rest." Just finishing the game, Shen Qing wasn't ready to rest yet. He shook his head, signaling that he didn't want to be disturbed. Su Yun gave an awkward smile and gently closed the door behind her. Watching Su Yun disappear behind the door, Shen Qing couldn't help but sigh. This woman had been through so much misfortune. In the previous life, when the game merged with reality, Shen Qing had joined late and still had to work during the day, which made him initially weak. Luckily, Su Yun took care of him, helping him out during critical moments and even saving his life. These experiences brought them closer, breaking the usual boundaries between a tenant and a landlord. He got to know Su Yun's story. The young man who had just left the room was Su Yun's so-called brother, but they weren't actually related by blood. Su Yun's mother had married his stepfather, which was how she ended up with this brother. Su Yun's husband had died less than a year after their marriage, leaving her to struggle alone in the city. Through her intelligence and hard work, she built a business with several shops. However, her stepfather and brother coveted her wealth, frequently asking her for money and even causing trouble at her stores, making her life miserable. When the game merged with reality, it was the betrayal of her stepfather and brother that led a major guild to target Su Yun, ultimately driving her to a tragic end. Shen Qing, outraged by the injustice, had to go on the run. Reflecting on the helplessness of his previous life, Shen Qing deeply felt the frustration of being unable to change the tragic events due to his own weakness. He was determined that this time, he would not let the same thing happen again. He vowed to rise quickly, become the strongest, and change the course of destiny. After the recent incident, Shen Qing felt a bit down. He didn't have the appetite for the takeout he had just bought, so he put it in the fridge, washed up, and went to bed. The next morning, Shen Qing got up early, went to the kitchen, and cooked a bowl of tomato stir-fried noodles. After eating, he logged into the game, ran for a few minutes, and arrived at Qingfeng Forest to start farming monsters. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared not far away as a player logged in. He was wearing armor and holding a long spear. It was Gue Jianqiu. Yawning continuously, Gue Jianqiu perked up when he saw Shen Qing and eagerly asked, "Boss, when will you teach me how to play?" Shen Qing smiled slightly, looking appreciatively at the young man in front of him who was eager to become stronger. As Mastery once said, a true master always harbors a humble heart. They don't need to resort to threats or bribes. The seeds of a top player lie deep within them. With the right guidance, they can grow into unbeatable champions. Shen Qing promised to teach Gue Jianqiu some advanced techniques and stayed true to his word. Nodding, he unhesitatingly demonstrated a few basic moves. He then repeatedly demonstrated each step, breaking them down and explaining them in detail to Gue Jianqiu. These so-called techniques were mostly derived from the martial arts of various sects in the game Mythology Online. These sects had refined their skills over countless generations, passing down incredibly intricate and profound movement techniques. However, no current player had successfully reached the second tier of advancement. They were all on the fringes of their sects, not even having set foot in their sect's main hall, let alone access these advanced techniques. Shen Qing seized this opportunity. He showed Gue Jianqiu what he would eventually get to learn in the future. Gue Jianqiu, unaware of this, watched in awe as Shen Qing moved gracefully like a butterfly among flowers, listening intently to the detailed explanation. It was as if a new world had been unveiled before him. His admiration for Shen Qing grew stronger, convinced that he had found the right mentor. Even if he had to play the role of a subordinate for a while, it was worth it to gain real knowledge. Shen Qing spent half an hour teaching Gue Jianqiu a movement technique called Pujun Step, which perfectly complemented Gue Jianqiu's innate talents, and then let him practice on his own. Gue Jianqiu had a remarkable ability to learn and quickly grasped the fundamentals of the technique. Filled with enthusiasm, he charged into a group of king wind butterflies, his spear dancing as he began his practical training. Shen Qing observed for a moment and noticed that Gue Jianqiu's approach to fighting monsters was straightforward and brutal. He would charge into the group, let the monsters beat him down to low health, then use a defense skill to boost his resistances. By leveraging his high health regeneration to withstand attacks, he maintained a safe health threshold of around 30. Simultaneously, he took advantage of the damage boost from being at low health, increasing his output and using a few attack skills to effortlessly slay 5 or 6 level 29 elite monsters, the King Wind Butterflies. Aware that Shen Qing was watching, Gue Jianqiu deliberately showcased his strength, wanting Shen Qing to understand that, despite his lesser operational skills, his talent and abilities were equally impressive. Just as he was about to gauge Shen Qing's reaction, he saw Shen Qing casually wave his hand. In an instant, dozens of piercing silver sword energies formed and shot out like a storm. With a burst of over 10,000 points of damage, 7 or 8 King Wind Butterflies were instantly annihilated. Gue Jianqiu's eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly hitting the ground as he marveled at Shen Qing's incredible prowess. Shen Qing was startled by Gue Jianqiu's sudden exclamation, feeling as if he had been struck by an unexpected blow. He glanced at Gue Jianqiu, a bit speechless, and calmly remarked, "What's the point of these exaggerated screams? If you want to challenge the monsters, stay away from me and don't try to steal my targets." Shen Qing then turned and silently walked away, gripping his spear, determined to venture to the edge of the map and continue exploring the unknown. Gue Jianqiu muttered under his breath, "Even if I wanted to steal your targets, I'd have to be able to beat you first." At 11:50, Shen Qing received a private message from Morong Hua, which instantly lifted his spirits. He quickly gathered Gue Jianqiu to head back to town and sent him off to buy some much-needed potions. Shen Qing couldn't help but feel grateful. Having such a capable subordinate made many mundane tasks much easier, saving him both time and energy. Walking into Fuxing Tea House, Shen Qing immediately spotted the four Morong siblings sitting around a square table, leisurely enjoying the tranquility of the place. Morong Shui and Morong Yu stood up enthusiastically and waved. Morong Hua nodded with a smile, while Morong Feng gazed at Shen Qing with a cold, seemingly displeased expression. After greeting them, Shen Qing opened the trade panel and unhesitatingly placed some low-value equipment on it. Morong Hua added 200,000 gold coins to the trade panel. Apart from Morong Shui's job change quest and a rune skill book, Shen Qing had sold them high-level equipment he had acquired over the past few days, finally amassing 200,000 gold coins. The transaction was swiftly completed, and Shen Qing couldn't wait to feed the Jujuan Immortal Stone. Just as he was about to leave, Morong Shui grabbed his sleeve, her lively eyes shimmering with curiosity. She asked, "Xiaoyao Gidge, do you have time this afternoon?" Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and glanced at the four siblings. Morong Hua spoke up, "We obtained a secret realm scroll and would like to invite you to join us. Are you interested?" Shen Qing was more than willing and immediately agreed. He then inquired, "Does this secret realm have a participant limit?" Morong Shui replied, "It's a 5-person secret realm, so aside from the four of us, there's only one spot left." Morong Yu added with a smile, "So naturally, we thought of you first, Xiaoyao Gidge." Morong Hua teased, "Do you have other companions in mind?" At that moment, a cheerful voice suddenly rang out, "Boss, the potions are ready. When are we heading out?" Everyone turned to see Gue Jianqiu, much to their surprise. Shen Qing was also taken aback and asked, "Do you know each other already?" Morong Hua casually responded, "We met yesterday." Gue Jianqiu stood tall and confident, saying, "Defeating you was just a fluke, nothing to brag about." Morong Feng slammed the table in anger, glaring at Gue Jianqiu with gritted teeth, refusing to accept it. "You only won because of your talent. What right do you have to be so smug?" He believed that only the weak make excuses for their failures, while the strong never complain about their abilities. Shen Qing, seeing the situation, hurriedly stopped Morong Feng's impulsiveness and sternly reprimanded him, "Young man, don't be disrespectful. Master Morong is my friend." Morong Shui also tried to calm Morong Feng, saying, "Don't be angry. After all, losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of." Morong Feng felt a surge of frustration at her words, experiencing an indescribable sense of defeat. He looked at Morong Shui and Morong Yu, feeling both angry and helpless, unsure how to vent his emotions. After Morong Hua's explanation, Shen Qing finally understood the situation. As one of the few top-ranked players in Wanjin City, Gue Jianqiu had always been in the spotlight. The siblings had approached him yesterday, hoping to recruit him, but Gue Jianqiu, being arrogant, refused their offer. He made it clear that he wouldn't follow the weak and that to recruit him, they had to defeat him in an unknown duel. Thus, he and Morong Feng engaged in a fierce battle. Gue Jianqiu's strength was formidable. Although not on par with Shen Qing, he easily defeated Morong Feng thanks to his natural talent. This victory boosted his confidence, and he challenged Shen Qing again that evening. When the Morong family learned that Gue Jianqiu had become Shen Qing's subordinate, they were shocked. Despite their brief encounter with Gue Jianqiu, they had felt his arrogance deeply. This proud and self-assured man, who refused to be subordinate to anyone, had changed his attitude in just one day and agreed to serve Shen Qing. This left the Morong siblings in disbelief, making them realize Shen Qing's extraordinary nature and filling them with high expectations for his future. Curious, Morong Shui tugged at Shen Qing's sleeve and asked, "Brother Xiaoyao, how did you get him to acknowledge you as the leader?" Shen Qing smiled and replied, "Actually, before he acknowledged me as his leader, we had only met twice, and both times he came to find me." He shrugged modestly and said, "Maybe it's just personal charm." Upon hearing this, Gue Jianqiu and the Morong siblings felt a sense of admiration. Originally, the plan was to help Gue Jianqiu improve his skills, but due to the need to explore the secret realm map with the Morong siblings, this plan had to be postponed. After these events, the bond between Shen Qing and his companions grew even stronger. Shen Qing is a composed young man. As he stepped out of the tea house, a serious expression crossed his face. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to take on another task, heading to Wui Lane in the afternoon to help Widow's son carry water. Walking through the bustling streets, Shen Qing felt a sense of anticipation and curiosity about this new task. He pondered how he could assist Widow's son and make her life a bit easier. Despite the simplicity of the task, Shen Qing's kind heart drove him to do his part in helping others. Upon arriving at Wui Lane, Shen Qing discovered that the well at Widow's son's home had run dry, and she was anxiously waiting for water. Seeing this, Shen Qing immediately showed his helpful nature by offering to fetch water. Widow's son looked at Shen Qing with gratitude, her heart filled with appreciation and emotion. During the process of carrying water, Shen Qing and Widow's son chatted a lot, and he learned that her life was quite challenging. Even though Widow's son lived in poverty, she remained optimistic and strong, full of hope for the future. Shen Qing was deeply moved by her optimism and resilience. and he resolved to pay more attention to those in need in his future work, using his actions to warm more hearts. When Shen Qing returned to Widow Sun's home with the filled water containers, he saw her beaming smile, and his heart was filled with satisfaction and joy. He realized that helping others was not just a responsibility but also a fulfilling experience. Shen Qing decided to pass on this kindness, so that more people could feel warmth and care. When Shen Qing heard that he needed to help Widow Sun fetch water, he felt a wave of confusion. Scratching his head with a puzzled look, he asked, "I don't even know Widow Sunday. Why should I help her fetch water? I barely have enough time to grind and level up. How can I spare time for such things?" Patting Gue Jianqiu on the shoulder, he mysteriously advised, "Not just today, but every day from now on. Remember, be kind-hearted and sweet-tongued. Keep this young widow happy, and you will reap great benefits. You'll understand in the future." Gue Jianqiu silently repeated Shen Qing's words, still somewhat perplexed. But since Shen Qing said so, he reluctantly agreed. After seeing Gue Jianqiu off, Shen Qing wandered alone in the city, eventually finding a secluded corner. He took out a 9-turn immortal stone from his bag and gently held it in his palm. Without hesitation, he poured all his gold coins into the bag. Instantly, a clear bell chime rang out, and several notifications popped up on the game interface. You fed 10,000 gold coins to the 9-turn immortal stone, enhancing its quality to legendary. You fed 100,000 gold coins to the 9-turn immortal stone, enhancing its quality to mythical. You fed 210,000 gold coins to the 9-turn immortal stone, significantly enhancing its quality. Current reward level, mythical. Shen Qing was secretly delighted. Just 100,000 gold coins had upgraded the 9-turn immortal stone to the mythical level. Although the additional 10,000 coins didn't further upgrade the reward level, it significantly enhanced the final reward's quality. In the game Mythical OL, possessing a mythical item was an extraordinary treasure, containing exceptional power. Even with Shen Qing's knowledge from his past life, understanding various opportunities in the game, most were just ordinary chances, like secret realm entrances, boss locations, or hidden quests. Opportunities to obtain mythical level rewards were extremely rare. For a reborn player like Shen Qing, a mythical level item was undeniably precious and highly desirable. Watching the 9-turn immortal stone floating quietly in his palm, radiating brilliant light, Shen Qing eagerly awaited the arrival of 8 o'clock, curious to see what surprises this gift from the 9 heavens goddess would bring. The 9-turn immortal stone was a special item bound to his identity, meaning it wouldn't be lost even if Shen Qing died and lost levels. Therefore, he didn't store it in the warehouse but kept it in his game bag. After dealing with the 9-turn immortal stone, Shen Qing logged off to rest, took out the leftover takeout from last night, and heated it in the microwave. After eating, he sat at his desk and planned his goals for the next few days in the game. At 1 p.m. sharp, he logged back in and headed to the drawbridge outside the East Gate to meet up with the Murong family's 4 siblings. Together, they went to an uninhabited leveling area. Murong Feng took out the mysterious scroll of the secret realm and crushed it without hesitation. Suddenly, the sky lit up with dazzling runes, and 5 figures vanished. In the next moment, they found themselves in a dimly lit secret realm. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed within them. Ahead stood an ancient 7-story stone tower, marked by the passage of time. The tower was covered with old yellow talismans, exuding a mysterious aura. As they pushed open the large door, it emitted a piercing creak. The door seemed to have been sealed for a long time, emanating a decayed scent. A pale moonlight streamed into the hall, illuminating a small part of the floor, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness. When they stepped inside, the door suddenly closed on its own, making the atmosphere even more eerie and sinister. The girls in the group started to feel frightened, and Murong Shui and Murong Yu's faces grew more tense as they instinctively moved closer to Shen Qing. Murong Shui couldn't help but say, "This place feels so creepy, like it's haunted." Shen Qing raised his sword in a guiding gesture, and his enchanted blade emitted a brilliant light, illuminating their surroundings. They saw several skeletal soldiers ahead, clad in armor, their flesh long decayed. These were level 30 elite monsters, the skeleton swordsmen. Disturbed, the skeleton swordsmen let out a howl and charged at them, brandishing their rusty iron swords. Murong Shui, however, was more intrigued by Shen Qing's weapon control technique than the approaching threat. She excitedly asked, "Brother Xiaoyao, how did you do that skill just now? It looked amazing." Shen Qing explained, "That was just sword control, increasing attack range without extra damage." Murong Feng snorted in dissatisfaction and charged at the skeleton soldiers. Wielding a large blade, he roared and unleashed a cyan blade light, using the Shen level skill, Wind Slash. The cyan blade light cut through 5 skeleton soldiers, dealing massive damage. Murong Feng's output capability was top tier among melee players. It seemed he wanted to prove to his sisters that flashy skills were no match for true strength. Murong Hua was well aware of Murong Feng's prowess. Seeing that his skills could only inflict minor damage on the skeletal swordsman, Mu Ronghua's expression grew serious. Without hesitation, he activated a skill to cast a powerful shield on Mu Rongfeng. Then, with a steady voice, he began to command the entire team. Xiaoxue, don't waste time. These monsters are strong, and we can't afford to be careless. You focus on slowing them down and join me in drawing their aggro, taking turns to attract their attention. Ayu, use your Cloudbind technique to control one of the monsters first, then go all out with your attacks. Xiaoyao, you. However, at that moment, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the sky. Dozens of sharp silver sword auras came whizzing down like a storm, striking the skeletal soldiers with fierce precision. Damage numbers exceeding 20,000 exploded in succession, instantly shattering the 5 imposing skeletal swordsmen into pieces that scattered across the ground. In an instant, they lay harmless and defeated. Shen Qing sheathed her sword and turned to Mu Ronghua with a smile. Sorry, I was casting a skill just now and didn't catch what you were saying. Mu Ronghua stared at Shen Qing with wide eyes, his expression filled with disbelief. His eyes were round with surprise and awe. Shen Qing had just reduced several skeletal swordsmen to fragments with a single move, leaving Mu Rongfeng both shocked and embarrassed. Moments ago, Mu Rongfeng had been boasting, but Shen Qing effortlessly obliterated 5 level 30 elite monsters as if performing magic, catching him completely off guard. Mu Rongshui and Mu Rongyu were also stunned, their beautiful eyes wide and their mouths forming perfect O's, as if they could fit an egg inside. Shen Qing's 10,000 swords technique displayed terrifying power, with each hit dealing over 20,000 damage, leaving everyone in awe. In stark contrast, Mu Rongfeng's earlier skills had only dealt less than 2,000 damage, creating a dramatic disparity that was hard to believe. Mu Rongshui couldn't help but swallow and asked in confusion, Brother Xiaoyao, just how high is your attack power? The others also turned their attention to Shen Qing, eagerly awaiting his response. Shen Qing brought up his stats panel and calmly replied, just under 3,000 points. Specifically, how much is it? 2,999 points. The 4 siblings of the Murong family fell silent. Although their levels were similar to Shen Qing's, even Murong Shui, who had joined a hidden sect and learned high-level techniques, only had an attack power of 1,500 points. Even considering Shen Qing's superior equipment, including the server's only golden sword, an increase of a few hundred points in attack power would already be impressive. However, Shen Qing's attack power had nearly doubled, which seemed almost exaggerated. In reality, Shen Qing hadn't mentioned that the 2999 attack power was just the base figure. Taking into account the bonuses from his titles and techniques for sword attacks, his actual attack power exceeded 4,000 points. This monstrous attack power left Mu Rongshui sighing in amazement. She muttered under her breath, with such a ridiculous attack power, how can anyone else even compete? Mu Ronghua's eyes flickered with thought as he asked, your high attack power must be related to your innate talent in the game, right? Mu Rongfeng also curiously inquired, could it be that you have a heavenly tier talent? Shen Qing nodded, without mentioning his immortal tier talent. At this stage of the game, no other player had awakened an immortal tier talent, so in the minds of the players, a heavenly tier talent was considered the pinnacle of exceptional abilities. Upon hearing that Shen Qing possessed a heavenly tier talent, the 4 members of the Murong family suddenly understood. Mu Rongyu looked at Shen Qing with envy and said, people with heavenly tier talents are like they're playing with cheats. Each one is more powerful than the last. Why can't I awaken a heavenly tier talent? Hearing this, Shen Qing's expression turned a bit peculiar. According to reports, although none of the 4 Murong siblings have awakened a heaven tier talent, they all possess rare earth tier abilities. Especially the twins, Mu Rongshui and Mu Rongyu, who have a twin talent that allows them to collaborate seamlessly. The power they exhibit when working together is in no way inferior to any ordinary heaven tier talent. Mu Rongfeng felt secretly pleased, thinking that despite such advantageous conditions, there were still people envious of him, which he found both amusing and ironic. Born into the wealthy Murong family, they had access to vast resources and numerous subordinates at their command, a background that any heaven tier talent could only dream of. Shen Qing smiled and said, in this game, many factors determine ultimate success, and talent is just one of them. Only people like us, who are less fortunate, would rely on talent to achieve wealth. For you siblings, who command a massive guild like Feng Hua Shuiyu, the resources and treasures you'll acquire in the future are the true keys to boundless potential. Mu Ronghua chuckled lightly and said, Xiaoyao, you're being too modest. Even a rebellious genius like Gue Jianqiu has been easily recruited by you. Your future achievements in the game will certainly not be inferior to those of Feng Hua Shuiyu. Mu Rongfeng stood quietly to the side with a knife in his hand, watching Shen Qing and his 3 sisters chat happily. He felt somewhat redundant and wanted to speak several times, but found he had nothing to say. With an awkward expression on his face, he cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, all right, enough chit-chat. From what I saw outside, this tower has 7 floors. Let's hurry up and start clearing the monsters. Everyone agreed with Morong Feng's suggestion and immediately continued their journey, beginning their exploration. With Shen Qing's powerful output, the ordinary monsters at the base of the tower were as fragile as paper and were easily defeated. Meanwhile, Morong Shui and Morong Yu chatted about various topics around Shen Qing, trying to probe into his background. Shen Qing was well aware of their intentions but handled it effortlessly, chatting and laughing with them while defeating monsters, leaving them both astonished. At that moment, Morong Feng, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly let out a scream and flew back like a broken kite, landing at their feet. Clutching his chest and groaning in pain, he said, "Stop talking. The boss is here." Everyone looked up to see a towering, formidable skeletal general emerging from the shadows, wielding heavy dual hammers and exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The level 30 bronze tier boss, the skeleton general, descended with an imposing presence. As the boss appeared, everyone grew solemn and prepared for battle. Morong Shui, wielding a sharp sword with snowflakes swirling around her, smiled at Shen Qing and asked, "Brother Xiaoyao, you easily defeated the smaller monsters before. Do you think you can take down this boss just as swiftly?" Shen Qing pondered briefly and nodded. "Perhaps I can give it a try." Throughout the continuous monster hunts, Shen Qing had been honing his skill, the 10,000 sword technique. With repeated practice and the enhancement from the sword god of 10 Mile Slope, he had finally perfected the skill. Now, he fixed his gaze on the boss, and in a swift movement, unleashed the 10,000 sword technique. 60 sharp blades of silver sword energy converged, surging towards the boss like a torrent. The sword energy clashed against the boss's armor with a crisp sound, and the damage numbers soared. The boss's health plummeted rapidly, leaving the members of the Morong family in stunned silence. Morong Feng was left speechless in astonishment, while Shen Qing, undeterred, unleashed the celestial skill, Heaven-Splitting Sword. A massive sword shadow instantly cleaved towards the boss, its brilliance dazzling and power overwhelming. Under the sword shadow's might, the boss shattered into pieces, leaving everyone in utter shock and disbelief. Morong Hua, Morong Shui, and Morong Yu were also left dumbfounded, their minds seemingly frozen, unable to speak. Just now, Morong Shui jokingly asked Shen Qing if he could instantly take down the boss, but she never expected that he actually did it. Strictly speaking, he used only 2 skills, so it wasn't a complete instant kill. Nonetheless, this feat was already astonishing. In just a few seconds, with only 2 skills, he defeated a level 30 bronze tier boss with 500,000 HP. If not witnessed firsthand, no player would believe it. Even seeing it with their own eyes, it still felt unreal, as if they were in a dream. Watching the 4 siblings stare at him in shock, Shen Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. The reason he agreed to join Feng Hua Shuiyu in this dungeon today was not just to share in the rich experience and loot, but also to showcase his strength. In Shen Qing's view, to quickly build a powerful force in the game, he needed the help of Feng Hua Shuiyu. Although the siblings always claimed to consider him an ally, Shen Qing knew this was just polite talk. In their hearts, he was at best a bit stronger than an average lone player. Compared to the leaders of the major guilds who could navigate the game effortlessly, he still had a long way to go. However, with the power he just displayed, Shen Qing believed their perception of him would change. From now on, his words would carry more weight with them. Morong Shui stared blankly at the spot where the boss had stood, her chest heaving under her armor, and softly asked, "Xiaoyao brother, what was that skill you used to take down 200,000 HP from the boss?" "Its power is terrifying." Shen Qing smiled slightly and candidly said, "That move just now is called Sky-Splitting Sword." Upon hearing this, Morong Shui couldn't help but recall the spectacular scene of the massive sword sweeping across and asked, "Such a powerful skill. Isn't it a legendary heaven tier skill?" Shen Qing shook his head and replied, "No, this is an immortal tier skill." Mentioning this extraordinary skill, a hint of mystery flickered in Shen Qing's eyes as he revealed the ultimate reward he had obtained from a quest triggered accidentally the previous day. The Morong siblings were intrigued and couldn't hide their excitement. Could it be that there are skills in the game even higher than heaven tier? Shen Qing nodded, indicating the possibility, and humbly said, "I happened to acquire this skill by chance. I don't know the specifics either." The siblings trusted Shen Qing's words, given that the game had just launched, and much of the information needed to be discovered by the players themselves. Learning about the existence of immortal tier skills was a significant revelation for them. After the first floor boss was defeated, the stairs leading to the second floor appeared. The 4 members of the Morong family proceeded up the stairs. This 70-year ancient tower was already a highly challenging map at this stage. If they relied solely on the 4 of them, it would likely take an entire day to clear. However, with Shen Qing's addition, their monster clearing efficiency improved significantly. It took them just over 4 hours to successfully clear 7 bosses, including 3 bronze tier, 2 silver tier, and 2 gold tier bosses. As the main damage dealer, Shen Qing had the right to choose the equipment, and he took 2 pieces of gold tier equipment. Additionally, Shen Qing's level increased to 28. Just 2 more levels, and he would undergo his second class change, unlocking a whole new sect identity and quest system. This was a huge advancement for them. However, as the game progressed, leveling up became increasingly difficult. Especially from level 29 to 30, the experience required was more than the total needed from level 21 to 29. Since Shen Qing practiced the Heaveneer technique Xian Jian Fei Xian Gong, the experience required was several times that of other players. Quickly leveling up to 30 was no easy task. After defeating the final boss, they discovered a mysterious chest in the tower hall. Inside was a Heaveneer skill book called Gale's Ultimate Slash and a legendary grade Bloodline Awakening Stone. Shen Qing's heart skipped a beat when he saw the skill book, as it was the signature skill of Murong Feng in his previous life. The appearance of the Bloodline Awakening Stone brought them even more excitement. In the game Mythology Online, the Bloodline system is considered a unique feature, akin to talents, that can significantly enhance a player's overall power. One of the most effective ways to awaken a bloodline is through a Bloodline Awakening Stone. The higher the grade of the Awakening Stone, the higher the level of the awakened bloodline. Last night, when the Qianqiuweyang team successfully defeated a Golden Hair boss and obtained a legendary Bloodline Awakening Stone, the entire team erupted in excitement. The Murong family's 4 siblings had joy in their eyes as they gazed at the 2 treasures in the chest, filled with delight. Murong Hua looked at Shen Qing with admiration and softly said, "Xiaoyao, you should choose one this time. Your contribution was immense." Shen Qing glanced at the 4 of them, his heart warming, especially when he saw Murong Shui and Murong Yu staring at the Awakening Stone. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "These spoils were earned through your efforts. I was just along for the ride. I'm already satisfied with the 2 golden tier pieces of equipment. You siblings should decide how to distribute these 2 treasures among yourselves." Shen Qing's generosity surprised everyone present, but in reality, he didn't value these treasures much. The skill book wasn't related to the sword skills he practiced, and the legendary Bloodline Awakening Stone didn't appeal to him either. He knew how to obtain legendary Awakening Stones, but the Murong siblings were unaware of his thoughts. Hearing Shen Qing's generous offer to give up the 2 treasures, the Murong siblings were moved. Even Murong Feng, who had previously underestimated Shen Qing, began to change his opinion. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly said, "Since Brother Xiaoyao is so selfless, we won't be overly polite. These 2 treasures are extremely important to us, but we don't want you to suffer any losses. We are willing to pay 20,000 gold coins as compensation." Given the current exchange rate, this was equivalent to 400,000 renminbi. Shen Qing readily accepted the proposal, and both parties were satisfied. Murong Feng obtained a wind element skill book suitable for him, while the legendary Bloodline Awakening Stone was decided to be used by Murong Shui, who had joined a hidden sect and mastered advanced cultivation techniques. Murong Shui did not hesitate to use the Awakening Stone. The ancient-looking stone emitted a gentle, milky white light that merged into her chest. Her body began to glow softly, slowly rising as mysterious runes appeared around her, eventually condensing into a snowflake-shaped mark on her forehead. As the light faded, Murong Shui gently descended back to the ground. The siblings eagerly gathered around, unable to contain their excitement as they asked, "Xiaoxue, did you successfully awaken your bloodline?" Xiaoxue nodded slightly, her expression calm. As she opened her eyes, her frosty blue irises, clear as ice crystals, were revealed. Her entire aura seemed to turn much cooler. With a soft voice, she said, "I have awakened the Frost Spirit body." Frost Spirit? Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flashed in their eyes, and they eagerly asked, "What exactly are its magical effects?" Murong Shui proudly lifted her chin and said with joy, "Regarding the bloodline effects, all ice-related skills will consume 20 less energy, their power will increase by 20, and resistance to ice damage will be doubled. Additionally, the experience required to level up ice attributes will be reduced by 10. Murong Feng and the others were immediately overjoyed upon hearing this. They excitedly remarked, "The techniques and skills of Luo Tian Palace mainly focus on ice attributes. With the bloodline boost of the Frost Spirit, our strength will greatly increase. Plus, with a 10 reduction in the experience required to level up, progressing will be much easier in the future." Seeing the excited expressions of the Murong siblings, Shen Qing simply smiled faintly and offered a brief congratulation without further comment. In reality, although the legendary bloodline effects of the Frost Spirit aren't particularly astounding, merely slightly better than the lowest level of rare bloodlines, having such a bloodline boost in the early stages of the game gives players a significant competitive edge, allowing them to grow stronger like a snowball effect. This successful monster hunting trip concluded on a high note. After saying their goodbyes, everyone went their separate ways. Shen Qing checked the time. It was already past 6 in the evening, and the 9-turn Immortal Stone draw was less than an hour away. He decided to invest the 20,000 gold coins Murong Feng had given him into the 9-turn Immortal Stone. After logging off, He planned to grab dinner at a nearby small restaurant and take a walk before logging back in to wait for the draw. However, just as he was about to leave, he heard someone knocking on the door. Unexpectedly, they bumped into each other when he opened it. Feeling a soft body collide into his arms and catching a whiff of her fragrance, Shen Qing immediately recognized who it was. Surprised, he helped Su Yun up and asked, "Yunjie, what are you doing here?" Su Yun was also taken aback by the sudden intimate contact, her cheeks slightly flushed. But as a mature woman, she quickly composed herself, tidied her hair, and cleared her throat before saying, "I received a task that's quite urgent and needs to be completed within 3 hours. I wanted to ask if you have time to help. Of course, I'll pay you." How does 1,000 yuan per hour sound? Shen Qing smiled. For an average player, 1,000 yuan per hour is quite a generous offer. But for him, such a reward was not appealing. Even if it were 10,000 yuan per hour, he wouldn't be tempted. Su Yun assigned a task this time, and Shen Qing agreed without hesitation. Grateful, he said, "No problem, leave it to me. Just tell me the exact location." Su Yun blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Shen Qing with a hint of concern, asking, "Are you sure you can complete this task? What if you can't?" Shen Qing, full of confidence, patted his chest and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, there's nothing I can't do. If even I can't handle it, then no one in this game can." Despite Shen Qing's confidence, Su Yun still looked at him skeptically and teased, "Do you think you're the legendary top player Ren Xiaoyao?" Nevertheless, Su Yun knew well enough about Shen Qing's abilities to believe he had a good chance of succeeding. So, she didn't ask further and directly gave her location. "I'm in Feihua City right now. Meet me at the West Gate. Were you about to go eat? Help me with this task first, and I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight." Shen Qing gladly agreed. After seeing Su Yun off, he returned to his room, took a sip of water, lay down on his bed, and put on his gaming helmet to log into the game. Shen Qing had prepared everything before logging off last time his potions were stocked, and his equipment was in perfect condition. Thus, he quickly logged in and arrived at the teleportation point in Wanjian City, spending some gold to teleport to Feihua City. With a flash of light, Shen Qing found himself in a city completely different from Wanjian City. Feihua City was filled with flowers and trees, the air carried a fragrant scent, and petal-shaped light rain fell from the sky. This enchanting atmosphere attracted many female players. Having visited Feihua City multiple times, Shen Qing was no longer captivated by its beauty like new players were. He hurried to the West Gate, and from a distance, he saw a beautiful woman standing by the moat, dressed in a light purple gown and holding a flute, exuding a mature charm that was irresistible. This was Su Yun. Shen Qing recognized her immediately. He turned off his hidden game ID and quietly approached her from behind, softly calling, "Sister Yun, I'm here." Su Yun turned around and, seeing Shen Qing in his armor, couldn't help but praise, "I didn't expect you to look even more handsome in the game than in real life." Suddenly, she noticed the game ID above Shen Qing's head and exclaimed in surprise, "Ren Xiaoyao?" Shen Qing blinked playfully and looked at Su Yun's utterly surprised and adorable expression. "How about this? The #1 player on the leaderboard, personally helping you with your quest. Am I qualified enough?" Su Yun stared at Shen Qing, dumbfounded, still finding it hard to believe. The top player on the leaderboard was none other than her next-door neighbor. In just a few days, he had become a sensation in the game, sparking countless discussions online. Everyone was speculating about the true identity of the legendary Ren Xiaoyao, especially considering that just moments ago, she had joked with Shen Qing offline, saying, "You're not Ren Xiaoyao." Thinking about it now, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This little rascal had been pretending to be clueless, probably laughing at her internally. Su Yun couldn't help but feel both ashamed and annoyed, shooting Shen Qing an irritated glance. Shen Qing knew better than to tease her any further. Suppressing his laughter, he said seriously, "All right, Yunjie, doesn't your quest have a time limit? We should get started. Remember, I charge by the hour." Hearing Shen Qing mention the task at hand, Su Yun managed to calm her racing thoughts. She hesitated for a moment, looking at Shen Qing with concern. "Are you sure helping me won't waste your time? I've heard that top players like you have very precious time, always busy leveling up and chasing achievements. If you're too busy, I can find someone else to help me." Shen Qing felt a pang of admiration. This was what he loved most about Su Yun, her ability to think from others' perspectives even when her own situation was tough. She didn't know he was Ren Xiaoyao. To her, he was just a young man struggling to make his way in the world, having lost his job and now trying to make a name for himself in the game. Shen Qing suspected that her request for paid assistance was partly to help him out financially, without hurting his pride. Even upon learning his true identity, her first thought was not to exploit his skills but to worry about wasting his time. Shen Qing was someone who repaid kindness and held grudges. In his past life, he had received much help and emotional support from Su Yun. Over the past year of renting, her many acts of kindness had deeply moved him. Though his leveling time was indeed valuable, it wasn't something he couldn't spare. He waved his hand dismissively, looking at Su Yun with a sincere expression. Yunjie, I've always appreciated your kindness towards me. Your matters are my matters. No need to be so polite. Su Yun was taken aback by Shen Qing's sudden earnestness, momentarily lost in thought. Her heart fluttered involuntarily. She quickly turned slightly to the side, glancing elsewhere, and said softly, "All right, I got it. Let's hurry and complete the task." With that, she led Shen Qing across the suspension bridge towards the leveling area in the distance. Along the way, she patiently explained the task details. It was only then that Shen Qing finally understood. Su Yun had asked him to help with a hidden factions job change quest. The task itself was quite straightforward. Within 3 hours, they needed to traverse 3 maps, gather 3 types of herbs, and successfully concoct a pill. If they succeeded, she would transition into a new role, gaining the valuable legacy of the wandering healer lineage. Strictly speaking, the task wasn't particularly difficult. Although Su Yun, being a disciple of the support faction Fantasy Sound Valley, had no offensive abilities and was only around level 20, collecting herbs alone in those high-level maps posed some risk. However, with some money spent to hire a few high-level players for protection, it should be easily accomplished. Yet, Shen Qing vividly remembered that in the previous life, Su Yun had always remained an ordinary disciple of Fantasy Sound Valley. She had no special opportunities and was left vulnerable in the chaotic world, often bullied. This led him to 2 possible conclusions. Either his rebirth caused a butterfly effect, granting Su Yun this special opportunity she hadn't encountered before, or Su Yun had received this task in the previous life but failed due to some unforeseen incident. Shen Qing leaned more towards the latter possibility. His eyes glimmered with determination, his previously relaxed attitude becoming serious. He recalled how Su Yun had occasionally sighed when talking about experts who changed their fate by joining hidden factions. At the time, he didn't understand what she was lamenting. Now, he wondered if she regretted failing this task. If she had succeeded in becoming a hidden profession, would her fate have been less tragic? Turning slightly, he looked at Su Yun's gentle and serene face, always adorned with a faint smile. Shen Qing silently vowed that, having been given another chance at life, he would not let her face the same regrets again. Noticing Shen Qing's gaze, Su Yun blinked and asked curiously, "Why are you staring at me?" "Nothing, Yunjie. You're just really beautiful." Smooth talker. Despite the fact that the 3 types of herbs Su Yun needed to collect were guarded by level 30 or higher monsters, it posed no threat to Shen Qing. Under his protection, the task proceeded smoothly. In just over an hour, they successfully gathered 2 types of herbs and arrived at the location of the third, a small valley named Moonlight Valley. There, they began collecting the third herb, Moonlight Grass. As long as they gathered 100 stalks, the task would be complete. The 2 of them had just arrived at this leveling ground and began gathering moonlight grass from the surroundings. Suddenly, a group of uninvited guests barged into the valley. From a distance, they started yelling at the pair, "You two, get lost. This leveling ground is reserved for us." This unexpected confrontation left the 2 in shock. Anger surged within them, but they knew they had to deal with the situation at hand. In this treacherous world, they had to stay calm and find the best way to resolve the predicament. When Shen Qing saw the uninvited guests enter the valley, a wave of unease washed over her. Gripping her sharp sword tightly, she focused intently on the situation before her. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She hadn't expected to encounter this gang of thugs here. Su Yun's beautiful eyes also trembled with fear as she realized they were in trouble. These were people from the Junlin clan. The Junlin family, known for their arrogance, was one of the few large guilds in Feihua City. Ordinary players in Feihua City were all wary of them. Shen Qing silently positioned herself in front of Su Yun, determined to avoid conflict and help Su Yun complete her task. She concealed her game ID and then walked toward the group, loudly declaring, "We're just here to gather herbs from the map and won't disturb your monster farming. Once we're done, we'll leave. Don't misunderstand. Are you deaf? I told you to get lost." One of the Junlin players roared, striding toward them aggressively. Su Yun, feeling indignant, stepped forward to argue. "How can you be so unreasonable? There are plenty of monsters in the valley. You can farm them, and we won't interfere. We've already said we're only here for the task, and we'll leave once we gather the herbs." Our word is law in Junlin." A scar-faced man rudely interrupted Su Yun, his lecherous gaze sweeping over her before turning to Shen Qing with a smirk. "This guy can leave, but you, pretty lady, can stay and entertain us." The other Junlin players burst into laughter. Su Yun was infuriated, but felt helpless against these bullies. A cold light flashed in Shen Qing's eyes, unable to tolerate it any longer. She suddenly struck, unleashing a chi sword technique that pierced the scar-faced man's chest, instantly shattering his body and sending him back to the respawn point in a flash of white light. Without pausing, Shen Qing's fingers moved rapidly, and the sword behind her shot into the sky, emitting a brilliant runic glow. In the stunned and cursing eyes of the other Junlin players, she effortlessly defeated them all within seconds, cutting them down like vegetables. Her concealed game ID was revealed, glowing blood red. Shen Qing, you were too impulsive. Su Yun was slightly worried upon seeing Shen Qing deal with the Junlin players so decisively. She feared this would completely offend Junlin, whose power was not to be underestimated. She played the game merely to pass the time and didn't mind failing the task. She felt Shen Qing's actions were unnecessary. Don't worry about me, Yun. I've had a grudge against Junlin for a long time. They are nothing, Shen Qing reassured Su Yun with a smile, adding, let's hurry and gather the moonlight grass. I suspect those people were just a scouting team, and the main force might be coming soon. Many large guilds still effectively use the tactic of monopolizing areas for leveling up. As soon as Shen Qing finished speaking, a loud commotion echoed from the valley entrance. A large group of people surged into the valley, their noisy chatter filling the air. Angry shouts could be heard from afar, laden with fury and arrogance, and even a hint of fear, as if a pride of enraged lions had been provoked. Su Yun, an ordinary solo player, felt a wave of panic wash over her at the sight of such a massive crowd. She gently tugged on Shen Qing's sleeve, silently pleading for a safe retreat. Shen Qing, however, did not respond to her fear. Instead, he stared intently at the valley entrance, his eyes filled with determination. He realized one thing. The Junlin Guild had previously sabotaged Su Yun's quest, causing her endless regret and misfortune. Shen Qing had no particular opinion of the Junlin Guild before, but now he was filled with hatred for them. His eyes revealed a murderous intent as he spoke to Su Yun. Yun Jie, stay back and have a teleport scroll ready. I will protect you. Su Yun looked at Shen Qing in shock and urgently tried to persuade him. Are you crazy? We don't need to risk our lives. We can just return to the city. Just then, the players from Junlin arrived in front of them. The leading player from Junlin Tianxia recognized Shen Qing and, with a look of surprise, glared at him, gritting his teeth. Lord Xiaoyao, so it's you, you bastard. Our grudge runs deep, and today we settle it. Junlin Tianxia had always harbored resentment because Shen Qing had defeated his subordinates in the novice village, making him a laughingstock on the internet. He had been unable to exact revenge until this unexpected encounter. With his powerful guild brothers behind him, their morale high, he loudly commanded, brothers, attack. Whoever defeats Lord Xiaoyao, I'll reward with 10,000 yuan. Hearing the bounty, Junlin Tianxia's followers' eyes gleamed with greed as they brandished their weapons and charged at Shen Qing. Unfazed, Shen Qing, well-versed in the art of wilderness combat, immediately launched a powerful attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of cutting wind echoed through the valley, like a symphony of warriors charging into battle. Dozens of silver-glowing swords sliced through the air, aiming directly at the Junlin family crowd. Suddenly, a series of damage numbers, each in the tens of thousands, erupted among them. Shen Qing's attack power at this moment was truly astonishing. For him, dealing with these ordinary players was a walk in the park, effortlessly dispatching them. With each skill he unleashed, he could instantly kill dozens of Junlin players, clearing vast areas in an instant. Just moments ago, the Junlin players had rushed at Shen Qing with fierce determination, but now they stood in terrified awe, frozen in place. Who on earth was this guy? How could his damage be so unreal? One sword strike to kill so many? Was he using cheats? Even Junlin Tianxia's face turned pale with fear. He quickly retreated behind his group, raising his weapon with a snarl. You cowards, what are you afraid of? He may be strong, but he's just one person. We have the numbers to take him down. Next to him, a player named Junlin Sihai echoed. That's right. Skills like his must have long cooldowns. Once he's used them, he's done for. Don't be afraid, everyone. Use your control skills now. No matter how strong Shen Qing was, being controlled would leave him helpless. Junlin Sihai's insight rallied the Junlin players, who renewed their attack on Shen Qing, especially the ranged players, who unleashed a barrage of colorful skills from afar. Despite Shen Qing's excellent maneuvering, he couldn't dodge such a dense onslaught completely. Soon, his ankle was ensnared by a green vine, followed by a sharp arrow, encircled by a dark blue vortex, striking his chest with precision. Shen Qing's body jolted, rendering him immobile. Combat notifications flashed before his eyes. You have been hit by Junlin Bahuang's shocking arrow, losing 131 HP, stunned for 2 seconds. Shen Qing felt a twinge of alarm. More notifications followed in quick succession. You have been hit by Junlin Anxiang's staggering stab, losing 251 HP, stunned for 3 seconds. You have been hit by Junlin Xiaobei's Earth Spike, losing 21 HP, knocked airborne for 1 second. After the first control skill hit, the elite players of the Junlin family seized the opportunity to chain their control skills. However, due to a lack of prior coordination, their skill timing was off. Shen Qing seized the opportunity to recover from the control state, his eyes gleaming with determination. Without hesitation, he swiftly retreated. It wasn't that he feared Junlin and his subordinates. Although the game had just begun, and he still had a long way to go in developing his character, there was currently no effective way to counter control skills. However, not everyone among the 100 or so opponents had mastered control skills. His swordsmanship had already reached an advanced level, with a normal attack range extending up to 30 meters, surpassing many long-range players' skill ranges. By maintaining a flexible combat strategy, keeping an eye on the distance between both sides, using clever movement techniques to dodge skill attacks, and waiting for his Wan Jian Ju Thousand Sword technique to cool down before counterattacking, he could essentially win the fight. However, with Su Yun right behind him, he couldn't go all out. After careful consideration, he chose to temporarily avoid the confrontation. While manipulating his sword to sweep through the air and obstruct Junlin's pursuit, he tightly grabbed Su Yun and fled deeper into the valley. He aimed to ensure Su Yun's safety first before coming back to deal with these bastards. If they dared to chase, he would leverage his attack range advantage, fighting and retreating simultaneously to hinder their actions. Seeing Shen Qing suddenly flee, Junlin Tianxia urgently commanded his people to pursue. But Junlin Sihai grabbed his arm, advising, "Boss, hold on a moment." Junlin Tianxia, enraged, retorted, "Wait for what? I need to take him down. We can't let him get away." Junlin Sihai calmly smiled and said, "Relax, Moonlight Valley is a dead end. He can't use a return scroll. As long as we block the valley entrance, he won't escape." With confidence, Junlin Sihai suggested, "We can use the game's livestream feature to broadcast defeating Lord Xiaoyao, the top player on the leaderboard. This will attract more skilled players and expand Junlin's reputation." Moved by the idea, Junlin Tianxia asked, "That kid's strength is not to be underestimated. If this gets streamed, won't it backfire on us?" Junlin Sihai assured him, "He only has that one powerful move. We can shift the camera away and cut back once we've controlled him. Also, we can mobilize more people and meticulously plan our skill coordination to control him to death." Junlin Tianxia approvingly patted Junlin Sihai on the shoulder and laughed, "Let's go with your plan." A few minutes later, they began to execute their strategy. Across the entire national server, an exhilarating full-server announcement echoed like thunder. Player Junlin Tianxia raised his arm high and proclaimed to all the brothers and sisters of the national server, "Our Junlin family is in pursuit of the legendary top-ranked player Lord Xiaoyao. The entire battle will be live-streamed, and everyone is warmly invited to watch. The live stream room number is 1234568. Come and witness this thrilling showdown." Wow, what's going on? Someone's actually targeting Lord Xiaoyao? Unbelievable. Who exactly is this Junlin family? Are they powerful? Humph, they're just a bunch of clowns who got thrashed by Lord Xiaoyao at the newbie village gate. At best, they're a second-rate guild. Even so, they have a few hundred members and are said to run rampant in Feihua City, acting all high and mighty. Looks like Junlin Tianxia finally found a chance to avenge the humiliation at the newbie village. But Lord Xiaoyao is no pushover. As the top player on the leaderboard, there's no way he can be easily defeated. Anyway, who cares? Let's check out the live stream and see what's happening. Hurry, let's go watch the excitement. The hunt for the top-ranked player is definitely catching everyone's attention. It's truly captivating. As soon as the news broke, it sparked an uproar across the entire game server. Countless players flocked to watch. Soon, the online viewers in Junlin's livestream surpassed 1 million and kept growing. Meanwhile, deep in Moonlight Valley, Shen Qing couldn't help but wonder why the Junlin members hadn't caught up yet. Hearing Junlin Tianxia's taunts, she suddenly realized, these guys are trying to use Junlin's name to grab some attention. It's both exasperating and somewhat amusing. Su Yun also heard Junlin Tianxia's provocations, her brows furrowing. She looked at the red name above Shen Qing's head, full of worry. She knew that if Shen Qing were defeated while in a red name state, the system would impose severe penalties. It could even nullify all her hard work and progress. Filled with guilt and regret, she repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Shen Qing. I didn't expect this task to cause you so much trouble. If you have a way out, please go ahead and don't worry about me."
Yunye, Shen Qing interrupted, smiling.
"Don't worry. I promise to help you complete this task, and I will. A mere Junlin family isn't enough to make me back down."
But
"Don't worry." Shen Qing frowned, pulling Su Yun into a crevice between two rocks. Smiling, she said, "Stay here for a while. No monsters should come by for now. Later, you can also check their live stream and watch how I deal with them." "All right." Su Yun felt a bit reassured by Shen Qing's confident demeanor and nodded. Just then, a notification sounded in Shen Qing's ear. Gue Jianqiu sent a voice message with a serious tone. "Boss? What's happening? Are you surrounded by Junlin's guys? Give me your coordinates. I'll be there right away to help you deal with them." Mo Ronghua also sent a message, sounding anxious and concerned. "Xiaoyao, what's going on? How did you end up in Feihua City fighting Junlin's people?" I've already ordered our two most elite 100-person teams from Fenghua Shueiyue to prepare to support you. Additionally, Shen Qing received a new friend request from Qingmei Zhujiu, the leader of another large guild, Shui Zhu Chenfu. A friend's kind offer came with a message. Do you need any help? When Shen Qing received messages from Gue Jianqiu and Murong Hua, he wasn't surprised. Rather, he felt a sense of relief. He knew these two were highly skilled and reliable in times of need. As for the unexpected gesture from Qingmei Zhujiu, Shen Qing understood the intentions behind it. Clearly, the person wanted to forge a connection with him, perhaps even to recruit him. Shen Qing patiently replied to all three, expressing his appreciation but also his confidence in handling the current issue alone. After closing the chat window, Shen Qing didn't immediately turn to the Junlin family's affairs. Instead, he focused on the countdown timer in the top right corner of the game interface. There were only a few seconds left before the Jiuzhuan Immortal Stone would activate. He decided to claim the rewards first. As the clock struck 8, Shen Qing retrieved the Jiuzhuan Immortal Stone. It cracked open, emitting a dazzling array of colors before shattering completely. 3 beams of light emerged, transforming into 3 glowing items that floated in midair. A prompt appeared on the game panel. Jiuzhuan Immortal Stone successfully activated, yielding a mythical bloodline awakening stone, the forbidden Juxian Sword Seal, and the Qingming Sword Spirit.
Forbidden technique.
A gaudier bloodline awakening stone. Shen Qing was overwhelmed with joy and amazement at the treasures he had obtained. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he hadn't expected to receive such powerful items all at once. The first item, a mythical bloodline awakening stone, was a rare artifact capable of awakening a mythical bloodline. In his previous life, only a handful of top-tier players in the entire game had managed to awaken such a bloodline, each becoming a legendary figure. Shen Qing, already possessing extraordinary celestial talent, saw limitless potential in his future achievements with this new power. The second item was a forbidden divine ability, the Juxian Sword Seal. In the game Mythical OL, forbidden abilities were extremely rare and immensely powerful, even surpassing some celestial spells. However, they came with a significant cost to use, which made them a double-edged sword. Nonetheless, in critical moments, they could turn the tide of battle, making them invaluable. This acquisition was truly significant for Shen Qing. Shen Qing's eyes gleamed with determination as he tightly gripped a legendary skill book in his hand. This book contained a forbidden technique, valued slightly less than celestial skills but far surpassing ordinary heavenly skills. Without hesitation, he resolutely chose to learn it. The skill book transformed into a brilliant beam of light, swiftly flying towards Shen Qing's forehead and condensing into a silver sword mark, radiating a sharp aura. At the same time, a sword-shaped icon appeared in his skill bar, exuding a powerful and deadly energy. In that moment, Shen Qing's heart was filled with anticipation and the thrill of the unknown. He knew that this marked the beginning of a new journey, one full of uncertainties and challenges, but he was ready to face them all with courage. After leveling up the active skill of the Juxian Sword Seal, Shen Qing finally mastered this forbidden technique. This skill gathers all his essence, energy, and spirit, condensing them into a Juxian Sword Seal capable of inflicting unimaginable damage on the target. However, Shen Qing is acutely aware that this power is not easily controlled. For 3 days after using it, he will fall into a state of extreme weakness, with all attributes reduced by 80, and the cooldown period is a staggering 7 days. The incredible cost fills him with awe, but also anticipation. He firmly believes that this power can slay immortals and demons, surpassing even the might of the heaven-splitting sword. Although it is rarely used in most situations, as a last resort, it can turn the tide in critical moments. After mastering the Juxian Sword Seal, Shen Qing unhesitatingly picked up the Bloodline Awakening Stone. He used it without reservation, and the stone transformed into a dazzling 9-colored light, slowly merging into his body. Instantly, his pores emitted radiant 9-colored light, and his body floated in midair, surrounded by sharp sword shadows drifting in the void, exuding an unparalleled aura of sharpness. Although his appearance did not change, the aura he emitted was entirely renewed, resembling a sharp celestial sword that inspired awe. Bathed in the light of fortune, Shen Qing successfully awakened the mythical Bloodlineath Infinite Sword Body. This bloodline grants multiple enhancement effects, doubling the efficiency of sword-based techniques, having the consumption of sword skills, doubling their power, significantly increasing resistance to control-type skills, and even granting immunity to skills below the Earth rank. These 5 enhancement effects thrilled Shen Qing, as this bloodline was perfectly suited to him. Each bloodline trait was extremely practical. Any single one would make countless sword cultivators envious, but having all 5 traits combined was a divine opportunity. Shen Qing's confidence soared as he gazed at the last reward within the 9-turn Immortal Stonia Magnificent Scion Long Sword, floating quietly in the void, radiating brilliant light. Shen Qing gripped the Qingming sword, feeling its cool blade and a surge of excitement and pride. This spiritual weapon, with an attack power of 9,000, was unparalleled in the entire game server. Not even dark gold equipment could compare. Shen Qing knew that while this sword was immensely valuable, it still paled in comparison to the Divine Bloodline Awakening Stone and the Forbidden Divine Technique Zhu Xian sword art. However, for him, this sword was beyond levels, as he had awakened the Wuji sword body bloodline. Without hesitation, he seized the sword, feeling the power surging within him, eager to face an opponent and unleash his inner fervor and thrill. Su Yun, wait for me. I'll be back soon, Shen Qing said with a heroic spirit to Su Yun. He then threw the Qingming sword forward, letting it hover in the air. With a leap, he landed on the blade. Using the sword's unique flight skill, he ascended gracefully, leaving Su Yun in awe. That guy who called himself Junlin Tianxia wanted to broadcast his siege live to the whole internet? Well, let him witness Shen Qing's prowess. Meanwhile, nearly 400 Junlin players gathered at the outskirts of Moonlight Valley. Junlin Tianxia stood on a high point, observing the millions of live viewers in the stream, feeling exhilarated. He could already envision himself commanding his followers, sweeping through Shen Qing under the watchful eyes of the entire internet. He dreamed of becoming famous from this battle, drawing a massive following. However, many viewers had been waiting in the stream for a long time without seeing Junlin Tianxia lead his team into the valley to pursue Shen Qing, growing impatient. They flooded the chat with messages urging him to act, questioning the delay. Some even angrily criticized Junlin's tactics as boring and disgraceful, unworthy of a live broadcast. Seeing the barrage of messages urging him to start the fight, Junlin Tianxia knew the time had come. His hastily assembled 200-man squads were also in position. It was time to make his move. He directed his subordinates to adjust the livestream angle, scanning the well-equipped men around him. Facing the players in the live stream, he spoke loudly, "Brothers, don't rush. Lord Xiaoyao is trapped in the valley, and even if he had wings, he wouldn't escape. These people are the elite of our Junlin family. We're about to enter the valley and start hunting Lord Xiaoyao. No matter how high he ranks, our Junlin family will crush him like an ant. Today, let's show everyone how Junlin deals with him." Before he finished speaking, a clear sword sound suddenly echoed from the sky. 60 sharp silver sword auras descended like divine punishment, piercing through the sky and shooting towards the Junlin family crowd. In an instant, they caused tens of thousands of damage points, mercilessly killing 60 Junlin players. The livestream showcased the Junlin family's formidable combat power, only to capture this breathtaking moment. The livestream room fell silent for a moment, then erupted in excitement. Wow, 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 what on earth just happened? How could dozens of members of the Junlin family be defeated in an instant? Was it Lord Xiaoyao who made the move? Of course it was Lord Xiaoyao. But the real question is, what kind of ultimate technique was that? The attack had such a wide range and dealt massive damage. Did you see those damage numbers in the tens of thousands? It's unbelievable. I can only imagine it was an unparalleled sword technique from above. Guys, the mystery is solved. Check the equipment leaderboard. There's a new top-tier spirit sword. Lord Xiaoyao must have equipped that sword, which explains his incredible attack power. What? A spirit-grade sword? Are you kidding? No wonder the damage was so terrifying. A spirit-grade weapon is practically invincible at this stage. The screen was flooded with comments in the chat, as countless viewers were stunned by the sudden, astonishing turn of events. Even the Junlin player controlling the live stream camera was shocked, instinctively pointing the camera towards the sky. Following the camera's movement, all the players saw a tall, imposing figure standing on a flying sword, descending gracefully from the heavens. Shen Qing hovered about 7 or 8 meters above the ground before leaping off the sword. Grabbing the hilt, he swung it forward as he fell, unleashing the skill, Qingming Slash, with the Qingming sword. A blue sword light streaked across the sky, covering a vast area. Within that area, more than a dozen Junlin players were instantly obliterated, not even having the chance to cry out before turning into white light and respawning back at the base. With just one move, Shen Qing annihilated nearly 80 members of the Junlin family in a shocking display of power. The high-ranking members of the Junlin family turned pale, their faces darkening with frustration. They hadn't anticipated Shen Qing would charge out of the valley alone to take on their hundreds of members hidden. Nor did they expect him to launch a sudden aerial attack, catching them completely off guard. The heavy losses were bad enough, but the fact that this embarrassing defeat was broadcasted live to millions of players worldwide was utterly humiliating. Junlin Tianxia's face turned ashen as he raised his weapon and shouted, "Don't be afraid. Stick to the battle plan and control them. Whoever controls Lord Xiaoyao first will get $50,000. Anyone who can take his head will get 100,000. Spurred by the bounty, Junlin players were driven by greed. In the past few minutes, Junlin Sihai had already organized players with control skills into groups. He immediately commanded them to release their skills in succession, attempting to trap Shen Qing in an inescapable chain of control. stun arrows, vine bind, bewitching melody, earthbind claws. One control skill after another rained down like a storm. Shen Qing charged forward with determination. Just a few minutes ago, faced with a barrage of relentless attacks, he might have panicked. He would have been forced to dodge hastily, temporarily evading the enemy's assault while keeping a safe distance. However, now he had awakened his limitless sword body, gaining a powerful bloodline ability. He faced the onslaught fearlessly. Each time an attack approached him, an unparalleled sharpness erupted from within him, like the world's sharpest blade. Nothing could contain it except its sheath. Anything that tried to restrain it would be mercilessly cut down by its edge. Despite the overwhelming number of Junlin family players, numbering in the hundreds, they were merely a disorganized group gathered by Junlin Tianxia. They lacked top-tier players like the Morong siblings. Almost none of them had mastery over high-level control skills. Shen Qing was now completely immune to the effects of lower-level skills. As for the damage inflicted by those attacks, it was negligible to him. After enduring a wave of attacks, his health had only dropped by less than 2,000 points. He snorted coldly, raised his 100-step flying sword, and sent the blade flying. It pierced through a Junlin player, triggering the Azure Sword's splash effect. A conical arc of light shot out, hitting 3 more players behind the first. Even with only 30 of its damage effect, it was enough to overwhelm these ordinary players. Shen Qing not only killed them in one hit, but also instantly absorbed the health he had lost. In this way, Shen Qing was like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable. He seemed to transform into a sword god descending upon the battlefield. Charging into the midst of the Junlin family, his sword swinging relentlessly. The cold, gleaming azure sword danced wildly in the air, transforming into a terrifying light that claimed the lives of Junlin players with astonishing speed. How is this possible? Just 10 minutes ago, he was easily affected by skills. Why can't we control him now? The Junlin Tianxia members were shocked, their faces pale with disbelief. The higher-ups of Junlin also felt a chill. They watched as Shen Qing slaughtered their members with ruthless indifference and dominance, a deep sense of fear resonating with the terror of the Junlin family. In the livestream, the atmosphere was electric. The chat was flooded with comments. Wow, is this the legendary sword cultivator style? Taking down one person every 10 steps, traveling thousands of miles without stopping. So cool. Lord Xiaoyao's current image perfectly matches my imagination of a sword cultivator. Haha, well done. I've had enough of those Junlin jerks. Seeing them get defeated is so satisfying. Where are the Junlin Tianxia people now? Still bragging? Didn't they say they'd crush Lord Xiaoyao like an ant? Why are they the ones being chased and killed now? The person above is right, even slaughtering chickens isn't this easy. Haha, Junlin Tianxia must be utterly ashamed now. They watched him, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Just moments ago, he had been defiant, brimming with fearlessness and courage, leaving a lasting impression. But now, he seemed somewhat dejected, as if he had lost his former edge. Determined to help him regain his past glory, they began to encourage him, reminding him of his shining moments and urging him to revive his spirits. After their persistent efforts, he finally regained his former vigor. Once again, he exhibited his defiant nature, bringing a sense of relief to those around him. His eyes sparkled with determination, as if telling the world that he was still the fearless warrior he had always been. Now, he was no longer that dejected figure, but a hero brimming with confidence and courage. He was ready to face any challenge he'd. With the support and encouragement of his companions, he would continue to move forward, showcasing his true strength. The ruler's emotions were in turmoil, anger boiling within his chest. The sudden appearance of Shen Qing left him feeling utterly out of control. Faced with the current situation, he decided to protect himself first by retreating to the city to avoid the immediate danger. Shen Qing, wielding his royal sword with an impressive and commanding presence, effortlessly cut down a large number of the ruler's subordinates, causing the high-ranking players to be terrified. They gathered around the ruler, urging him to retreat quickly. However, he stood his ground resolutely, glaring at Shen Qing's back with eyes full of rage and unwillingness. He shouted, "I refuse to believe in fate. How can our brave warriors surrender so easily? Those fully equipped, follow me into battle. If Shen Qing does not die today, it will be my end." Just as the ruler finished speaking, Shen Qing's ultimate sword technique had cooled down. Without hesitation, he unleashed the skill, and the sword light flickered, cutting down countless enemies like a dragon. This scene left the ruler's players disheartened and hopeless, with no way out. They began to panic and flee in terror. Even the ruler himself swallowed his last breath in fear, his face pale. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, feeling a deep dread towards Shen Qing's overwhelming power. Shen Qing's skill seemed unstoppable, delivering immense damage with an unreasonably short cooldown time. The ruler understood that the tide had turned, hurriedly crushing a teleportation scroll to retreat. However, Shen Qing had already locked onto his target. As the ruler attempted to escape, Shen Qing's sword pierced his heart, and he let out a desperate roar, ultimately dissolving into white light and disappearing from sight. Shen Qing did not stop there. He continued to pursue the ruler's players, slaughtering countless enemies, with only a few survivors managing to escape. Suddenly, a server-wide announcement echoed through the skies, with Junlin Tianxia's voice resounding across the entire game world. Furious, he declared, "Ren Xiaoyao, why are you acting so arrogant? I'll remember today's grudge, and you will pay for it sooner or later. I'm offering a bounty of $100,000 to anyone who kills Ren Xiaoyao. The reward is substantial." These two announcements made all the players look up in astonishment. They began to discuss amongst themselves. Junlin Tianxia just claimed he would besiege Ren Xiaoyao, but now it seems he was completely defeated by Ren Xiaoyao alone. How could Junlin Tianxia be so weak? Rumor has it that Ren Xiaoyao single-handedly trapped Junlin's team in a valley and utterly crushed them. Is Ren Xiaoyao really that formidable? The news was credible. There were videos on the forum showing Junlin's team's livestream. The first half displayed their arrogance, while the latter half showed their miserable defeat, full of drama. Although Ren Xiaoyao's swordsmanship was impressive, Junlin Tianxia wasn't willing to give up and even offered a $100,000 bounty. Surely, many would be tempted by such a reward, and Ren Xiaoyao might be in trouble. After all, no matter how skilled, it's hard to withstand an onslaught from everyone. In the history of online games, many experts have been hunted down and killed due to bounties. At the entrance of Moonlight Valley, Shen Qing heard Junlin Tianxia's announcement. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, but she paid it no mind. Ever since she discovered that the Junlin family was responsible for Su Yun's failed job change in her past life, Shen Qing had already added the Junlin family to her kill list. She held their cries and struggles in contempt. Turning, she flew back to the valley, landing beside Su Yun, and smiled. "Let's continue with our mission. The nuisances have been dealt with." Although Su Yun was happy that her job change mission could proceed smoothly, she was still worried after hearing Junlin Tianxia's announcement. She asked, "Am I causing you trouble? Will there be more trouble in the future?" Shen Qing looked at her and sighed inwardly, knowing she always worried too much. She nodded and said seriously, "Yes, you have caused me quite a bit of trouble, and it might get even more difficult in the future. To make up for my losses, you can only repay me with your life." Su Yun was stunned and didn't know how to respond. Shen Qing laughed and explained, "Just kidding, just kidding." Shen Qing couldn't help but laugh at Su Yun's innocent expression. He gently touched her nose and thought to himself how this girl was always so sweet and naive. He said calmly, "I've had issues with the Junlin family for a long time. Even without this incident, a showdown was inevitable. Don't worry about me, Junlin poses no threat." Su Yun then realized she had been tricked. She glared at Shen Qing, a bit annoyed, and said, "You usually seem so honest, but the moment you enter the game, you become so cunning." With that, she walked into the valley and started picking moonlight grass, while Shen Qing raised his sword and stood guard quietly. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed in Shen Qing's ears. It was a friend initiating a voice call. At that moment, their adventure had only just begun. Shen Qing glanced at the incoming call displayed on the screen and saw it was from Gijianshu. Without hesitation, he answered. Gijianshu's excited voice filled his ears, brimming with admiration and respect. "Boss, I just watched your PK video against the Junlin family. That was incredible. How are you so powerful? And why were those control skills completely ineffective against you?" Shen Qing smiled slightly and replied calmly, "Don't be modest. If I weren't strong, how could I be your boss?" Gijianshu, full of amazement, asked in disbelief, "Can I ever reach your level of strength?" Shen Qing encouraged, "Of course you can. As long as you work hard, practice diligently, and follow my guidance." Gijianshu, filled with hope and anticipation, couldn't hide his joy and astonishment. Shen Qing secretly praised Gijianshu, thinking that his title of Undying Demon God in his past life was well-deserved. He encouraged further, "As long as you follow my guidance and work hard, you will achieve great things." Gijianshu eagerly asked, "How should I practice then?" Shen Qing replied mysteriously, "Help widow's son carry water." Gijianshu was taken aback. "Carrying water counts as practice?" Shen Qing explained calmly, "Yes, and you must do it persistently every day. One day, you'll understand the profound wisdom behind it." Although puzzled, Gijianshu agreed to follow the instructions earnestly. After hanging up, Shen Qing found congratulatory messages from Murong Hua and Qingmei Zhujiao. He smiled and replied to each one. Despite his powerful attributes in the game, Shen Qing knew the importance of maintaining good relationships with other faction leaders and never underestimated them. Meanwhile, the entire national server was buzzing with excitement. The game forums were particularly lively, with 7 out of the top 10 posts discussing the battle between Shen Qing and the Junlin family. The eye-catching titles drew significant attention. Players fervently discussed the battle at Moonlight Valley, considering it the first major large-scale skirmish since the game's launch. High-level players were astounded by Shen Qing's impressive prowess, gathering their entire teams to watch the battle videos circulating on the forums. Why is Shen Qing so powerful? Within just 72 hours of the server opening, he single-handedly fought off 100 people, a truly astonishing feat. After much speculation, a consensus was finally reached. When Shen Qing clashed with the Junlin family, he was surrounded by a mysterious glow. Perhaps he had awakened some unknown bloodline power and acquired a unique, extraordinarily powerful spirit sword. Coupled with his innate, limitless potential, these factors combined to grant him such extraordinary combat strength. However, despite uncovering the reasons behind his prowess, it remains impossible to replicate. Talent awakening is entirely random and unpredictable. Among billions of players, only a handful possess top-tier talents. This uniqueness cannot be duplicated. Bloodline awakening stones are extremely rare, with only a few available across the entire server. Ordinary players have almost no chance of obtaining one. Additionally, Shen Qing's prestigious status as a disciple of the hidden Shushan sect grants him an almost perfect skill set. Any one of these elements could make a player strong, but their perfect fusion in Shen Qing makes him seem invincible, as if meticulously designed. This has earned him the envy of all. Some faction representatives even sighed in admiration, wondering if he was truly a chosen one. Various factions have adjusted their evaluation of Shen Qing, viewing him not just as a powerful rogue worth recruiting, but as a formidable force with limitless potential, one not to be provoked. The ranking system for players in the national server quietly adjusted as well, recognizing Shen Qing as a top-tier expert, an unmatched champion, a king above all others. Through one battle, Shen Qing made his name known, showcasing unparalleled strength and surpassing many top-ranked experts to become a superpower among elite players. Despite being aware of the external changes, Shen Qing remains indifferent. At this moment, all he wants is to complete the mission with Su Yun and then log off to enjoy some food. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reaches his ears. His eyes narrow, and he grips his spirit sword tightly, turning to look. A petite girl with a fiery red bow on her back approaches from the valley entrance. Dressed in intricately patterned blue leather armor, her graceful figure is fully displayed. Her long, snowy legs gleam enticingly in the air. She walks elegantly, her ID, Liang Xiaoyao, displayed above her head. Liang Xiaoyao? The moment Shen Qing heard this name, a wave of familiarity washed over him. He remembered this person, an exceptionally talented player who had ranked among the top in the early days of the game's launch. In his past life, Liang Xiaoyao had been the leader of a small guild and had joined the Fenghua Shuiyuan guild after the game and reality merged, becoming one of the top archers in the national server. Now, seeing Liang Xiaoyao suddenly appear before him, Shen Qing couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Though his face remained calm, he stepped forward to greet her. Hello, is there something you need from me? Liang Xiaoyao felt a bit nervous. The recent video of Shen Qing's spectacular performance in Moonlight Valley had already spread across the internet. His cold and ruthless demeanor, sweeping through enemies with ease, was vividly displayed in the video. Even through the screen, one could sense the immense pressure he exuded. Standing at the very site of the battle, surrounded by remnants of the fight and scattered equipment, Shen Qing's nearly black, blood-red ID overhead added an indescribable sense of intimidation. However, Shen Qing's friendly greeting and sunny smile eased her tension. Taking a deep breath, she walked up to Shen Qing and looked at him earnestly, saying, "That's right. I'm here to discuss a potential collaboration." Collaboration? Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of collaboration do you have in mind? The Junlin family has become our sworn enemy, and you've always been at odds with Junlin. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I think we can join forces against Junlin. What do you think? Liang Xiaoyao said in one breath, staring intently at Shen Qing, awaiting his response. Instead of giving a direct answer, Shen Qing asked, "How many members are in your family?" Liang Xiaoyao looked down at the ground, somewhat sheepishly, and replied, "Not more than 100. Shen Qing understood immediately. A small group of fewer than 100 members had provoked the Junlin family, and the consequences were predictable. Perhaps they had endured much bullying and were now urgently seeking an alliance. Such a small team wasn't particularly attractive to Shen Qing, but he found Liang Xiaoyao quite interesting. He also needed some helpers at the moment, so he said without hesitation, "Sorry, but I don't see a need to form an alliance with a team of fewer than 100 members. However, I do need some hands to help out. Are you interested? You want us to submit to you?" Liang Xiaoyao frowned slightly and shook her head, saying, "Maybe you don't know, but our family is entirely composed of women. We can't accept a male leader." Shen Qing was somewhat speechless. Have all your members been hurt by men? He couldn't help but chuckle before continuing, "Don't worry, I won't interfere with your guild's internal management." Despite having pledged loyalty to Shen Qing, Liang Xiaoyao still maintained her sense of independence. She understood her worth and would only appear when Shen Qing needed her, fighting for him and executing his orders. Hearing Shen Qing's words, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. She asked him, "What benefits do we get from this?" Shen Qing calmly replied, "The benefit is that I will make your guild the top one in Feihua City. No one in the entire game will dare to bully you." Liang Xiaoyu looked surprised and questioned him. "Feihua City isn't just about the Junlin family. There are other forces too. Why should I believe you?" With a proud stance, Shen Qing replied, "Because I am Lord Xiaoyao." Then he added, "I'm just stating my terms. Whether you believe me or not is up to you." Liang Xiaoyao's chest heaved under her leather armor. She decided to discuss it with her sisters before making a decision. Shen Qing agreed to her request but demanded a response by noon tomorrow at the latest. Liang Xiaoyu readily agreed. As she turned to leave, Shen Qing suddenly called her back, asking her to find someone to clear the equipment and materials on the ground. These items were of no importance to Shen Qing. He even considered them a welcoming gift for Liang Xiaoyu. She looked at him in disbelief, finding it hard to accept that these items were being given to them. Shen Qing smiled indifferently and said, "Just making friends." To him, money was insignificant. He knew these material possessions would become worthless in the future. Liang Xiaoyu didn't want to accept the favor without reason and suggested purchasing the equipment at market price. Shen Qing waved her off nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Su Yun had completed her task and began preparing to refine herbs. She sat cross-legged and took out an antique-looking small cauldron. In an ancient stone alchemy room, a young alchemist named Xiaolong was preparing to embark on his journey of crafting elixirs. Xiaolong carefully selected several rare herbs, each emitting a subtle fragrance that seemed to tell their unique stories. He gently placed these herbs into a large bronze cauldron, following the precise proportions and sequence outlined in ancient texts, and began the mysterious process of alchemy. As the flames gradually rose, the herbs in the cauldron started to melt slowly, releasing an enchanting aroma. Xiaolong furrowed his brows, fully focused on controlling the heat, constantly adjusting the temperature of the furnace. Sweat dripped down his forehead, but he paid no mind to it, solely hoping to craft a bottle of miraculous elixir. After several hours of relentless effort, finally, a bottle of crystalline elixir appeared before Xiaolong. Holding the bottle, his heart filled with joy and excitement. The elixir not only had a vibrant color but also emitted a fresh scent, seemingly possessing boundless power. Xiaolong carefully stored the elixir, knowing that it was the result of his hard work and a testament to his dedication to the art of alchemy. From that moment on, Xiaolong's name would be celebrated for generations, becoming a shining star in the world of alchemy. After much effort, Su Yun finally succeeded in concocting the elixir, and Shen Qing returned to the mission site with her, flying on his sword. She placed several precious elixirs on the mysterious altar, completing the mission smoothly. Suddenly, a diamond-shaped inheritance crystal appeared on the altar and merged into Su Yun's forehead, granting her the legacy of the wandering immortal doctor. This method of career change, unlike joining other sects, involves receiving the inheritance from a single lineage of cultivators all at once. Su Yun only needs to meet the level and conditions required to automatically obtain subsequent inheritances or complete guided tasks to acquire them. Although she lost the opportunity to undertake sect missions and had no sect affiliation, this method was equally effective. The wandering immortal doctor specializes in healing and recovery skills. After the career change, Su Yun mastered 3 powerful class skills: rejuvenation spell, immortal rain technique, and flying needle acupuncture. These profound skills were remarkably effective and awe-inspiring. The inheritance also included recipes for hundreds of valuable elixirs. Shen Qing believed this was a highly potential hidden support class. With proper cultivation, its future was limitless. Hearing Shen Qing's words, Su Yun felt happy and grateful, her face beaming with a smile. She expressed her thanks to Shen Qing, saying she wouldn't have been able to switch classes so smoothly without his help. Shen Qing teased, "So, how do you plan to thank me?" Su Yun tentatively replied, "I'll give you a raise?" Shen Qing laughed and countered, "Do you think I need money? What I want is you." Su Yun looked at Shen Qing in surprise, and he seriously invited her to create a future together in mythical OL. Su Yun was taken aback and asked, "Are you serious?" Shen Qing playfully responded, "Of course. What did you think I meant earlier?" Su Yun shyly denied her misunderstanding, but felt a glimmer of anticipation in her heart. Since her husband's death, she had been living alone, secretly longing for companionship. She's not the type to play games alone to pass the time, but tonight's mission led her on a thrilling adventure. Her gaze lingered on Shen Qing for a moment, as if contemplating something, before she finally smiled and said, "If you're not worried about me holding you back, why should I be?" In. Shen Qing's spirits lifted immediately upon hearing this, and he joyfully replied, "We should definitely celebrate. Tonight is worth celebrating." Su Yun nodded in agreement but added, "However, it's already a bit late, so going out to eat might not be convenient. How about I cook some dishes at home and open a bottle of red wine? You can come over in half an hour." Shen Qing was slightly surprised and asked softly, "Dinner at your place?" Su Yun smiled charmingly and said, "Are you afraid I might eat you up?" Shen Qing laughed and responded, "I'd be delighted." Su Yun was momentarily speechless, pondering how Shen Qing, who used to be so shy and reserved, had become so open and cheerful after joining the game. Perhaps she hadn't known him well enough before. After saying goodbye to Shen Qing, Su Yun logged off the game to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Shen Qing found a spot to level up and started grinding monsters. He was currently flagged as a red name, and according to the game's rules, he needed to kill 100 monsters to clear 1 point of infamy. In the previous battle, he had killed over 300 players from the Junlin Guild, which gave him over 100 points of infamy. His grinding speed was impressive, using powerful skills to quickly clear out monsters, and in less than half an hour, he had killed nearly 2,000. He then found a safe spot to log off and headed to Su Yun's place, gently ringing the doorbell. At Su Yun's home, they drank red wine and chatted extensively. It wasn't until midnight that Shen Qing left her place. The next morning, as soon as Shen Qing logged into the game, he received a message from Lord Xiaoyao agreeing to join him. He wasn't surprised and immediately issued the first order for her to have someone monitor the movements of the Junlin family, especially their large group activities. He never left potential threats unchecked. Since he had become mortal enemies with the Junlin family, he would use the harshest methods to deal with them. Additionally, he provided Liang Xiaoyu with the coordinates of a hidden, resource-rich secret map and instructed her to take people there to grind. These people were now under his command, and he intended to invest in enhancing their combat abilities. Shen Qing understood that to achieve more with less effort, it was essential to skillfully leverage emotional factors and adeptly manipulate the situation. The subordinates he had just taken control of lacked genuine loyalty, and it was necessary to solidify their allegiance with tangible benefits. Only by providing sufficient incentives could he gradually win their hearts and ensure their full commitment to following him. After wrapping up his conversation with Liang Xiaoyu, Shen Qing sent a message to Gijianchu, reminding him not to forget to fetch water for Widow Sunday. As for Su Yun, they had already discussed their plan the previous day. This morning, Shen Qing attended to several of his real-world shops, handling necessary tasks and miscellaneous matters. In the afternoon, he planned to log back in to level up. With no other pressing engagements, he found a high-level map teeming with monsters near Fihuiqing and began grinding intensely. Shen Qing had awakened the Wuji sword body bloodline, which had the significant effect of reducing leveling experience requirements by 30. Coupled with wielding the server's only Lingqi sword, his efficiency in slaying monsters saw a substantial boost. Additionally, the bonus experience from defeating higher-level monsters accelerated his leveling pace. By the end of the morning, he had leveled up twice, reaching level 29. The large red name above his head had also been completely cleared. Noon marked the time Shen Qing had arranged to meet with Yu Fengqing. Following the location Yu Fengqing had mentioned the previous night, Shen Qing arrived at the Tongfu Inn in the eastern district of Fihuiqing. As soon as he stepped through the door, the innkeeper's assistant warmly greeted him. Upon hearing Shen Qing's purpose, the assistant immediately displayed a respectful demeanor and led him to a quiet and elegant room on the second floor. There, Shen Qing finally met with the long-waiting Yu Fengqing. Today, Yu Fengqing was dressed in a neat and striking red combat outfit, exuding an aura of sharp competence. As Shen Qing looked at her, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of admiration. When he sat across from her, he couldn't resist asking, "Shaji, has your injury from last time healed?" Yu Fengqing nodded slightly and pushed a wooden box towards Shen Qing. "This is what you need," she said. Shen Qing took the box and opened it, revealing a gleaming white jade slip inside. He immediately sensed the skill information contained within the jade slip. This skill jade slip would allow him to inherit the fragmented Tianyuan sword formation, a crucial treasure for his cultivation. Without hesitation, he pressed the jade slip to his forehead. White light flashed, and the power of the inheritance surged into his body. A system notification sounded, announcing that he had comprehended new sword formation skills, the Tiangang sword formation and the Dian sword formation. Both formations were incredibly powerful, specializing in attack and control, respectively. Although he couldn't directly use the skills yet, as long as he performed the 10,000 swords technique, he could activate the skill icons and release the skills. This skill fusion mechanism was a unique feature of the game Mythology Online, greatly boosting Shen Qing's confidence. In high spirits, Shen Qing noticed Yu Fengqing's despondent expression. Feeling concerned, he proactively asked if she had anything troubling on her mind. Yu Fengqing sighed deeply and revealed her recent frustrations with tracking demonic cultivators near Feihua City. She had been leading her junior brothers and sisters in pursuit for days, but to no avail, leaving her anxious and helpless. The hateful actions of those demonic cultivators pained her deeply, and she couldn't let it go. When Shen Qing heard the name, corpse-herding sect, ripples of emotion stirred within him, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. You might not be familiar with this sect, and that's understandable. In recent years, the corpse-herding sect has gradually vanished from the martial world, and few now know of its existence. Seeing Shen Qing's surprised expression, Yu Fengqing mistakenly thought he knew nothing about the sect, so she patiently began to explain, starting from a story 10,000 years ago. Back then, the entire land of Shenzhou was still under the rule of the immortal Qin dynasty. The first emperor exhausted the people and resources, building the Great Wall, waging wars against the Baiyue tribes, searching for immortal islands, inspecting foreign lands, and constructing his eternal tomb, which led to widespread discontent among the populace. Though signs of impending chaos had not yet appeared, the situation was on the brink of crisis. A sudden storm awakened zombies that had been dormant for centuries, including a mysterious and powerful zombie king. However, Shen Qing interrupted Yu Fengqing's tale just in time. He had already heard of the corpse-herding sect. This sect, deeply hidden within the demonic path, had few disciples but formidable strength. They often roamed ancient battlefields and the graves of powerful individuals, targeting the ancestral tombs of various immortal sections. Consequently, they were notorious and had been besieged multiple times by alliances of these sects, nearly leading to their extinction. They rarely showed themselves, but whenever they did, it caused great turmoil, making the Taishan sect extremely uneasy. Upon discovering some traces of their activities, Taishan sect dispatched Yu Fengqing, their chief disciple, to investigate. Unexpectedly, these scoundrels of the corpse-herding sect had resurfaced in the martial world. Shen Qing slammed the table and said earnestly, "Senior sister, I have some friends in Feihua City. I'll ask them to help gather information. As soon as I have any leads, I'll inform you right away." Yu Fengqing, very grateful, replied, "Thank you. On behalf of Taishan sect, I'm deeply appreciative." Shen Qing smiled and added, "Besides, this is your mission, senior sister. I'm duty-bound to help." Yu Fengqing smiled faintly, took out a fiery red jade pendant engraved with a phoenix from her bosom, and handed it to Shen Qing, saying, "This is my communication jade pendant. If you discover any traces of the corpse-herding sect, notify me immediately. These people are extremely dangerous, and your cultivation is not yet deep, so be very careful. Always prioritize your safety, understood?" Shen Qing accepted the pendant with a smile, indicating his understanding. At the same time, he received a game prompt. "Ding, you have accepted the quest. Search for traces corpse-herding sect demonic cultivators have been spotted near Feihua City. Assist Taishan sect's chief, disciple Yu Fengqing in locating their whereabouts. Quest duration, 12 hours. Shen Qing felt a burst of joy. Though such tasks involving the battle between good and evil might not offer substantial rewards, they could potentially trigger a series of follow-up quests, leading to unexpected gains. Shen Qing waved goodbye to Yu Fengqing and then found a quiet spot in the city to log off. He checked his phone and saw a message from Su Yun, informing him that the shop matters had been taken care of and lunch was ready. She invited him to join her for lunch after logging off. Feeling cheerful, Shen Qing headed to Su Yun's place for a meal. After lunch, the two of them logged back into the game. Since Shen Qing had some tasks to complete, he entrusted Su Yun to Liang Xiaoyao, asking her to help Su Yun level up. Shen Qing then flew solo on his sword to the leveling area outside the city. He knew that the activities of the corpse-chasing sect were likely to be found in maps with graveyards and tombs. Yu Fengqing and the other disciples of the Taishan sect had searched for more than a day without finding any clues, indicating that this map was well hidden. Shen Qing recalled the hidden maps around Feihua City and narrowed down his search to 3 targets. He checked them one by one. Although he didn't find any traces of the corpse-chasing sect in the first 2 maps, he did encounter high-level monsters and gained a significant amount of equipment and attribute points. Shen Qing spent the entire afternoon grinding, reaching 29 level and 42 experience. Although he hadn't reached level 30 for his second class change, his actual attributes were comparable to a level 50 third-class player from his past life. After dinner, Shen Qing logged back in and headed to his final suspected target, the General's Tomb, a hidden level 40 map. The entrance was well concealed, and it took Shen Qing over half an hour to find it. The monsters inside were all level 40 elites, challenging for most players. However, they stood no chance against Shen Qing's sharp sword. As he ventured deeper into the tomb, Shen Qing suddenly heard a sharp, whistling sound and felt a powerful force approaching. Instinctively, he raised his sword to block the attack, his right arm numbed by the impact, but he courageously faced the unexpected challenge. We were just hit by a sudden attack, and what appeared before us was a winged Western angel. This unexpected turn of events caught us completely off guard, as if we were thrust into a mystical realm. The mysterious angel exuded an aura of mystery and majesty, leaving us in awe of her enigmatic power. The fallen angel was once a holy Western angel, but after a great war, it fell to the east and lay dormant for a long time. Recently unearthed, it became a puppet, losing its angelic glory but still retaining formidable power. When Shen Qing saw the angel's body, he immediately knew he was in the right place. This creature didn't belong to this map, it had to be the work of the necromancers from the corpse-driving sect. Only they would consider such a fallen angel a treasure to be reused. As a high-level Western entity, The angel should have been extraordinarily powerful. However, after years of slumber, its strength had drastically diminished, leaving it with only weak attributes and a single skill, cross/slash. For Shen Qing, this posed no significant threat. He quickly retreated and unleashed his skill, 10,000 Swords technique. With Shen Qing's increased proficiency, the condensed sword energy became more solid, appearing like real silver swords hovering above his head. Shen Qing could control up to 60 strands of sword energy, using 24 of them to inflict nearly 5,000 points of damage on the fallen angel. The fallen angel, as a level 38 gold tier boss, had defense attributes exceeding 5,000 points and was 10 levels higher than Shen Qing, resulting in a significant level suppression. Although Shen Qing could easily break its defense, he couldn't deal over 10,000 points of damage. However, Shen Qing had just mastered a more powerful attack method. With 36 silver sword energies still suspended above, he decisively activated his new skill, Heavenly Sword Formation. As the skill activated, the 36 strands of sword energy burst into dazzling light, arranging themselves into a heavenly formation and slashing towards the fallen angel. Each strand left deep wounds on the angel's decayed body, causing massive damage. The single-hit damage was more than doubled, and the attack frequency was around 10 times per second. This time, Shen Qing was ready to completely annihilate the fallen angel, showcasing his unparalleled strength. The massive damage output of over 100,000 per second filled Shen Qing with excitement. It felt like wielding an endless power, making his heart race. The power of the Tiangang sword formation left him in awe, and this was just the beginner's level. As his proficiency increased, the damage bonus and attack frequency would rise significantly. In his previous life, sword masters had continuously tested and refined this powerful combo technique, making it comparable to celestial level skills. Although it consumed a hefty amount of resources, 1,000 mana points, hundreds of true chi and mana per second, the results were absolutely astounding. Shen Qing could only maintain this state for 10 seconds at his current level, but with improved attributes, the duration would extend. The Tiangang sword formation not only inflicted high damage on the fallen angel, but also effectively suppressed it. The sword energy sliced into the fallen angel, disrupting its movements and preventing effective counterattacks. While maintaining the skill, Shen Qing contacted Yu Fengqing, informing her that he had found traces of the corpse sect's demons. Yu Fengqing was thrilled upon hearing the news and immediately reminded Shen Qing to be cautious and avoid direct confrontation. She hurried over to provide support. Shen Qing felt a bit helpless, wanting to say that he had already started taking action, but he ultimately followed Yu Fengqing's advice and asked her to come quickly. However, Shen Qing's mana finally ran out, and the Tiangang sword formation ceased. The fallen angel was left with numerous wounds and less than 200,000 health points. Just as the fallen angel was about to launch a counterattack, Shen Qing swallowed a chi restoration pill and decisively activated the skill, Heaven-Cleaving Sword. A giant silver sword descended from the sky, striking the fallen angel's head and dealing 230,000 damage, effortlessly killing the boss. Shen Qing's experience surged to 29 level 92. He collected the equipment and items dropped by the boss and continued moving forward. The thrill of the battle filled him with determination, and he pressed on, unsure of what challenges lay ahead. As the protagonist navigated through the tomb passage, he didn't stop to battle the monsters along the way. Instead, he chose to bypass them, hurrying forward. After running for a while, he finally reached the end of the passage and discovered a spacious burial chamber. The walls were lined with dozens of eternal lamps, their faint light flickering in the air. On the ground, fresh red blood formed a gruesome array that exuded a malevolent aura. The blood flowed within the formation, appearing particularly eerie. A mysterious figure stood beside the stone coffin at the center of the crypt, entirely shrouded in a black robe. This figure was conducting a strange and sinister ritual. The protagonist's heart was filled with curiosity and fear, uncertain of what would happen next. Damn bastard! How dare you destroy Shen Qing's angelic corpse? As Shen Qing stepped into the tomb chamber, a mysterious figure shrouded in a black robe looked up, their gaze filled with hatred and piercing through him. The mysterious person spat venomously, "Too bad. You're too late. My ritual is complete. I will tear you to pieces and leave those hypocritical righteous fools with no place to bury their dead. Come forth, my mighty general." With that, he raised a peculiar instrument, producing a sound of clashing metal. The immense force from the stone coffin sent its lid flying, and a withered general rose from the coffin, exuding a terrifying aura. The zombie general, a dark gold tier boss, level 50, with immeasurable attack power and formidable defense. Once a renowned general, now controlled by dark forces, brave warriors. If you have the strength, help him find peace. Shen Qing realized the boss's level had increased, but he remained composed. He knew the fighting style of the corpse-controlling sect, but he was also aware that this NPC's strength wasn't as formidable as it appeared. Although the tomb chamber was small, It was enough for him to showcase his abilities. Seizing the moment, he swiftly executed his powerful 10,000 swords technique, silver sword energy forming and converging in the chamber. 24 streams of sword energy surged towards the zombie general. A sharp whistling sound pierced through the air, heading straight for the mysterious figure in the black robe. The figure was startled and hastily struck the 2 golden rings in his hands. Instantly, one of the coffin-shaped storage tools hanging from his waist opened, and a half-decayed, green-scaled serpent sprang out. In the blink of an eye, the serpent coiled into a defensive formation, using its body to block the sword energy and protect the mysterious figure below. The man in the black robe was furious. He struck the golden rings forcefully, summoning a zombie general wielding a heavy sword, which he swung fiercely at Shen Qing. Shen Qing couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the blade, losing over 20,000 health points in an instant, reducing his life value to less than 20. This level 50 dark gold tier boss was indeed terrifying. Seeing this, the mysterious figure from the corpse-driving sect laughed heartily, but his laughter abruptly stopped. Above the tomb, the remaining 36 silver sword energies were now controlled by Shen Qing, forming the Tiangang sword formation. The dazzling, fierce sword light interwove like beams of death, cutting down with unstoppable force, completely destroying the green-scaled serpent, protecting the mysterious figure. The silver sword energies then mercilessly slashed around the narrow tomb, targeting the mysterious figure directly. Despite being level 42, his overall attributes and defense were inferior to the level 38 fallen angel Shen Qing had defeated earlier. Under the relentless assault of the Tiangang sword formation, the mysterious figure could only hold out for 5 or 6 seconds before being cut down and killed by the sword light. Although he managed to command the zombie general to attack Shen Qing a few times, the attacks weren't fatal. The health Shen Qing lost was quickly absorbed back. With a flash of golden light, Shen Qing finally leveled up to 30, and a game notification sounded in his ear, reminding him to quickly go to his sect for a realm upgrade, or he wouldn't be able to continue leveling up. After the mysterious figure's death, the zombie general lost control and went into a frenzy, attacking aimlessly and wreaking havoc in the tomb. Shen Qing chose not to confront it head-on but instead circled around, launching sneak attacks. After a battle lasting over 10 minutes, he finally succeeded in defeating this dark gold tier boss. Then, 2 system notifications echoed throughout the server, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Lord Xiaoyao for successfully killing the dark gold tier boss zombie general, earning the server's first kill. Rewards: Luck 5, Reputation 10,000, Dark Gold Tier Dragon Cloud Robe. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Lord Xiaoyao for single-handedly defeating a level 20 boss, earning the epic title, Boss Terminator. As the first player on the server to obtain an epic title, the rewards are Reputation 10,000, Luck 10, Epic Bloodline Awakening Stone. Both announcements were incredibly tempting, with substantial rewards on offer. However, Shen Qing wasn't focused on these notices at the moment. Instead, she was fixated on a metallic badge among the array of items the boss had displayed. It gleamed brilliantly, emanating an enticing glow. Shen Qing's excitement grew, as if she had found the key to success. Shen Qing took a few steps forward and picked up the metal token. As he examined it, the attributes of the token became clear. It was a guild creation token, a special item that allowed its holder to register and establish a guild at the Chaotiank Authority. Indeed, it was a guild creation token, and quite possibly the first one in the entire server. Shen Qing looked at the token in his hand, feeling a surge of excitement and a triumphant smile spread across his face. He remembered that in his previous life, it took 7 days after the game launch for someone to obtain a guild creation token and establish the first guild. But now, just 4 days into the game, he had already secured the token, 3 days ahead of his expectations. Shen Qing had long considered the idea of founding a guild. Although he possessed unparalleled celestial-level talent and could become incredibly powerful on his own, the support of a guild would provide a significant advantage. Moreover, he had parents, family, and friends who he couldn't always be there to protect. In the chaotic world after the cataclysm, he needed a strong force to secure his rear. Therefore, establishing a guild was crucial. Running a guild was essentially a race for dominance. Only a few truly high-level players existed in the national server. Whoever could establish a guild first would have the advantage, attracting all the top players to their faction. Thus, the value of the first guild creation token was immense. Shen Qing grinned and happily placed the token into his inventory. As for the other equipment dropped by the boss, although they were luxurious, their level requirements were too high for Shen Qing to use at the moment. No matter, once the guild was established, he could place them in the guild storage, allowing members to exchange for them with guild contribution points, thereby attracting high-level players. Next, Shen Qing took out another piece of equipment rewarded by the system, the Dragon Cloud Robe. This was a finely crafted traditional robe made of cyan brocade. The robe was embroidered with golden dragons and cloud patterns, exuding a majestic aura. Its attributes were also impressive: 1,829 points in spell defense, 2,014 points in spell resistance, 462 points in constitution, 371 points in agility, 387 points in spirit, and a special effect that increased the user's maximum mana by 30. The equipment skill was Golden Dragon's Protection, which summoned a golden dragon to form a shield with 20,000 health points, lasting for 30 seconds with a 300-second cooldown. This Mastercraft robe provided nearly 2,000 points in spell defense, higher than the attack power of many players. It was undoubtedly top-tier equipment for the current stage of the game, with very practical skills and effects. The special effect that increased the user's maximum mana by 30 would significantly enhance Shen Qing's combat endurance. Eagerly, Shen Qing put on the robe, feeling a renewed sense of vigor and looking even more handsome. Then, Shen Qing walked over to the corpse of the mysterious member of the corpse manipulation sect and began to search it. In this scenario, the loot drops from NPCs and regular map bosses differ. Typically, they don't drop equipment upon death, but often carry some valuable special items. Shen Qing, with a glimmer of hope, sought to find a manual of the corpse control sect, aiming to become a hidden profession expert who could manipulate corpses. However, after thoroughly searching the mysterious figure, he found nothing of significant value, except for a pair of peculiar golden rings, a few small palm-sized coffins, and an assortment of bottles and jars. Among these miscellaneous items, a mysterious black token, neither metallic nor wooden, stood out. The quality and purpose of the mysterious token were unknown, but its appearance was extraordinary. After examining the token's description, Shen Qing couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Just then, a flash of fire appeared at the tomb entrance, and Yu Fengqing rushed in, covered in dust. Seeing Shen Qing unharmed, she sighed in relief and urgently asked where the corpse control sect's fiend had gone. Shen Qing pointed to the corpse on the ground and replied that he had defeated it. Yu Fengqing was momentarily stunned, showing a look of surprise. Shen Qing explained that he had intended to capture the opponent alive, but had to defend himself when the opponent resisted. Yu Fengqing, with her keen insight, deduced from the residual energy fluctuations that a fierce battle had just taken place. Despite Shen Qing being only a minor cultivator at the peak of the qi refining stage, his strength was unexpectedly formidable. Perhaps Shen Qing harbored some hidden secrets, but Yu Fengqing didn't probe further. She simply advised Shen Qing not to act alone. The demonic fiends were cruel and cunning, with sinister methods. Shen Qing's cultivation was still shallow, and his experience was lacking. What would he do if something went wrong? Sensing Yu Fengqing's concern, Shen Qing assured her he would heed her advice. He then showed the mysterious token to Yu Fengqing, seeking her knowledge of its origin. Yu Fengqing took the token and examined it closely, her expression changing subtly. She exclaimed in surprise, "This seems to be the legendary Shenqi ancient token." Hearing the name, Shen Qing felt a stirring in his heart, as if it was familiar yet hard to recall. Fortunately, Yu Fengqing explained that, according to ancient legends, a cataclysmic battle among gods erupted in the heavens long ago. That battle shattered the sky and earth, causing gods and demons to weep, countless beings to perish, and the entire world to be reduced to ruins. Later, the surviving deities, for some mysterious reason, sealed off the battlefield of that great conflict, transforming it into an isolated and sacred burial ground. From time to time, the ancient artifact known as the Divine Weeping Token would mysteriously reappear in the world, as if calling out to destined individuals to explore it. These chosen individuals are drawn into this perilous yet opportunity-filled realm. They might be fortunate enough to obtain precious treasures left behind by the ancient gods, but they also risk becoming trapped within its confines. In this enigmatic burial ground, the twists and turns of fate relentlessly test everyone's courage and wisdom. "Oh, I see." Shen Qing nodded, a wave of memories surfacing in his mind. After listening to Yu Fengqing's introduction, he finally recalled where he had heard that name before. In his past life, shortly after the game launched, hundreds of players worldwide were mysteriously transported into a vast and enigmatic map through the ancient artifact known as the Divine Weeping Token. Rumor had it that the place was teeming with high-level, terrifying monsters and unforeseen dangers, causing most players to perish within 3 minutes. Even those who lasted the longest couldn't survive beyond a day. At the time, the players' levels were too low to explore deeply, limiting their understanding of the map to mere speculations linked to ancient myths. Despite the brief duration, a few lucky individuals obtained valuable opportunities there, with some even rising to become top-tier powerhouses, taking their first steps toward greatness. Although it sparked a temporary frenzy, the map was only accessible once, with just a few hundred lucky entrants, some of whom never disclosed their experiences, turning the map into a legend over time. Shen Qing's initial failure to remember the Divine Weeping Token was due to the distant nature of this memory. Yu Fengqing handed the Divine Weeping Token back to Shen Qing, solemnly advising him to keep it confidential to avoid trouble. She also cautioned that while the heavenly burial grounds held great opportunities, they were equally fraught with unpredictable dangers. Whether or not to enter required careful consideration and deep thought. Shen Qing smiled reassuringly at his senior sister, claiming that he was protected by the power of the gods and could resurrect even if he died, albeit with some loss of cultivation. He assured Yu Fengqing that, according to the game's mechanics, players were considered beings descended from the heavens, blessed by the gods with the ability to revive, a fact unknown to most NPCs. Hearing Shen Qing reveal his identity, Yu Fengqing, though not visibly surprised, reminded him not to overly rely on the god's resurrection power, as everything in the world comes at a cost. Shen Qing nodded thoughtfully. Yu Fengqing smiled and sized him up for a moment. She then removed a beautifully crafted crimson jade from her waist and handed it to Shen Qing, saying, "Thanks to you, we were able to eliminate the evil necromancers. Consider this jade pendant a token of my gratitude." During a tracking mission, Shen Qing obtained an ancient blood-red jade. Despite its age, the jade was smooth and warm to the touch. It was said that wearing it for a long time would bring good fortune, providing a luck value of 10. Although it didn't significantly alter other attributes, this luck value was genuine. Luck influenced hidden mechanics like equipment drop rates and maximum attack triggers. With higher luck, surprises awaited at every corner, and one might even find coins on the street. Grateful, Shen Qing accepted the jade with a smile and said, "Since senior sister holds me in such high regard, I won't refuse." He wore the jade on his belt, silently vowing to find a suitable gift to return the favor to Yu Fengqing, knowing this exchange would naturally elevate their rapport. Yu Fengqing examined the jade on Shen Qing's belt, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. "It seems this jade suits you well," she praised with a nod. After saying her goodbyes, Yu Fengqing departed, while Shen Qing rode his sword back to Feihua City, heading straight to the official office of Chaotian, Quebec. This institution, under the Hulua dynasty, managed all martial sects and practitioners. Shen Qing found the NPC in charge of guilds, presented the guild establishment token, and after a series of tedious procedures, successfully founded the Shenyu Guild, earning 50,000 reputation points, 3 luck points, and the epic bloodbath battle flag as rewards. The system announcement echoed across the server, sparking conversations among players who marveled at Shen Qing's swift establishment of the guild. Wasn't it said that guild establishment tokens are rare? It must have dropped from the dark gold tier boss he just defeated. Lord Xiaoyao hit the jackpot. Defeating a boss to establish a guild is insanely lucky. Shenyu Guild has a 10 attribute boost. Amazing. I want to join too. Even the leaders of the top national guilds were stunned by Shen Qing's achievement. They gazed at the sky, filled with disappointment and envy. This unexpected turn of events was a heavy blow to them, leaving them to sigh with eyes reflecting helplessness and admiration. Mu Ronghua was feeling down. While brewing wine with Qing Mei, he had to hide his true emotions and sent a disingenuous congratulatory message to Shen Qing. Shen Qing accepted their well wishes and thanked them for the message. Afterwards, he sent a message to Gijianshu, Liang Xiaoyu, and Su Yun, inviting them to Feihua City. There was a matter that needed their attention in front of the Chaotian Yamen. Soon, Su Yun and Liang Xiaoyu were the first to arrive. The moment Liang Xiaoyu saw Shen Qing, she couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Boss, you're amazing. You've actually managed to create the first guild in the entire server." Yesterday, when Shen Qing recruited her, he had promised to support her in making their guild the top one in Fehuiqing. Liang Xiaoyu had been skeptical, doubting whether Shen Qing was exaggerating. But now, all her doubts were dispelled by the reality before her. Shen Qing truly had the capability. Shen Qing smiled and said, "Currently, our guild, Shenyu, is the first to be established in the entire server, but we still have a long way to go before we become the top guild overall." With that, Shen Qing opened the guild management panel and added both Su Yun and Liang Xiaoyu to the guild. He then appointed Su Yun as the deputy leader and granted her full administrative rights. "Yun Jia, I have limited time. Can I count on you to help manage the guild?" Shen Qing asked Su Yun. Though she appeared gentle and mild, her years of hard work had equipped her to handle various challenges with ease. Her management skills were exceptional, and she accepted the task without hesitation. How could she refuse when Shen Qing entrusted her with such responsibilities? Su Yun gave Shen Qing a slightly reproachful look and said with a sigh, "Those who are capable must do more. Since you've entrusted me, I will certainly give it my all." Smiling, she accepted the equipment, materials, and gold that Shen Qing provided as the initial funds for the guild and began organizing them properly. Shen Qing suggested setting certain thresholds for guild members to exchange items based on their contributions. Following his advice, Su Yun opened the guild's storage management panel. As she gazed at the high-grade equipment and items glittering before her, she couldn't help but hold her breath in awe. These items were all obtained by Shen Qing from bosses, and the top 10 dark gold tier equipment pieces were incredibly valuable. Most striking of all was an epic-grade bloodline awakening stone. Su Yun stared at Shen Qing in disbelief, her voice soft as she asked, You trust me completely to manage these treasures? Aren't you worried that I might take them for myself? In real life, all her savings combined couldn't match the value of these items. Shen Qing smiled and whispered in her ear, to me, all of these combined are not worth even a tenth of you. Su Yun's heart soared with joy, and she playfully scolded, you're such a sweet talker. Turning to Liang Xiaoyu, Shen Qing said, invite all your family members into the guild, and then join Yun Jie in recruiting new members. A level 1 guild can accommodate up to 1,000 players, so be cautious and prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from infiltrating. The core members of Sister Yun's team are all ambitious, determined to help the faction rise. With a beaming smile and a bold spirit, Liang Xiaoyu expressed her commitment to the cause. Her graceful demeanor left Shen Qing impressed and secretly admiring her. Su Yun, eager to know the recruitment standards, asked immediately. Shen Qing responded without hesitation. Our requirement is to be in the top 10,000 of the server. Applicants with hidden classes, Earth-level talents, or special skills will be given priority. The faction enjoys a 10 attribute bonus, which is sure to attract top-tier players to our ranks. Su Yun nodded in agreement and began discussing the future management details of the faction with Shen Qing. Just then, Gue Jianqiu arrived late. Shen Qing, puzzled, asked the reason for his tardiness. Gue Jianqiu awkwardly explained that he had been delayed by Widow Sun's invitation to dinner. Liang Xiaoyu and Su Yun, curious about Gue Jianqiu's performance, observed this top-ranking player closely. However, upon hearing his reluctance to take on faction management tasks, everyone understood. Such a responsibility was no small matter. Shen Qing humorously shifted the topic and handed Gue Jianqiu the blood-soaked battle flag, a reward from the system, instructing him to sweep through the Junlin family, especially keeping an eye on Junlin Tianxia. Gue Jianqiu's eyes sparkled with battle intent as he accepted the mission without hesitation. Looking at the attributes of the flag, he felt a surge of excitement. This epic-quality blood-soaked battle flag could put faction members into a berserk state, enhancing their abilities across the board. Gue Jianqiu confidently promised to handle the Junlin family well, and Shen Qing was full of confidence in his abilities. Shen Qing nodded in satisfaction, believing that with Gue Jianqiu leading the charge and the boost from the blood-soaked battle flag, the Junlin family would be no match. As for recruiting 200 elite players, simply posting a recruitment notice would quickly bring responses. After arranging everything, Shen Qing instructed the three to attend to their respective tasks, while he himself prepared to head to Shushan for a class change. The mission was significant, and he needed to seize the time to strive for the future development of the faction. The world of Mythology OL is vast and breathtaking. Besides the 8 major cities, there are numerous other towns and famous mountains for players to explore. Teleportation arrays are scattered between various cultivation sects and ancient forbidden ruins, allowing players to move quickly. Shen Qing used the teleportation array in Feihua City to reach the point closest to Mount Shu. After flying on his sword for about 10 minutes, a majestic mountain came into view. The peak towered high, with waterfalls cascading down, and the mountain itself piercing the clouds. Shrouded in mist, it stood proudly on the vast landscape, exuding an unparalleled aura. This mountain, revered as the spiritual root of heaven and earth and a sacred place for swordsmanship, was Mount Shu, emanating an overwhelming presence. Shen Qing descended gracefully at the base of the mountain. He walked up the stone steps leading to the gate. 2 disciples of Mount Shu, dressed in robes and wielding long swords, stopped him, inquiring about his purpose and name. Shen Qing respectfully introduced himself and expressed his desire to undergo the assessment to enter the inner sect. The 2 disciples exchanged glances and asked about Shen Qing's senior brother. Shen Qing politely explained that his master was Jiu Jianxian, though he did not know his true name. Upon hearing this title, the disciples were immediately astonished and requested Shen Qing to demonstrate his cultivation technique. Without hesitation, Shen Qing showcased the Xian Jian Fei Xian technique, much to the disciples' surprise and delight. The Xian Jian Fei Xian technique is one of Mount Shu's top-tier methods, with only a select few qualified to learn it. By passing this technique to Shen Qing, Jiu Jianxian had essentially acknowledged his esteemed status. After verifying his identity, the disciples had no further doubts and promptly arranged for one of them to escort Shen Qing up the mountain and inform the Sword Elder. The Sword Elder received Shen Qing warmly, inviting him to sit and conveying the news of the arrival of the Sword Immortal's disciple. The entire process was filled with solemnity and joy. A few days ago, the sect leader personally reinforced the seal on the demon locking tower and is now in seclusion for recovery. Therefore, Elder Chuanjian took it upon himself to welcome the junior uncle. Shen Qing felt both surprised and honored. Elder Chuanjian holds a prestigious position, second only to the sect leader on Mount Shu. His profound cultivation has earned him immense respect in the cultivation world. Despite Shen Qing being a disciple of Jiu Jianxian and technically of a senior generation, he received a warm reception from the elder. The sect leader mentioned by the elder is none other than Jiu Jianxian's senior brother, known as the Sword Saint, In Ruoxu. Renowned as the foremost in swordsmanship, he is considered a potential candidate to become the greatest in the mortal world. Shen Qing felt a tinge of regret for not being able to meet this legendary sword saint. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Elder Chuanjian, Shen Qing brought up his job change. Typically, new players need to complete a job change task to become official inner disciples of the sect. However, due to Shen Qing's unique status, the elder stood up, placed his palm on Shen Qing's head, and released a burst of light. A system notification sounded in Shen Qing's ear, indicating he had received a personal baptism from Elder Chuanjian of the Mount Shu sect. His Xianjian Fei Xingong skill advanced, and his attribute panel underwent dramatic changes. The star ratings of all attributes in Xianjian Fei Xingong doubled, meaning that with each level up, Shen Qing's attributes would increase exponentially. This is the fundamental reason why second job players are significantly stronger than first job players. With enhanced cultivation, their power grows rapidly. Thus, Shen Qing successfully completed his second job change. Immediately, a system bell rang across the national server, announcing that the player Lord Xiaoyao had become a true disciple of the Mount Shu sect and the first second job player on the server, earning rich rewards. Shen Qing also received a dark gold item, the purple jade gourd, which made him feel happy and content. The purple jade gourd was cool and heavy in his hand, with a jade-like luster and excellent attributes. It could nurture sword-type weapons, increasing their attack power by 1 point per hour, up to a maximum of 500 points per sword for up to 3 swords. On the battlefield, the protagonist wields a rare sword nurturing gourd, imbued with the power of the universe. When the protagonist activates the equipment skill, the sword energy within the gourd coalesces, unleashing 10 fierce sword beams. Each beam carries the protagonist's formidable attack power of 5,000, cutting through the air with razor-sharp precision toward the target. The skill consumes 500 mana and requires a cooldown period of 30 seconds. This sword nurturing gourd is not just a piece of equipment but a crucial tool for honing the sharpness of the protagonist's flying sword, making them unstoppable in battle. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow in slight surprise when he discovered that this was a sword nurturing gourd. While this purple jade gourd is classified as a magical weapon in the cultivator system, its attribute boosts aren't particularly high. However, the sword chi in the gourd skill is incredibly powerful. Every 30 seconds, it releases 10 sword chi, each dealing 5,000 damage. For a level 30 cultivator player, this is extremely formidable. More importantly, this gourd has the ability to nurture swords. Simply placing a sword inside will continuously increase its attack power. This is the true value of this magical item. Shen Qing remembered that some players in his previous life used the sword nurturing gourd to make money. They would buy a few average quality flying swords, place them in the gourd for a few days, and then sell them at double the price. It's no exaggeration to say that the sword nurturing gourd can be used for combat and as a great money-making tool. Even though this purple jade gourd is only of dark gold quality, its market price could be higher than many spirit-grade items. This is a very rare piece of special equipment. As a sword cultivator, Shen Qing naturally desired to have his own sword nurturing gourd. However, this purple jade gourd could only provide up to a 500-point attack boost, which wasn't very attractive to him at this stage. Additionally, the sword chi in the gourd skill was far less practical than the 10,000 swords technique. Therefore, Shen Qing didn't plan to use this magical item himself. Instead, he intended to give it to Su Yun. She could use the gourd to nurture the idle sword weapons in the guild's warehouse and then distribute them to guild members, thereby enhancing the guild's combat power. At that moment, the elder of the sword transmission called over another disciple, who brought 2 items and placed them on the table before Shen Qing. One was a dark iron token, and the other was a golden gourd. The identity token marked Shen Qing as a true disciple of Shushan, granting him access to most areas of Shushan. As for the golden gourd, it had the attributes of a gold-grade item, 272 agility, 221 spirit, and 439 equipment skill points. Its Capture Demon skill had a chance to trap a target inside the gourd, with the success rate depending on the target's level and condition. The skill consumed 200 mana and had a 10-second cooldown. The Refined Demon skill could transform the demons inside the gourd into spirit water, which, when consumed, granted a significant amount of experience. This skill also consumed 200 mana and had a 60-second cooldown. The introduction stated that this gourd, containing a universe within, was an essential magical tool for Shushan disciples to capture and refine demons while traveling the martial world. Both items were standard equipment for Shushan disciples. The identity token was self-explanatory, but to Shen Qing, the golden gourd seemed like a useful auxiliary magical item, though somewhat redundant. After all, he was never hesitant to kill monsters directly to gain attribute points. He never used the gourd to capture monsters and refine them into experienced spirit water. However, since this equipment was bound to him, it would likely end up sitting idle for a long time. Shen Qing hurried from the sword hall to the towering structures of the sword tower and the magic pavilion of the Shushan sect. These 2 screeching buildings complement each other, housing the sect's millennial sword techniques and spell scrolls, respectively. For him, learning new skills became the most important task after his job change. Ordinary players can typically choose 2 Shen level skills from their sect after their second job change. However, to master more or higher level skills, they must complete a series of sect missions and exchange sect contribution points. But as a true disciple of the Shushen sect, Shen Qing was not bound by these restrictions. Upon presenting his identity token, he was warmly welcomed by the guarding disciples. Except for a few forbidden manuals, he could freely choose any other skill to learn. After wandering around the sword tower and the magic pavilion, Shen Qing finally selected 4 skills. Sword Flight, active skill, Huang level, allows the user to control a weapon and fly, increasing movement speed by 400, with a maximum flight height of 5 meters. Consumes 30 mana per second. Drunken Immortal Moon Step, active skill, Shen level, increases attack speed by 30 upon use. Consumes 30 chi per second. Immortal Wind Cloud Body Technique, active skill, Shen level, increases movement speed by 30 upon use. Consumes 30 chi per second.
Sword Aura Protection. Passive skill, 10 level.
Condenses sword aura to cover the body, forming a protective shield that grants double resistance equal to 0.02 times the maximum chi value. Sword Flight is a fundamental skill that all cultivation players must learn after their second job change, while Drunken Immortal Moon Step and Immortal Wind Cloud Body Technique are signature skills of the Shushen sect. Though these skills aren't the highest level, their effects are incredibly practical. Shen Qing had already mastered several offensive skills, including Chi Sword Art, Myriad Sword Art, Sky Piercing Sword, as well as the powerful sword formations, Heavenly Sword Formation and Great Evolution Sword Formation. Therefore, he chose the defensive passive skill Sword Aura Protection. The defensive effect of this skill is directly related to the player's attributes, perfectly complementing his talents. As Shen Qing's attributes and total chi increase, the dual resistance bonus provided by this skill will become extremely powerful, potentially rivaling an immortal level defensive skill. Having completed his second job change and acquired these skills, Shen Qing felt elated as he prepared to return to Feihua City to test out his new abilities. Suddenly, he felt something in his bag vibrate. When she opened the package, a mysterious ancient token appeared before her eyes. It lay quietly in the corner, trembling slightly and emitting a mysterious glow, as if telling an age-old story. This token seemed to harbor immense power, inspiring both awe and reverence. Her emotions surged with excitement and unease, and she couldn't help but wonder about the origin of the token and the mysterious power it held. Shen Qing's heart surged with excitement as he carefully retrieved the ancient token known as the Divine Cry. When the token fell into his hand, a mysterious stream of information flowed into his mind, as if an invisible force was conveying some kind of message. Although there were no explicit written instructions, Shen Qing could clearly sense the message being transmitted. In 7 days, the land of heavenly burial would open. He murmured to himself, a glint of determination in his eyes. Based on the information he had, he deduced that the mysterious land of heavenly burial must be hiding endless secrets and opportunities, perhaps even legendary treasures. Seeing this chance before him, Shen Qing made up his mind to seize it. For someone with celestial-level talent and mythic bloodline like him, ordinary equipment, skills, and items had lost their allure. As long as he kept boosting his attributes, any equipment would become insignificant. Even in a bare state, he could easily overpower other players. However, Mythos Online was no ordinary game. Shen Qing would not be facing other players, but possibly resurrected ancient deities and otherworldly demons that had once destroyed countless worlds. To contend with such beings, merely enhancing attributes wouldn't suffice. These entities wielded formidable rule-based powers, and only artifacts that also operated within those rule domains could pose a threat. Deep down, Shen Qing longed to find such an artifact before the game began to bolster his strength. The land of heavenly burial, a battlefield of ancient battles between Eastern and Western deities, where countless gods and demons had fallen, likely contained artifacts of the same caliber, or at least relevant clues. Therefore, Shen Qing placed great importance on this upcoming dungeon trip to the land of heavenly burial. In the days that followed, Shen Qing immersed himself fully in preparation. He transformed into an unfeeling grinding machine, spending nearly all his time in leveling zones, except for eating and sleeping. He relentlessly slaughtered monsters, continuously enhancing his attributes, and clearing out every densely populated leveling area. Killing tens of thousands of monsters each day, he accumulated thousands of attribute points. Under such intense grinding, Shen Qing's level quickly surged, reaching level 38 in just 3 days. The attribute panel has undergone a stunning transformation, like a magnificent metamorphosis, and can only be described as explosive. When Lord Xiaoyao reached level 38, he boasted an impressive total of 200,000 health points, 207,000 true energy, 182,300 mana, 176,400 constitution, 17,319 strength, 24,897 agility, 15,306 spirit, and 13,012 skill points. He has mastered techniques such as swordsmanship, chi sword technique, 10,000 swords technique, and heaven-splitting sword, effortlessly wielding various divine weapons. In battle, he moves like a sword master, seamlessly and with great ease. To fully harness his innate power, Ren Xiaoyao specifically trained in a unique blood tank technique, granting him extraordinary survivability in combat. Coupled with his relentless collection of health-boosting equipment, his survivability has reached a level that others can only dream of. Calling him a super blood tank is no exaggeration. Even more astonishing is his attack power. According to Mythical OL's attribute conversion, his strength attribute exceeds 20,000, and with weapon bonuses, his panel attack power surpasses 35,000. Such terrifying attack power rivals that of level 60 spirit weapon bosses. His skill set is also quite luxurious, with a perfect balance of offense and defense, allowing him to navigate battles with ease. Currently, Ren Xiaoyao can effortlessly handle any boss below level 70. Many monsters he encounters while leveling up are reduced to ashes under his blade in an instant. His combat efficiency is incredibly high, often clearing an entire leveling area of monsters in just a few minutes. However, the biggest challenge he faces is not the difficulty of the monsters, but their slow respawn rate. As a result, he frequently has to change locations, wasting a lot of time traveling back and forth. If there were a map with dense, endless monsters, it would greatly enhance his combat efficiency and yield twice the results with half the effort. While Ren Xiaoyao was reflecting on this, two figures were plotting in a dimly lit attic in Feihua City. One of them was Junlin Tianxia, who had been having a tough time lately. His daily routine involved leveling up, fetching water for widows, and leading Xinyu players in raids against Junlin players, especially targeting the high-ranking members of the Junlin family. The Junlin family had become the laughingstock of the entire game, fueling Junlin Tianxia's rage. He searched everywhere for a way to overthrow Xinyu by spending money, but to no avail. Until one day, a mysterious player shrouded in a black robe approached him, claiming to have a method to punish Ren Xiaoyao. Junlin Tianxia was ecstatic and eagerly asked, "What is the method?" The mysterious player smiled confidently and said, "I have a special item that can transport Ren Xiaoyao into a very unique advanced map. On that map, countless fierce and relentless enemies lie in wait. More importantly, there is no chance of escape from that area. Using a town portal scroll to flee from danger is impossible. Even if misfortune strikes, one can only revive at the same spot. Every adventurer who steps into this region is destined to face the same fate. They will be relentlessly hunted by those high-level monsters until their levels drop to 0. Ultimately, they will be trapped in that area forever. The only way out is to delete their character and start anew. There is no other option." After listening to the mysterious man, Junlin Tianxia's eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement. Despite some doubts, he couldn't help but ask, "Is there really such a bizarre map in this game?" The mysterious man chuckled lightly and replied leisurely, "Of course. I'm sure you've heard of the Abyss of Despair, haven't you?" Junlin Tianxia's expression changed, and he suddenly realized that the mysterious man was referring to the legendary place. As a top player who had spent a lot of money and was ready to make a big impact in the game, he was naturally familiar with the background story of Mythology OL. At the northernmost point of the northern snowfield, there was once a vast ice plain called Biming Snowfield. Over 10,000 years ago, a chasm suddenly appeared there, unleashing endless abyssal creatures and causing a catastrophe. After countless battles by powerful warriors, a 1,000-milling ice wall was finally built, and it took a millennium to quell the chaos and completely seal the Abyss of Despair. Today, many abyssal creatures still roam the snowfield outside the wall, requiring many cultivators to guard the area to ensure the safety of the inland. If the map mentioned is indeed the Abyss of Despair, then the eternally sealed map could bring about the effects the mysterious man described. To prove his point, the mysterious man displayed a prop manual and introduced the Abyssal Talisman, an ancient talisman created by a top talisman master to seal the remnants of abyssal demons. Upon use, it opens a spatial passage, transporting the target to the Abyss of Despair, sealing them forever with no escape. Junlin Tianxia's eyes gleamed with excitement as he hastily asked, "How much are you selling this item for?" The mysterious man smiled, held up one finger, and slowly said, 1 billion, fixed price. Junlin Tianxia's eyes widened, and he scoffed, "Are you trying to rob me? A useless item for anything other than harming others, worth 1 billion? The most I can offer is 10 million. While the item itself might not be worth 1 billion, its uses are incredibly valuable." The mysterious man smiled indifferently and continued, "If you don't eliminate Ren Xiaoyao, your Junlin family is doomed in Mythology OL. But with this item, you get a chance to turn the tables. 1 billion to remove the top player on the leaderboard is actually a bargain." After a moment of hesitation, Junlin Tianxia finally agreed to a price of 50 million. He had finally acquired the extremely rare Abyssal Talisman. "Ren Xiaoyao, your days of arrogance are over. he muttered through gritted teeth, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he sent off the mysterious man. The next morning, Shen Qing arrived at a new leveling area and began his monster hunting journey. In just a few minutes, he cleared the entire map and couldn't help but sigh. This efficiency is way too slow. With a swift strike of his sword, Shen Qing felled the last monster before him, feeling a surge of relief. Just as he was about to soar away from this training ground in search of a new battlefield, he sensed an unusual distortion behind him. Turning around, he saw a blurry humanoid figure materialize in the void. A mysterious talisman flew towards him, shattering instantly and releasing an eerie purple light. The light twisted rapidly, forming a deep spatial portal that solidified above Shen Qing's head. The powerful suction left him nearly defenseless, pulling him into the portal. He felt the world spinning, his head dizzy and vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dimly lit, blood-scented, mysterious map. At the same time, a cold system notification echoed in his ears. Abyss talisman locked, pinpoint teleportation to mythical sealed map Despair Abyss. A wave of despair surged within Shen Qing as he realized he was trapped in this completely sealed map, cut off from the outside world, unable to teleport or revive. This was a place filled with challenges and unknowns. How would he face it all? Complete isolation from the outside world, prohibition of all transmission tools, and immediate resurrection upon death. Seriously, this online game has turned into a single-player game? Hearing the system chime in his ear, Shen Qing was momentarily dumbfounded. Then, it suddenly hit him someone had definitely set him up. And it wasn't hard to guess who would go to such lengths. It was most likely Junlin Tianxia, that fool, on the map of Despair Abyss, a place Shen Qing was very familiar with. This map was infamous in his past life. About a month after the game launched, a player named Ba Ji Xiao Guangfeng suddenly rose to prominence. He skyrocketed to the top of the level leaderboard in no time, basking in the glory. However, just when he was at his peak, he was abruptly teleported into Despair Abyss. Overnight, his level was reset to 0, and he was trapped with no way out. In the end, he had no choice but to delete his character and start over, fading into obscurity. He became one of the most regretted top players in the game's history, a tale that once made waves in the gaming community. Speculation about who was behind his downfall ran rampant, with many pointing fingers at Qin Xiaoyao, who was second on the leaderboard at the time. Yet, no concrete evidence was ever found, and the mystery remained unsolved. Damn, I've become the scapegoat. The dirty trick used on Ba Ji Xiao Guangfeng in the past is now being used on me? Shen Qing's expression turned peculiar. At this moment, he deeply understood the terrifying nature of the butterfly effect. Perhaps this was what cultivators referred to as karma. Although being reborn was a blessing, he had taken too many advantages that weren't originally his, and now he was fated to bear the consequences. He would face challenges and storms that he had never encountered in his previous life. His current achievements and popularity in the game made him an easy target for jealousy. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden schemes are hard to guard against. The game's complexities ran deep, with too many bizarre and sinister items making it hard to stay vigilant. One careless move could spell disaster. As Shen Qing frowned, pondering a way to escape, he suddenly noticed something. In the dark shadows around him, pairs of blood-red eyes began to glow. Countless abyssal creatures emerged from the gloom, like moths drawn to a flame, emitting terrifying, savage roars as they charged at him. These abyssal creatures, having been tainted by the abyssal depths for years, were all of considerable strength. Level 42 Abyssal Wolf, Level 47 Abyssal Poison Spider, Level 51 Abyssal Mantis. They were endless, enough to make any player's scalp tingle with despair. However, as Shen Qing scanned the scene, not only did he not show fear, but his eyes lit up. Darn it, wasn't this the leveling paradise he had always dreamed of? Looking at the swarming, seemingly infinite monsters, he thought, this isn't some despair abyss. This is my happy hunting ground. Thank you, Mother Nature. With his eyes gleaming with excitement, Shen Qing wasted no time and began to cast his sword techniques. A flurry of thousands of sword techniques struck like a violent storm. Under Shen Qing's masterful control, the mechanics of the 10,000 swords technique underwent a dramatic transformation. No longer confined to a fixed number of sword energies, he could now freely adjust the quantity. His chi and mana were completely drained by the sword energies. Without hesitation, Shen Qing unleashed 1,000 sword energies, forming an unstoppable blade storm that swept in all directions. In an instant, countless monsters howled in agony within the sword energies, and damage numbers in the tens of thousands erupted like mushrooms after rain. A sense of exhilaration surged in Shen Qing's heart as he smiled broadly, forming the Heavenly Gang Sword formation with 36 sword energies, surrounding himself before charging into the monster horde. Meanwhile, news spread from Feihua City that Shen Qing had been teleported to the Abyss of Despair by the Abyss token. Junlin Tianxia was ecstatic, laughing out loud. He openly proclaimed his victory, announcing the downfall of Ren Xiaoyao to the entire server. His words carried a hint of smugness and arrogance, showcasing his confidence and dominance. The news sent shockwaves through the gaming world. Players discussed it fervently, surprised and skeptical of Jun Lin Tianxia's actions, yet also admiring his boldness and decisiveness. Within the divine realm, panic ensued as everyone sought the truth. Su Yun, Gijianshu, Liang Xiaoyu, and other high-ranking members were extremely anxious, desperate to learn what had happened. However, despite Ren Xiaoyao being online, they couldn't reach him. They could only post messages in the guild channel to reassure everyone and try to stabilize the situation. Just then, a shocking message came through the guild channel. The guild leader's level had dropped. Su Yun nervously opened the level rankings, seeing Shen Qing's level fall from 38 to 37, and couldn't help but worry. Shen Qing's level number suddenly fluctuated, plummeting to level 36. In a short span of time, Shen Qing had died twice, causing his level to drop by 2. Meanwhile, in the distant city of Shenhua, Qianqiu Weiyang gripped his sword and grinned, satisfaction evident on his face. He taunted, Ren Xiaoyao, you're doomed to be trapped in that dark abyss, endlessly struggling. The top spot in the entire server will be mine. Shen Qing felt a pang of heartache and despair, realizing the immense challenges he faced in the game. However, his heart was filled with a burning desire for victory. Determined, he resolved to improve his skills, achieve victory, and reclaim his place at the top. Wow, Ren Xiaoyao actually got demoted. Could it be that the announcement from Junlin Tianxiao was true? Did he really take Ren Xiaoyao down? How is that even possible? Ren Xiaoyao is the top-ranked player in the game. What kind of map is so tough that even he can't handle it? Come on, man. Read the background story carefully. The Abyss of Despair is one of the most dangerous forbidden zones in the entire game, with monsters over level 100. Even 10 Ren Xiaoyaos wouldn't stand a chance in there. Is it really that cursed? You can't even return to the city after dying? It might be a special map mechanism. According to the background story, the Abyss of Despair is in a completely sealed state, so it's normal if he can't get out. Ren Xiaoyao could be in serious trouble this time. If the top player suddenly falls, the game might see some major upheaval, and even the Shen Yu guild might be in trouble. Is it really that serious? Even without Ren Xiaoyao, there are still other top players like Gui Jianqiu and Liang Xiaoyu. Plus, Shen Yu is already a level 2 guild with 3,000 elite players. Who would dare to mess with them? The Junlin family has already been crushed. They're just a bunch of defeated stragglers now. How could they possibly make a comeback? You don't get it. It's precisely because Shen Yu has developed so quickly that they're bound to face trouble. Think about it. Out of the top 20,000 players in the game, they've recruited 3,000. Other major guilds are bound to be jealous. Before, they didn't dare to make a move because Ren Xiaoyao was there to keep them in check. Now, if Ren Xiaoyao is truly stuck in the Abyss of Despair and can't come back, you can bet the other factions will pounce like hungry wolves and tear Shen Yu apart. Wow, you might actually have a point. Looks like the game is going to be full of chaos in the coming days. Who cares though? Whoever becomes the top player in the national server doesn't really matter to us regular players. Let's just sit back, eat our popcorn, and enjoy the show. While the entire national server was in an uproar, with countless players buzzing about Shen Qing's sudden demotion, deep within the Abyss of Despair, Shen Qing wielded the heavenly sword formation above his head. Sword energy radiated around him as he carved a bloody path through an endless horde of abyssal monsters. Just moments ago, he had been maneuvering the sword formation with ease, slicing through the monster horde with exhilaration. But then, in a moment of carelessness, he crashed into the face of a level 100 ghost weapon class boss, the Abyssal Flame Demon. Enraged, the Abyssal Flame Demon let out a furious roar and swatted him dead with a single slap. After reviving twice, he barely managed to escape with his life. Even now, thinking back to the terrifying moment when the enraged Flame Demon's giant hand descended and countless heavenly fireballs fell from the sky, he still felt a shiver of fear. What's so great about a level 100 boss? It's just equivalent to the nascent soul stage. The tables will turn eventually. Just wait until I grind for a couple more days, then I'll come back and take you down. Shen Qing snorted coldly, slashing a sword to kill an abyssal swift crab that was munching on grass nearby to vent his frustration. Then, stepping on the sword light, he charged into the oncoming horde of monsters once again. Shen Qing was fully immersed in his game when his expression suddenly changed slightly, as if he had heard a knock on the door. The sound was clear and unmistakable, coming from the real world. Shen Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly decided to log out. Normally, you can't log out directly while in combat. You have to be out of combat for at least 5 seconds to log out safely. This is to prevent players from using sudden logouts to avoid fatal damage due to bugs. If a player forces a logout while in combat, their character will be stuck in place until the battle ends or they are defeated. Surrounded by monsters, logging out directly would certainly result in death and losing a level. In this dangerous abyss, there were just too many monsters. Even the rocks on the ground could suddenly turn into monsters and attack you. Finding a safe place to log out could take at least 10 minutes. Fortunately, Shen Qing didn't care much about levels. So what if he lost a level? The attributes gained from battles wouldn't be lost. Even if he dropped back to level 0, he could still be invincible. After logging out, Shen Qing immediately went to the living room and opened the door. Sure enough, he saw Su Yun standing there. She had clearly just logged out of the game, wearing a thin nightgown. Her smooth, alluring, white legs were faintly visible under the nightgown. The lace-trimmed neckline revealed a tantalizing hint of her white cleavage. Her anxious expression stirred Shen Qing's compassion, and he walked over to her, gently comforting, Su Yun, there's no need to worry. Seeing Su Yun's troubled look, Shen Qing placed his hands on her shoulders and continued with a smile. Although I faced some difficulties, the abyss of despair turned out to be a blessing in disguise for me. It actually helped me a lot. As he spoke, Shen Qing led Su Yun inside, settled her on the sofa, and poured her a glass of water to ease her mind. Su Yun took a sip of water, still looking at Shen Qing with doubt, and asked, are you really trying to comfort me? Or are you just saying that to make me feel better? Shen Qing laughed and responded, of course, I mean it. Do I look like I'm forcing a smile? Su Yun stared at Shen Qing for a moment. Seeing his sincere and unguarded expression, she finally felt relieved and gently patted her chest, asking, then why did you suddenly lose a level? Shen Qing cleared his throat and explained. It was a tactical move to create the illusion that I had fallen and was powerless, making the enemy overconfident and revealing their weaknesses. Really? Su Yun gave Shen Qing a playful glare. You've picked up quite a few tricks, haven't you? Shen Qing, still smiling, sat down next to Su Yun and curiously asked, so, tell me, what's the situation in the game? What has the Junlin family been up to? They haven't taken any action yet, but Junlin Tianxia has already called for retaliation across the server. In the coming days, there will undoubtedly be some targeted moves, Su Yun said. Shen Qing nodded thoughtfully, lightly rubbing his chin. The brief silence in the living room felt oppressive. Only then did Su Yun realize she'd been too hasty. She hadn't even changed out of her pajamas before coming to Shen Qing's house. Now, sitting so close to him on the sofa, she felt a flutter in her chest. She tugged at the hem of her pajamas, trying to cover her exposed legs. But as her legs were concealed, the neckline dropped further, revealing more of her allure. Her face flushed as she subtly shifted away, but Shen Qing, still deep in thought, moved closer effortlessly. Su Yun shifted again, and Shen Qing closed the gap once more. Watching Shen Qing pretend to be lost in thought, Su Yun felt both amused and exasperated. She lightly tapped his shoulder with her small fist, but then stopped moving away. Smiling slightly, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked, so, when will you be able to get out of the abyss of despair? Shen Qing's expression froze at Su Yun's question. The truth was, he wasn't sure himself. The Abyss of Despair was one of the most mysterious maps in the game. In his previous life, even up until the game merged with reality and he fell, players knew very little about it. Shen Qing knew several ways to enter it, but he had no idea how to escape. However, Shen Qing wasn't too worried. If there was no other way, he could stay inside and keep growing until the game and reality merged. The place was teeming with monsters, making it one of the maps he was most adept at. If he stayed there and leveled up for a few months, he might become invincible. By then, he wouldn't need to find an exit. He could break the seal and walk out confidently. Shen Qing cleared his throat and said to Su Yun, well, it's hard to say. It could be soon, or it could take a while. At worst, I might have to stay in there for 2 or 3 months. What? Stay there for months? Su Yun's brows furrowed, and she said gravely, once word of your disappearance spreads, there will be some turmoil within the guild. If it's only for a short time, Xiaoyao and I can manage. But if you're gone for months, it will be chaos. Shen Qing, however, was unconcerned. He looked at Su Yun with a smile and said, Yunjie, I trust in your abilities. Even if I'm not around, you can manage the guild. Shen Qing was confident. By revealing some special resource points he knew about to Su Yun and having her arrange for them to be occupied and controlled in advance, combined with the support of top-tier players like Gue Jianqiu and Liang Xiaoyao, they could gradually build up an advantage even in his absence. The Divine Domain had become a dominant super guild in the national server, but Su Yun remained unmoved. She sneered and said dismissively, don't try to sweet-talk me. Even though you're the guild leader, you hide in the abyss and are never seen. Why should I bother helping you? Shen Qing grasped Su Yun's hand, looking at her earnestly. This is our shared endeavor. Feeling the warmth of Shen Qing's hand, Su Yun's heart stirred. She symbolically struggled a bit but didn't really pull away, allowing him to hold her hand as she murmured, who knows if what you say is true? Fine, I agree. I'll help you manage the guild with all my effort. You've had a tough time lately. Shen Qing squeezed her soft hand gently and said warmly, I'm glad you understand. Su Yun's heart raced as she gave Shen Qing a slightly resentful glance and chided, What choice do I have since I'm already following you? Shen Qing raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, What? When did you start following me? Su Yun's cheeks flushed as she glared at him, quickly withdrawing her hand and rushing out of the room. After stepping out, she turned back and said from the doorway, I made some soup for lunch. Come and have some later. All right, Shen Qing replied with a smile. After seeing Su Yun off, he quickly went back online to continue the battle. Shen Qing reappeared in the abyss, where a green abyssal swift crab squirmed at his feet. He kicked it away, and the ground suddenly cracked open as a massive abyssal vanguard emerged. Seeing these enraged creatures, a glint of determination flashed in Shen Qing's eyes as he mercilessly slaughtered them. He pressed forward relentlessly, with more monsters appearing continuously. The abyssal creatures were highly sensitive to any disturbances from the outside world, immediately gathering and giving Shen Qing more attribute points. By nightfall, Shen Qing had accumulated over 20,000 attribute points. Just then, he felt his pack vibrate slightly, emitting a familiar pulse. The divine weeping ancient order reminded him that only 3 days remained until the opening of the tomb of heaven. Ever since being teleported to the abyss of despair, Shen Qing had been worried about whether the divine weeping ancient order could break the seal here and whether he would miss the opening of the tomb of heaven. Shen Qing couldn't help but feel a bit worried. After all, it would be disastrous if he suffered heavy losses. However, the recent fluctuations from the Shenqi ancient token gave him some reassurance. The fact that the token could still emit signals meant it was still functional, right? But Shen Qing couldn't shake off the concern about what would happen if he truly stepped into the land of heavenly burial. Would he be randomly teleported back to the outside world? Or would he return to that endless abyss? Given a choice, Shen Qing would prefer the latter. The abyss, teeming with unique monsters and their captivating cries, had always fascinated him. Unbeknownst to Shen Qing, as the Shenqi ancient token pulsed within his pack, at the end of the abyss, a boundless darkness concealed an eternal, mysterious realm. Suddenly, an ominous eye opened. The Shenqi ancient token. Boom! The abyss was shrouded in darkness when suddenly, a dazzling silver light erupted. Thousands of razor-sharp sword auras descended from the sky like divine swords from the heavens, filled with an overwhelming killing intent. In the midst of this all-encompassing storm of sword energy, a swarm of void-eyed monsters was instantly obliterated. A flash of golden light followed, and Shen Qing leveled up, his energy and mana fully restored in an instant. This was Shen Qing's trick for efficiently grinding monsters, targeting high-level creatures and leveling up just as his mana was nearly depleted to automatically restore his energy and mana to full. This method significantly improved his grinding efficiency. Although Yu Fengqing had expressed concerns about the risk of frequent deaths and level drops, Shen Qing had already experienced hundreds of level reset revivals since the game's launch. He focused solely on boosting his attributes, believing that as long as his stats were high enough and his sword sharp enough, he had nothing to fear. With his attributes skyrocketing, Shen Qing began to feel a bit overconfident. His sword aura was unstoppable as he slaughtered the abyssal monsters en masse, fantasizing about retreating to a secluded spot to further enhance his attributes and challenge a god or boss, eager to experience the thrill of slaying a deity. However, just as he was lost in this thought, his body suddenly trembled, and a chilling sensation washed over him, as if he was being watched by a terrifying presence, causing him immense dread. At the same time, the abyssal creatures around him let out terrified screams and scattered, disappearing without a trace. Shen Qing took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, his pupils contracting sharply. Above him, a horrifying abyssal creature appeared, resembling an enormous moth magnified countless times, with a purple body covered in sinister, magical eyes and massive wings suspended in midair. Despite its brutal and savage aura, this abyssal creature also exuded a sense of regal elegance. This was a level 125 heaven-tier boss, a top predator lurking in the depths of the abyss. Upon seeing it, one had already become its prey. Shen Qing's heart tightened. This was the most formidable boss he had encountered in the abyss of despair. He prepared himself, closing his eyes as he braced for the impending challenge. From the mouth of the terrifying creature, a noble and icy female voice suddenly emerged. Mortal, what is your name? Shen Qing was momentarily taken aback. This boss could talk? Could there be some hidden storyline? His curiosity piqued. He answered seriously, My name is Lord Xiaoyao. May I ask how to address you? I am the queen of this abyss buyers. The dignified and commanding voice echoed again from the creature's mouth. Shen Qing was stunned. Buyers? Yes, buyers. All right, Alps. Suddenly, Shen Qing's body exploded without warning. Then he was reborn in a flash of white light. He touched his nose, realizing he could no longer treat the self-proclaimed Abyss Queen NPC lightly. He understood that the names spoken by the creature and the one seen on his status panel were different. This suggested that the entity speaking to him was not the level 135 heavenly tier boss, but a more powerful, mysterious being controlling its body. Likely a god or boss sealed at the abyss's end. A glint of determination flashed in Shen Qing's eyes as he asked in a steady voice, "Your Majesty, what do you require of me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, his expression changed. Bayer's right wing moved, and his pouch suddenly opened. An ancient black token flew out and began to slowly rotate in midair. Indeed, it is the Divine Cry token. Bayer's voice revealed excitement. Several eerie purple demon eyes fixed on Shen Qing as she spoke solemnly. "I need you to go to a certain place and retrieve an item." Shen Qing's heart sank at Bayer's commanding tone. He frowned slightly and pretended to be confused. "Where is this place you speak of? What item do you need? What's so special about this token?" "Don't play dumb with me." Byers snorted coldly, her voice stern. "In the face of my command, you have no choice but to obey. There is no room for refusal." Shen Qing snorted back, firmly replying, "Do not speak to me with such arrogance. I am not a resident of your abyss, and you are not my queen." Byers stared coldly at Shen Qing as if seeing through him entirely. After a moment, she continued in her lofty tone, "Mortal, I know you possess an extraordinary talent for gaining strength through battle and the divine blessing of resurrection. But do you think you have the right to defy my will? If you refuse my request, prepare to be forever condemned, trapped beneath the abyss." Shen Qing frowned deeply at her words, thinking about being trapped for months, unable to kill monsters, and watching his game character fade away, wasting time. His heart sank. Shen Qing was anxious, realizing that his strength and status had fallen far behind others in this game. These mythical NPCs were each more cunning and scheming than the last. They could almost be considered as real deities. The threat of the Abyssal Empress weighed heavily on Shen Qing, but after a moment of silence, a determined look flashed in his eyes. Raising his head, he resolutely said to the Empress, "I am willing to accept your terms, but not as your servant or vassal, rather as an equal partner." Shen Qing's stance was firm and resolute, showcasing his determination not to submit to anyone. The standoff between Sha Qing and Bayless was tense. Facing Bayless' enormous body, covered in sinister patterns, Sha Qing's gaze remained as sharp as a sword, showing no sign of backing down. He calmly said, "If you don't want to, seal me away. But you'll never get what you desire." Bayless stared at Sha Qing, her eyes filled with a sense of oppression. After a while, she suddenly chuckled, "Heh, I forgot you're a sword cultivator. You sword cultivators from the human race are indeed stubborn." Then, she agreed to Sha Qing's terms, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Sha Qing asked, "What is it that you want me to find?" Bayless replied vaguely, "You'll know when you see it." Sha Qing frowned and continued, "Since this is a collaboration, it should be mutually beneficial. If I help you find the treasure, you should give me something in return." Bayless smiled mysteriously, suddenly extending her right wing and injecting purple energy into Sha Qing's body. Sha Qing felt an intense heat in his chest and received a system notification, gaining the abyssal power skill. He looked at the strange mark on his chest, thinking to himself that while the skill was powerful, it carried an unspeakable mystery. There must be a deeper price hidden behind such a mark. Belris gave a slight smile and said leisurely, "But don't worry. As long as you keep your promise and help me retrieve that item, this mark won't harm you. Instead, it will become a source of great strength for you." Shen Qing furrowed his brows slightly. He knew that this mark was Belra's way of keeping him in check, the foundation of their cooperation. Taking a deep breath, he said solemnly, "Once the task is done, you must remove it from my body. Otherwise, even if I get the item, I won't hand it over to you." "That's a given. I'm only interested in the item, not in you," Belraz agreed readily. Then, with a playful tone, she added, "Just worried that by then, you'll be so addicted to that immense power that you'll beg me not to take it back. So, there's still a hidden risk." Shen Qing resolved in his heart to avoid using this abyssal power unless absolutely necessary. He had hoped to negotiate for some benefits, but once again, Belraz had outmaneuvered him. These god-level bosses, who have lived for countless ages, are indeed more cunning than one another. Shen Qing cursed inwardly, feeling very displeased. But he was helpless. After all, he couldn't defeat her right now. This is how this world works. Even in a cooperative relationship, the stronger party always has the upper hand. Shen Qing could only vow to himself that one day, when his strength surpassed hers, he would crush this abyss queen under his foot and whip her into submission. "Are you cursing me in your heart?" Belra's form suddenly shrank to normal human height and floated beside Shen Qing, asking playfully.
No, no.
Shen Qing quickly denied, saying seriously, "I was thinking about how dangerous the burial grounds are. With my current strength, it might be hard to proceed. Do you have any powerful artifacts or equipment? Give me a few more to enhance my strength, so I can have a better chance of retrieving the item for you, right? Your equipment does seem quite inadequate. This time, Belriz didn't refuse Shen Qing. She nodded and waved her wings. Instantly, a flash of light appeared, and a pile of equipment fell in front of Shen Qing. His eyes lit up as he eagerly inspected them. The first thing he saw was a gleaming, imposing long sword with a black dragon head carved into the hilt, exuding a powerful aura. The Shenjin Black Dragon Sword, a ghost-tier weapon, had attributes: Strength 21438, Agility 31337, Spirit 27521, Special Effect 29217. Its normal attacks had a 12 Dragon Flame damage effect, and it possessed Dragon's Might, which weakened the target's attributes, with the effect depending on the target's level and bloodline. When the Dragon Flame Sword Chi is activated, the sword's blade suddenly emits a 5-meter-long burst of Dragon Flame energy, imbued with boundless passion and power. This surge instantly boosts the attack power by 15, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. However, this dazzling moment consumes 500 chi per second, making each use a precious opportunity. On the other hand, the Black Dragon Break skill summons the dormant spirit of the Black Dragon within the blade, like a giant dragon awakening in the night. It launches a fierce attack on targets within a 100 by 100 meter area, each strike dealing 130 of attack power 7 times, leaving enemies with no escape. This skill, however, requires a lengthy cooldown period of 3 hours, necessitating careful consideration of its use. This divine weapon, reaching level 95, was meticulously crafted by a legendary swordsmith. He extracted the essence from the bones of a black dragon and fused it with Xiao Xianjin, refining and forging it over several years. The blade is sealed with the complete spirit of the black dragon, and each swing is accompanied by the dragon's roar, pushing its power to the extreme. It can awaken the black dragon spirit, unleashing tremendous power capable of shattering mountains and splitting rivers, making the world tremble. Such a divine weapon is undoubtedly a supreme force on the battlefield, inspiring awe and a deep desire to witness its magnificent power. A level 95 Ghost Sword boasts an attack power of 130,000, over 10 times higher than the Qingming Sword. Its combined additional attributes exceed 100,000, almost more than the total attributes Shen Qing has acquired in the game. This high-level weapon is truly exceptional among its peers, earning the title of an invincible divine weapon. With this sword in his possession, Shen Qing's power underwent a dramatic transformation. Additionally, Beals gifted him a set of level 60 spiritual equipment, the Abyss set. Although its attributes are somewhat inferior to the Shenjin Black Dragon Sword, the set offers a 30 attack boost, a 20 cooldown reduction, and an additional 300,000 health points, which is quite decent. Despite being only around level 20, Shen Qing couldn't initially equip the level 60 gear. However, Beals left the power of the Abyss within him, making it highly compatible with the Abyss set. This allowed Shen Qing to bypass the level requirements and use the high-level equipment a small loophole Beals provided for him. However, Shen Qing wasn't satisfied and, with a feigned look of surprise, said, "These items are too shabby. Abyss Queen, is this all you can offer? Even if you're struggling, you should at least give me some divine artifacts, right? Is the Abyss really this short on decent equipment?" Beals snorted coldly. Although she sensed Shen Qing's provocation, she didn't get angry. Instead, she said lightly, "I do have better equipment, but I can't send it outside the Abyss. Even if I gave it to you, it would be useless." Raising an eyebrow slightly, Shen Qing wasn't sure if she was telling the truth, but keenly picked up on the information hidden in her words. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you saying I need to leave the Abyss first to enter the land of heavenly burial?" Beals nodded and admitted, "That's right. Blame it on the damn seal. I'll cast a spell to send you outside the Abyss. Once you retrieve the item, use this boundary-breaking talisman to open a spatial passage and send it back." With that, she flapped her wings, and a purple jade talisman floated gently in front of Shen Qing. Grabbing the talisman, Shen Qing chuckled and asked, "Can I stay in the Abyss for a few more days? Or can you give me a few more boundary-breaking talismans? After all, we're partners now, and we might collaborate again in the future." Beals knew exactly what Shen Qing was up to, but she was already accustomed to humans who arrived in the Abyss for various reasons. Shen Qing did not exhaust herself with schemes, dreaming of returning to the outside world. Even though she had already sent him away, she still longed for his return. She didn't see the Abyss of Despair as a place to act on whims, but hoped to retrieve the treasure lost in the sky burial grounds. She didn't care about other matters. She only wished for Shen Qing's strength to grow, believing that the stronger he became, the greater the hope of finding the treasure. Despite Beryl claiming herself as the queen of the Abyss, she did not consider the mindless, bloodthirsty abyssal creatures as her subjects. To her, they were nothing more than insignificant insects. She let Shen Qing kill them as he wished. Glancing at Shen Qing, she said calmly, "I'll give you 2.5 days. Whether we can continue to cooperate in the future depends on your performance this time." With that, she spread her purple wings and disappeared. With 2.5 days remaining, Shen Qing was unsure if she would be able to return later. She wouldn't miss such a precious opportunity. After Beryl left, she immediately began a frenzied monster hunting spree. With the attributes of the Xinjiang Black Dragon Sword and the Abyss set, Shen Qing's strength saw a comprehensive and significant boost. Riding her flying sword, she wreaked havoc, sweeping through the abyss like an unprecedented storm, leaving a trail of blood and carnage. Previously, Shen Qing's monster hunting efficiency was already high, though she occasionally encountered groups of monsters above level 50. Now, wielding the Xinjiang Black Dragon Sword, her attack power approached 200,000. Combined with the high damage bonuses from her titles, techniques, and bloodline talents for sword attacks, she could effortlessly one-shot most monsters below level 70. Monsters below level 70 made up at least 80 of all abyssal creatures, which saved her some detour time. Additionally, with increased total chi and mana, she could release more sword chi with the 10,000 swords technique, and the Tiangang sword formation could almost be maintained continuously. These factors combined to increase her overall monster hunting efficiency by 7 or 8 times. Over the next 2 days, she worked tirelessly, sleeping only 2 hours a day and eating instant noodles offline when hungry. In this frenzy of slaughter, she killed millions of monsters and gained over 300,000 attribute points, making her stats comparable to an 80-plus level Ghost Tier boss, and her attack power even surpassed that of a 90-level Earth Tier boss. At 11 in the morning, Beryl reappeared before Shen Qing. Shen Qing, in her killing frenzy, instinctively slashed at Beryl, who shattered like broken glass. After reviving, Shen Qing realized it was Beryl, coughed awkwardly, and greeted her. Belrez cast him a cold glance and said in a low voice, "Get ready. I'll open the spatial portal in an hour to send you away from here." Just as she finished speaking, a piercing system alarm echoed throughout the game world. "Attention all players, an abnormal situation has been detected in the Abyss of Despair. In 1 hour, an abyssal monster surge will threaten the Northern Expanse Great Wall. The wall has issued a call for help and urgently needs reinforcements. All players who have reached the second advancement can head to the Great Wall to participate in the defense battle. Rewards will be distributed based on ranking after the battle concludes." The tower stood like a blazing bonfire, rising towards the sky, calling for heroes from all corners of the world. In the face of the impending battle, Belrez had mixed feelings. She knew it would be a harrowing test, but also a chance to showcase courage and unity. A system-wide announcement echoed through the sky, leaving Shen Qing momentarily stunned. With a look of shock, he turned to Byris and asked, "Not only are you helping me leave today, but you're also launching a monster tide against the Great Wall?" Byris didn't deny it. With a cold snort, he replied indifferently, "Do you think this place is that easy to leave? To send you into the abyss, I have to pay a hefty price. So, you'd better help me retrieve that item. Otherwise, the Empress will be furious, and the consequences will be dire." As he finished speaking, Byris pointed to the abyss mark on Shen Qing's chest, which suddenly emitted a searing heat. It was clearly a warning to Shen Qing not to play any tricks after leaving the abyss. "I've left a contingency plan. If you can't meet my demands and return the item I need, be prepared to face my wrath." After issuing this warning, Byris disappeared, likely preparing to break the seal and initiate the monster tide. Only 1 hour remained. Over the past few days, Shen Qing had farmed enough attribute points and wasn't in dire need of more. Since he was here, he couldn't leave empty-handed. During this period, Shen Qing had been focusing on maximizing his efficiency, often ignoring the loot drops. Now, with just 1 hour left, he decided to gather some local specialties. Mounting his flying sword, he began scavenging the abyss, targeting mid-level bosses around levels 40-50. Upon finding one, he would swiftly defeat it, collecting whatever loot it dropped and moving on. As Shen Qing eagerly scavenged the abyss, the game's players were equally excited. The sudden system announcement had them buzzing with anticipation. "Wow, a monster tide assault on the Great Wall? That sounds epic. This is the first server-wide event, and there must be great rewards. Brothers, let's go. Let's make a name for ourselves at the frozen Great Wall." Major guilds sprang into action, and the teleportation points in major cities were instantly crowded with players rushing to the northern Great Wall to join the event. As a top-tier guild, Xinyu wouldn't miss this opportunity. Su Yun immediately rallied her members and teleported to the frozen Great Wall to participate. The large-scale event had different participation formats for guilds and solo players. An NPC at the teleportation point of the frozen Great Wall guided players from various regions. For guild players coming to assist, the NPC would allocate defensive zones on the wall based on the guild size and strength. Solo players had to find their own spots to join the event. As one of the 4 second-tier guilds in the national server, Xinyu was assigned a 200-meter-long defensive line. In the realm of wind, flowers, snow, and moonlight, and at the edge of enduring achievements, Su Yun gazed out over the snow-covered plains north of the frozen Great Wall, her heart filled with both anticipation and unease. Standing atop the towering walls, she looked down at the ice-covered structure, resembling a silver dragon winding through the rugged mountains. This magnificent construction appeared so solemn and mysterious to the players, as if it were a miracle in the world of cultivation. Suyun understood that this sudden game event was closely related to Shen Qing. Before going into seclusion, Shen Qing had hinted that he would return today. Taking advantage of this time, she deliberately relaxed her management of the divine realm, creating an illusion of chaos to lure out the real mastermind. However, internal unrest began to surface within the guild. Moles from guilds like Junlin Tianxia started spreading negative rumors, causing tension within the guild. Many members began to worry about the future of the divine realm, losing their previous confidence. As the guild was established and recruited new members, other guilds opened their doors to top players from the divine realm, hoping to attract them. Some players also chose to leave their original guilds and join other factions in a short period, making the entire divine realm more unstable. Although Suyun despised those who were opportunistic and fickle, she sensed that things were not so simple. It seemed as though an invisible force was manipulating everything from behind the scenes, creating chaos. Despite her secret investigations over several days, she still couldn't uncover the truth or identify who the real mastermind was. Gazing at the pristine snowflakes drifting from the sky, a surge of excitement welled up within. This event was truly a rare opportunity. Could it expose the fox's hidden tail? In the Millennium Accomplishment Defense Zone, adjacent to the Divine Realm, Chen Xiaoyao stood at the edge of the city wall, gripping a long sword. He surveyed the vast, snow-covered landscape outside the city, the swirling snowflakes creating a magnificent scene, his cloak fluttering in the wind. With a calm expression, he softly asked, "How are things progressing?" "Don't worry, boss, everything is in place," a warrior player named Qin Xiaoban replied smugly. "That fool Junlin Tianxia is as easy to manipulate as a soft persimmon. Our people tricked him effortlessly. He's already taken the bait. This event couldn't have come at a better time. Today will be the day their Shan Yu guild falls from grace." Qin Xiaoyang nodded, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Just then, another player named Qin Xiaodaming suddenly turned pale and exclaimed, "Boss, look at the leaderboard. Ren Xiaoyao, he?" Qin Xiaoyang's brows furrowed as he heard news of Ren Xiaoyao, and his mood instantly tensed. His companion, Qin Xiaodaming, excitedly announced that Ren Xiaoyao had once again climbed the ranking leaderboard, leaving Qin Xiaoyang in disbelief. Qin Xiaobei immediately expressed doubt, arguing that Ren Xiaoyao had long been defeated and couldn't possibly have returned to the top of the leaderboard. Qin Xiaoyang hurriedly checked the ranking leaderboard and indeed found that Shen Qing's level had mysteriously risen to 41, placing him 7th. As he stood there in shock, Ren Xiaoyao's name suddenly surged, jumping 2 levels in an instant and reclaiming the top spot. Qin Xiaoyang had previously used a scheme to successfully defeat Ren Xiaoyao and had been in high spirits, but he hadn't expected his opponent to mount such a powerful comeback in such a short time. Feeling frustrated and with a dark expression, he angrily questioned his nearby companions. Qin Xiaodaming hesitated before finally revealing that there had been an anomaly in the abyss of despair, causing Ren Xiaoyao's level to skyrocket. Qin Xiaoyang began to suspect that there might be some special connection behind all this, especially after learning about the monster siege. Although the possibility was slim, Qin Xiaodaming suggested postponing any action to avoid the unfavorable consequences of Ren Xiaoyao breaking free. However, Qin Xiaoyang resolutely declared that he would not back down. He firmly stated that there could only be one king guild in the national server, and if they wanted to reach the summit, they had to compete with the divine realm. This time, whether Ren Xiaoyao returned or not, he was determined to fight. Embrace challenge, take the initiative, and face adversity heed. This is the attitude needed for a legacy of greatness. With a swift swing of the blade, they declared boldly, "Even if the chances of Ren Xiaoyao's return are slim, so what if he does come back? He's formidable, but our leader is no pushover." The Qianqiu family has been in the gaming industry for years, boasting numerous elite members. How could we lose to a hastily assembled team? As confidence surged among everyone, the clock struck 12. A crisp system notification echoed throughout the server. "Attention, players! The Abyss Seal has been broken, and a massive influx of monsters is emerging. In 10 minutes, the monster wave will reach the frozen Great Wall. Players preparing to defend the city, get ready for battle. Each player has only one chance to participate in this event. Once you die, you cannot re-enter the Great Wall map." As the system message reverberated, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void several miles north. A purple fissure tore open without warning, like an ugly scar in the sky. Countless ferocious abyssal creatures poured out, crashing heavily onto the ground, and the purple tide of terror surged towards the Great Wall. Amidst this overwhelming wave of monsters, an inconspicuous black sword light shot out from the rift. Standing on the flying sword was Shen Qing, who took a deep breath of the frigid air of the northern region, his eyes gleaming with joy. The abyss might offer endless grinding opportunities, but its oppressive environment was stifling. In contrast, the freedom of the outside world was far more refreshing. After contacting Su Yun, Shen Qing did not head straight to the Great Wall. Instead, he detoured to the military town, bought a black robe and a hat, and anonymously ascended the Great Wall to observe the situation secretly. He wanted to see if anyone would take advantage of his absence to attack the Divine Realm. If so, he intended to make them regret it. As he approached the Divine Realm's defense area, he suddenly saw a large group of people moving swiftly. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be hundreds of players from the Junlin family. Under the leadership of Junlin Tianxia, they advanced with fierce determination, heading straight for the rear of the Divine Realm Guild, ready to confront the monster wave. Shen Qingling glared at the Junlin family crowd, his anger simmering. This despicable scoundrel had chosen to launch a sneak attack. Despite his fury, Shen Qingling decided to bide his time, unwilling to stoop to the level of these Junlin family schemers. He secretly followed them, his curiosity piqued about the mastermind behind the Junlin family. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city wall, an intense battle was raging. An abyssal monster horde surged forward, countless creatures swarming up the wall like a tidal wave. Ranged players took advantage of the high ground, continuously firing downwards. Despite many monsters falling, countless brave abyssal creatures still managed to climb the wall, engaging in fierce combat with melee players. The city wall's defenses descended into chaos, with players falling one after another, relying only on sheer numbers to hold the line. Major guilds showcased their formidable combat skills, forming solid defensive lines to withstand the monster onslaught. Su Yun, dressed in a moon-white robe, stood among the crowd, casting spells to support the warriors while calmly issuing commands. Her efficiency and determination starkly contrasted with her usual gentle demeanor, displaying the aura of a strong woman. Just as Su Yun was about to catch her breath, she suddenly received news that Junlin Tianxia was leading a large group of players rapidly approaching from the rear. Su Yun's brow furrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. She knew all too well that the upcoming battle would be even more challenging. Gue Jianqiu turned around, standing at the edge of the city wall, brandishing his long spear with fearless bravery as he faced enemies from all directions. He shouted loudly, "Minions! The Junlin clan has attacked us from behind. Lead 8 squads of 100 men, each to intercept them immediately." Upon hearing the news, Gue Jianqiu furrowed his brows and, burning with anger, exclaimed, "Those despicable scoundrels, attacking at such a time! I'll lead our men to annihilate them." With that, he hurriedly commanded his troops to prepare for the Junlin clan's assault. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaoyu approached Su Yun with a grave expression, voicing her concern. "The monster's attack is too fierce. If we withdraw the 800 men from the front-line support, we won't be able to hold them off. If our lines break, the losses will be immeasurable." Su Yun, already prepared, firmly stated, "We can ask Fenghua Shueiyue for help and give up 1/3 of the left defense zone to share the burden. We must deal with the Junlin clan first before addressing other issues." Liang Xiaoyu nodded reluctantly, recognizing that Su Yun's decisive plan was the wisest choice at the moment. The walls of the frozen Great Wall were broad and sturdy, wide enough to accommodate dozens of people fighting side by side. The major factions were concentrated in the northern section, spanning several meters, to fend off the monster attacks, leaving the southern side empty and unguarded. The Junlin clan, with overwhelming momentum, swiftly passed through the territories of Shueizhu Qinfu and Qinqiu Gongya, quickly reaching the Divine Domain's defense zone. Gue Jianqiu led 800 warriors to confront the enemy heathen, with animosity between the two sides reaching a boiling point. Without any unnecessary words, they immediately engaged in fierce combat. Gue Jianqiu charged first, wielding his blood-red spear with unmatched ferocity as he plunged into the Junlin clan's ranks. His spear thrust out 7 times, each strike leaving a trail of blood, killing 5 Junlin players instantly. With a cold snort, Gue Jianqiu pointed directly at Junlin Tianxia. Although Junlin Tianxia was well-equipped and a skilled melee fighter, he dared not face Gue Jianqiu heathen. He quickly ordered his subordinates to surround Gue Jianqiu with 10 warriors, while 20 healers protected their allies and prevented him from breaking through. The ranged team followed their leader's markings, swiftly eliminating enemies. Despite Junlin Tianxia's seemingly flawless command, he underestimated Gue Jianqiu's strength. Earlier that morning, to stabilize the battle, Su Yun had resolutely given Gue Jianqiu a precious epic-grade bloodline awakening stone, allowing him to awaken a powerful epic bloodline. With this newfound strength, Gue Jianqiu easily broke through the encirclement, wreaking havoc and slaughtering enemies with abandon. Furious and helpless, Junlin Tianxia could only curse repeatedly while continuously ordering his men to focus their attacks on the enemy. This highly skilled top player has demonstrated exceptional abilities in team cooperation. His presence has significantly bolstered the Divine Realm faction in battles. It seemed victory was within reach, with the potential cost of only 300 teammates to completely destroy the nearly 1,000-strong army of the Dominion faction. Although such losses were considerable, they were still manageable. However, at that moment, a wave of chaos and screams erupted from the right wing of the Divine Realm. A large number of high-level abyssal monsters suddenly swarmed the walls, disrupting the previously orderly defenses and wreaking havoc among the crowd. Su Yun's face turned pale instantly, and she hurriedly asked in the guild channel, "What happened? How did the monsters get up here?" Liang Xiaoyao, standing at a high vantage point, quickly drew her bow and shot at the monsters climbing the walls, her voice urgent. Their left-wing defense suddenly collapsed, creating a gap. After that, a flood of monsters poured onto the walls and started attacking our right wing. Upon hearing the news of Qinqiu Gongye's downfall, Su Yun felt ripples of emotion, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. As the second most powerful guild in the nation, Qinqiu Gongye boasted immense strength and a wealth of talent. Despite the ferocity of the monster tide's attack, it wasn't beyond their ability to withstand. Even the sudden assault from the Junlin family was barely manageable. How could such a formidable guild fail to defend itself? Was this all part of a deliberate scheme? Had the bait finally been taken? A playful smile tugged at the corner of Su Yun's lips. Outwardly, she feigned urgency, swiftly mobilizing a 100-man team to support the right flank and quickly restoring the defensive line. After several minutes of intense combat, with some casualties, they managed to drive the monsters off the walls and re-establish a solid defense. At that moment, Qinqiu Bei arrived with a group, aggressively questioning, "Shen Yu, what's going on? You can't even hold off a monster tide? If you can't handle it, let Qinqiu Gongye take over the defense." He launched into a tirade, accusing Shen Yu of negligence leading to the sacrifice of many comrades. Shen Yu's members retorted indignantly, "Your defenses were breached by the monster tide, and we suffered the most. How can you shirk responsibility? Yes, you're being unreasonable. Apologize to our deputy leader immediately." Others chimed in, criticizing Qinqiu Gongye. Seeing his authority questioned, Qinqiu Bei felt a secret satisfaction. Although outwardly furious and imposing, he was putting on a dramatic show. He aggressively demanded an apology from Su Yun, threatening that the conflict between the two guilds would escalate otherwise. His players immediately echoed the call for an apology, creating a massive uproar that drew significant attention. Amid the monster tide's attack, people also focused on this dispute. Leaders of other guilds quickly became aware of the situation, thinking that Shen Yu was in trouble. However, at the center of this storm, under the scrutiny of many, Su Yun remained unflustered, even feeling a bit amused. She decided to continue playing her part, going with the flow to see what the other side would do next. Su Yun clenched her teeth, her eyes sharply fixed on Qinqiu Bei. With a cold and resolute voice, she said, "Everyone saw what just happened. It was clearly Qinqiu Gongye who instigated the trouble and maliciously provoked us. Now you want to shift the blame onto Shen Yu? We will not accept such arrogant and disrespectful accusations. If Qinqiu Bei insists on being our enemy, we won't back down. But there's no need to resort to such despicable tactics." Hearing Su Yun's firm stance, Qinqiu Bei smirked, turning his gaze behind her. Soon, someone in the Shen Yu crowd, visibly agitated, shouted, "I've had enough. I joined Shen Yu hoping to grow with the guild, but ever since, it's been nothing but trouble. First, we clashed with Junlin, and now we're at odds with Qinqiu Gongye. Are we going to make enemies with the entire server? I've only been here for 3 days and already lost 2 levels because of PK. I can't even participate in events without being attacked. Why is Shen Yu always causing trouble? There are so many guilds on the server, but only this one stirs up conflict. This guild is too weak for me. I'm done. I'm leaving." Several Shen Yu players suddenly stood up to criticize Su Yun. Liang Xiaoyao, hearing this, was furious, her eyes welling up with tears as she loudly questioned, "What has Shen Yu done wrong? Yes, you lost 2 levels in PK, but didn't the guild reward you? That golden sword was a guild reward, wasn't it? You benefit from the guild and still say such things. Where is your conscience?" Su Yun stopped the agitated Liang Xiaoyao, realizing that these people were Qinqiu Gongye's spies, trying to sow discord. She immediately used her deputy leader privileges to announce in the guild channel, "Our goal in Shen Yu is to grow together with every member and become the top guild in the server. Our leader is in trouble, and we are facing challenges, so we need to unite and face them together. However, everyone has their own ambitions. If you think Shen Yu has no future, you are free to leave, but there will be no coming back. Giving up is just giving up. What's the big deal? If this place doesn't want us, there's always somewhere else that will." Initially, the protagonist heard that Lord Xiaoyao was the top sword cultivator in the entire server, so he boldly ventured into the world of Shen Yu. However, now that Lord Xiaoyao is sealed in the abyss and unable to escape, Shen Yu has lost its appeal for him. To make matters worse, the once top-ranked guild has fallen into the hands of an inexperienced woman. This woman spends her days idly dueling others and can't even complete game events on time. At this rate, Shen Yu's future looks bleak. Such a terrible guild is not worth our dedication. That's right. Brothers, let's leave together. As Su Yun's voice faded, some previously doubtful players immediately shouted in agreement. The guild emblem of crossed swords on their shoulders vanished instantly as they decisively quit the guild. Meanwhile, the guild channel of Shen Yu erupted in chaos. Some members who were far from the scene only heard the commotion but didn't know what had happened. It wasn't until Su Yun posted several statements in the channel that those who had long conspired with Qin Xiaoyao began to come forward, exaggerating the event. They added fuel to the fire, spreading the recent happenings to other members and coordinating with the players who had loudly incited others before leaving the guild, causing a massive uproar within the guild. Ever since Shen Qing was sealed, losing the deterrent power of being the top player in the national server, Shen Yu had been under pressure from all sides, and morale had begun to waver. Over 100 members voluntarily left to join other guilds. Qin Xiaoyao had clearly anticipated this, deliberately stirring up trouble to incite Shen Yu's members to leave. Some players had already received invitations from other guilds, and upon witnessing the scene, they immediately realized that Shen Yu had fallen into a trap. Without Lord Xiaoyao, Shen Yu might face more threats in the future and could even be in jeopardy. After careful consideration, these players chose to leave. Some were pulled away by friends, while more were swayed by those with ulterior motives. Although they didn't fully understand what had transpired, they felt there was nothing left in Shen Yu worth staying for. Acting on impulse, they too quit the guild. In just a few minutes, the guild emblems floating above Shen Yu members' shoulders disappeared as they chose to leave. This scene was simultaneously broadcasted in several live streams and posted on forums, witnessed by countless players across the national server. In an instant, the guild was thrown into chaos both internally and externally. My goodness, what happened? The divine realm had always thrived, so why did so many people suddenly leave the guild? Rumor has it that during a game event, members of Junlin attacked them from behind and also clashed with Qinqiu Gongya. Deputy leader Yun Mengpiao, despite holding a significant position, seemed powerless, making enemies with others, acting autocratically, and issuing many perplexing orders, which led to dissatisfaction among the guild members. Today, the conflict finally erupted, spiraling out of control to this point. Alas, the comments above are truly unbelievable. The current situation in the divine realm is clearly being manipulated by others. This is really frustrating. Compared to other top guilds, divine realm indeed seems somewhat weak and is burdened with the title of the top guild in the server. Without the leadership of Lord Xiaoyao, the top player in the server, they are bound to be suppressed by all sides, and their downfall is inevitable. To think that the once #1 guild in the national server has fallen to such a state in just a few days is truly regrettable. Meanwhile, although Qin Xiaoyao did not appear in person, he clashed with Su Yun. At this moment, he watched the scene of numerous members leaving the divine realm through a live broadcast, feeling a sense of relief and a smug smile spreading across his face. Coldly, he said, Lord Xiaoyao, even if you can pull some tricks in the abyss and climb back up the ranking charts, so what? Your divine realm is already a shell of its former self. From today, there will be no chance of recovery. Only my Qinqiu Gongya can truly dominate as the #1 guild. Under my leadership, we will reach the pinnacle of the entire national server. In the distance, the 4 siblings of the Morong family in the Fenghua Shuiyue stronghold looked serious. They had long anticipated that Qin Xiaoyang's move today would bring great trouble to the divine realm. However, they did not expect him to be so ruthless, crushing the divine realm in one fell swoop. With so many members leaving at once and the entire process being broadcasted, the divine realm's reputation would plummet, making it difficult to attract top-tier players. It almost equates to pushing the divine realm to the brink, with no opportunity to join the ranks of top guilds again. Qin Xiaoyang's scheming runs deep. Murong Hua sighed softly, his eyes full of regret. If the divine realm were under attack from other guilds, they could still lend a hand. But in a situation like today, they were helpless. Meanwhile, Junlin Tianxia, who was commanding his men in a fierce battle against the hundreds led by Gue Jianqiu, noticed a sudden exodus from the opposing side and felt puzzled. After his subordinates reported the situation, he realized what was happening and felt a surge of excitement. He laughed heartily. Haha, the end of the divine realm is here, and our time for revenge has come. Brothers, follow me. Let's fight them to the end. A group of Junlin players was immediately invigorated, as if filled with new energy, waving their weapons and preparing to counterattack. However, before they could act, a strong light suddenly appeared above them. Looking up, they saw countless flying swords gleaming with silver light, forming in the dazzling brightness. The sharp aura sent chills down their spines, as if it could tear the sky apart. Then, the flying swords rained down, each piercing through a Junlin player. Hundreds of players in King's Landing suddenly had their souls shattered and vanished in a blinding flash of light. The once bustling city walls fell silent, and every gaze turned to the area behind the fortifications. A mysterious figure in a black robe appeared before the crowd. With a swift motion, the robe was cast aside, revealing an imposing and authoritative figure clad in dark armor brimming with a sense of power. Holding a sharp sword, their gaze was cold and merciless, like frost covering the land. Above their head, the name Lord Xiaoyao gleamed brightly, silently proclaiming the return of a king to the entire game's national server. The entire scene was instantly filled with an unparalleled sense of awe and grandeur. When Shen Qing suddenly unleashed the 10,000 swords technique, raining over hundreds of enemies in an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent. The spectators around were frozen like statues, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Shen Qing, their faces etched with fear. They were not only awed by Shen Qing's terrifying power, but also shocked by his unexpected appearance at such a critical moment. Like an unparalleled sword, gleaming with radiant light, he descended from the heavens, exuding an indomitable fighting spirit. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock, unable to calm their hearts for a long time. Earlier, when Gue Jianzhou and Junlin were engaged in battle, many players had already started live streaming the fight. Millions of viewers watched as members of the Shen Yu Guild collectively left, feeling a mix of emotions. However, they never expected that within mere seconds, hundreds of sword lights would descend from the sky, instantly decimating hundreds of enemies. The camera panned, revealing a handsome figure shedding his black robe to unveil a stern and majestic face. Lord Xiaoyao. He had returned. Could it be that he had seized this gaming event to escape from the abyss of despair? With a single skill, he had slain hundreds of opponents in an instant, proving that Lord Xiaoyao's power was still as formidable as ever. The terrifying strength of the top sword master was beyond belief. Was the Junlin family here for a joke? They had just been boasting, and in the next moment, they were utterly defeated, a complete tragedy. Lord Xiaoyao was practically a godlike figure. Now that he had suddenly returned, even Qinqiu Gongya would feel immense pressure. This was going to be interesting. Countless netizens buzzed with discussion. On Qinqiu Gongya's territory, Qinqiu Weiyang's face instantly darkened, a trace of apprehension flickering in her eyes. But she quickly scoffed coldly, becoming merciless. So what if you're back? Shen Yu is already on the brink of collapse, with no chance of turning the tide. On the city wall, the members of Shen Yu were ecstatic to see Shen Qing's arrival. Gue Jianzhou excitedly shouted, "Boss!" Shen Qing nodded, encouragingly patting Gue Jianzhou on the shoulder before walking straight towards the crowd, towards the beautiful and graceful Su Yun. Su Yun couldn't hide her joy as she saw Shen Qing approaching and said with a hint of reproach, "You rascal, watching the show for so long, finally decided to show up?" Shen Qing smiled, gently squeezing Su Yun's hand and said, "Leave the rest to me." With that, he tidied Su Yun's wind-blown hair, picked up his long sword, and turned to leave. The gentle smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold and determined expression. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, coldly sweeping over the grand ambitions of Qinqiu Ban. In a frosty tone, he questioned, "Were you the one who made our deputy leader apologize to you earlier?" Shen Qing directed his hostility straight at Qinqiu Ban, as if ready to seek justice. The players present felt a chill in their hearts, and the viewers in the live stream were even more excited. They began to discuss eagerly, their anticipation boiling over. "Ha ha ha, this is getting interesting. Now the pressure is really on Qinqiu Ban. He was so arrogant just now, forcing the deputy leader to apologize. He must be regretting it now, right?" Although Qinqiu Ban had the support of Qinqiu Gongya, the state of Shen Yu was dire, with many members having recently left. If a fight broke out, Qinqiu Gongya might not stand a chance. So what if they have numbers? Remember the Battle of Moonlight Valley, where Junlin's hundreds of members were slaughtered by Lord Xiaoyao alone? Isn't that proof enough? Qinqiu Gongya might be strong, but against an absolute powerhouse like Lord Xiaoyao, they might still fall short. Holy crap, are they really about to fight? The two major factions in the national server clashing at the city gates, with the top swordsman sweeping all before him. Just thinking about it gets the blood pumping. You're excited, but the higher-ups in Qinqiu Gongya are probably sweating bullets right now. Facing Shen Qing's overbearing questioning, Qinqiu Ban's expression turned serious. From the moment Shen Qing appeared, he felt an ominous premonition. Despite his earlier arrogance towards Shen Qing, now that Shen Qing was in front of him, he felt an irresistible pressure. Though sweat beaded on his forehead, as a representative of Qinqiu Gongya, he couldn't easily back down. He had to withstand Shen Qing's pressure, upholding the dignity of Qinqiu Gongya. So, gritting his teeth, he met Shen Qing's gaze without flinching and firmly said, "Yes, I made her apologize. Your Shen Yu defense was weak, allowing monsters to break through and causing us losses. Several of our brothers lost levels. Shouldn't you apologize to us?" Shen Qing let out a cold laugh. He knew what had happened, but didn't want to argue pointlessly with Qinqiu Ban. He snorted and said in a deep voice, You and I both know the truth. I'll give you one chance. After a few counts, Shen Qingru's cold gaze swept over Qinqiu Bei, as if trying to see through his soul. Qinqiu Bei felt a wave of pressure and couldn't help but feel afraid. His voice trembled slightly as he tried to maintain his dignity. Shen Qing, isn't this a bit too much? Just because you're stronger than me, does that give you the right to threaten me? Shen Qing continued counting, her expression unchanged. 2. When Shen Qing began counting, Qinqiu Bei's expression immediately turned tense. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Xiaoyao finally arrived on the scene. Putting on an innocent facade, he approached and asked, Bei, what exactly happened? How did things escalate to this point? As he spoke, he walked toward Shen Qing, smiling to show friendliness. Lord Xiaoyao, I've heard much about you. Bei might have been a bit impulsive and perhaps offended you. If there's any misunderstanding, we can talk it out. There's no need for such tension. Shen Qing glanced at him coldly, a hint of a sneer flashing in her eyes. She ignored him completely and just coolly uttered the second number, 2. Qin Xiaoyang's expression instantly soured. Despite his humble approach, Shen Qing showed no mercy. In front of countless players and millions of livestream viewers, this was nothing short of public humiliation. His gaze turned dark, dropping the pretense. He stared directly at Shen Qing and sternly said, Lord Xiaoyao, you are being too arrogant. I know you are the top-ranked player on the leaderboard, with unmatched skills, but as the second-ranked, I'm no pushover. I was merely trying to avoid any misunderstanding that could affect the relationship between our guilds. Do you think I'm afraid of you? No sooner had he finished speaking than the players from Qinqiu Gongya behind him drew their blades, hostility thickening the air. The tension was so palpable it could be cut with a knife. The live stream audience held their breath, ready to witness an intense battle. Suddenly, chaos and shouts erupted from the city walls. Although some members stayed behind after leaving the guild to help fend off the monster attacks, the loss of guild buffs quickly exposed weaknesses in their defenses. Many players' attention had been drawn to Shen Qing, causing the defensive line to break and allowing a flood of monsters to breach the walls. The creatures began to wreak havoc, disrupting the players' formations. Su Yun's face turned pale instantly, realizing the dire situation. She was about to turn and command the others to respond to the crisis when Shen Qing grabbed her hand. Without looking back, Shen Qing performed a sword spell. In the next moment, 36 razor-sharp silver swords materialized in the air. After days of relentless practice, Shen Qing had mastered the Tiangang sword formation, increasing its range and power. With a wave of her sword, the 36 silver swords danced through the air at blinding speed, unleashing dazzling sword energy that swiftly eradicated all the abyssal monsters within range. This astonishing display left everyone in awe, their hearts filled with shock. It was a moment that showcased Shen Qing's unparalleled prowess. Gazing up at the sky, the terrifying sword formation composed of 36 silver swords continuously unleashed astonishing power, leaving everyone in awe. The spectators widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Although they all knew Shen Qing was powerful, they never imagined his strength had reached such a terrifying level. He effortlessly cast the sword formation, covering an area of 100 meters, easily annihilating high-level abyssal monsters as if slicing through vegetables, each strike resulting in an instant kill. This was beyond extraordinary. The live stream chat exploded with countless viewers expressing their amazement. Some speculated about what kind of divine technique this could be. Could it be a legendary celestial skill? Even if it were a celestial skill, no one else could achieve such a terrifying effect. Only Lord Xiaoyao could perform so spectacularly. How did he manage to do it? Could he be using cheats? This severely disrupts the game's balance. How are other players supposed to compete? If someone is skilled, it's their own merit. Why be jealous? It's like a billionaire enjoying life. It may not be fair to you, but why belittle yourself? The title of the #1 sword master is truly deserved. However, among all the people present, Qin Xiaoyang was the most shaken. He had always regarded Shen Qing as the strongest opponent in the game. Although he knew Shen Qing had top-tier talent and bloodline, making himself no match, he believed that as the second on the leaderboard, he wasn't far behind. He possessed top-tier heavenly talent and rare legendary bloodline, coupled with expensive equipment and advanced skills. Even if there was a gap in strength, it shouldn't be too wide. Yet, when he saw Shen Qing effortlessly deploying the Tiangang sword formation, showcasing such incredible power, his confidence shattered instantly. He realized how laughable his previous arrogance was, thinking he could compete with Shen Qing. It was like trying to stop a car with a mantis arm. Shen Qing was a complete monster, not playing by ordinary rules. As the second on the leaderboard, he wasn't even in the same league. Even if he mobilized the entire guild, with over 3,000 members, they might win, but the cost would be unbearable. Qin Xiaoyang's thoughts were understood by Qin Xiaobai as well. His face turned pale as he looked at Shen Qing, who was expressionless and about to announce the third number. He quickly apologized. I was wrong. I apologized to Vice Leader Yunmeng Piao. He was willing to take full responsibility for everything that happened today and minimize the impact on Qinqiu Bai. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow and asked, "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." Qinqiu Bai clenched his fists, looked towards Su Yun, full of reluctance but no choice, and shouted, "I'm sorry. Everything that happened today is my fault. I hope you can forgive me." Shen Qing turned to Su Yun, smiled slightly, and asked, "Yun Jia, what do you think?" Su Yun, known for her forgiving and generous nature, didn't like to make things difficult for others. Under Shen Qing's intense pressure, Qinqiu Baya had no choice but to humbly apologize to him. Shen Qing felt a moment of softening in his heart and slightly nodded to accept the apology. Although Qinqiu Baya breathed a sigh of relief, he regarded today's incident as a significant humiliation. He secretly vowed to repay today's disgrace with interest and make Shen Qing pay dearly for it. "Su Yun, your kindness is truly too generous," Shen Qing remarked as he looked at Su Yun and smiled. "People like him won't understand unless they are taught a lesson." With that, he snorted coldly, raised his sword, and mercilessly plunged it into Qinqiu Bai's chest, right in front of Qinqiu Weiyang. The sharp, black blade of the Xinjin Black Dragon sword pierced through Qinqiu Bai's chest and exited his back. This simple yet deadly strike inflicted an astonishing damage of over 1 million points. Qinqiu Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Shen Qing, his gaze filled with anger and defiance. Shen Qing's sudden attack left Qinqiu Bai utterly shocked, more than ever before. Shen Qing's eyes gleamed with fury and determination as he vanished into a flash of white light atop the city wall.
Qiang Kung Weiyang shouted angrily, "Lord Xiaoyao,
"Why are you doing this? Ban has already apologized. There's no need for such ruthlessness." He glared at Shen Qing, his heart brimming with rage, and demanded an explanation. Previously, Shen Qing had forced Qinqiu Ban to bow his head in apology, causing him immense humiliation. He had thought the matter would end with the apology, but Shen Qing's cold-bloodedness left him stunned. Killing Qinqiu Ban with a single stroke was akin to publicly shaming him. For the proud Qinqiu Weiyang, this was an unbearable disgrace. His expression darkened with fury as he confronted Shen Qing. However, Shen Qing responded coldly, "I made him apologize to admit his mistake verbally. I killed him to ensure he accepted the punishment willingly. What's wrong with that? Ban made a mistake, and I will handle it myself. You don't need to lecture me." Shen Qing cast a sidelong glance at Qinqiu Weiyang, raised his sword, and calmly asked, "Do you want to test how sharp my blade is?" Qinqiu Weiyang felt the killing intent in Shen Qing's eyes, causing his heart to tighten and his expression to stiffen. Though he wanted to retaliate, Shen Qing's overwhelming power instilled fear in him. But with so many eyes watching, as the guild leader, he couldn't afford to show weakness. He forced himself to appear composed and, facing Shen Qing's piercing gaze, said with effort, "Lord Xiaoyao, you've gone too far. Even with your extraordinary strength, you shouldn't bully others at will. The entire player base is watching us. Qinqiu Gongye is one of the top 4 guilds in the national server. Are you so arrogant today that you expect other guilds to bow to you tomorrow? Do you intend to dominate the entire server, making everyone obey you or face annihilation?" Qinqiu Weiyang's words cleverly challenged Shen Qing's tyranny on moral grounds and implicated other guilds as well. This rhetoric put Shen Qing in a difficult position, making him hesitant to act rashly. However, he had clearly underestimated Shen Qing's character. In both his past and present lives, Shen Qing despised being threatened above all else. Unfazed, he looked up and laughed heartily, brandishing his sword as he declared loudly, "Qinqiu Weiyang, you need not throw mud at me. I have always adhered to the principle of not offending others unless provoked. But if someone dares to challenge me, I will retaliate without mercy. Let it be known today, whether individual or guild, as long as you do not provoke me, I will not seek conflict. But if you do, even if you unite the entire server against me, I will fear nothing and will flatten it." Facing the accusations, Shen Qing fearlessly displayed his dominance, leaving a lasting impression on his opponent. With that, Shen Qing advanced with his sword. The Tiangang sword formation, which had been rotating slowly in the air, sweeping through groups of monsters, let out a thunderous roar and surged forward. Shen Qing activated the guild battle mode, causing damage only to the players and monsters of Qinqiu Gongye. In the next few seconds, all the players on the nearby city walls stood in stunned silence, witnessing the Tiangang sword formation, composed of 36 massive silver swords, emit a deafening sword shriek and unleash a devastating wave of sword energy. This storm of sword energy, like a rampaging flood, swept through everything, each sword beam spanning over 10 meters, dazzling and terrifying. The sword energy slashed into the crowd, triggering a wave of resurrection lights. In mere seconds, nearly 3,000 players of Qinqiu Gongye on the walls were annihilated. The scene fell into a deathly silence, with everyone in shock and disbelief, their hearts pounding with overwhelming astonishment. Meanwhile, in the live stream, The audience was in an uproar. Countless viewers were dumbfounded. Ren Xiaoyao was this powerful? He wiped out Qinqiu Gongya in one fell swoop? Qinqiu Gongya, one of the 4 major guilds on the server, had nearly 3,000 elite players who were utterly powerless, wiped out in just a few seconds? It was simply unbelievable. Truly living up to his reputation, Ren Xiaoyao was indeed the fiercest player in the server. When he got angry, it was extraordinary. In the future, anyone could be provoked, except for Ren Xiaoyao. When he got angry, he showed no mercy. This magnificent sword energy, this was the true style of a sword cultivator. The skill was so dazzling, it left people in awe. Qinqiu Gongya suffered a collective downgrade, severely weakened, likely left in despair. Qinqiu Weiyang stood on the city wall, watching helplessly as his 3,000 subordinates were wiped out in an instant, his heart filled with immense anger, completely losing his usual calm and composure. His eyes reddened with fury, he glared viciously at Shen Qing and challenged, "Ren Xiaoyao, you've gone too far. I will fight you to the death." In his agitation, he drew his sword, ready to engage Shen Qing in a life-and-death battle. Swing the blade fiercely towards Shen Qing's body. The piercing clash of metal echoed through the skies as Qinqiu Weiyang's dark gold sword slashed towards Shen Qing like a storm. The blade cut through the air with the force of thunder, tearing through the wind. However, when the sword struck Shen Qing's spiritual armor, it only produced a crisp sound and a few sparks. A damage number appeared above Shen Qing's head, but it was a mere 1, not even breaking through his defense. This absurd scene made the surrounding players burst into laughter, unable to hold back their amusement. Qinqiu Weiyang himself was in disbelief. He had never imagined that Shen Qing's defense could be so formidable that his powerful attack would fail to cause any significant damage. As the second-ranked player on the leaderboard, boasting over 20,000 attack power, he found himself helpless against Shen Qing's defense. This ridiculous confrontation felt like a self-inflicted humiliation, utterly unacceptable to him. Watching himself deliver such a pitiful result in front of everyone, Qinqiu Weiyang felt a deep sense of shame, as if he had slapped his own face, losing all dignity. He stood there in a state of shock, his mind blank and buzzing with disbelief. Continuing the fight seemed pointless, but retreating was not an option either. He could only stand there helplessly, his face a mix of anxiety and anger. Meanwhile, Shen Qing remained indifferent. He turned and scanned the crowd, his gaze finally locking onto a player with a flashing red above their head, clearly live-streaming the entire event. He stared into the camera, raised his sword, and solemnly declared, "Today, I, Ren Xiaoyao, want to say a few words to everyone. In the game, friction and competition between guilds are normal. If it's fair competition, I and Shen Yu always welcome a challenge. Victory and defeat are common in battle. I, Ren Xiaoyao, will never resort to tricks or malicious retaliation." With that, he decisively struck Qinqiu Weiyang with a single blow, effortlessly killing him. The scene fell silent, as if time had stopped. Everyone stared at Shen Qing in stunned silence, deeply impressed by his commanding presence and decisiveness. Then, a deafening cheer erupted from the players of Shen Yu. Meanwhile, in the live stream, after a brief moment of silence, a heated discussion broke out. Players excitedly commented, "Ren Xiaoyao is so decisive, killing one to warn others. Qinqiu Weiyang is truly laughable, trying so hard to defeat Shen Yu, only to be countered by Ren Xiaoyao at the last moment. Not only did he fail to crush Shen Yu, but he also ended up being used as a pawn. Even the top-ranked player was defeated so easily. This scene was truly unexpected." In reality, although Ren Xiaoyao and other top-ranked players were similar in level, the difference in their attributes was like night and day. Leading the pack, miles ahead. This feeling is truly exhilarating. The power to decide life and death, to exact revenge and show gratitude, this is the true aura of the top player in the national server. A real man should be like this. Although Ren Xiaoyao spoke sincerely, welcoming any player or guild to challenge him, I fear that after today, for a long time, no guild will dare to provoke the divine realm. Across the entire server, no player alliance can withstand the wrath of the top player. The throne of the number 1 guild in the national server is firmly held by the divine realm. Haha, I'm curious about the expressions of those who just left the divine realm. What could they be feeling? Regret, of course. They must be kicking themselves now, haha. Qinqiu Weiyang has been thoroughly defeated today. Ren Xiaoyao is no ordinary person. Qingmei Zhujiao murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination as he decisively ordered, "Pass down the command. From today onwards, without my explicit order, no one is to set foot in Feihua City or have any conflict with the divine realm." In the camp of Fenghua Shueyue, the 4 Morong siblings were also deeply stirred, unable to calm down. Morong Feng sincerely remarked, "I always knew Ren Xiaoyao was extraordinary, but I never imagined he could be this formidable. And what's more, he's so handsome." Morong Shui and Morong Yu, the 2 young beauties, had eyes full of stars as they gazed at the live broadcast, where Shen Qing stood tall and imposing in his armor, sword in hand. They couldn't help but murmur, "Such a handsome guy, if only we could bring him home to be our brother-in-law." But alas, he seems to have a special relationship with the vice leader, Yun Mengpiao. Our sister probably has no chance. After dealing with Qin Xiaoyao, the matter of the day was nearly settled. Turning to the members of the Divine Realm behind him, he shouted, "Divine Realm is our shared home in this game. We will never mistreat any brother willing to stand with us through thick and thin. Today, every brother who stayed will be rewarded with 10,000 guild contribution points." The Divine Realm players on the city walls erupted in excitement, cheering, 10,000 contribution points can get a top-tier gold set from the guild warehouse. Long live the leader. Divine Realm eternal, everlasting glory. In stark contrast to the cheers and excitement of the Divine Realm players were those who had been incited to leave the guild. Now, standing in the cold wind atop the city walls, their faces were ashen with regret. They were kicking themselves, but there was no turning back. Su Yun had made it clear in her announcement on the guild channel. From the moment they voluntarily left the Divine Realm, they would never be allowed back. Unaware of the full implications of their choice for their future lives, they had no face to stay and participate in the event. One by one, they crushed their return scrolls and left in deep regret. Su Yun gazed at Shen Qing with tender eyes, her heart rippling with emotion. She was brought back to reality by an earth-shattering roar, remembering that the event was not yet over. Quickly gather your thoughts and shout out in the crowd. The event isn't over yet. This is a rare opportunity for us to refocus. Let's give it our all and defeat more monsters to earn greater rewards. Come on. Earlier, Shen Qing single-handedly wiped out nearly 3,000 members of Qinqiu Gongya. This remarkable feat left a large area on the right side of the Divine Realm completely empty, effectively seizing their defensive line. Standing alone on the city wall, Shen Qing masterfully controlled the Tiangang sword array. He wielded the array like a massive windshield wiper, sweeping with relentless sword energy. Every monster charging towards the icy abyss of the Great Wall was obliterated under his blade, leaving only a 200-meter section for the remaining Divine Realm players to organize their defense. After some adjustments, the entire guild stabilized their defense and began focusing on fighting the monsters. As Shen Qing fought, he made his way over to Su Yun. He revealed an exquisite purple jade hairpin and said, "Yun Jie, look what treasure I've brought for you." This Lingqi purple cloud hairpin took quite an effort to obtain. "It will look stunning on you." Su Yun accepted the hairpin and smiled, reassuring Shen Qing. She gently placed the hairpin in her hair, looking as graceful as a fairy. In the distance, Gue Jianqiu hurried over with a spear in hand but was stopped by Liang Xiaoyu. "Where are you going?" "The boss just got back, and I have a lot to discuss with him," Gue Jianqiu said. Liang Xiaoyu, displeased, retorted, "The boss has been gone for days, and you insist on talking to him now? Can it wait a bit?" Gue Jianqiu looked puzzled at Shen Qing and Su Yun and said, "Even if it's important, it can wait." Liang Xiaoyu firmly blocked his way, insisting he couldn't pass. Gue Jianqiu frowned in frustration and questioned, "You're not the boss, so why are you stopping me?" Liang Xiaoyu stood her ground, determined and unyielding. Ultimately, Gue Jianqiu gave up and walked away. Meanwhile, Shen Qing helped Su Yun put on the hairpin and offered a few compliments. Su Yun smiled joyfully and mentioned she needed to log off to make lunch. She reminded Shen Qing, "You haven't been eating properly these days. Remember to log off and eat after the event." Shen Qing smiled and agreed, "All right, Yun Jie, we'll take care of it. You don't need to prepare much, just some simple hot dishes will do." Su Yun lightly crushed a return scroll, preparing to log off and make lunch. Shen Qing continued to lead the Divine Realm members in defending the Great Wall against the monster horde, unaware that Byerlize's purpose in breaking the seal was to send him out. After less than half an hour of intense battle, the clear, pleasant sound of the system bell rang out, signaling the end of the Abyssal Monster Tide event. As the bell echoed across the national server, all participating players saw their efforts rewarded. The Great Wall remained unbreached, and the points rewards were distributed as promised. Lord Xiaoyao performed exceptionally well in this event, successfully defending the Great Wall and securing the top spot on the points leaderboard. His rewards were substantial: 100,000 prestige points, 3 luck points, and the epic title Abyssal Slayer. Shen Qing excitedly opened his attribute panel to check the newly acquired title rewards. The epic effects of the Abyssal Slayer title thrilled him, increasing his strength attribute by 3 and enhancing his damage against abyssal creatures by 15. Such percentage-based attribute boosts were significant for Shen Qing. Although a 3 increase might seem modest, it would have a huge impact in later battles. Shen Qing felt a great sense of satisfaction and accomplishment with this reward. Leading the members of Shen Yu back, Shen Qing announced the disbandment on the spot and quickly logged off to head to Su Yun's house for a meal. To improve his attributes, Shen Qing had been fighting tirelessly for days, almost around the clock. When hungry, he could only grab instant noodles in haste. leaving him utterly exhausted. Su Yun noticed his hard work and prepared a lavish meal with 10 hot dishes to ensure he ate well. After enjoying the perfect meal, Shen Qing returned home, laid down, and drifted into a sweet sleep. He was awakened by his alarm at 8 p.m. After washing his face, he cooked some noodles and fried 10 eggs to fill his stomach. He drank an energy drink and logged back into the game, fully energized and ready to face the new challenge entering the land of sky burial. A mysterious light flashed, and Shen Qing's virtual character appeared in the game. It was 8:30 p.m. In his backpack, the ancient token of Shunqi trembled incessantly, emitting faint waves. Only half an hour remained until the opening of the celestial burial ground. Shen Qing opened his attribute panel and meticulously checked his stats. Level 49, HP 2,256,200, Qi 1,971,300, Mana 2,064,700, Constitution 186,723, Strength 212,761, Agility 177,967, Spirit 164,398, Bloodline, Mythical Infinite Sword Body, Dao Proving Immortal Tier Technique, Heavenly Sword Flying Immortal Skill, Sword Mastery, Pinnacle, Qi Sword Mastery, Pinnacle, Myriad Sword Technique, Mastery, Heaven Splitting Sword, Mastery, Sword Flight, Mastery, Drunken Immortal Moon Step, Mastery, Immortal Wind Cloud Technique, Mastery, Sword Shield, Mastery, Heavenly Sword Formation, Proficient, Great Evolution Sword Formation, Proficient, Forbidden Immortal Sword Seal, Abyssal Power, Activatable Title, Abyssal Slayer, Boss Terminator, Sword God of 10 Mile Slope Reputation, 470,000, Luck, 34. The sheer volume of his attributes was overwhelming. For Shen Qing, the abyssal journey had been incredibly fruitful. In just a few days, his stats had increased nearly tenfold. With over 2 million HP and over 200,000 strength, his explosive attributes left other players in the dust, and even the strongest bosses of the current stage paled in comparison. However, Shen Qing remained humble. He knew that with his current strength, he could dominate most maps with ease. But the Celestial Burial Ground was a legendary forbidden zone, said to be the resting place of ancient gods. It was a place teeming with terrifying monsters and untold dangers. If he could merely survive entry, he would be content. In the remaining half hour, there was no quick way to further enhance his strength. Shen Qing took a few storage artifacts to increase his backpack capacity from the guild warehouse, mounted his sword, and headed outside the city to grind monsters on a random map. Half an hour later, the clock struck 9 p.m. The ancient token of Shenqi buzzed and flew out of Shen Qing's backpack, slowly rotating in the air. The token glowed, revealing scenes of fallen immortals and weeping gods. Suddenly, it emitted a blood-red light that enveloped Shen Qing. He felt his consciousness blur, as if traversing through chaotic space and time. In an instant, or perhaps an eternity, his awareness returned, and he found himself in a magnificent and breathtaking map. The sky seemed split by a giant axe, a massive rift stretching north to south for thousands of miles. To the left, the sky was clear and cloudless. To the right, it was deep and dark, with stars twinkling. The ground was scarred with battle marks, and epic remnants of warfare were everywhere. Just a few hundred meters away, a colossal arm bone, as thick as a mountain range, lay across the vast land. It's hard to imagine the heroic figure the owner must have been to possess such a colossal arm. As Shen Qing curiously looked around, a crisp system notification suddenly rang in his ears, warning him that he had stepped into the mysterious mythological map, the Land of Sky Burial. In this map, logging off or dying midway would result in irreversible consequences. Only after 12 hours could he leave through the ancient order of the Divine Cry. Hearing this strict rule, Shen Qing's face darkened. Why weren't these crucial details mentioned earlier? None of the players from his past life had brought this up. If he had known, he wouldn't have drunk that energy drink before logging in. Now, he could only pray that his bladder would hold out. Shen Qing sighed inwardly. As his gaze swept over the ground, he suddenly noticed a glittering metal fragment. He walked over, picked it up, and upon closer inspection, realized it was a precious level 5 artifact shard. Despite the passage of time, it still retained a mysterious power and could be used to forge powerful equipment. A look of astonishment flashed in Shen Qing's eyes. Such valuable materials were so common in the Land of Sky Burial. Their worth was extraordinary. It was no wonder that players from his past life could seize opportunities to change their fates so quickly. This time, Shen Qing had brought several storage artifacts, hoping to collect more treasures. He eagerly placed the artifact shard into his pouch. Just as he was about to continue exploring, his expression suddenly changed. A rapid whooshing sound came, and a scorching golden sword aura slashed down from the sky, nearly hitting him. Shen Qing's heart tightened, and he immediately leaped aside. The spot where he had just been standing was now marked by a deep, alarming gash. Shen Qing felt a sudden attack and couldn't help but roar inwardly. He turned to gaze at the sky, his pupils contracting sharply. Behind him, an angel with 4 wings made of pure holy light had appeared without warning. The 4 pairs of wings radiated a blinding light, exuding an intimidating aura. This remnant spirit of the angel had the strength comparable to a quasi-boss of the artifact level, boasting an HP of level 85, an attack power of 38 million, a spell power of 231,976, a defense of 217,632, a magic resistance of 154,327, and a skill value of 175,846. Once fallen in the divine war, the 4-winged angel was now a remnant spirit formed by the shattered angel's heart, driven by instinct, wandering the ruins, mercilessly eliminating all heretics. Face judgment! The angel's remnant spirit roared, raising its pure white holy sword imbued with divine energy and slashing out a scorching white sword aura straight at Shen Qing. If Shen Qing were facing a genuine artifact-level boss, he might have felt apprehensive and tried to dodge. But seeing that the angel's remnant spirit before him was merely a quasi-boss, he felt reassured. Facing the seemingly formidable sword aura attack, he stood tall and unwavering, taking the hit heeded. At the moment the sword aura struck, an invisible shield of energy appeared around Shen Qing, automatically activating his passive skill, which enhanced his dual resistances and mitigated some of the damage. His left shoulder throbbed with pain, losing over 40,000 HP, but it was still within an acceptable range. Shen Qing had always harbored animosity towards angelic monsters. Although in his previous life, his limited power meant he didn't encounter many mythological beings, he knew that since the era of ancient gods, the East and West had been in opposition. The Eastern gods viewed Earth as their home and vowed to protect all living beings, while the Western gods believed that Earth's inhabitants bore an indelible original sin and sought to summon foreign deities to bring about a final judgment on all life. This led to prolonged conflicts and battles between the two sides, including a cataclysmic divine war in this area known as the Sky Burial Ground, which laid waste to the entire region. Angelic beings were the mainstay of the Western pantheon, vast in number. In that devastating divine war, countless angels fell, numbering in the tens of thousands. Therefore, encountering monsters transformed from fallen angels in this region was not surprising. In his previous life, Shen Qing had participated in large-scale battles against Western forces and had fiercely fought against angelic monsters. Ultimately, he even met his demise under the sword aura of a holy war angel descending from the sky. This had left him with a deep-seated hatred for angelic monsters. Now, as his enemy reappeared, his hatred surged anew. Without mercy, he swung his sword, unleashing his most powerful single-target attack skill.
Divine technique, Heaven-splitting sword.
As Shen Qing's mastery reached an extraordinary level, the damage boost of the heaven-splitting sword also increased dramatically. It soared from an initial 300 to an astonishing 1,000, equivalent to unleashing an attack with 10 times the normal power. Coupled with Shen Qing's bloodline, talents, and titles, the damage enhancement to sword skills was formidable. The sheer might of this attack could only be described as terrifying. With a thunderous roar, the mighty sword slashed through the sky, descending from the heavens. It struck the angel remnant with the force of a mountain crashing down. The impact was so immense that the very earth trembled. It inflicted a staggering 20 million damage, instantly reducing more than half of the angel remnant's long health bar. The once solid form of the angel, composed of holy light, began to waver. Its wings quivered, eyes burning with fury, as it let out an enraged roar. "Mortal! How dare you defy judgment? Unforgivable! If you wish to challenge your fate, try again in your next life." Shen Qing, undaunted, shouted back, forming a hand seal and pointing to the sky.
Myriad sword technique.
In the next moment, the sky within 100 meters darkened. Countless silver sword auras filled the heavens, as if the sky was collapsing and the sea was reversing, pouring down relentlessly. All were aimed at the angel remnant, shooting madly. Each sword aura that pierced the angel remnant's body inflicted over 10,000 damage. Within just 2 or 3 seconds, its health bar plummeted rapidly. Before even half of the sword auras had been unleashed, the angel's form, once solidified by holy light, began to fade and become ethereal. It let out a howl of extreme rage. "One day, the holy light will purify the world, and all heretics shall suffer eternal punishment." Then, it shattered completely, exploding into fragments. Despite its lack of strength, the angel had been incessantly arrogant, making these birdmen truly annoying. Shen Qing dismissed the sword technique, spat on the ground in irritation. Swish! As a massive amount of experience surged into his body, a golden light descended from the sky. Shen Qing successfully advanced to level 50. A game notification sounded in his ear. "Congratulations on reaching level 50. Please proceed to your faction for realm advancement." or you will be unable to level up further. However, for Shen Qing now, leveling up no longer held much significance. Moreover, the second-ranked player on the leaderboard, Qingmei Zhujiao, was only at level 48. At the average player's leveling speed, it would take at least 2 days to reach level 50. Shen Qing had enough time to return to the burial grounds and then proceed with his class advancement. The achievement reward for being the first to complete the third class advancement would undoubtedly be his. Therefore, Shen Qing was in no hurry. He picked up the items dropped by the angel remnant and put them all into his bag. At that moment, the abyssal mark on Shen Qing's chest suddenly emitted waves of heat. Shen Qing immediately sensed something. Vaguely, he felt as if something far away was resonating with the mark on his body. Could this be what Byerlai wanted him to find? A flash of contemplation crossed Shen Qing's eyes. He focused on sensing the direction of the guidance, and, without hesitation, flew towards it on his sword. At this moment, he seemed to be compelled by some force. Bearing the abyssal mark left by Byerlai's on his body, Shen Qing wondered just how dangerous this mark could be. Only by obtaining that particular item could he have the leverage to negotiate with Byerlai's and ask her to remove the mark. Along his journey, Shen Qing frequently encountered attacks from various monsters. These creatures came in all shapes and sizes, boasting powerful bloodlines, such as primordial relics, super beasts evolved from devouring the remnants of gods and demons, and even special monsters resembling fallen angel spirits. They were embodiments of the obsessions of fallen deities and demons. These monsters were at least level 70, possessing immense strength. Most of the time, Shen Qing managed to handle them. However, occasionally he would face super monsters exceeding level 100, instilling fear with their terrifying aura, forcing him to keep his distance. After flying for a while, Shen Qing suddenly sensed something rapidly approaching him. This entity's speed was nearly 10 times his own. Could it be a living being? Shen Qing's heart skipped a beat, his face displaying a mix of shock and uncertainty, unsure of what was about to happen. Shen Qing had cautiously tried to probe Beilei about what exactly she was seeking. However, Beilei consistently avoided giving a direct answer, only telling Shen Qing that the mark on her body was connected to the item. She assured Shen Qing that once she saw it, she would understand naturally. Because Beilei kept referring to it as a thing, Shen Qing instinctively assumed it was an inanimate object. Surprisingly, though, the item began to move towards her on its own. Shen Qing was astonished and couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps the item wasn't lifeless after all? Or could it be a mystical object with its own spirit? As she hesitated, a grand and magnificent sect ruin appeared before her eyes on the ground. Among the shattered peaks lay many collapsed halls and pavilions. Despite being long abandoned and overgrown with moss and vines, the remnants of walls and ruins hinted at the splendor of what once was. This place must have been a prosperous and powerful sect in its prime. What particularly caught Shen Qing's attention were the numerous sword-related elements scattered throughout the ruins. There was a giant broken stone sword sculpture and a cliff edge filled with embedded swords. As she approached, she felt a subtle resonance from her own Wuji sword body. It was as if something deep within the ruins was calling to her. This discovery excited Shen Qing. Opportunities abounded in this place. Just a few steps could lead to fragments of magical treasures. Given the vastness of the ruins, they surely concealed immense wealth. Perhaps there was a treasure suited for her. Besides, since the item was already moving towards her, she didn't need to exert effort searching for it. Thus, Shen Qing decided to explore the ruins first and seek some benefits. If the item brought danger, at least she would have gathered some treasures to avoid leaving empty-handed. With this resolve, Shen Qing stepped onto her flying sword and rushed into the ruins. She first flew to the distant broken stone sword sculpture. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that each stone sword was inscribed with ancient text. As her gaze fell on the inscriptions, she instantly received a game prompt. Ding, you are observing the inscriptions on the stone sword. You have a chance to comprehend the incomplete Heaven-tier skill, Boundless Divine Sword. Simultaneously, a 5-minute progress bar appeared above her head. By observing the inscriptions for 5 minutes, she had a chance to learn the incomplete Heaven-tier skill. Although it was an incomplete skill and would be significantly weakened even if mastered, Shen Qing had no interest in wasting 5 minutes. However, discovering such a high-level opportunity further solidified her belief that the ancient sect ruins held many hidden treasures. She quickly turned and continued delving deeper into the ruins. Along the way, she defeated numerous monsters and collected many precious high-level materials, but none were significant opportunities. Finally, after several minutes, she reached the summit of a mountain peak. During his exploration, Shen Qing stumbled upon a treasure that made his eyes light up. 3 towering ancient trees with branches full of silver leaves. These trees were laden with translucent, fragrant red fruits known as Qixin fruits, a grade 6 spiritual medicine. Each fruit could permanently increase one's strength attribute by 1,000 points. Such precious spiritual fruits were incredibly rare. The 3 ancient trees before him were lush and brimming with hundreds of Qixin fruits, resembling a massive treasure trove. However, harvesting these high-level spiritual fruits was no easy task, as the area was guarded by a group of level 80+ Qixin spirit monkeys. Leading this group was an imposing level 85 spiritual weapon-grade bow SS backsword white ape, a creature of immense strength and swordsmanship, with a variety of powerful sword skills. It took Shen Qing nearly half an hour to arduously defeat this boss, yielding substantial rewards, including a skill book of Earth rank, sword draw slash. Yet, Shen Qing was puzzled that despite slaying the spiritual weapon-grade boss, it did not trigger a system-wide first kill announcement. This wasn't the first time such an anomaly occurred. A similar incident happened in the Abyss of Despair. Shen Qing speculated that these mysterious maps might possess unique characteristics, completely isolated from the outside world. Pondering this, he felt a growing curiosity and anticipation about these maps. Shen Qing harvested 1852 ripe Qixin fruits from the 3 ancient trees. Given their auction price in the outside world, each fruit could fetch 100,000, undoubtedly attracting numerous buyers. However, Shen Qing had no intention of selling these spiritual fruits. Instead, he planned to use them to cultivate an elite corps of sword cultivators. He intended to select 100 loyal sword cultivation players from within the divine realm, allowing them to consume these Qixin fruits, each gaining 10,000 strength points, transforming them into an invincible force. This elite corps would become the strongest power in the divine realm, ensuring its strength even in Shen Qing's absence, and preventing other factions from easily defeating them again. Although Shen Qing decided to use the Qixin fruits to train his subordinates, he wouldn't give them away for free. He planned to have them undergo a competitive selection process to motivate them to cherish this rare opportunity. The surplus fruits could be stored in the faction's warehouse for members to exchange with points, ensuring everyone could feel the value of their efforts and thus contribute more loyally to the faction. However, due to the enormous size of the 3 ancient trees, Shen Qing couldn't take them with him. Moreover, the divine realm had yet to establish a faction base. Otherwise, he would have loved to transplant these treasures back. This is an incredible opportunity. Shen Qing didn't hesitate for a moment and swallowed 10 scarlet heart fruits in succession. Suddenly, an intensely powerful force surged into his body, rising from his dantian and quickly spreading throughout his entire being, its intensity rapidly increasing. He nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face, then flew forward, riding on his sword light. At this moment, he could clearly feel a connection forming with his infinite sword body, as if a faint but persistent resonance was continuously being transmitted. Right ahead, the target was in sight. After leaving the ancient mountain peaks, where the trees grew with hearts of pure sincerity, Shen Qing continued his journey, leaping over several massive, severed, and collapsed peaks. Suddenly, a steep cliff appeared before him, illuminated by a bright light that caught his attention. He halted his sword light and gazed at the sight on the cliff. There, pinned against the cliff by a gleaming purple sword piercing its heart, was an 8-winged archangel, clad in armor and bearing 4 pairs of jet-black wings. Despite the passage of many years, it still appeared lifelike. Of its 8 massive, ink-black wings, 3 were damaged, 2 were broken, and the remaining 3 were in disarray, covered in blood. Purple blood flowed from the wound in its chest, staining the cliff with a terrifying aura. Even from a distance, Shen Qing felt a sense of dread. On the ground below the cliff lay the skeletal remains of a gigantic western dragon, as thick as mountain ridges, seemingly carved from the finest jade. The dragon's head and body were far apart, clearly severed by a single sword strike. Though reduced to a pile of bones, the dreadful aura it emitted was no less intense than that of the 8-winged fallen angel pinned to the cliff. Shen Qing stared at these 2 powerful remains with a solemn expression. An 8-winged angel was a legendary being, at least a level 120 super boss. In Mythology OL, the higher the level, the greater the disparity in monster strength. Although Shen Qing was comparable to an 80-level spirit weaponeer boss, facing a boss above level 90 was challenging without special circumstances. And bosses over level 110, even ordinary ones, were enough to make Shen Qing wary. A super boss above level 120 remained top tier, even 2.5 years after the game's inception. Only a few NPCs could match them. Shen Qing had flown far and encountered the remains of the strongest beings from the Divine Wars. Yet, even these immensely powerful entities, comparable to gods and immortals, had fallen here. This indicated how intense the ancient battles must have been. The owner of the sword that nailed the 8-winged angel must have been an extraordinary swordmaster. Behind the massive dragon skeleton, there was an enormous, bottomless pit, seemingly created by some terrifying force. Shen Qing felt a call emanating from the pit's depths, a glint flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the Xianjin black dragon sword, and prepared to explore the pit's mystery. Suddenly, a high-pitched dragon roar echoed through the sky, causing him to look up into the distance. Shen Qing's heart sank, and a grim expression froze on his face. A colossal red dragon appeared before him. Its gigantic wings spread like fiery clouds as it swooped down. Standing on the dragon's back was a robust man clad in armor, wielding a dragon spear. His golden hair flowed, and his blue eyes gleamed with authority. He was a member of the sacred Valeria Empire's dragon cavalry, endowed with unparalleled combat energy, riding a red dragon that was notorious for its ferocity and ambition to scorch the world. Shen Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the formidable boss, Valen. This man was one of the top powerhouses of the Western Sacred Valeria Empire, commanding an elite force of dragon knights, the Empire's most prized unit. Valen's appearance made Shen Qing's heart heavy, knowing that in the conflicts between nations, Valen had personally led battles, costing countless Eastern warriors their lives. Although Shen Qing couldn't see Valen's exact attributes, he was certain that this opponent was extraordinarily powerful. Valen, riding the red dragon, flew towards Shen Qing, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Shen Qing, stepping on his flying sword, nimbly evaded Valen's attack, showcasing his exceptional agility. Valen was slightly surprised but remained vigilant, sneering at Shen Qing, "You're impressive, but that won't save you from death." Just as he prepared to launch another attack, Shen Qing's expression suddenly changed. He pointed behind Valen and shouted, "Look behind you!" Valen scoffed disdainfully, but in the next moment, everything went dark. He had fallen into a trap that Shen Qing had cleverly set. John felt an immense shadow enveloping his heart, making him feel incredibly suffocated. This shadow seemed omnipresent, making it hard for him to breathe. Valen's heart skipped a beat, and the sight before him was beyond belief. Shen Qing's words were not mere fiction. There truly was a hidden force at work. He quickly turned around, and the scene that greeted him was terrifying. A colossal creature appeared in the sky, resembling an enormous whale, stretching thousands of feet long. Its body was covered in strange purple markings, floating silently in the void. Compared to it, the red dragon he rode seemed insignificant, like a tiny insect. Shen Qing also saw the attribute panel of this massive creature, filled with question marks, with only its name visible: Su Tian Shen Qing. Valen felt the immense pressure from Su Tian Shen Qing. His previous arrogance towards Shen Qing vanished. His face turned pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and his heart filled with an insurmountable fear. Suddenly, Su Tian Shen Qing opened its massive mouth and let out a deep roar, inhaling sharply. In an instant, the skies within a radius of thousands of miles changed. Countless air currents were sucked into its enormous mouth. The monsters on the ground screamed in terror, swept into the horrifying currents, including the skeletal dragon and the eight-winged angel on the high cliff, all swallowed by the black vortex. Valen, riding the red dragon, let out a terrified scream. His entire body engulfed in roaring flames as he struggled desperately, but it was futile. Ultimately, he was sucked into Su Tian Shen Qing's mouth. Su Tian Shen Qing let out a satisfied burp, causing a powerful windstorm. Even Shen Qing, far away, was affected. Struggling to maintain his balance, his face grim. He felt a burning sensation deep in his chest, realizing that the item Bales mentioned was inside Su Tian Shen Qing. At the same time, Bales's voice urgently echoed in his mind, demanding that he kill Su Tian Shen Qing and retrieve the item. Shen Qing felt a wave of confusion, as if he had been asked to kill Tang Song. He realized that Su Tian Shen Qing was unimaginably vast, and if even a level 100 warrior like Valen couldn't resist, what chance did he have? Although he wasn't facing a final boss, Shen Qing was well aware that his foes were no pushovers. Faced with Beilazy's proposal, Shen Qing felt a surge of anxiety but had no choice but to accept it. Beilazy immediately cast a spell to temporarily restrict the power of the Shutian Divine Whale, but the effect would only last for a brief hour. The Shutian Divine Whale roared in agony, its cries shaking the mountains and the earth. Shen Qing, taking the brunt of the impact, felt a sharp pain in his chest and a significant drop in his vitality. The game indicated that the Shutian Divine Whale was in a weakened state, with its attributes significantly reduced. Shen Qing had no choice but to accept this reality. Retreat was not an option. Resolutely, he decided to strike. His flying sword soared above the Shutian Divine Whale, unleashing the powerful move, Heaven-Splitting Sword. The silver giant sword slashed down, inflicting hundreds of thousands of damage, but it was a mere scratch on its massive body. Shen Qing knew that even his strongest attack skill was not enough to deal with the Shutian Divine Whale. However, he was determined to give it his all. With unwavering resolve, he activated the power of the abyss. A purple light burst forth from the abyssal mark, and terrifying energy surged into Shen Qing's body, covering him in menacing purple demonic patterns. His attributes instantly doubled, and he felt an unprecedented surge of power that intoxicated him. He let out a triumphant roar and unleashed the awe-inspiring, heavenly gang sword formation. A massive sword suddenly gleamed with a silver light, its blade emitting a mysterious purple glow, dreamlike and ethereal. The sword's aura coalesced into powerful streams of energy, fiercely attacking the void sky Kuan below. The protagonist's heart burned with anger against the forces of evil, resolutely deciding to eliminate this malevolence in its infancy. Sword light flickered as the sword formation swirled like a raging storm. The blades carved out beams of light, slicing towards the back of the void sky god Kuan like lightning. Shen Qing activated the power of the abyss, instantly doubling all his attributes. His attack power surged, and each strike inflicted massive damage. However, despite the deep wounds left by the sword energy on the void sky god Kuan's back, the damage was negligible compared to its enormous body, akin to mosquito bites. Shen Qing could deal approximately 200,000 points of damage to the void sky god Kuan per second, but the transformation granted by the abyssal power had a limited duration, lasting only an hour, resulting in a total damage of about 700 million points. Considering the void sky god Kuan's colossal health and regenerative abilities, defeating it in a short time seemed nearly impossible. Shen Qing furrowed his brows, struggling to devise a strategy. At that moment, the void sky god Kuan, enraged, prepared to unleash a skill, gathering power. But suddenly, it was interrupted by Bierce, causing the skill to dissipate, infuriating the void sky god Kuan even more. Due to its massive size, the void sky god Kuan found it difficult to counter Shen Qing, silently enduring his attacks while trying to suppress the foreign energy within to regain its formidable state. The true strength of this super boss was beyond belief, and Shen Qing's courage and determination were about to face a daunting test. Shen Qing felt a powerful urge surging within him, to destroy the void sky divine Kuan on his back. Recognizing his opponent's predicament, he unleashed his full strength without hesitation, showcasing his abilities to the fullest. While maintaining the Tiangang sword formation, he simultaneously executed various skills, launching relentless attacks like a storm. All his strikes were focused on a single area. The void sky divine Kuan had thick skin and flesh, making external attacks ineffective. So, Shen Qing decided to take a risk, planning to carve a path through the creature's back to its internal organs. He aimed to penetrate deep inside the opponent and strike at its vital points, hoping to inflict massive damage. As Shen Qing exerted himself to the limit, channeling every ounce of his bloodline power, a faint call from the distant dark abyss grew stronger. Then, at a certain moment, a sudden blue light shot out from a deep pit. Shen Qing sensed it and turned to see a 6-inch blue gourd flying out, round and full, emitting a faint glow. A drop of fresh blood remained on the gourd's surface. Seeing the blood, Shen Qing had a sudden realization it was the life essence blood of a powerful swordmaster with a boundless sword physique, left behind in the world. Just as he comprehended the origin of the blood, it suddenly gleamed and flew out of the gourd, hovering like a crystal-clear blood bead in midair, radiating a dazzling red light. The light outlined a vague figure dressed in sword robes, standing tall and straight like a pine tree. The figure lifted its gaze, eyes deep and unreadable, and then slowly extended its right hand, softly commanding, "Sword, come." From the distant cliff, the purple divine sword that had previously pinned the 8-winged angel to the precipice suddenly trembled with excitement, emitting a long-awaited sword hum. It was as if it had been waiting for countless ages. In a flash of sword light, it flew towards the figure's hand. The moment the figure grasped the hilt, its aura transformed abruptly, like an unsheathed sharp sword, exuding an unmatched brilliance that changed the very color of the world. The figure then raised the sword high towards the sky and slashed at the void sky divine Kuan that Shen Qing had been attacking. The purple sword blade cut through the sky, releasing a fine, straight purple line that instantly pierced through the void and penetrated the massive body of the void sky divine Kuan. Though the creature's body bore no visible wounds, it trembled violently the next moment, letting out a deafening roar. Its health bar above its head dropped drastically, leaving only 1/5 remaining. However, Shen Qing was entirely focused on the figure's sword-wielding motion, oblivious to everything around him. That scene replayed in his mind over and over, etching itself deeply into his soul, like an indelible mark. Suddenly, a crisp game notification sounded in Shen Qing's ears. Ding! In that moment, it felt like the call of victory, as she had successfully obtained the ancient sword cultivator's legacy mark and comprehended the heavenly skill, one sword across worlds. This active skill was just at the beginner level, and her proficiency in it still needed improvement, currently at 0,500. As Shen Qing carefully read through the skill description, she felt a surge of excitement. This skill required gathering all her essence and spirit, then concentrating them into a single sword strike, targeting an individual within 30 meters with an attack power reaching 200 of her spiritual strength. However, this skill was not easily mastered, consuming a significant 500 mana and having a cooldown time of 600 seconds. At this moment, Shen Qing's heart was filled with determination and anticipation for the challenges ahead. Heavenly Step Technique, a sword that spans ages. Upon seeing the skill description of a sword that spans ages, Shen Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. This sword technique could launch a mental attack on enemies, targeting not their bodies but directly their minds and souls, making it highly effective against certain special monsters. This was exactly the skill he needed. Meanwhile, he noticed the health of the Void Sky Kuan was decreasing, and his joy grew even more. He turned to the figure floating in midair, clenched his fists, and bowed deeply to express his gratitude. Junior Ren Xiaoyao thanks the senior for the imparted knowledge. I promise to carry forward your swordsmanship and live up to your expectations. The blood-red figure hovered in the sky, weakened after using a sword that spans ages, almost to the point of vanishing. He glanced at Shen Qing and nodded slightly. Suddenly, the Void Sky Kuan let out an enraged roar, emanating a white glow as a powerful healing skill was triggered. Its health rapidly restored, even surpassing its previous state before being wounded. Shen Qing's expression changed dramatically upon seeing this, realizing that the Void Sky Kuan was no easy opponent, possessing such a formidable healing ability that left him feeling almost hopeless. From afar, the Phantom of Divine Blood seemed to sense Shen Qing's predicament. With a sigh, he suddenly waved his sleeve, and a radiant green gourd emitted a dazzling light. He murmured incantations as hundreds of purple sword lights shot out from the gourd, similar to but slightly less potent than the divine sword in his hand. The sword lights hovered densely above, exuding a terrifying aura. With a grand wave of his sleeve, the sword lights flew towards the Void Sky Kuan, tearing through the sky and piercing its massive body. In its weakened state, the Void Sky Kuan couldn't withstand such an assault. The sword lights tore through its body, leaving hundreds of massive sword wounds, almost depleting its health entirely. Finally, before exhausting his power and dissipating, the Phantom waved his sleeve, and the green gourd transformed into a stream of light, flying towards Shen Qing as the final gift from the mysterious senior. This gourd is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. However, there's no time to savor it now. Hastily stowing it in his bag, Shen Qing continued to maneuver the sword array with all his might. He unleashed every skill he knew, attacking the Void Sky Kuan relentlessly, fearing he might miss the chance to kill it. Yet, the Void Sky Kuan's health was astonishingly high. Even though it appeared to have only a sliver of health left, that sliver was still significant. In such a short time, Shen Qing couldn't completely annihilate it. Meanwhile, sensing the shadow of death, the Void Sky Kuan began to retaliate desperately. It opened its massive mouth, forming a bottomless black hole inside, emanating an irresistible pull. The air turned into a vortex under this powerful suction, rushing into the black hole. Even though Shen Qing stood on the Void Sky Kuan's back, he couldn't resist the strong pull, his body shaking violently, uncontrollably flying toward the giant beast's mouth. Shen Qing's face changed drastically, remembering how the dragon rider Valen had been swallowed by the Void Sky Kuan using this move in his previous life. Although he didn't know what happened after being swallowed, the outcome was surely grim. Shen Qing was unwilling to face such a fate. Determination flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and resolutely decided to use the forbidden skill he had never deployed before the Immortal Execution Sword Seal. His right hand formed a sword gesture, and as he ran his fingers across his forehead, a blood-red line instantly appeared before his brow, exuding a chilling, killing intent. In that moment, Shen Qing's essence, energy, and spirit were pushed to their limits, surging into the sword seal, making it even more vivid and intense, with sword energy brimming and the sword's hum resonating through the void. A small blood-colored sword illusion appeared at his brow, and with Shen Qing's sword gesture, it shot out instantly. The entire world seemed to freeze, everything halting except for the blood-red sword light filled with murderous intent. The blood-red sword light tore through the void, piercing the massive body of the Void Sky Kuan in an instant. The Void Sky Kuan's body trembled violently, letting out an earth-shattering roar. A staggering damage number appeared above its head, and the last sliver of its health was finally depleted. The giant body lost its support, plummeting to the ground, causing a tremor that shook the earth for miles and filled the air with dust. Shen Qing, utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, sat on the back of the Void Sky Kuan, gasping for breath, as though all his strength had been drained, his attributes plummeting, leaving him extremely weak. However, at this moment, he had no time to worry about that. As the celestial god Kuan fell, he clearly witnessed a massive spatial vortex suddenly emerging in the void behind him. The vortex twisted and contorted before ultimately shattering with a thunderous crash. A vast array of glittering treasures, emanating an awe-inspiring aura, tumbled out from within. This unexpected sight filled him with excitement and anticipation, as if the chance to become incredibly wealthy had just arrived overnight. The The treasures released by the Void Sky Divine Kuan were numerous, but the most striking was a deep purple, eye-shaped crystal. Inside the crystal, it seemed as though purple chalcedony flowed, containing an immense, terrifying power. It floated quietly in the air, emitting a blinding purple light. Before Shen Qing could examine it closely, it suddenly transformed into a streak of purple light and shot into his chest. Shen Qing removed his chest armor and opened his shirt, revealing a sinister abyssal mark on his chest, resembling a demonic eye. The purple crystal had taken the place of the eye, deep and dark, as if it had a soul. A single glance at it made him dizzy, as though his soul was being sucked in. Terrified, Shen Qing quickly averted his gaze and tidied his clothes. At that moment, Byersi's voice rang out, "Not bad. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Endure for 6 hours, leave the burial ground safely, and hand over the item to me." Shen Qing asked in confusion, "Do I really have to endure for 12 hours? Byersi explained that if he died there, even if resurrected, the items would be lost. The only way to leave was through the ancient god's cry token, which could open a teleportation channel. Shen Qing felt helpless. Why couldn't this woman explain everything at once instead of being so cryptic? He pondered that surviving in such a dangerous environment with weakened attributes for 12 hours wouldn't be easy. Perhaps finding a safe place to wait it out was the only option. For now, the priority was to inventory the spoils. Shen Qing eagerly walked to the pile of items and found all sorts of equipment, materials, and special items, all brimming with powerful energy. He even spotted the dragon spear that Valen had wielded earlier. This abundant loot was likely connected to the Void Sky Divine Kuan's nature, as it must have failed to completely digest these treasures. Shen Qing casually picked up a massive piece of black metal ore, which, though only the size of his palm, was incredibly heavy, making him struggle to hold it. Shen Qing was utterly astonished and quickly checked the properties of the ore. The dragon-patterned black gold had reached a material grade of level 10, making it a rare and top-tier divine metal, perfect for forging celestial weapons. It was the legendary level 10 material, dragon-patterned black gold. Shen Qing's heart pounded with excitement. Based on his past knowledge, level 9 materials were already sufficient as primary materials for crafting divine-grade equipment. Level 10 materials were exceedingly rare and of the highest quality. Although Shen Qing only had a small piece the size of a palm, its value was immeasurable. The Void Sky Kuan was truly remarkable, capable of swallowing anything. Can you even digest something this hard? Shen Qing's heart burned with excitement as he quickly stored the dragon-patterned black gold in his pouch and continued inspecting other items. His gaze soon fell upon a large black egg. An astonishing thought crossed his mind. Could this be? He rushed to the egg, placing his hand on the shell to check its properties. The Void Sky Kuan egg was of legendary quality and could hatch into the mythical pet, Void Sky Kuan. It was a Void Sky Kuan pet egg. Shen Qing's heart was filled with joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had always longed for a pet, but ordinary pets were never in his consideration. In the previous battle, Shen Qing had personally experienced the terrifying power of the Void Sky Kuan. Even with the powerful suppression of beers and the help of the ancient sword cultivator's residual soul, he had paid a huge price to barely manage to slay it. Its strength was beyond terrifying. If it were to reach its ultimate form, it could rival true immortals and gods. Having such a creature as a pet would be invincible. This rare-blooded, highly potential super pet egg completely met all of Shen Qing's requirements for a pet. He immediately decided to find a quiet place to hatch it once he got out and make it his pet. After securing the Void Sky Kuan pet egg, Shen Qing's attention was drawn to a peculiar stone emitting 9-colored light. This was the largest item dropped by the Void Sky Kuan. Shen Qing moved closer to inspect it. The stone had an ancient appearance with 9 natural holes on its surface, emitting a faint 9-colored divine radiance. This radiance flickered with a unique rhythm, flowing naturally like breathing, truly wondrous. Shen Qing reached out and touched the stone out of curiosity, suddenly hearing a cracking sound. A crack appeared in the middle of the stone and quickly spread, covering the entire stone. Soft 9-colored light burst from the cracks, and the stone trembled slightly, with countless fragments flying off as the light grew brighter. Eventually, the fragments fell to the ground, and the light gradually faded, revealing a long-haired girl with a graceful figure, skin as white as jade, completely naked, her entire body curled up tightly. 2 alabaster arms clutched her knees tightly, resembling a baby cradled in its mother's embrace. After a moment, the girl slowly lifted her head, revealing a face that was faintly visible, exquisitely delicate. Her features were like those of a celestial being, flawless and breathtakingly beautiful. When the mystical stone shattered, a young girl suddenly appeared before Shen Qing, leaving him utterly stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. If a monkey had leaped out of the stone, he might have accepted it. But the emergence of a young girl was beyond comprehension. At the same time, Shen Qing realized her identity. This Holy Spirit girl was originally an innate Holy Spirit, born of heaven and earth, capable of rivaling gods and demons right from birth. However, during her gestation, she was swallowed by the void sky god Kuan, which absorbed a significant amount of her innate essence, leaving her extremely weak and her bloodline underdeveloped. Yet, if her innate deficiencies could be remedied in the future, she still had the potential to return to the divine path. Shen Qing noticed 3 large words, "can be tamed," flashing above the girl's head, and he instantly became conflicted. On one hand, there was the void sky god Kuan, a legendary and exceptionally rare creature. On the other, there was the Holy Spirit girl, who, although only at an epic level, had the potential to become a god or demon. Faced with this difficult choice, the Holy Spirit girl, who had been curled up on the ground, stood up, revealing her delicate and exquisite figure, causing Shen Qing to blush and quickly avert his gaze. The girl noticed Shen Qing's reaction, tilted her head slightly in confusion, her beautiful eyes blinking, and then walked up to him, tugged at his sleeve with her small, white hand, and pleaded, "Big brother, can you take me in?" At that moment, Shen Qing finally made his decision. It wasn't that he thought he couldn't afford to raise the void sky god Kuan. He simply believed that the Holy Spirit girl offered better value. Moreover, the void sky god Kuan was still in the form of a pet egg, which he could give to someone else if he didn't need it. But the Holy Spirit girl in front of him would be left to wander alone in the sky burial grounds if he didn't take her in, which had nothing to do with him. Only children need to choose. Adults want it all. Shen Qing looked at the girl and said seriously, "Of course, I can take you in, but you must acknowledge me as your master." The girl's face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, "Master." Then, Shen Qing signed a pet contract with the Holy Spirit girl, receiving a game notification. At the same time, Shen Qing clearly felt an indescribable connection forming between them, a wonderful feeling as if they were of one mind. With a thought, he checked the girl's attribute panel. As an innate Holy Spirit, she possessed an epic bloodline and had a base attribute of 250 points at level 1, far surpassing the strength of typical epic pets. Shen Qing was slightly astonished. Such attributes were indeed rare, even outclassing many legendary pets. The power of this innate Holy Spirit was indeed formidable. The growth potential it possesses far surpasses that of an ordinary epic pet. Not to mention, its skills are incredibly powerful. While the 5 elements escape technique lacks offensive capabilities, it's extremely useful for fleeing and traveling. It's arguably the best life-saving skill below the immortal level. Being born already proficient in such a divine technique, the talent of the Holy Spirit Maiden is truly astonishing. Shen Qing is very satisfied with his choice of pet. He took out a black robe he had previously bought at the frozen Great Wall from his pack, wrapped it around the girl to cover her modesty, and then said, "Let me give you a name. As an innate Holy Spirit, I'll call you Linger." Linger nodded gently, happily hugging Shen Qing's arm, and sweetly said, "I like this name." "Thank you, brother." Shen Qing cleared his throat modestly and said, "Just call me brother from now on."
Linger responded joyfully, "Okay, brother."
Shen Qing smiled and ruffled Linger's hair before continuing to inspect the items left behind by the void sky Kuan on the ground. After tallying up everything, he found 2 pieces of level 100 heavenly equipment, 11 pieces of earthly equipment, a hidden class inheritance token for a demon sealing master, 2 legendary bloodline awakening stones, 4 pieces of level 9 materials, and more than 20 types of level 8 materials, all of which are rare treasures. Shen Qing couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the celestial burial ground truly lives up to its legendary status. Besides these, there were a few mysterious special items, the most intriguing of which was a jet black, flying pattern engraved Xian iron treasure chest, whose opening mechanism was unknown. Shen Qing temporarily stored it in his pack, intending to study it after leaving the celestial burial ground. The only items he could currently use were a pair of extraordinarily sharp and divine rare swords. 2 swords, 1 red and 1 blue, pierced the back of the Sky Kuan, weaving an enchanting glow. The red sword boasts attributes of 53,291 constitution, 71437 strength, 48932 agility, and 56178 spirit, with a divine life-stealing effect. In contrast, the blue sword has 47,172 constitution, 82372 strength, 48932 agility, and 44786 spirit, featuring an evil additional damage effect. The red sword's special skill, Frost Slash, when activated, releases a 10-meter-long frosty sword aura, increasing attack power by 20, but consumes 500 mana per second. Meanwhile, the blue sword's special skill, Demonic Strike, allows for a single target fatal blow at 3000 attack power at the cost of 1 life, with a cooldown of 48 hours. These legendary weapons are known as Righteous Blade, Heart Sword United, Blood-Tempered Edge, Invincible Demon Sword, and took 500 years to forge. When both swords are equipped on the user, their attributes are enhanced by 20, and the user gains the combined benefits of both swords' attributes. triggering the skill Frost Sword C. This skill summons Frosty Sword auras from the sky, dealing a massive 500 attack power damage to targets within a 200 by 200 meter area, with a cooldown of 24 hours. The power of these legendary weapons is enough to change the course of battles, rendering them unbeatable. On the battlefield, they stand as invincible war gods, protecting the wielder and striking fear into the hearts of enemies. Whether it is the light of justice or the shadow of evil, both converge in these swords, showcasing unparalleled strength and majesty. Shen Qing was overjoyed when he saw the attributes of the Lingshuang sword. As a sword cultivator, he had a deep affection for all kinds of famous swords. Having mastered the art of sword control, he could now wield 9 flying swords simultaneously in combat. However, he could only choose one as his main weapon to gain attribute bonuses, and the attack power of the 9 swords couldn't be stacked. With his current stats reaching hundreds of thousands, only a ghost-grade sword of level 70 and above was worthy of his use. While he could increase his overall attack frequency, spreading it across multiple swords would reduce the frequency for each. Therefore, he decided to focus on controlling a single flying sword to maintain agility. During his exploration of the burial ground, he unexpectedly acquired a pair of twin swords of Earth-grade quality. Their attribute bonuses even surpassed those of celestial-grade equipment of the same level. This made him disdain the ghost-grade Shen Qing Black Dragon sword he had previously obtained. Holding these twin swords, Shen Qing felt a surge of powerful energy flow into his arms, significantly boosting his strength. Even with an 80 attribute reduction, he still had a decent level of self-protection. Suddenly, he remembered the gourd given to him by an ancient sword cultivator. It could nurture shadow swords, producing a powerful one at regular intervals. The celestial gourd truly lived up to its name, containing the power of creation and transformation. A glint of excitement flashed in Shen Qing's eyes. Although he had anticipated this type of equipment, the attribute description of the celestial gourd was surprising, had no attribute bonuses or special effects despite being celestial-grade equipment. The mystical azure sky gourd is nothing short of extraordinary, standing out among heavenly artifacts for its unique capabilities. Unlike other artifacts that boast a variety of functions, this gourd focuses solely on one: nurturing swords. This specialization has been honed to such an extent that it has reached an almost perfect state. Unlike typical sword nurturing items, the Azure Sky Gourd doesn't merely enhance the sharpness of a flying sword. It duplicates them, increasing their quantity. This feature is irresistible to any sword cultivator, as the ability to control multiple flying swords simultaneously is a dream for most. Many top-tier sword cultivators cherish collecting renowned swords, treating them as invaluable treasures. However, true legendary swords are incredibly rare, especially those classified as earth or heavenly artifacts. Each of these treasures is unique, with its own story and origins, unlike the more common silver or gold items. 2.5 years after the game merged with reality, fewer than 30 divine artifacts have appeared in the entire national server, with heavenly artifacts numbering fewer than 1,000 and earth artifacts only slightly over 20,000. Sword-type weapons make up a tiny fraction of this, less than 1 in 50. Therefore, there are only about 400 Earth-grade or higher sword-type weapons in the entire server, most of which are held by high-level NPCs. The remaining 200 or so are fiercely contested by millions of sword-wielding players. Today, Shen Qing's luck was off the charts. He stumbled upon the legendary map of the Heavenly Burial Grounds and acquired 2 100-level Earth-grade swords in one go. Without this stroke of luck, even with his memories from a previous life, gathering 9 Earth-grade legendary swords would have required immense time and effort. But with this sword-nurturing gourd, he no longer needed to worry. By placing the 2 Lingxiao swords inside, he could produce 2 shadow swords with 90 of the original's attributes every 7 days. In a month, he would have all 9 swords. Shen Qing quickly realized that the gourd's function perfectly complemented the Tianyuan sword formation. Currently, he uses the myriad swords technique to control the formation with sword energy, but its power is somewhat diminished. Only by using real treasured swords can the formation's full potential be unleashed. However, crafting high-quality formation swords is no easy task, requiring rare materials, and making dozens of them as a set is even more challenging. If one were to go all out and spare no resources, it might be possible to create a set of ghost-level array swords. However, the chances of reaching the Earth level are extremely slim. As for having a complete set of heaven-level array swords, that is an almost impossible task. Even if all the resources in the country were exhausted, it would still be difficult to find enough high-grade materials. Yet, the Azure Sky Gourd presents a perfect solution. The shadow swords it replicates can inherit 90 of the original attributes. Moreover, their auras are consistent, and their essence is the same, ensuring no conflicts arise. This makes them an ideal choice for setting up a sword array. Shen Qing eagerly placed the Lingshuang sword and the Xianjin Black Dragon sword into the Azure Sky Gourd. As a ghost-level weapon, the Xianjin Black Dragon sword only needs 24 hours to replicate a shadow sword. At this pace, it would take just over a month to gather enough swords to set up the Tiangang sword array. With 36 ghost-level swords, the power of the Tiangang sword array would be extraordinary. Even if it doesn't reach the level of a true divine weapon, it would certainly surpass ordinary heaven-level equipment. Anticipation gleamed in Shen Qing's eyes. Just then, Linger tugged on Shen Qing's sleeve and pointed to the distant sky, curiously asking, "Brother, what is that?" When Shen Qing heard the news, he lifted his head and looked in the direction Linger was pointing, full of confusion. Instantly, he saw a large red cloud drifting in the distance. As he approached, he realized it wasn't a cloud at all but swarms of mysterious insects. These bugs were about the size of a palm, clad in hard red shells, with razor-sharp mandibles that glinted menacingly under the sunlight. They numbered in the thousands, buzzing loudly as they flew closer. Shen Qing's face changed immediately upon seeing this. Without hesitation, he scooped up Linger and fled on his sword. Fortunately, the insects weren't targeting them but were instead swarming over the fallen body of the Void Sky Kuan, voraciously devouring it. Shen Qing let out a sigh of relief and stopped his sword flight. Looking back, he saw the swarm completely covering the Void Sky Kuan's corpse, their sharp mandibles continuously attacking and forming a massive pit that was quickly spreading. With a spark of curiosity, Shen Qing maneuvered his sword to fly back a bit and finally identify the insects. Demon-devouring bugs, level 62, possessing strong attack and defense capabilities plus a devouring skill. Originally weak flying insects, they evolved by consuming the flesh of gods and demons in the burial grounds. Their sheer numbers were enough to terrify even the mightiest of beasts. Excitement flashed in Shen Qing's eyes as he read their attributes. He had initially intended to flee, but his adventurous spirit urged him to stay and observe. Watching the demon-devouring bugs frantically gnawing at the Void Sky Kuan, his eyes burned with determination. In Mythology OL, insect-type monsters are a significant branch, known for their vast numbers and quick respawn rates. Despite their individual weakness, they can be formidable in swarms. Shen Qing's celestial tier talent allowed him to gain more attribute points by defeating monsters, so he decided to challenge these bugs. He had previously considered the problem of sparse monsters in outdoor leveling spots, which made leveling inefficient. Now, seeing the swarm of demon-devouring bugs, he thought this might be an excellent opportunity to boost his attributes. Even though he wasn't sure if there were other maps like the Abyss of Despair, and even if there were, entering them wouldn't be easy. Nonetheless, his resolve only grew stronger. Choosing to trade is akin to walking alongside a beast. You could find yourself in danger at any moment. Shen Qing had no desire to plunge into the Abyss of Despair again if there were other options available. Another feasible plan Shen Qing considered was to learn a celestial technique called sowing beans to create soldiers. By expending magical power to continually summon soldiers, he could achieve self-sufficiency and endlessly farm monsters. However, this celestial technique was extremely rare. In his previous life, Shen Qing knew that only Qinglin Zhenjuan, the Grand Elder of the Ethereal Immortal sect, was proficient in it. But Shen Qing had no idea how to go about learning this technique. For now, it remained a distant dream. Aside from the two aforementioned methods, there was a final option. Finding a high-level, fast-breeding insect-type monster to tame and artificially create a constant monster tied to aid in farming. However, suitable insect-type monsters were hard to find, and Shen Qing had limited knowledge in this area from his past life. Despite informing Su Yun and having her use the power of the Divine Realm to search for relevant information, they had yet to find a suitable target. The insect-type monsters they did find either bred too slowly or had overly demanding cultivation conditions, making them unsuitable for Shen Qing's needs. However, when Shen Qing saw the devouring demon insects before him, a flicker of hope arose in his heart. Could these insects be the target he had been searching for all along? After defeating the Void Sky God Kuan, the treasures he obtained were already a pleasant surprise, leaving him quite satisfied. Given his drastically decreased attributes, continuing to explore posed significant risks, and he could encounter high-level monsters that might kill him instantly. If he couldn't fulfill his promise to Beals at that time, it could lead to trouble. Therefore, Shen Qing initially planned to find a safe place to hide, wait for 12 hours, and then use the ancient crying god token to open a teleportation portal and leave. But at this moment, he decided to stay and observe. He hid within the massive pile of stones where the Void Sky God Kuan had fallen, watching from a distance as the devouring demon insects feasted on its corpse. Through observation, Shen Qing discovered that the devouring demon insects consumed flesh at an astonishing rate, rapidly accumulating energy and then mating and laying eggs. Each insect could lay at least 100 eggs at a time. These eggs hatched within just 10 minutes, and the newly hatched larvae, though tiny, grew quickly after feeding. Within an hour, they matured into adults, ready to mate and lay eggs again, causing the swarm to grow exponentially. In just a few hours, their numbers exploded from a few thousand to tens of billions, continuing to increase at an incredible pace. Even the enormous void sky god Kuan was entirely devoured by this massive swarm of devouring demon insects. Only immense, stark white bones remained, standing like a mournful tomb on the plain. After the corpse of the mythical sky whale had been nearly devoured by the ravenous demon-eating insects, these fierce carnivorous creatures finally had their fill and swarmed away. They transformed into eerie, blood-red clouds, swiftly dispersing in all directions in search of their next prey. After over an hour, most of the demon-eating insects had flown far away, leaving only a few late-hatched stragglers gnawing at the leftover scraps of flesh on the snow-white skeleton. Shen Qing had been patiently waiting all this time. When a glint of light appeared in his eyes, he dashed out from his hiding spot. Shen Qing stepped onto his sword light and flew to the massive skeleton of the void sky divine Kuan, which was as large as a mountain. With a quick scan, he soon spotted a few demon-devouring insects. They were gathered on a piece of flesh growing in the crevices of the bones, frantically gnawing away. His eyes flashed with determination. Seizing the moment, he patted the storage bag on his waist. With a flash of light, a large, glossy, yellow gourd emerged from the bag. This was the binding equipment, the demon refining gourd, that Shen Qing had obtained when he changed classes at Shu Mountain. He had once thought this equipment was of little use to him, but today it proved to be invaluable. After summoning the gourd, Shen Qing decisively activated its demon-collecting skill. The demon refining gourd swiftly flew above the demon-devouring insects, hovering upside down. From its narrow mouth, an astonishing pulling force erupted. One of the insects, caught by the suction, wobbled and floated towards the gourd's opening. However, halfway through, the insect let out a piercing screech and began to struggle violently. It quickly broke free from the gourd's suction and flew aside. The first attempt to capture the demon failed. There was no helping it. The demon refining gourd was only a level 30 gold tier equipment, while the demon-devouring insects, though newly hatched and not fully grown, were already close to level 50. It was understandable that the gourd couldn't contain them. Disturbed by the attempt, the insects took to the air, their eyes blood-red and filled with a murderous gleam, charging at Shen Qing. Hastily, Shen Qing raised his right hand and summoned the black dragon sword from the azure gourd, gripping it firmly. He swung the sword's back, smashing it against the insects with a series of loud clangs. He used the black dragon sword instead of the newly acquired frost swords to avoid accidentally killing the insects with too much force. After a round of vigorous pounding, Shen Qing successfully reduced the insects to a sliver of health. Capturing them with the demon refining gourd became much easier. With several spells, Shen Qing successfully collected the weakened insects into the gourd, feeling a surge of excitement. With these insects, he could start a new mode of farming monsters once he returned from the land of heavenly burial. As long as there was enough flesh and blood, he would have a continuous supply of demon-devouring insects to kill. The large amount of flesh required to nurture the insects was no issue for Shen Qing. He could easily organize a team in the divine realm to hunt monsters in various leveling zones for him. The whole point of creating such a force was to handle these troublesome tasks when needed. Shen Qing was not an expert in insect cultivation and couldn't distinguish the gender of the demon-devouring insects. To avoid the possibility of only capturing males or females, and thus hindering his plans, he decided to catch more insects. He spent another 10 minutes wandering around the massive skeleton of the void sky Kuan, capturing a total of 60 to 70 insects. Feeling that this should be enough, he prepared to leave with Linger. Shen Qing hurriedly found a safe hiding spot, ready to endure the last few hours. However, suddenly, a green light flashed from behind him, striking fiercely at his back. Shen Qing's heart tightened immediately. He quickly grabbed his Ling Shuang demon sword, swiftly turned around, and forcefully swung his sword, splitting the sudden attack in two. Despite his quick response, the immense force of the impact caused him to instantly lose tens of thousands of health points. He staggered back several steps, his expression growing serious. Just then, a surprised chuckle echoed. An elderly man, clad in a green robe and covered with various pouches, descended slowly from the sky. His face was deeply wrinkled, resembling ancient tree bark, as he gazed at Shen Qing with great interest. With a sinister expression and a cackling laugh, he said, Well, I didn't expect someone so young to have such profound skills. This sword also seems extraordinary. At that moment, Shen Qing also learned about the old man. Level 87, health unknown, attack unknown, spell power unknown, defense unknown, magic resistance unknown, skills unknown. The introduction mentioned that he was one of the 4 elders of the Valley of 10,000 Insects, notorious for his insidious and ruthless nature, and his expertise in feeding insects with human bodies. Countless lives had perished at his hands. After reading the introduction, Shen Qing felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't expected to encounter such an evil cultivator. This villainous NPC was at a staggering level 87. Under normal circumstances, Shen Qing could defeat him easily. However, with his attributes reduced by 80, He knew he was not a match. Feeling heavy-hearted, he raised his sword and warned, "Old man, we have no enmity. There's no need to seek trouble. Beware, you might fall here today." The old man laughed heartily, paying no heed to Shen Qing's threat. He greedily eyed Shen Qing and Linger, his gaze brimming with excitement. "It's been a long time since I've seen such high-quality insect feed. Perfect. I'll use the two of you to hatch my newly bred insect king." With that, he pulled out a pouch and opened it. A green light shot out from the pouch, transforming into a three-metertal emerald flying mantis. It brandished its gleaming blade-like arms, slicing through the air and slashing towards Shen Qing. Shen Qing's eyes suddenly turned icy cold. He let out a cold snort, and his heart sword materialized in his hand. With both swords combined, their power surged dramatically. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he unleashed his most powerful single-target attack without hesitation. Celestial Descent Sword. A massive, imposing silver sword descended from the sky, striking the jade mantis with devastating force. The delicate body of the jade mantis was shattered into pieces instantly. "Damn it! This bastard dared to kill my beloved pet." Kuyun cursed furiously at Shen Qing. He had painstakingly nurtured the jade mantis, only for it to be slain by Shen Qing in one strike. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. He glared at Shen Qing, seething with anger and murderous intent. To him, Shen Qing was merely a disciple who had yet to condense his core energy. Despite Shen Qing's extraordinary aura and the remarkable sword by his side, Kuyun had not taken him seriously. He had only intended to test the skills of his jade mantis, never expecting it to be killed so swiftly. Burning with fury, Kuyun glared menacingly at Shen Qing, ready to exact revenge. Shen Qing knew that Kuyun was no easy opponent. After slaying the jade mantis, he immediately turned to Linger and shouted, "Linger, use the escape technique. Let's go." Linger nodded obediently, quickly forming hand seals and chanting a spell. With a soft exclamation, a flash of golden light enveloped them, and they vanished from the spot, reappearing in an open area 200 meters away. The well-practiced 5 elements escape technique could only cover a distance of 200 meters at a time, but it was invaluable nonetheless. Once they reappeared, Shen Qing wasted no time, scooping Linger into his arms and flying away on his sword. 5 elements escape technique? Kuyun was momentarily surprised to see Linger use the technique, but then he snorted coldly, his murderous intent growing even stronger. He vowed that no matter how adept Linger was with the golden light escape, she would not escape his grasp. He collected the remains of the jade mantis, stomped his foot, and a green cloud rose beneath him, propelling him in pursuit of Shen Qing. In just a few minutes, Kuyun caught up to Shen Qing. With a wave of his sleeve, dozens of green streaks of light shot out, each one a slender, hard-shelled, sharp-headed green beetle. These fearsome insects whizzed through the air like blades, closing in on Shen Qing. Shen Qing's heart tightened. He could only continue to flee on his sword, while turning to slash at the beetles. However, Kuyun had learned from his previous mistake. These insects were even more troublesome. Despite the sharp edge of the frost sword, it barely dented their shells, only leaving shallow white marks and temporarily repelling them. But they quickly regrouped and resumed their attack on Shen Qing. Gritting his teeth, Shen Qing decisively activated the myriad sword technique, and a flurry of sword energy temporarily held off the onslaught of insects. He continued to fly forward at full speed. Oh, the myriad sword technique? Kuyun's eyes gleamed with even more murderous intent as he pursued relentlessly. However, Shen Qing turned out to be much harder to deal with than anticipated. Although his cultivation level wasn't particularly high, his equipment was extraordinarily luxurious, making him very powerful. Even his opponents found it difficult to defeat him quickly without resorting to costly measures. Linger's 5 elements escape technique lasted for 10 minutes, and once the cooldown period ended, Shen Qing would immediately urge Linger to use the technique to create distance. He had to chase for several minutes before he could catch up again. Thus, amidst the desolate landscape of the heavenly burial ground, the two engaged in a relentless chase. An hour quickly passed. During his frantic escape, Shen Qing encountered several other formidable monsters, narrowly escaping danger multiple times. At one point, he was even ambushed by Kuyun, a cunning NPC boss, and nearly suffered serious injuries. Attempting to retaliate, he underestimated Kuyun's prowess. These game NPC villains were often more devious and challenging than the wild bosses. Shen Qing's counterattack backfired, and Kuyun launched a deadly assault, almost costing Shen Qing his life. Fortunately, he used the Heart Sword's resurrection skill to barely escape the peril. The chase continued, with the two covering a considerable distance. Eventually, they entered a region shrouded in darkness, where the air was cold and damp. Spectral spirits roamed the void, and undead creatures wandered the land. Despite the prolonged pursuit, Kuyun still hadn't defeated his young opponent. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with malice. He retrieved a pouch from his waist, bit his finger, and let a drop of his life essence blood fall into the pouch. In the next moment, a sharp screech emanated from the pouch, and a massive, icy white centipede with transparent wings emerged. With a flap of its wings, it transformed into a streak of white light, charging straight at Shen Qing. Upon its appearance, it let out a piercing cry, causing countless snowflakes to fall from the sky, coalescing into sharp ice blades and snow swords that rained down on Shen Qing like a storm. One strike cost Shen Qing a fifth of his life force. His face turned ashen, and he was forced to stop. Kuyun approached confidently, his eyes venomously fixed on Shen Qing, and sneered, "Boy, keep running. Not even the heavens can save you now." As he spoke, he reached into his pouch, ready to finish off Shen Qing. However, at that moment, a surprised voice called out from above, "Ah, a six-winged frost centipede? That's a rare find." In an instant, the massive, menacing white centipede began to thrash violently and scream. It shrank rapidly into a tiny form and was snatched up by a drunken, disheveled Taoist. The Taoist, grinning with satisfaction, stuffed the centipede into a crimson wine gourd, looking exceptionally pleased. Shen Qing gave the wine gourd a vigorous shake and then held it up to his ear, listening intently to the sounds within. His eyes revealed a profound sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, a disheveled Taoist descended from the sky, much to Shen Qing's delight. He quickly approached and excitedly exclaimed, "Master!" The drunken Taoist squinted at Shen Qing before lightly tapping his own head. Suddenly, a spark of recognition flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, "Ah, I remember now. You're the guy who peeked at the innkeeper's wife bathing." Shen Qing's mouth twitched, and he looked at the immortal wine sword with a face full of exasperation. "Master, have you forgotten me? I'm the disciple you took in at Shirlipo." "Disciple?" The immortal wine sword shook his head in confusion, as if he couldn't quite recall. Just then, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from behind, "My six-winged frost centipede." Shen Qing's heart ached as he saw the rare spirit insect he had painstakingly nurtured being stuffed into the wine gourd by the disheveled Taoist. Kuyun, seething with rage, shouted, "Damn Taoist! Give me back my six-winged frost centipede, or you'll regret it." Kuyun was deep in thought when suddenly, out of nowhere, a scruffy and unkempt Taoist descended from the sky. Without a word, the Taoist grabbed Kuyun's prized six-winged frost centipede, which he had nurtured for years, and stuffed it into a wine gourd to brew. Kuyun's rage was unimaginable. He was so furious that he began cursing the Taoist, but as soon as he finished, a sense of foreboding struck him. This feeling intensified when he heard Shen Qing call the Taoist master. Kuyun couldn't help but take a closer look at the Taoist. Dirty robes, a sword slung over his shoulder, and a large, crimson wine gourd. It all seemed eerily familiar. Could it be the legendary? Cold sweat broke out on Kuyun's forehead. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. But it was too late. The moment he had cursed the Taoist, he had sealed his fate. The drunken sword immortal, with bleary eyes, glanced at him indifferently and flicked his finger. A simple chi sword technique, swift as lightning, pierced through Kuyun's chest with ease. The wicked demon cultivator fell to the ground with a thud, ending his life of evil deeds. For the drunken sword immortal, disposing of a high-level NPC like Kuyun, who was level 87, was as trivial as swatting a fly. He didn't give it a second thought. The drunken sword immortal then turned his attention to Shen Qing, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, I remember you. You're the kid who killed the lantern monster at the mass grave that night." He circled Shen Qing, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Impressive, kid. In just a few days, your cultivation has advanced this far, and you've awakened the infinite sword body. Seems like you've had some good fortune." No, Shen Qing quickly replied with respect. "I owe my achievements to your teachings, master." "Haha, I like the sound of that." The drunken sword immortal laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Shen Qing's attitude. He took a large swig from his gourd, patted Shen Qing on the shoulder, and said, "Since your cultivation has reached this level, I will personally guide you today." With that, he placed his hand on Shen Qing's shoulder, his eyes flashing with a bright light. Shen Qing felt a powerful force surge into his body, and at the same time, a system notification sounded in his ear. "Ding, you have received a personal blessing from the drunken sword immortal. Your cultivation has broken through, and your profound sword flying immortal technique has advanced." Simultaneously, Shen Qing's personal attribute panel showed significant changes in the growth stars of his profound sword flying immortal technique. Profound sword flying immortal technique, heaven tier cultivation method. Constitution growth, 1000 stars. Strength growth, 1500 stars. Agility growth, 900 stars. Spirit growth, 1500 stars. Meridians connected, sword apertures opened, capable of condensing a life sword. Current progress, 0. The greatest benefit of this technique advancement was the substantial increase in growth stars. From now on, each level up would yield significantly more attribute points. Additionally, the third transformation held special significance for any player in the cultivation system. All cultivation techniques across various sects undergo a qualitative leap after the third transformation. For players specializing in swordsmanship, the most significant upgrade post-third transformation is the ability to summon their life-bound flying sword. The method to summon this sword is quite straightforward. Continuously use sword skills. Each time you release a skill, you gain insights into the way of the sword and refine your sword intent. Once the progress bar is filled, you can condense your life-bound flying sword. This sword is crucial for sword cultivators. Beyond bloodline, talent, and techniques, it is one of the key factors that can change a sword cultivator's destiny. In some respects, it is even more critical than bloodline, talent, and techniques. It truly determines the ultimate achievements of a sword cultivator. Based on Shen Qing's past life experience, the first person to awaken their life-bound flying sword will receive the national server's fortune blessing, significantly increasing the chances of awakening a high-quality life-bound flying sword. This vital opportunity is something he must strive for. At this moment, Shen Qing was filled with joy. With a flash of light in his right hand, he took out a heavy jar of fine wine. Holding the jar with both hands, he approached Zhu Jianxian and said with a smile, "Thank you for your guidance, master. This jar of century-old wine is a token of my respect." In the game, Shen Qing didn't like drinking, but ever since he became a disciple of Zhu Jianxian, he always carried a jar of fine wine when leaving the novice village, hoping for the day he could present it to Zhu Jianxian. Today, it finally came in handy. As expected, Zhu Jianxian's eyes lit up when he saw the wine jar. He opened the seal, took a sniff, and was instantly captivated. Not bad at all. It truly is a fine brew. You have a good heart, kid." Zhu Jianxian laughed heartily, looking at Shen Qing with growing satisfaction. A thoughtful glint flashed in his eyes as he said to Shen Qing, "In light of your filial respect, I will teach you another divine skill today." With that, he brought two fingers together to form a sword and pointed in front of Shen Qing's eyes. Instantly, the illusory image of a sword-dancing figure emerged from Zhu Jianxian's fingertips and swiftly flew into Shen Qing's eyes. Shen Qing fell into a state of profound enlightenment. Moments later, all the figures vanished. Zhu Jianxian retracted his hand, picked up his wine gourd, and took a long swig. Simultaneously, a crisp game notification sounded in Shen Qing's ear. "You have comprehended the teachings of Zhu Jianxian and mastered the forbidden skill, Wine God." Wine God's Curse is an active skill that consumes all your true qi, dealing massive damage equal to true qi 10 to all enemies within range. The skill's range depends on the player's total true qi. However, this skill comes at a great cost, causing damage to the body each time it's used, and can be used a maximum of 9 times. Cooldown time is 7 days, with 9 uses remaining. It turned out to be the legendary Wine God's Curse. Seeing the skill description, Shen Qing was overjoyed. The power of this skill is absolutely unparalleled. Like the execution sword seal, it might not be needed often, but in critical moments, it can undoubtedly save lives. In the martial world, who wouldn't want an extra ace up their sleeve? Thrilled, Shen Qing was about to express his gratitude to Zhu Jianxian. Suddenly, the sky and earth began to tremble, as if the entire world was shaking. An incredibly furious roar echoed from afar, rolling in like thunder, causing Shen Qing's blood to churn. This unexpected sound filled him with fear, leaving him uncertain of what might happen next. The sudden, thunderous roar shook Shen Qing to his core. It took him a while to regain his composure, and when he did, his eyes were filled with astonishment. He couldn't help but ask. Even the usually carefree Wine Sword Immortal had adopted a more serious demeanor. His gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, eyes deep and contemplative, as if he could see across endless distances. Squinting slightly, he murmured, "The war god's wrath shakes the earth and mountains." After saying that, he turned to Shen Qing and advised, "The move I just taught you is powerful, but it takes a heavy toll on the body. You can only use it 9 times in your life, so use it wisely. Also, that girl is exceptional gifted and possessing a celestial root. Since fate has brought you together, you must nurture her carefully." With a smile, he waved his sword, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. His last words were directed at Linger. Clearly, he had noticed her unique qualities and used this opportunity to remind Shen Qing to help her overcome her innate deficiencies and unlock her divine path. Shen Qing naturally felt a sense of responsibility for Linger, his pet. The stronger she became, the more she could assist him, so he was determined to give it his all. However, Shen Qing was also intrigued by the mention of the war god. He wondered if it referred to a specific deity or was just an abstract concept. The burial ground had a long history. The divine war took place at least 10,000 years ago. Could it be that gods still resided here today? Why hadn't the war god left? What was the meaning behind the recent roar? Were they still fighting after millennia? Shen Qing was filled with questions, but the burial ground was fraught with danger, and his abilities had been weakened. He dared not act recklessly for fear of encountering another super boss or villainous NPC. Thus, he decided to pause his exploration and joined Elder Kiyun. After a thorough search, he found various insects, pouches, everyday items, and 2 spiritual artifacts. The most exciting discovery was a book titled Insect Cultivation Manual, an Earth-tier skill book detailing the techniques and knowledge for nurturing spiritual insects, a valuable treasure for insect masters. Although the book wasn't a combat skill or cultivation method, Shen Qing decided to hold off on learning it for now. However, although the number of players in the bug master class is small, they have their own unique charm in the game. Within the Taishan sect, there's a mountain renowned for cultivating spirit bugs. Shen Qing decided to find a bug cultivator and asked Su Yun to help locate a suitable candidate to hand over the skill book. At the same time, Shen Qing needed a professional bug cultivator to help him use the devouring demon bugs to create a monster farming haven. After all, professional tasks require professional expertise. After completing Kiyun's task, Shen Qing stood up, swung his sword, and obliterated his opponent. He then found a mountain, carved out a cave, and hid Linger inside. The two of them played Go for over 2 hours in the cave, with the loser having their face marked with symbols by the winner using a brush. After 2 hours of drawing, Linger's face was covered in symbols, and she looked somewhat aggrieved. At that moment, Shen Qing had been in the burial grounds for 12 hours. Upon receiving a game notification, he immediately took out the ancient cry token, opened a portal, and safely left the burial grounds. After a bout of dizziness, Shen Qing returned to the game and found himself back in his previous location. Simultaneously, a loud system bell resonated throughout the server, announcing that player Lord Xiaoyao had successfully become the first third-turn player on the server, earning substantial rewards and privileges. 2 consecutive announcements echoed in the sky. Most players were no longer surprised by the first announcement, but the second one stirred excitement and sparked discussions. Many players started planning trips to Shenluo City and Chaogu City to explore these newly opened main cities. Even the leaders of various guilds were thrilled, eagerly discussing strategies to seize resources. However, in the management group of Qing Mei Zhujia, the leader responded to his subordinates' enthusiasm with a simple, "Hold your positions," because Shen Yu had not yet taken action. This statement silenced the group, leaving no room for dissent. The same scenario played out in many top-tier guilds in the national server. The presence of Shen Yu put immense pressure on them. With only 2 first-level main cities, no one dared to act recklessly. The consequences of opposing Shen Yu were unbearable. Therefore, they could only wait for Shen Yu's move before making their own decisions. At this moment, all the major guilds in the entire server are anxiously waiting. They are eagerly anticipating the decision of the Shen Yu guild, as it will directly impact their future direction and strategic planning. Su Yun couldn't wait to contact Shen Qing. Once the call connected, Shen Qing heard a gentle, water-like voice. With a hint of expectation, the voice asked, "Did you just come out of that mythic dungeon? How did it go?" Shen Qing felt relaxed and accomplished. He laughed heartily and said to Su Yun, "You're not in a dungeon right now, are you? If not, head back to the city and book a private room at Tongfuin. I'll meet you there shortly. We can discuss everything in person." Su Yun nodded and ended the call. Shen Qing's mind was filled with the urgent voice of Beilisi, making him anxious. He hurriedly finished his call with Su Yun, but knew he couldn't lose his composure. Shen Qing couldn't blindly follow Beilisi's orders. He took out the purple boundary break talisman given to him by Beilisi but didn't use it immediately. Holding the talisman, he said firmly, "If you want something, you need to uphold our previous agreement and remove the mark from me first. You've already experienced the power of the abyss. Do you really want me to take it back?" Beilisi's voice was tempting. "Don't you want to keep this power forever? If I lack power, I'll cultivate it myself. You don't need to worry." Shen Qing's gaze hardened as he resolutely replied. He wouldn't allow anyone to leave a mark on him. If one day he became strong enough, he wouldn't mind marking Beilisi himself. "All right, as you wish," Beilisi said indifferently. In the next moment, a dazzling purple light burst from Shen Qing's chest. The purple mark originally imprinted on his chest, along with the eye-shaped purple crystal, peeled away from his body and floated in the air. After checking himself thoroughly and ensuring everything was normal, Shen Qing activated the boundary break talisman. The sound of the talisman shattering filled the air as a purple vortex unfolded. The purple crystal flew into the vortex, surrounded by flashing purple light, sketching the silhouette of an elegant and aloof woman. She turned slightly, casting a faint glance at him. "Young man, I remember you. Perhaps we will meet again." With that, she stepped into the vortex and disappeared. "Fine, if we meet again, I'll be ready to face you," Shen Qing vowed silently. He decided to handle his current affairs and then dedicate some time to intense cultivation. He needed to increase his attributes and become invincible. Neither the Abyssal Queen nor ancient deities would stand a chance against him. After dealing with urgent matters, Shen Qing immediately logged out and rushed to the bathroom to relieve himself. Feeling refreshed, he returned to his bedroom, put on his gaming helmet, and logged back in. He checked the system reward, the Jinghong Sword, a level 50 spiritual weapon with powerful attack capabilities and 2 active damage skills. For the average player, this weapon is practically unbeatable at the current stage. However, Shen Qing isn't satisfied with it, as its attribute boost is quite minimal. He doesn't intend to use the weapon himself, but plans to reward his subordinates with it to enhance the cohesion of his gang. After putting away the Jinghong Sword, Shen Qing decisively crushed a teleport scroll and immediately returned to the city's clothing store. He casually picked out a few beautiful outfits for Linger, and then headed to a reserved private room, which Su Yun had booked for him. When Su Yun saw Shen Qing, her eyes lit up with joy, and she was about to speak. However, the next moment, she noticed Linger following behind Shen Qing and hesitantly asked, "Who is this?" Shen Qing quickly explained, "Oh, this is Linger, my new pet." Su Yun's expression turned strange, filled with surprise as she scrutinized Shen Qing and Linger. Shen Qing's lips twitched as he hurriedly clarified, "Don't get the wrong idea, I mean a proper pet." He then brought up Linger's attribute profile to show Su Yun. He signaled Linger to greet Su Yun. "Linger, this is Yun Jie, a good friend of your brother." Linger smiled sweetly and called out, "Yun Jie." Only then did Su Yun believe that Linger was indeed Shen Qing's pet. Looking at Linger's flawless, delicate face and her slender, graceful figure faintly visible under her colorful dress, Su Yun's beautiful eyes blinked a few times. She quietly leaned closer to Shen Qing's ear and whispered, "Be honest, aren't you thrilled to have such a beautiful and adorable humanoid pet?" Shen Qing smiled and gestured with his fingers, replying, "To be honest, a little bit." Su Yun playfully pinched Shen Qing's waist and softly warned, "Even if it's a game pet, you can't bully her. I consider Linger as a sister, so you better not mistreat her." Shen Qing immediately straightened up and said, "How could I bully her? If I were to bully anyone, it would be you, Jia." Su Yun blushed and quickly changed the topic. "Now that the teleport permissions for the 2 main cities are open, which one should our guild, Shenyu, settle in?" Shen Qing had already thought about this and answered directly, "Chaoga is the capital of the Hulua dynasty, rich in resources and high-quality quests, making it perfect for our guild's development." After speaking, he displayed some of his loot on the table for Su Yun to inspect. "These are my spoils from the recent battles. Please check and store them in the guild warehouse." Su Yun took the items and began examining them. As a member of Shenyu, the top guild in the server, she had seen her fair share of treasures over the past few days. However, when she opened the storage panels of these artifacts and saw the dazzling array of items inside, her mouth dropped open, and her eyes showed undisguised shock. "Oh my god, this is a level 115 divine artifact, legendary level 10 materials, hidden profession transfer proofs, and even a legendary pet egg. These treasures could easily fetch millions at an auction, right?" Su Yun's chest heaved with emotion as she stared at Shen Qing in disbelief, asking excitedly, "Where on earth did you go? How did you manage to bring back so many valuable items?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Shen Qing, as if the entire world had become more beautiful because of these treasures. Shen Qing smiled slightly and said calmly, "You can handle these items as you see fit. There's no need to be too surprised. The wealth of our divine realm will only grow. However, there are a few things I need you to arrange first." Hearing this, Su Yun immediately turned her attention to Shen Qing, seriously inquiring, "What do you need?" At this moment, Shen Qing was her top priority. Shen Qing spoke softly, "First, help me select 100 loyal and promising sword practitioners from within the divine realm. I plan to form an elite corps of sword practitioners." Su Yun's eyes lit up, and she replied with a smile, "No problem. We have plenty of sword practitioners in the divine realm. Finding suitable candidates will be quick." Shen Qing nodded and continued, "The second thing is to find a reliable insect-type player. I have something important for them to handle." Su Yun nodded thoughtfully and said, "We have a few such players in the divine realm. I'll look into their details and see if they meet your requirements." Shen Qing added, "As for that Void Sky Kuan's pet egg, you can keep it." Su Yun was momentarily taken aback and hesitated, "But I'm just a support role. Wouldn't it be a waste to have such a precious pet with me?" Shen Qing interrupted her hesitation with a firm smile. "As a support role, your combat ability is limited, and you need a powerful pet to protect yourself. With a legendary pet like this, you won't have to worry about your safety unless in extreme situations." A trace of excitement flashed in Su Yun's eyes. Hearing Shen Qing's words, she no longer declined. She looked at Shen Qing with concern and said, "You didn't sleep well last night. If there's nothing urgent, you should log off and rest. I made breakfast for you. Let me heat it up." Shen Qing smiled and nodded, gratefully saying, "Thank you, Sister Yun." These past days, Su Yun had not only helped Shen Qing manage the guild in the game, but also taken care of him in real life, like a devoted wife. Shen Qing gradually realized Su Yun's care for him, and perhaps their feelings for each other had quietly matured, just waiting for the final step. With no urgent tasks in the game, Shen Qing took Su Yun's advice and logged off to rest. After eating the breakfast Su Yun prepared, he slept until 4 in the afternoon. Shen Qing and Linger made their way to the equipment repair shop in Feihua City, where the constant clanging of repairs filled the air. Shen Qing sat to the side, gently rubbing his chin as he contemplated his next move. He decided to first seek out a few swords to store in the Qingtian gourd for cultivation. Although the gourd could nurture shadow swords, the process was exceedingly slow. Shen Qing planned to cultivate one sword each of Ghost, Earth, and Heaven grades for emergencies. Despite already possessing some Ghost and Earth grade swords, the Xianjin Black Dragon Sword was only a level 95 weapon with relatively low attributes. As for the Ling Shuang swords, while they were a pair of twin divine swords with immense power, they weren't top-tier equipment when used individually. Therefore, Shen Qing yearned to find a truly exceptional Earth-grade sword. He knew that Heaven-grade swords were exceedingly rare in the entire game. After repairing their equipment, Shen Qing and Linger headed to the teleportation point in Feihua City, preparing to travel to one of the most bustling main cities in the national server Chaoga City. The streets were wide, bustling with people, and lined with shops, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. It was Linger's first time seeing such a lively scene, and she was deeply captivated. Shen Qing didn't rush. He accompanied her, taking in the sights together. Eventually, they arrived at Wanbao Pavilion, a shop run by the Jin family, reputed to be as wealthy as a nation. Shen Qing knew that heaven-grade swords could be found here, so he decided to purchase the top-tier sword he needed. As soon as they entered the main hall, a graceful young girl approached them and welcomed Shen Qing. Surprised, Shen Qing asked, "Do you know me?" A flicker of surprise crossed the girl's eyes, and she smiled, saying, "Welcome, Master Run. You are the leader of the divine realm and the highest-ranked heavenly being." Once, on the frozen Great Wall, the young hero Lord Xiaoyao from Shushan demonstrated immense power by wielding the Tiangang sword formation, conquering abyssal creatures. His fame spread far and wide, known to all. If someone failed to recognize him, they would surely be ridiculed. The girl's face lit up with a sweet smile as she spoke softly. Shen Qing nodded slightly, fully aware that his reputation, which had reached hundreds of thousands, was the reason for this. Now, not only was he renowned among players, but he was also beginning to attract the attention of many NPCs. Wanbao Tower was hailed as the #1 shop in the world. The maidens here served only the most distinguished individuals and underwent rigorous training. Recognizing his name was not surprising. As the girl led Shen Qing upstairs, she inquired, "Sir, are you here at Wanbao Tower to sell something, or to make a purchase?" "I'm here to buy a sword," Shen Qing replied with a light laugh, not hiding his intention. "I want to purchase your finest sword." The young girl's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation when she heard Shen Qing mention buying the best sword from Wanbao Pavilion. With a smile, she led Shen Qing and Linger to an elegant room on the 3rd floor. After brewing a pot of fragrant tea for them, she politely exited the room, leaving them alone. Soon, hearty laughter filled the air, and a young man, dressed in luxurious attire and exuding charm, walked in. He was none other than Jin Fugui, the 3rd son of the Jin family. Despite his somewhat tacky name, he was a master in the business world, wielding significant resources and commanding numerous skilled experts. In the game, he was a notable NPC. Shen Qing recognized him immediately and stood up with a smile, greeting him. "It's an honor to finally meet the renowned 3rd young Master Jin." After a few polite exchanges, they sat down. Jin Fugui got straight to the point, asking if Shen Qing was at Wanbao Pavilion to purchase a sword. Shen Qing smiled calmly and replied, "I want to buy a Ghost tier, an Earth tier, and a Heaven tier sword, and of course, the stronger, the better." Jin Fugui's expression changed slightly upon hearing that Shen Qing wanted 3 swords, including the rare Heaven tier, but he quickly regained his composure. He explained that there were many Ghost tier and Earth tier swords available at Wanbao Pavilion, more than enough to meet Shen Qing's needs. As for the Heaven tier sword, while there was one available, it was priceless and couldn't be measured by money alone. Jin Fugui was well aware of Shen Qing's capabilities. He knew that although Shen Qing was powerful, having recently arrived in this world, his cultivation was still limited. Despite being a leading figure among the newcomers, Shen Qing's cultivation was only just beginning to take shape and had not yet reached its peak. Therefore, Jin Fugui doubted that Shen Qing could offer anything valuable enough to exchange for the priceless Heaven tier sword. An uncontrollable wave of excitement surged through Jin Fugui's heart as he finally saw the legendary divine sword, which had hung for years in the sacred weapons pavilion of the Wanbao Tower, being taken away. He understood Shen Qing's intentions well. Without any hesitation or unnecessary words, Shen Qing produced a small, palm-sized, silver bell and placed it on the table. The bell was intricately carved with countless exquisite patterns, each part shining brilliantly. A gentle touch would make it emit a clear and melodious sound, seemingly capable of resonating with one's soul. This was one of the heavenly artifacts Shen Qing had obtained from the Void Sky Kuan. The other artifact had been given to Su Yun, while this bell was brought out to trade with Wanbao Tower. This was the legendary Jing Shan bell. Jin Fuguwei stared at the silver bell on the table, his eyes wide with shock and his heart pounding. As a descendant of the Jin family and the head of Wanbao Tower's business, he rarely had the chance to encounter treasures of such high caliber. His eyes gleamed with fascination as he studied every detail of the bell, murmuring, "The bell's sound is like gold, shaking the very soul." He had read about such treasures in ancient texts, but never imagined he would see one in person. Yes, this was indeed the legendary Jing Shan bell. Shen Qing smiled slightly and said, "This precious bell is also a heavenly artifact. Could we perhaps trade it for your divine sword?" Jin Fuguwei's face showed a hint of reluctance. Although both were heavenly artifacts, their status and quality varied. The Jing Shan bell, while rare and exceptional, was not as valuable as Wanbao Tower's treasured divine sword. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and said, "The Jing Shan bell is precious, but it might not be enough to exchange for the divine sword." He added, "Besides the divine sword, Wanbao Tower has many other treasures. Though they may not be as sharp as the heavenly sword, each has its unique wonders. Would you be interested in any of those?" Jin Fuguwei believed that the Jing Shan bell alone was insufficient to trade for the divine sword, but he was still tempted by the bell. He hoped to make a deal with Shen Qing using other treasures. However, Shen Qing firmly shook his head and outright refused Jin Fuguwei's proposal, saying, "I only want to trade for the sword, nothing else." Feeling disappointed, Jin Fuguwei sighed and was about to speak when Shen Qing's hand flashed again, producing another item. He softly said, "If the Jing Shan bell alone is not enough, how about adding this?" Jin Fuguwei looked at the black metal Shen Qing presented, his eyes once again filled with awe. The dragon-patterned black gold was a legendary material used to forge divine artifacts. Though it was just a small piece, it was incredibly valuable. Shen Qing is usually a calm and composed person, but when he saw the massive piece of divine metal in front of him, he couldn't contain his excitement. Such a precious material was incredibly rare. His throat moved as if he was about to say something, but he ultimately just swallowed hard. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, as if he was weighing his options. "Is it still not enough?" Shen Qing's voice suddenly broke the silence, carrying a hint of challenge. Without hesitation, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a large, irregularly shaped green stone, bigger than a fist. Placing it gently on the table, he asked, "What if I add this?" The stone complemented the divine metal, emitting a unique glow that invited curiosity about its mysteries. Excitement sparkled in Shen Qing's eyes as he eagerly awaited the answer. When Shen Qing casually took out a piece of jade green stone, Jin Fuguwei's eyes widened, and his heart raced. The Bishue divine stone was so rare that Jin Fuguwei couldn't help but be awestruck. He marveled at Shen Qing's extraordinary abilities. With a simple reach, Shen Qing had obtained a celestial weapon and 2 precious level 10 materials. The value of these treasures was comparable to the entire wealth of a mid-sized sect. If word got out, it would undoubtedly spark fierce competition and conflict. Jin Fuguwei realized that Shen Qing was no ordinary person. His potential and talent far exceeded the norm. Knowing that befriending this heaven-sent individual named Lord Xiaoyao would be immensely beneficial, Jin Fuguwei made a firm decision. Without hesitation, he expressed his willingness to sell the treasured sword of the Zhenluo to Shen Qing. After courteously excusing himself, he left the room to fetch the divine sword. Shen Qing waited patiently and soon heard footsteps. Instead of Jin Fuguwei, a group of young, beautiful girls dressed in kipeos entered, each carrying a heavy sword case. They stood in neat rows inside the room. A distinguished middle-aged woman stepped forward, explaining that it would take some time to retrieve the divine sword, but offered Shen Qing the opportunity to select from the earthly and ghostly swords in the meantime. Shen Qing eagerly agreed. The girls opened the sword cases, revealing over a dozen sharp treasures. The room was filled with the glint of sword light and the hum of sword qi. Shen Qing's eyes lit up as he followed the middle-aged woman to inspect each sword, each one exuding a unique aura and displaying exceptional sharpness. Among the 16 swords, there were 4 earthly swords and 12 ghostly swords, all of them exquisite. Shen Qing was deeply captivated by the sight before him, and his admiration for Wanbao Tower grew immensely. The entire process was shrouded in an air of mystery and enchantment. Shen Qing stepped into the mystical sword exhibition area, astounded by the rare swords on display. Some blades glimmered with a light as clear as autumn water, resembling dragons coiling in the air. Others appeared unremarkable yet concealed immense sharpness. These legendary weapons, all of which were of the highest grade, exuded a captivating and awe-inspiring allure that could drive anyone mad with desire. Shen Qing had never been so close to such a collection of swords before, and as he marveled at them, he finally chose 2 that captivated his heart. The first was the Yuming sword. Although it was merely a ghost weapon, its high equipment level, attack power, and attribute bonuses far surpassed those of the Lingshuang sword. What made it even more exceptional was its ability to grow, making it a top-tier ghost weapon. The other was the Zixiao sword, which contained the power of divine thunder within its blade, offering immense destructive capability. If dozens of such swords were arranged in a formation, the power they could unleash would rival that of a true divine artifact. Shen Qing gripped the hilt of the Zixiao sword, his palm gently caressing the spine of the blade as he savored its mystical qualities. Suddenly, the blade quivered slightly, emitting a melodious hum. Lightning flickered along its length, making it even more dazzling. In that moment, Shen Qing felt the sword's inherited power and mystery. Among the swords stored in the maiden's scabbard, each seemed to possess a spirit of its own, emitting a soft hum. The once sharp blades now appeared gentle, as if sensing something. Just then, an excited yet expectant voice called from outside, "Ran, my friend, sorry to keep you waiting. I have retrieved the divine sword." At that moment, the air was filled with a mysterious and exhilarating energy, as if the entire world was celebrating this very instant. Hearing Jin Fugui's voice, Shen Qing's heartbeat quickened. He quickly turned around to see Jin Fugui gracefully approaching, carrying an exquisitely carved, antique wooden sword case. The case was adorned with yellow talisman papers, seemingly to seal the sword's aura and prevent it from leaking out. Jin Fugui entered the room and gently placed the sword case on the table. He removed the talisman papers and had the maids carefully put them away. After taking a deep breath, he cautiously opened the case. A sound like a dragon's roar immediately resonated throughout the room. All the swords seemed to respond, their blades trembling slightly, emitting a hum of submission. As the case fully opened, a clear light emanated briefly before vanishing. Shen Qing, his heart racing, held his breath and stared at the case. Inside was a razor-sharp longsword. The blade gleamed with a cold light, with 7 star-like points mysteriously forming a 7-star pattern. The blade's sheen was as deep as an abyss, as if a great dragon coiled within. Even an untrained eye could see that this was no ordinary weapon. It was a legendary sword of immense power. Overwhelmed with excitement, Shen Qing's breathing became rapid as he gazed upon the heavenly weapon he had always dreamed of. With Jin Fugui's consent, he carefully lifted the sword from the case to examine its properties. The 7-star Longyuan sword had celestial attributes: unknown power, unknown agility, unknown spirit, and unknown special effects. When the sword is sheathed, it accumulates energy, delivering excessive damage on the first strike. The 7-star normal attack has a 20 chance to trigger the 7-star power, releasing 7 beams of starlight to attack the enemy. The equipped skill, Sword Transforms into Dragon, allows a flying dragon to unleash infinite sword aura, causing massive damage to all enemies for 30 minutes, with a 24-hour cooldown. The master swordsmith Oyezi, after enduring countless hardships, finally forged this divine weapon, which has been passed down through the ages, its edge unstoppable. As the legend goes, top-tier celestial equipment has no fixed attack limit or attribute bonuses. They evolve with the user's strength. The conditions for equipping it are not merely level-based, but rather mysterious and unknown, akin to how event organizers retain final interpretive rights. This highlights the extraordinary nature of celestial equipment, which is no longer just an object but possesses a spirit capable of choosing its master. Sometimes, it even protects its master and warns of danger. Fortunately, Shen Qing possessed the infinite sword body. When he picked up the 7-star Longyuan sword, he felt a strong resonance between the sword and his own bloodline, indicating that he was indeed capable of wielding it. Shen Qing felt an overwhelming surge of joy in his heart. After spending over 2 years to obtain just over 20 divine swords in the entire national server, he had finally succeeded in acquiring one more. This made Shen Qing incredibly excited, his smile wide and his expression filled with happiness. He couldn't wait to complete the transaction with Jin Fugui, and both parties were extremely pleased. Shen Qing was delighted to have achieved his goal of obtaining 3 excellent swords, while Jin Fugui was satisfied with completing a significant deal. Although he didn't earn much, meeting Shen Qing, the top player among the chosen ones, might bring him unforeseen long-term benefits. In short, both were very happy. Jin Fugui waved his subordinates away and warmly invited Shen Qing. "Brother Ren, we hit it off right away. If you don't have any urgent matters, I'd like to host a banquet at Nuangxiang Lu tonight to celebrate." Shen Qing's expression turned slightly odd as he was about to respond, but before he could, Linger, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, asked, "What is Nuangxiang Lu? I want to go too." Shen Qing quickly coughed and held Linger back, saying seriously, "It's a place where scholars and literati gather, nothing fun for you. I'll take you there once I teach you how to compose poetry." Then he turned to Jin Fugui and said, "I appreciate your kind offer, Brother Jin, but I'll skip Nuangxiang Lu. However, I would like to purchase 2 items from your esteemed establishment if you have them." Jin Fugui asked curiously, "Oh? What do you need, Brother Ren?" Shen Qing requested a Butian Dan and a bottle of Zao Huasha Ru, both rare items that could enhance innate talents. However, he wasn't buying them for himself, but for Linger. He hoped these items could help restore Linger's innate abilities, giving her a chance to walk the path of the gods once more. Although he had no concrete method for the restoration yet, Shen Qing was determined to find a solution on his own. Hearing Shen Qing's request, Jin Fugui immediately ordered his men to fetch the Butian Dan and Zao Huasha Ru. When Shen Qing inquired about the price, Jin Fugui laughed without hesitation and said, "What's money between friends? Just take them, consider it a token of friendship." Despite the high value of these items, they were negligible compared to top-tier divine weapons like the Qixing Longyuan sword. Shen Qing felt a bit embarrassed but accepted the items after some polite refusal. He then turned to Linger and said, "Linger, thank Brother Fugui." Linger quickly expressed her gratitude. A few minutes later, Shen Qing left the Wanbao Pavilion, fully satisfied, and took Linger to a deserted training area outside the city. He stored the Longyuan sword, Zixiao sword, and Yuming sword in the Qingtian flask, then took out a brocade box containing the Butian Dan. Opening the box, he took out a perfectly shaped, fragrant, and 7-colored glowing magical pill and handed it to Linger, saying, "Here, Linger, eat this Butian Dan. It's good for your body." Linger took the Butian pill handed to her by Shen Qing, gently sniffed it, and was overwhelmed by its fragrance. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She thought this aroma was even more enticing than the candied hawthorn stick Shen Qing had bought in Jiaoga City. Without hesitation, she swallowed the pill, savoring its delightful taste. Suddenly, a brilliant rainbow light burst from her body, dazzling everyone around. Shen Qing immediately received a game notification. "Your pet, the Holy Spirit Maiden Linger, has consumed a 6th-grade Butian pill. Her attributes have slightly improved." Slightly improved? Shen Qing frowned, feeling a bit disappointed. He then handed Linger another jade bottle containing the creation stone milk and said, "Here, try this spirit milk and see what happens." The creation stone milk is a precious spirit milk formed in the creation treasure cavern, a place with excellent geomancy and earth veins. It contains the power of creation and transformation, which can significantly enhance a cultivator's innate attributes. Given that Linger is a celestial embryo born from an inorphous spiritual stone, theoretically, the creation stone milk should be more effective than the Butian pill. As expected, after drinking the creation stone milk, Linger showed a satisfied expression, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the sensation. Meanwhile, Shen Qing received another game notification. "Your pet, the Holy Spirit Maiden Linger, has consumed a small amount of legendary creation stone milk. Her attributes have moderately improved." This time, the system described the improvement as moderate, indicating that the creation stone milk was indeed more effective for Linger than the Butian pill. It seemed that to fully address Linger's innate shortcomings, Shen Qing would need to find more hidden creation treasure caverns and use the naturally nurtured treasures within them. Shen Qing muttered to himself, formulating a plan in his mind. However, this was not an urgent matter. For now, the most pressing issue for Shen Qing was to establish a training ground to quickly enhance his attributes using the devouring insect. To set up this place, just having the devouring insect wasn't enough. He also needed a suitable location, preferably a sealed cave with at least 2 exits. One exit would be used to continuously bring in beast corpses for the devouring insect to consume and reproduce, while the other would be blocked to farm attributes. Such terrain was rare in the game, but not unheard of. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qing quickly set his sights on a map called White Ape Cave, which was not far from Jiaoga City. The cave entrance was halfway up a mountain, leading deep into the mountain's interior, ending in a large natural cavern with a crack in the ceiling that allowed sunlight to reach the cave floor at noon, almost perfectly meeting his requirements. The cave was inhabited by a group of level 70 iron-arm apes. The first player to pass through would find the skeleton of a white ape, earning a spiritual weapon-grade sword and an earth-tier skill book, making it quite a worthwhile opportunity. With his target in mind, Shen Qing took Linger and flew on his sword towards White Ape Cave. Despite Shen Qing's weakened state, wielding 2 Ling Shuang swords allowed him to unleash formidable attacks thanks to the powerful attributes of these weapons. Battling level 70 monsters posed no challenge at all. Sword light danced around him, with the energies of the demon sword and the heart sword forming red and blue beams that swirled gracefully in the narrow cave like agile dragons. Effortlessly, he felled the iron-arm apes one by one, advancing without any hindrance. As Shen Qing's pet, Linger shared in the experience points from each kill, quickly leveling up to 10 in a flash of golden light. At that moment, Shen Qing received a system notification. "Congratulations, your pet Holy Spirit Maiden Linger has reached level 10 and has learned the Earth-tier skill, Whirlwind Slash." A glint of surprise flashed in Shen Qing's eyes. He hadn't expected Linger to learn a new skill so quickly upon reaching level 10. Moreover, this wind-based area attack skill was immensely powerful and highly practical. It was clear that despite Linger's grade being downgraded to epic, her talent and potential far surpassed that of ordinary epic pets. Overjoyed with her new skill, Linger eagerly awaited her chance to use it. When she saw another iron-arm ape charging at her, she lit up and exclaimed, "Brother, let me handle this." She quickly formed hand seals and chanted a spell, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that swept forward with unstoppable force. Seeing this, Linger pouted slightly in disappointment, but Shen Qing laughed heartily, tousling her hair. "Silly girl, your level is still too low to handle these monsters. Stay behind me for now, and you can show your true power after you level up some more." With that, he executed the Qi sword technique, combining it with the ordinary attacks of the Ling Shuang swords to easily defeat the monster in front of him, then continued onward. As more monsters were slain, Linger's level rapidly increased. System notifications followed. "Congratulations, your pet Holy Spirit Maiden Linger has reached level 20 and has learned the Earth Tier skill, 5 Qi Convergence. Congratulations, your pet Holy Spirit Maiden Linger has reached level 30 and has learned the Earth Tier skill, Icy Wind and Snow." By the time Shen Qing had cleared out all the monsters in the White Ape Cave, Linger had reached level 37, having learned 2 incredibly powerful Earth Tier skills, leaving Shen Qing thoroughly satisfied. In addition to the items obtained from the boss, Shen Qing found a level 70 spirit weapon, the Ling Shi sword, and an Earth Tier skill book, Frost Sword Slash, deep within the cave. Although the skill was formidable and had a freezing control effect, Shen Qing had already meticulously planned out his skill learning path. He decided not to learn it immediately, simply storing it in his inventory. Just then, Su Yun sent a message, informing him that she had preliminarily identified the names of the insect cultivators and the 100-sword cultivators he had requested. She sent the relevant information to Shen Qing. As he opened the file and skimmed through it, his eyes suddenly stopped on one name, Li Xianyuan. Li Xianyuan, a name that was widely known in Shen Qing's previous life. As a recognized top sword cultivator, his title of Sword God of 10 Mile Slope made him a legendary figure in the martial world, earning great merit for the nation. Upon Shen Qing's rebirth, the first opportunity he seized was actually Li Xuanyuan's. Seeing this name again, Shen Qing couldn't help but feel a peculiar emotion, especially after Su Yun's brief introduction, where he learned that this man, whose chance to apprentice under the Wine Immortal sword master he had once stolen, had still managed to join Shushan through sheer strength. This filled Shen Qing with admiration. True talents indeed remain undeterred by fate. No matter how unpredictable destiny may be, they always find a way to correct their path through effort. Additionally, in this list of 100 names, Shen Qing recognized many familiar sword cultivators from his past life. These were renowned experts who had now joined the Divine Realm. Seeing these prominent game IDs filled Shen Qing with pride. With so many promising experts joining, combined with his own training, the future Sword Cultivator Legion would undoubtedly become a formidable force that would astonish the national server and the entire world. Wherever their swords pointed, none would dare to challenge them. After browsing through the list, Shen Qing immediately contacted Su Yun, asking her to summon Li Xianyuan and Qiyu Luhua to Chaoga City for a meeting. Qiyu Luhua was a game ID of a bug cultivator. Shen Qing wasn't familiar with this name from his past life, but anyone who could join the Divine Realm had to be a top player. Moreover, as an old member of the Divine Realm, his loyalty was high and he was worth nurturing. Upon returning to the city, Shen Qing met Li Xianyuan and Qiyu Luhua at a tea house. Li Xianyuan, in his early 20s, was handsome and dashing, almost on par with Shen Qing. Qiyu Luhua, of a similar age, was delicate and handsome but had a peculiar interest in playing with various insects, giving off a unique vibe. Although both were old members of the Divine Realm, this was their first close encounter with Shen Qing, making them both excited. Especially Li Xianyuan, who looked at Shen Qing as if seeing an idol, his eyes filled with admiration. Shen Qing felt a bit conflicted. He had taken Li Xuanyuan's opportunity, yet Li Xianyuan still admired him so much. Clearing his throat, Shen Qing indicated that he had something important to tell them. Upon hearing this, the two became serious and waited quietly for Shen Qing's instructions. Shen Qing first told Li Xianyuan that he planned to select elites from the Divine Realm to form a Sword Cultivator Legion, with Li Xianyuan as the leader. Li Xuanyuan's expression turned surprised upon hearing this. Shen Qing surprisingly valued Li Xianyuan highly, but Li Xianyuan still felt a bit uneasy. He quietly voiced his concerns. "I have no experience in management and worry that I won't be able to lead the team effectively."
Shen Qing lauga hartili, dispelling Li Xuanyuan's burrias.
The Sword Cultivator's core is the elite core of our Divine Realm. The daily tasks are not burdensome, and each member can act freely according to their own situation. The only requirement is to maintain combat readiness. So, as the leader, you don't need to worry too much. Just relay my orders when I need to deploy you. Hearing Shen Qing's words, Li Xianyuan finally felt confident and nodded in acceptance. Shen Qing nodded in satisfaction, then pushed the Qingming sword and the newly acquired Earth Tier skill book, Xianbing Sword Slash, in front of Li Xianyuan. "Today is our first meeting, so consider these 2 items as my gifts to you." The Qingming sword is a level 55 spiritual weapon. Although it is outdated for me, it is still highly coveted by other players and extremely valuable. This Qingming sword, in particular, was my trusted weapon when I single-handedly challenged the Junlin family in Moonlight Valley, earning great fame. It holds special significance for many sword cultivators. Li Xianyuan was overwhelmed by the precious gift and humbly declined. I haven't done anything to deserve such valuable items. How can I accept them? Shen Qing laughed heartily and said, among brothers, there's no need for formality. I didn't hesitate to take your opportunities before, so why should you be so reserved now? Touched by Shen Qing's generosity, Li Xianyuan gratefully said, Boss, you treat me so well. I will work twice as hard to repay the divine realm for nurturing me. With that, he excitedly accepted the Qingming sword. Shen Qing, knowing Li Xianyuan's character well, had no doubts about him. Otherwise, no matter how strong or potential Li Xianyuan was, he couldn't have gained the trust of 100 sword cultivators. Shen Qing then placed a red heart fruit on the table and said to Li Xianyuan, each red heart fruit can increase strength by 1,000 points. I'm giving 10 to each person. The requirement is for all 100 members to reach level 50 and complete their third transition within 3 days. This is the first task I assign to your sword cultivator's core. According to Shen Qing's past life memories, an important server-wide event would occur 3 days after the teleportation between the two primary cities was opened. Following that, the guild residence feature would be unlocked. If these 100 sword cultivators could complete their third transition before the event, they would gain significant advantages during the event. Seeing the powerful effect of the red heart fruit, Li Xianyuan was incredibly excited. A crimson heart fruit is like a precious gem, capable of adding 1,000 points of strength to swordsmanship players. When you have 10 of these crimson heart fruits, that's a whopping 10,000 points of strength boost. Just imagining such power makes one's heart soar, as if all obstacles could be easily overcome. The protagonist's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He took a deep breath and said to Shen Qing without hesitation, Boss, rest assured, we will complete the mission. Shen Qing nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Qiyu Luhua, feeling a surge of confidence in the team. Shen Qing's gaze fell upon Qiyu, who felt the anticipation in Shen Qing's eyes, causing a surge of excitement and expectation within him. Earlier, he had witnessed Shen Qing's generosity towards Li Xianyuan, not only appointing him to a significant position but also gifting him a sword, skill books, and various precious items. Observing from the sidelines, Qiyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Now, his heart raced as he awaited Shen Qing's words. Noticing Qiyu reaction, Shen Qing smiled slightly and asked, Do you know why I summoned you? Qiyu shook his head and tentatively replied, Are you planning to establish a bug cultivation group as well? Shen Qing raised an eyebrow and, with a smile, responded, Perhaps in the future, but that's not the reason I called you today. I have another important task for you. With that, Shen Qing took out a demon refining gourd, pouring out a red, peculiar-looking beetle into his hand. This is a unique insect I discovered in a special map. I plan to breed them on a large scale, creating an automated monster farming point. After briefly explaining his idea, Shen Qing asked, This is crucial for me. Can you help make it happen? Qiyu, captivated by the bizarre red beetle, pondered for a moment before replying, I don't know much about this insect, but if it's as extraordinary as you say, it should be feasible. However, large-scale breeding will require a massive amount of food, which might be challenging. Shen Qing reassured him, I'll arrange a team to handle the food supply through hunting. If you have any other needs, just let me know. This task is vital, and I'll provide all the support you need. If you succeed, your contribution will be invaluable. Despite the turmoil in Qinqiueyang, the guild Shen Qing belonged to had risen to level 4 after the abyssal monster tide, increasing its member limit to 10,000. Shen Qing's return had brought unprecedented prestige, attracting numerous top players. Within just a few days, the guild's membership had surpassed 5,000 and was still growing rapidly. Mobilizing thousands of people daily to hunt for the food needed for the demon beetles posed no challenge. After all, hunting was also a means of leveling up, and providing guild points to participants would solve any issues. Everyone's hard work should be rewarded, and both Shen Qing and Qiyu firmly believed this. Shen Qing deeply valued the importance of the task and solemnly declared, Don't worry, I will give it my all. If I can't solve it, I'll consult my master. He will surely have a solution. Qiyu, filled with confidence, accepted the mission. I'll complete it as soon as possible, no delays. Shen Qing patted Qiyu on the shoulder and handed over the precious items he had obtained from Qiyun, along with some mysterious storage bags filled with various rare tools and exotic creatures. Qiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, his gratitude evident. He took the special artifact, loaded it with 10 demon-eating insects, and quickly set off to visit his master, beginning his research. In fact, cultivating the demon-eating insects wasn't difficult. As long as they were provided with ample food, the larvae would grow and reproduce rapidly. The real challenge was how to guide the insects to exit through the same opening where Shen Qing was located. given that the cave had two exits. Xiaoyao's master, the reclusive hermit known as the Old Man of the Mountains, demonstrated his exceptional skills. In just over a day, he familiarized himself with the habits of the demon-eating insects and guided Xiaoyao in successfully helping Shen Qing establish a monster farming base. They applied a mysterious potion on the walls of the White Ape Cave that emitted an odor undetectable to ordinary people but highly repulsive to the insects, causing them to turn back immediately upon smelling it. This crack became a convenient feeding port. Su Yun organized a large number of Divine Realm players to hunt large monsters at leveling points. After killing them, they transported the flesh and blood to the White Ape Cave using a magic boat. With a sufficient food supply, the demon-eating insects quickly reproduced. Once their numbers reached a certain level, they instinctively flew out of the cave in search of more food. But Shen Qing, waiting at the cave entrance, was well prepared. Facing these level 60 mature monsters, Shen Qing was fearless. Using the Dian Sword formation, he slaughtered them one by one without mercy. As the demon-eating insects were killed, Shen Qing's attributes improved rapidly, and his monster farming efficiency far surpassed previous levels. Shen Qing's efforts finally paid off, and he enjoyed the benefits of his guild members' support. If not for his earlier dedication in building the Divine Realm into the top guild in the country, none of this would have been possible. Thousands of warriors gathered, ready to face off against beasts in various maps. They continuously offered their blood and flesh to breed the terrifying devourer worms. Despite Shen Qing's immense power and attributes, creating the perfect monster farming spot wasn't an easy task for him alone. Yet, at this late hour of 8 p.m., Shen Qing stood at the entrance of the White Ape Cave. With one hand maintaining the Dian Sword formation and the other slashing through devourer worms, he steadily farmed attribute points. Meanwhile, he leisurely browsed the forums, passing the long waiting hours. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, announcing a major event. The Wan Gui sect was holding a ritual at Fengdu Mountain, opening a gate to the underworld. Countless spirits flooded the world, turning the landscape into a ghostly realm. Various immortal sects dispatched their strongest members to suppress the chaos. The Fengdu Ghost Gate event had officially begun. During the event, all monster drop rates and experience rewards were doubled. Players were encouraged to join the effort. After the event, rewards would be distributed based on the leaderboard rankings. Server-wide event, Fengdu Ghost Gate? Sounds thrilling. Double experience, double drop rates, what are we waiting for, brothers? Let's dive in. Last time during the Abyssal Monster Tide event, Shen Qing was at work and missed it. This time, there's no way he's letting it slip by. With compassion in his heart, purifying ghosts is a mission for every member of the Buddhist sect. Shen Qing is ready to set out and save them. The system announcement thundered through the sky 3 times, causing a frenzy across the entire server. Countless players erupted in excitement, loudly discussing and hurrying back to town to gather their teammates and stock up on supplies. Every second counted as they raced to the teleportation point to head to the event location. Shen Qing opened the game map. There, centered around Mount Fengdu, a vast area spanning 1,000 miles was marked in crimson red. With a glint in his eye, he quickly opened his friends list and sent a message to July Flowing Fire. Fire, let the bugs rest for now. Tonight, we're diving into the event. Received, replied July Flowing Fire, who was guarding the mountain peak. With a flash of light, he took out an ancient bronze censer, lit a peculiar incense, and used his magic to control the censer, lowering it slowly into a cave within the mountain. This special incense, taught to him by the mountain elder, would lull the devouring worms into a deep sleep, entering a dreamlike state unless strongly provoked. This control method was crucial, as Shen Qing also needed rest and couldn't be online 247 to grind. Meanwhile, in the faction chat of the Divine Realm Guild, Su Yun was already issuing commands, efficiently marking locations on the map and organizing guild members to swiftly reach the event area and assemble at designated points. After a brief wait, once the devouring worms had fallen asleep and were no longer flying out, Shen Qing and July Flowing Fire returned to town. They used the teleportation array in Chaoga City to transport to the event area. As soon as they stepped out of the teleportation array, they were met with an icy chill in the air. The night sky was devoid of stars and moonlight, with ghostly figures drifting through the darkness. Piercing wails filled the surroundings, making it seem as though the entire world had transformed into a terrifying ghostly realm. In the night sky, players of the cultivation class were flying on their magical artifacts, fiercely battling against the spectral spirits. When Shen Qing and July Flowing Fire reached the gathering point, the Divine Realm players were already assembled, numbering over 7,000, densely packed and nearly filling the entire valley. Each player's equipment shone brilliantly, creating an impressive sight from afar. This Fengdu Ghost Gate event was different from the previous Abyssal Monster Tide. Instead of defending a position, it was a hunt across a vast area. The earlier they participated, the greater the rewards. Shen Qing didn't keep everyone waiting for long. She immediately issued orders in the guild channel. She instructed all present players to form teams based on the 100-member regiment structure and set out to hunt monsters. With her command, the players of Shen Yu eagerly sprang into action. They organized into groups of 100 and boarded the flying artifacts controlled by the immortal cultivation players, swiftly heading deeper into the event area where monsters were denser and of higher levels. In no time, hundreds of radiant, massive flying artifacts soared into the ominous night sky, creating a magnificent sight. They resembled dazzling meteors streaking through the darkness, displaying an awe-inspiring momentum. Ghostly creatures they encountered were struck down from afar by spells or skills cast from the flying artifacts, emitting painful howls before being vanquished. Other players witnessing this scene couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and longing. As they ventured further, the surrounding monsters' levels gradually increased, surpassing level 50. Even Shen Yu's top players began to feel the pressure. Consequently, the 100-member formation started to disperse, delving into forests and open fields, officially entering monster hunting mode. Eventually, only 100 or so formidable sword lights remained, continuing forward with undiminished momentum. Atop these sword lights stood Shen Qing and Li Xianyuan, leading the sword cultivator regiment. Along the way, malevolent spirits shrouded in dark energy lunged at them, but before Shen Qing could act, Li Xianyuan and the other sword cultivators were already on the offensive. Over 100 gleaming, flying swords danced in the air, like dragons, shredding any approaching spirits with lethal precision. Their movements were swift and unstoppable. In the forest, another 100-member regiment was besieging a level 55 Dark Gold tier boss. Suddenly, they heard a whooshing sound from afar. Looking up, they saw over 100 sword lights streaking across the sky with overwhelming force, heading into the distance. Morong Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. Was that the legendary sword cultivator regiment of Shen Yu? As Morong Feng gazed at the sky filled with dazzling sword lights, his eyes betrayed an undeniable envy, as if witnessing the unparalleled brilliance of the Divine Realm's swordsmanship squad. Currently, there were fewer than 1,000 players in the entire game world who had achieved the third transformation, and over a third of them belonged to the Divine Realm. This particular swordsmanship squad consisted of 100 members, all third transformation experts. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest 100-man team in the entire national server. The power of these 100 individuals alone could easily crush a medium-sized guild. Morong Feng couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought that an ordinary solo player could, in less than a month, build such a powerful and magnificent super force? Xiaoyao was truly a legendary figure. Fortunately, his relationship with the Divine Realm was good. Morong Hua nodded with a smile and softly said, "Their strength benefits us as well." 2 days ago, Shen Qing and the Morong siblings had met to discuss in detail the future development of the Divine Realm and Fenghua Shuyue guilds. At that time, Shen Qing had invited Fenghua Shuyue to join Chaoga. After all, as a first-tier main city, Chaoga had abundant game resources. Even if the Divine Realm couldn't monopolize them all, it could still accommodate multiple large guilds. When Shen Qing was betrayed by Junlin and sealed in the Abyss of Despair, Fenghua Shuyue was the only large guild that didn't kick him while he was down and even extended a helping hand. Shen Qing remembered this kindness and considered Fenghua Shuyue an ally. However, the Morong siblings ultimately declined Shen Qing's invitation because they knew well that 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. Although the resources of a first-tier main city were enough to support multiple large guilds, there could only be one true king. The strength gap between Fenghua Shuyue and the Divine Realm was too great, and if they joined Chaoga, Fenghua Shuyue would become a vassal. This was not their original intention. Therefore, they decided to move to Shenluo to develop, compete with other top guilds, and build Fenghua Shuyue into a true king's guild. Shen Qing understood their choice and promised to provide assistance at any time. This commitment greatly reassured the Morong siblings and boosted their confidence in competing with other guilds in Shenluo City. As they ventured deeper into the activity area, the number of players around them dwindled, monsters increased, and the scene became more gruesome. Shen Qing witnessed a city being slaughtered by wraiths, turning into a ghost town. Even the creatures in the surrounding forests were drained of their blood and essence, becoming mummified corpses. The wraiths howled everywhere, exuding a dense aura of death that sent chills down one's spine. As they moved forward, powerful NPCs from various sects began to appear in the sky. Mighty figures from the ethereal immortal sect wielded their supernatural abilities to command the wind and rain, cleansing the area of ghosts. High monks from the Tianlong Temple shed their robes and ascended into the air, radiating golden light that dispelled the spirits. Shen Qing even saw experts from the Shushan sect unleash the Thousand Swords technique, creating a rain of swords that shredded the ghosts. Alongside these formidable figures, numerous ordinary disciples and cultivators from the Halua dynasty joined the fray, fighting valiantly against the endless horde of malevolent spirits. The disaster spread to faraway places, and although Shen Qing knew it was just part of the game's storyline, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Suddenly, Shen Qing's eyes narrowed as he spotted a small village shrouded in ghostly mist ahead. A group of players was besieging a fierce ghost boss with a green face and fangs. It turned out to be the elite core team led by Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Shen Qing couldn't help but chuckle and decided to greet them. He soared over on his sword, and with a single stroke of his long sword, a blood-red sword aura swept through, instantly killing the boss. The players of Xiaoyao were shocked and enraged. Xiaoyao, burning with anger, demanded to know why Shen Qing had stolen their boss. Shen Qing awkwardly explained that it was a skill mishap, and then activated the special skill of his Frost Sword C. Waves of red and blue sword energy surged forth, covering a wide area and dealing massive damage to everyone, instantly killing them all. Shen Qing looked down calmly and softly said, "I just wanted to end all of this." Shen Qing displayed astonishing prowess, defeating a level 60 dark gold boss with a single strike, despite it boasting over 7 million health points. He then effortlessly eliminated dozens of core players, including Xiaoyao, leaving Li Xinyuan and the other sword cultivators in awe and deeply shaken. Throughout his flight, Shen Qing didn't need to lift a finger. Every ghostly creature turned to ash under his sword. As top-tier sword cultivators, their skills were unmatched, yet they realized the vast gap between themselves and Shen Qing, the unanimously acknowledged #1 sword cultivator. Just days ago, Shen Qing had showcased incredible strength at the frozen Great Wall, but now he had advanced even further, casting a shadow of despair over the other sword cultivators. Shen Qing was like an insurmountable peak, unattainable and only to be admired from afar. However, some among them, after their initial shock, displayed a renewed determination, clearly defining their path forward. Shen Qing turned to the group, seeing through their thoughts. He advised Li Xinyuan and the others that this area was sufficient for now, warning that proceeding further would be dangerous. He suggested they organize the equipment dropped by defeated enemies and continue grinding in the vicinity. Shen Qing emphasized the importance of aiding any NPCs in danger. Unlike regular monsters, NPCs couldn't be revived once dead, which could disrupt the storyline. They were vital resources for the national server and needed protection. Although Li Xinyuan didn't fully understand why Shen Qing was so concerned about the NPCs' lives, he agreed. Shen Qing nodded and continued flying forward on his sword. He was headed to Fengdu Mountain to witness this unprecedented event firsthand. In his previous life, players couldn't access the core activity area and were unaware of the true situation at Fengdu Mountain. Now, Shen Qing was determined to see it all with his own eyes. This game's storyline, which profoundly affects the future trajectory of the entire national server, is unfolding in a dramatic fashion. As we move forward, Shen Qing unleashes the Tiangang sword formation, expanding it to cover an area of several hundred meters. It becomes an unstoppable storm of blades, sweeping forward with an overwhelming momentum, mercilessly shredding any malevolent spirits in its path. Within Shen Qing's sword formation, 3 swords have been replaced by the Nether Sword and the Shadow Sword, which was duplicated using the Azure Skygord. The sword energy emitted by these 3 blades is exceptionally fierce, significantly enhancing the overall power of the Tiangang sword formation. The pervasive, ghostly atmosphere around, filled with energy, perfectly complements the Nether Sword's attributes. The sword's edge gleams with a ghostly light, thriving in this environment. Each time a sword light slashes out and destroys an attacking ghost, a ghostly glow emanates, sweeping up the shattered remnants of the ghost's soul. This makes the black shadows swirling around the sword's edge even more profound. On Shen Qing's game panel, a series of game notifications begin to appear. Nether Sword activates Soul Devouring Power. Nether Soul Power increased, Attack 1. Nether Sword activates Soul Devouring Power. Nether Soul Power increased, Attack 1. Approximately every 10 monsters killed increases the attack power by 1 point, which is quite significant. However, Shen Qing believes there must be some limit to this growth. Otherwise, the Nether Sword's equipment rating wouldn't be just at the Ghost Artifact level. Carving a path with his sword formation, Shen Qing soon reaches the core area of this chaos. A colossal black mountain stands tall among the surrounding peaks, with fierce winds howling around it and countless vengeful spirits wailing and shrieking. In the sky above, enormous ghostly gates loom. Soldiers and generals, riding ghostly horses and clad in dark armor, charge out of these gates in droves. Ferocious ghosts with blue faces, sharp fangs, and menacing horns roar and rush out. Some gates even spew thick, rolling clouds of energy, transforming into vicious specters that screech and surge in all directions. Among all these ghostly gates, one stands out, significantly larger than the rest, though only half open. The oppressive energy emanating from it far exceeds that of all the other gates combined. It seems as if a supremely terrifying entity is attempting to break through the dimensional barrier to forcibly cross over and descend. Surrounding these ghostly gates are numerous high-level NPCs, exerting all their power and divine abilities to annihilate the endless malevolent spirits pouring out. The fiercest battle is occurring high in the sky, though the specifics are obscured by the dense, dark clouds. Ghostly faces weave through the clouds, emitting hair-raising, eerie howls. Thunderous, earth-shattering sounds reverberate through the clouds, and occasionally, bursts of dazzling golden light or unstoppable sword and blade energy shoot out, crashing into the forests below and causing immense destruction. Since his rebirth, Shen Qing has never witnessed such a grand and epic battle scene in the game. Shen Qing felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as if an invisible force had pulled him into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a piercing wail of a ghost shattered the silence, echoing in his ears. Shen Qing shivered, feeling an icy chill run through him. Without hesitation, he activated the Tiangang sword formation and launched a fierce attack upwards. However, even the usually invincible Tiangang sword formation couldn't withstand the ferocious assault of this formidable ghost. It shattered and dispersed in an instant. Despite this, it bought Shen Qing precious time. He swiftly maneuvered his sword to retreat, creating distance between himself and the demon. Looking up, he saw the entity that had ambushed him. It was a small, blue-skinned ghost infant with a sinister gaze, exuding a chilling aura. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.